I'm here with Ellen from Trust House, outside one of the newest houses that Trust House provides in the community. Ellen, tell us about the Trust House affordable housing program.
Well, thanks, Brent. Trust House provides affordable rental accommodation for people in our community most in need. We provide rental accommodation in the Tararua and Wairarapa region.
It sounds like something the government's been trying to do. How do you work with government agencies?
Interestingly, Trust House was the first fully registered community housing provider in New Zealand back in 2015. And we've been working very closely with the government around many of the community housing initiatives to make sure that the houses that we provide for the people in our community are warm, safe and dry.
And what are your future plans for community housing?
We would like to expand the social housing portfolio that we currently have. But probably more importantly, what we would like to do is make sure that the houses that we currently have are fit for purpose for all of the members of our community, and that we're continually redeveloping and refurbishing the properties that we've got.
And how can people find out more information about community housing that Trust House provides?
People go onto the Trust House website, trusthouse.co.nz. All of the information on Trust House rental accommodation and the people to contact is readily available on there.
I'm here with Ellen from Trust House at the Grill Solway Park.
It was a fearing town, a pretty bad element. Shearers are rough people, we'll have to be very careful. So they were certainly covering the bases as far as that goes. Don't forget that it was all very fine for a young farmers club shearing competition where you probably had a maximum of 20 or 30 entries to do all the bits of paper and work out the score and everything. Somebody had to organise a system to do all of that for big numbers. And I don't think they had any idea how many numbers things would be. It was pen and paperwork with no computers. All of the little ticks on the cards had to be added up. They had to be put on another card, and then the scores worked out, multiplied by the number of sheep and whatever the method was used. Fairly heavily weighted at the time because of the way it was working. And I think we started off with 10 seconds
per shear.
Per point. For a point. So time was pretty important. There was over where the TV cameras are now up there, TV screens are up there now. There was a platform up the top. And the idea was that the judges, the board judges, would be able to stand up there on the platform, look down at the shearers like that and judge them. I think that lasted about the first heat or a little bit later because they couldn't see once the shearer bent over and did on his long blow. But nevertheless, the referees and various people who shall be nameless used to be up on top of there, looking down. We reckon they were up there so they could see down the front of the girls' dresses from upstairs. We always worried. It was only a plank of wood on the poles that held the whole lot together. And people up there, we reckon at one stage, sooner or later, somebody was going to get too keen. And remember that the early judges and things used to be allowed to have a beer in between heats and things. So it wasn't always quite as clear what they were actually judging or anything at the time on those first few sessions there. And we thought if they leaned too hard, we're going to have somebody on the stand. But fortunately never happened. And I spent umpteen hours, I was old enough at that stage to do a bit of arithmetic, working out the calculations on an enormous great spreadsheet on paper. So you could take the points on one side and the time on the top, go down the two, and in the middle there you had your result. And all of those points were thoroughly checked by two people at least in a little room upstairs after each event. So we had a team of whiz kids adding up numbers and things up in the top room, getting the results right. But we were dealing with crazed Romneys, And they were beautiful sheep. They really were superb animals. But they literally had wool on every part of their body that you can imagine. Right around the base, right down the legs. And in those days, you had to take all the socks and everything off. And there was a lot of extra work on those sheep. But they were a real test of a good shearer. We had little digital counters, which you may recall. And they were displaying the number of penalties that a shearer got on the board. Now, when we first started doing that, they only went to 99. And a lot of shearers were actually, not a lot, but enough shearers were actually making a tumble over to start on one again.
Good morning to our audience on the World Wide Web. Yes, it is a little bit early. This is a Friday morning. This is day 3 of the Golden Shears 2020 60th birthday. And what a great day it is. Actually, Golden Shears is a bit like hanging out the washing. The minute you do it, it starts to rain. And that started to happen around here. We're not unhappy, although a little bit mindful of the logistics that all creates for Golden Shears. But it's going to be a great day, a full day of competition, and really starting to head into those finals, getting to the sharp end of the competitions. So Friday morning, we've got a full calendar. But with me today, I've got a special friend and colleague who's going to be doing a bit of work for us at Golden Shears this year, and I'll let her introduce herself. Welcome, Rowena, to Golden Shears.
Kia ora, Mavis. Thanks very much. I'm really looking forward to it. There's something really special about Golden Shears that captivates not only everyone here in New Zealand, but all around the world. So I'm going to be helping out with the Woolhandling commentary, which will be really interesting. Looking forward to doing that with your son, Tuma. He'll be definitely taking the lead on that, and I'll be hopefully adding a wee bit of colour.
I'm sure you'll do all of that, Rowena. So Rowena kind of does this stuff for a day job, don't you, Rowena?
Yes, but rugby, not shearing. So
it's a sport.
I'm sure there's a lot of crossover, but yeah, I think it'll be a little slower paced in some places and a wee bit faster. There's not so many breakdowns as in rugby. But no, my day job, I am the executive producer for the country radio show here in New Zealand. We've been going for 25 years, and we're on air between 12 and 1 lunchtime, so hopefully catching farmers when they go home and have a bite to eat at lunch, and just, making sure they know everything that's happening in the agricultural and agribusiness world, from economics to politics to policy changes and sport and everything in between.
Oh, that sounds fantastic. Well, we're so lucky to be able to have you here. You've kind of followed the shearing scene for quite some time now, haven't you?
Yeah, indeed. And it all actually kind of started over a drunken conversation, as I think most great things do, at Sir Colin Meads' funeral here in New Zealand, when I was speaking with Sir David Fagan and Jack Fagan, and they said, hey, look, in a couple of years we've got the world champs over in France. Why don't you or my boss Jamie go along? And I said, absolutely. Woke up the next morning and I'd already opened up a bank account that said world champs. So off we went from there, and it was an amazing experience just getting to meet shearers from all around the world. And I went on a couple of farm tours over there to go and look at the Limousin and the Charolais, and just absolutely loved every moment of it. So proud of how well the Kiwi team went as well.
Yeah, we certainly had a good time, and it was great to be able to support the New Zealand team. And yes, it was really cool to have you there, Rowena, to take us through, the lens that you carry when you come to these events, and especially that of a sporting commentator for, pretty major sport here in New Zealand. So that's cool. But look, let's just have a look. We've got a big day ahead of us here, and yes, you're on the boards first thing this morning with Tuma in terms of the open wool handling. Now, we have got a magical lineup there.
Oh, there's some amazing names coming through in there, and a broad range of experience as well. We've got some new ones and some names that have been around for absolutely years, and I'm not going to tell you which one's which. But we've got Tina Rimini in there as well, and a couple of her daughters, Pagan Kadodia and Lani Morale as well.
Yeah.
So that'll be interesting, and that just brings another dynamic, doesn't it? The family competitiveness.
It sure does. It sure does. And it's been like that the whole time through. Yeah. So we've had the winner of the novice shearing, his brother went through to the intermediate, and I see now his father's actually gone through to the next round as well. So,
and that's something we really see in shearing and in wool handling, is it really is a generational, intergenerational event. We've also got Ricky and Angela Stevens. That's going to be a tight battle in their household, no matter who comes out on top.
That's right. And last night I was lucky enough to go to a champions mix and mingle. And it was really cool to be amongst people such as Aroha Garvin, Bill Greenshields, Tina Remine, Oti Mason, Mi'i Nuro, all past winners. And then they had the winners, past winners of the wool pressing and shearing. So Glenn Hopapa, one of the very early pressing winners. And then those heroes of... I'm not going to say yesteryear because that sounds really quite morbid, but people like Martin Ngātaki and Roger Cox, Snow Quinn, the Kringle brothers. It was like stepping into a different world last night with all of those legends of the day. So it was, look forward to hopefully bringing some of them to you through the day. We had a bit of a glitch yesterday afternoon, so the interviews kind of went to the board for a little while, and that's okay, but we'll certainly do a catch-up and bring as many of those cool people to you as we can through the day. But we're just about ready. I've heard them calling for the wool handling. That's your gig, Ro.
Time for me to exit stage right.
Not yet, but look, we just want to acknowledge, don't we, the sponsors and the farmers at the moment. Sheer Expertise, they're the sponsor for a start.
Yeah, and especially at the moment because there's been such a challenging summer for New Zealand farmers. We saw a lot of rain early on, so that meant an excess of pasture and feed, and then it's gone completely the opposite direction, and we've had a really sustained period of drought. We are starting to see some changes in the weather patterns, which is going to create rain, but it's a little too late and too little for this competition. So just full credit to the farmers who have managed to get the sheep in the ideal conditions for this competition. They don't all have to be at the same stage, so there's a whole lot of different categories that they've been catering for, and they have really done an absolutely superb job.
They sure have. So just a shout out to White Spurs from the Wairarapa, a farm that has been able to maintain an awesome flock of full wool that will be handled by the open competitors all the way through. So with that, I think we better let this lady get down and get her job done. Thank you.
So our resident shearers are Paddy Mason, Martini Mason, Dion Morrell, Sean Edmonds, Lee Edmonds, Pete Spillman, Blair McGregor, Marcus Tartana, Brett Roberts, Ardena Makiri. So give them a hand, wool handlers. These are our resident shearers. You've got to be nice to them. Now there's to be no numbers swapping up there, guys. No swapping numbers. Just shear the sheep.
Okay, just a reminder, can we have all the pressers making yourself known at the secretary table here ASAP, please, because we have a very big day to get through the program. So we need to get our first heat underway. So make yourself known down here, please.
Well, it's good that our open wool handlers are all here and checked in. Nuki. I see Lani down there. Haven't seen Lani for a long time. She's looking pretty sharp too.
Wairarapa, this is the last call for these competitors. Ida Ratana, Piggy for her award, Maggie Pure. Those three is the last call to be registered. And we need to start this needs to start. Thank you. Rightio. Woolhandling, open woolhandling, heat number 1. Tanya Piware, Ash Boyce, Adrian Samuels, Gwynn Highway. So if those four can hop up, please. That's the first thing to open woolhandling. Heat number 2, Logan Omura, Kimberly Craddock, Emma Craddock, and Molly Kidd. That's heat 2.
So heat 1, Pania Piwari, you are on table number 1, Ash Boyce 2, Adrian Samuels 3, Gwinan Pawai on 4. Lovely to see Gwinan here. Only usually see her on TV. So these wool handlers this morning, they will be handling 4 long wool fleeces. The seal time is 1 minute and 10 seconds. So that's once the shearer has pulled the cord, they have 1 minute and 10 seconds to tidy up their area. Now these wool handlers are the best in the world. Shear Expertise are the sponsor of this event. We'd like to thank Shear Expertise. Shear Expertise does a lot of work behind the scenes in the Golden Shears and on the scenes. They supply shearers for the shearing for the wool handlers. They organise a lot of the sheep. They crutch a lot of the sheep. So Paddy Mason and his boys, we give big thanks to you guys.
So everyone's just starting to set up. Good morning, everyone, and hope everyone's well rested. So they're setting up their boards for the first heat of the Shear Expertise Open wool handling heats, and expect to see wool flying here. These are the competitors who provide leadership, not just in the wool sheds, but in the industry. So they put themselves out there. They make sure that practices, as much as possible being observed, not just in the wool handling, but also in terms of health and safety in the sheds. So these are the primos, if you like. And while I've got the mic and we're waiting, I just want to introduce you to a fellow commentator who's going to be working with Tuma in the wool handling commentary. This is Rowena D. We're really lucky to have her. She's come from the Deep South, works in radio as a sporting commentator, mainly for rugby, but she's been graduating now up into shearing sports, so we're very proud of you for graduating up there, Ro.
Thanks, Mavis. Yeah, I think the wool handling is going to be quite different to rugby, but just as competitive, I'm sure, and just as brutal in times.
It will. So Rowena joined the team that went to France to support the New Zealand team, so she's certainly well acquainted with the high level of competition and the personalities in the game. And we've had a little bit of a debrief on some of the names and the whānau connections all the way through, not just this event, but all events at Golden Shears.
Yeah, and I think that's something that has really resonated with me, how shearing and wool handling all are intergenerational as well. We see the same families coming through time and time again, and it's a craft that's honed and passed down to each generation and something they can all enjoy together regardless of age.
Yep, she's pretty cool, all right. How are we going, Tuma? Are we getting close to a green light yet?
We're waiting on a few of these old fogies to report in, Mavis. I think they're just getting out of their walkers and coming down to report in. We have a green light. We have a green light, Mavis. The shearers are on the board. The wool handlers are up there looking stunning in their orange T-shirts. Timekeepers are ready. Shearers, get set, go. Okay, down here on stand number one, table number one, we have Pania Piwari. Pania is from all over the place, but she calls Omahu home. Ash Boyce is the wool handler on stand number two, and he is from a wonderful warm place called Dannyburg.
He sure is, but he's another one who seems to travel the islands. And then on stand three, we have Adrian Samuels, the sister of Jimmy and Leon, certainly names to be that make you sit up. And it was lovely to see. I think it was her daughter that competed in the earlier novice grade, Shantae Walker. So another intergenerational. And down here on the end, we have Gwinan Paiwai. Gwinan's, she's just a favourite. So Welsh lady, proudly Welsh, but has some beautiful children to my cousin Earl, and it's lovely to have you here, Gwinan, competing and just being a top lady all round. What are you thinking so far, Ro?
It's really interesting to see the shearers waiting to catch that hollow fibre wool from the top of the sheep, make sure none of it has cross-contamination. 9 buckets they have to separate out today. A couple of different lines coming through right at the start. I'm starting to lose my voice already, maybe. It's not a great start for me.
Tuma, here we go. The first throw's coming up.
This fleece down here on table number one looks like it's going to be a little bit flaky. Ooh. Lovely throws down there. Pania, a little bit of overthrow. Ash overthrow. Pania, a bit of bunching. Is it nerves, Mavis?
I think, Tuma, the best throw for today comes from down here on Gwinan. She had that fully controlled.
Sorry, Mavis, I might just jump in there. My apologies, thank you. Just so I can get the pressing going. Okay, on the men's pressing on number 1, we have Anthony Frew and Darcy Tong. And on press 2, Conan Harmon Gray and his brother Shane Harmon. Okay, press is ready to go. Judges ready. On your marks, get set, go. Thanks very much, Mavis.
Okay, so the wool handlers, they run back to their shearers. They have skirted half of their fleece. They need to get back to that shearer, get the top knot wool off. As Rowena was saying, it's got a hollow fibre around the head. It's sort of like a straw. It will not accept any wool dye. So that needs to go into another processing bin. So in these bins around the sides of the table are actually processing faults that need sort of different wash systems to get themselves back to the white colour. You've got the wool on the brisket called the frib. That will not ever be able to be made white. And then you've got everything gets used. When they throw the fleece on the table, the second cuts drop through. So there's another fault. And for the second cuts, they use those to make tennis balls. But shearers, coming down the last side, come on, wool handlers, they need to have a nice, tight, compact roll from bridge to the shoulder. A few of these wool handlers are running, Mavis. The pressure's really on.
And here we go, there's a throw on table 2 and table 1. Bit of overhang on both tables. Another throw for Adrian Samuels. Little bit of bunching for Gunan, but a much better throw. Very little overhang there.
Yeah, so anything that's overhanging, Rowena, the size of an A4 sheet of paper, that's 1 point. So when the wool handlers throw the fleece, you'll see the judge bobbing up and down. They're just getting their bit of exercise for the day, and they're looking to see how many points that these wool handlers have lost. And it's the same with the bunching on top of the fleece. If there's any bunching the size of an A4 sheet of paper, they will get penalised for that as well. So the shearers are moving into the undermine. A lot of points can be lost around the undermine. You have short wool, you have sock wool, you could have a bit of stain, maybe a dag or two. So that all those things need to be processed around the undermine, and those little bits of wool are not to touch the fleece wool because they deem that as contamination, Rowie.
Tim, I can see some of the points starting to appear up on the screen above the wool handling. What are some of those points coming through for?
Those are the time points and the board points that are up there. Sorry, those are just the board points. So that's what these judges in blue are doing on the board. They are watching these wool handlers. You can get penalised very severely on the board. A lot of those points are probably for the throws that these wool handlers have had, because these are the open wool handlers. Adrian Samuels, whoa, what do you think of that, Rowena?
Yeah, not a bad throw indeed. A little bit of overhang there from Gunan, her probably weakest throw of the competition. But as we see there on table 1 and 2 as well, they're improving as we go. Less overhang with every throw and just a little bit of bunching there for Pania.
Yes, that's right. The secret is if you have a good throw, you end up with all the first pieces and all the fault wool that you need to pull out around the edge of the table. Sometimes when you have bunching, there's little bits that are tucked up underneath and you actually have to go and find it. So that when you get a good throw, it's also a great boost of confidence for these wool handlers. You know, they start feeling good, they'll start walking around with their chest sticking out when they do a good throw. So here we go, shearers are into the undermine. They'll take the top knot off. So this is the 4th and final sheet, Rowena, and then after the shearers finish this, they will pull the cord, and then it's 1 minute and 10 seconds. And that's the sealed time that these wool handlers have to clean up. They need to remove all the faults, roll these fleeces up, sweep the board, and then I think after 1 minute and 10 seconds, it's 1 point for every 5 seconds. So roll up time on table number 3. Pania Piwari down here on table number 1. She's looking a little wee bit flustered. Come on, Pania. Down the last side work these shearers. This is a typical shed situation, Rowena. The shearers do not wait for anybody.
And I think that...
We have Emily Papa and Carmen Smith. Just go to the precinct and see John Masterton. Emily Harper and Carmen Smith to keep on the way. Thanks so much for
Okay, so here we go. Shearers pulled the cord, 1 minute 30 seconds. Pania turns, throws. Fairly good throw, Pania. Ash Boy's here, a little bit of overhang. How's it down there, Rowena?
Yeah, another great throw from Gwinan as well. She's had some real honeys of wool there. Frantically though, now this is where we see them really get into their mahi. They're not having to run back up to the shearer. They're just focused solely on the fleece in front of them, making sure they get all of those lines of wool separated and then turning their attention to the cleanup.
Yes, the cleanup is in hand. I'm watching Pania. There's such concentration on her face. Last time I seen her doing that, she was on the pokies in the Mangatara Hotel. Come on, Pania, let's go, sweetie. Pull your finger out. Just pretend you got the jackpot and go. Ash Boyce rolled up down there, Rowena. Those two have already got broom in hand.
Yeah, it makes it so much easier when you've got the
Amongst the thorns up here, he's nearly ready to put his hand up. Come on, Ash. Well done, Ash. Pania, hey, there we go. Okay, Nuki, can we hit?
Once the all has been judged and away from the board, you can go up to Logan, Tamura on 1, Kimberly Drake on 2, Emma Drake on 3, and Molly Kidd on 4. Heat number 3, if they can please be ready. Nio Hansen, Bettina Marlborough, Trish Hockey Ludlow, Angela Stevens, and I'll read out heat 4.
Are we having a semi, John?
Marika Braddock, Chelsea Collier, Candy Hibby, and Samantha Gordon. Those are the first 4. We have 11 heats to get to, so we have a full field. Thanks.
All right, we're still ticking away down here on the pressing. This is the Piers pressing. Fast-paced action, by jolly it is. We are looking for a 160 kg bale. It takes teamwork. It takes muscle and power. This young shearer right here beside me, Darcy Tong, is on the arm. The cavalry will arrive in a minute or two, I'd say, once Ant Frew, his teammate, has done the housekeeping. Darcy's having a yarn to him saying, mate, get the housekeeping done. Flick it under the carpet if you have to, under the mat, and join the battle. And so he does. 160 from going on yesterday is a really tight bale. You've got to get some muscle power in there. You've got to lock it all down in this bottom box.
Hey, Gerald, if I can just pop in there for a second. Open wool handlers, you are to take out the really bad seed that's in there, the really bad stuff, and there is a bit of rattle on some of these fleeces, so you will need to keep an eye on that as well. So wool handlers, you have about 40 seconds to get yourselves organised. Once we get the green light, we'll have our shearers on the board ready to go and we will begin. Gerald.
Yeah, thanks, Tuma. So over here, a couple, especially one well-known presser, Conan the Barbarian, we call him, Conan Harmon Gray, and his brother.
Sorry, Gerald, we have a green light down here, and it looks like we're ready to go. Timekeepers ready. Shearers. On your marks, get set, go.
Joe Hopkins, please. Joe Hopkins, to the announcements, please.
Yeah, and of course his brother Shane Harmon's having to go. It's his first time, so Pleasure to have you have a go here, Shane. He's helping out his brother by pulling that flap over. We want a nice, tidy, presented bale. Press one, saying, well, we've got all that locked and loaded. Let's get those flaps up and ready to staple her off too. These judges beside me here, exceptionally dedicated and conscientious judges. They don't take their eye off the ball of any second, of any minute, of any hour, of any day. I've had the great pleasure of watching them from a distance for a few years now, and we've done a big stint yesterday of a lot of hours in a row, and not once do they look away. They're very astute, and the presses know that. So you've got to be on your A game at the Golden Shears anyway, but again, under the watchful eye of these volunteer judges. So thank you very much to Peter Cox and Carl Cox for what will be another terrific effort by you too. Right, it looks like we're just about, it's taken time there on press 2. How do we go? Oh, that sets a bit of a target, 10 minutes, 48 seconds. That's to bang down a 160 kg bale. I'll go back to you, Tuma. Looks like we've got the first throws of heat 2.
Yes, the first throw is about to hit the tables. Oh, that's a monster fleece. Well-grown fleeces here. These wool handlers, they will need to make sure the setup is perfect. Lovely throw down here from Kamita. Best throw. Young Kimberly Braddock on table number 2 has the best throw. So here's her sister-in-law, Emerina Braddock, is starting her work. You haven't got any time to sit there and think, oh, that sucked. You need to get in and go. We got young Logan Kamita here, table number 1. He's pulling out the neck wool. So these wool handlers working away frantically. They'd like to try and get a half of their fleece done and come around and do the neck before they have to go back to their shearers. Shearers are warmed up now and they're starting to shear away quite openly and freely. Thank you to our shearers, Rowena. We wouldn't be able to have this competition if we didn't have these guys up there.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's great to see that cross-discipline collaboration here. The shearers will be into their work later on in the day, but just having a nice wee warm-up here to help out the wool handling. And I think that also goes towards the spirit of the competition in terms of shearing and wool handling. Everyone gets amongst it, supports everyone else.
Yes, you're dead right. There's a lot of support in here. It's funny because you'll see these wool handlers giving each other a kiss when they see each other, and then as soon as they're on their board, they get all ugly at their mates. They're a very weird breed, these wool handlers. But roll-up time down here on table number 1. You need to roll from the bridge to the shoulder. And it's got to be nice, tight, compact, or you will lose a lot of points. Kimberly, she had the best throw. Walking around her table, maybe her fadge is in the wrong place. You don't want to be walking around. You want to, where everything is nice and handy. Fleece number 2.
Good throw there once again by Emerina Braddock. A wee bit of overhang though for Molly Kidd on table 4. And the thing, Tuma, is if you do get a bit of overhang, you don't panic. You stick to your plan and you carry on and don't let it get to you.
Yes, you're dead right. There's no time to panic. Once panic stations start, you may as well go and sit in the crowd and watch because you're not going to be concentrating. You're too busy worrying about how you look. Some of these wool handlers are good. They get up there looking all scody and get stuck in and do the job. And then you'll get some glamour queens. They'll come in with a foot of foundation on their faces. But that's okay if that's how they feel comfortable. And as long as the job gets done, it doesn't matter what they look like. So into the undermine work, these shearers, top knot wool comes off, that goes into one basket. You'll notice with these wool handlers, Rowena, you know, they stand there and they don't have to guess where they're throwing their wool. They already, you know, it's imprinted in their brain.
Yeah, well, I guess they're doing this day in, day out, every day of the year practically. It's something that, you know, if you play a sport, you've got to go and practice. This is their sport. They practice it every day. So they're just doing a show, a better version of what is their day job and getting recognised for it, which I think is fantastic.
Yes, that's right. They are getting recognised for the hard work they do. Logan Kamita, he's got the fleece and the fadge. Emerina Braddock, she's happy. We got Molly Kid up there. So what these wool handlers need to be doing is they need to be at the board, feeding the fleece into themselves, nice and flat, and then they grab the top, the back legs, squeeze the rest of the fleece together, and you'll see them squeeze it, and that's a great throw down there.
All right, we have some bale weights here, Tuma, and we're looking for a 160 kg bale, and this bale is from press 2, Shane Harmon and Conan Harmon Gray's bale, and it's a 156.5, ladies and gentlemen. That's only 3.5 kg short. That's a beauty. How do you do that?
Okay, Gerald, back down here. Wool handlers, you only are to take out the bird's nest. Okay, the bird's nest you are to take out. You can leave the little babies in the nest if you like. So here we go. We have sheep. What sheep do we have? We have, is this the final sheep on the board? I think it is.
Yes, yeah, it is.
Okay, so we've got Molly Kid down here on table number 1. She's from Turamere. That's not far from here. She's working away. She's just got her neck all out. She's got her neck in her pieces. I'm not sure what she's pulled out there. That might be a little bit of that bird nest that we're talking about. Roll up time down here on table number 2, young Kimberly Braddock. So these wool handlers, they all look like they aren't too much over their comfort zones, Rowena. They look like they're still fairly comfortable. I can't see any sweat.
No, I don't know how they do it. They're moving around their tables, they're racing back and forth to the board to make sure there's none of that cross-contamination, and they still look unflustered. Beautiful throw there by Molly Kidd on table 4, the best throw that she's pulled out this morning. Fantastic work, Molly, and another great throw as well from Emma Rainer Braddock on table 3, Tuma.
Yes, you're dead right. So once the shearer pulls the cord, they have 1 minute and 10 seconds to process this fleece, clean up their work area, and then if they go over that time, it's 1 point for every 5 seconds. So a lot of pressure on these wool handlers. Come on, wool handlers. Also, you can see who's the first one to the smoker box. So we've got Emma Rainer here on table number 3. Looks like she's doing a good job. Kimberly, doesn't look like a lot of work left on that fleece. Young Logan Kamura down here, table 1. He is the first one with the broom in hand. Logan has won a fair few open titles, this young man. Don't really see him at all the shows, but he is definitely a prospect.
All of the fleeces now in the baskets ready to be taken away. All of our 4 competitors on clean-up, frantically working their brooms around under their tables, making sure they don't pick up any extra penalty points outside that 1 minute 10 for seal.
Well, Logan Kamura, he was super organised and he's finished super fast. So Kimberly's down here on her hands and knees. Little bits left. There she goes. Her time's taken. Emma Rainer, a little wee bit behind. Time for Emma Rainer. So once the wool leaves here, it goes out the back to another set of judges, and we call that place the dungeon. We only have the pretty judges up here and the not so pretty at the back. It's a good thing they can't hear us, though. They should be very busy, Rowena.
I was just thinking you're going to get a few clouts around the ears, Tuma, for saying stuff like that, but you know your boundaries, you know you're safe and they can't hear you. Well played.
Okay, Nuki.
Thank you, Tuma. P3, table 1, Nio Henson. Table 2, Katrina Nahoro. Table 3, Trish Muki Budmo. And table 4, Angela Stevens.
Okay, wool handlers, you will have about 40 seconds to set up. There'll be new baskets coming to you guys. You'll have about 40 seconds. If you can take a second up to sweep your board, that would really help. Well, Rowena, we've had 2 heats Gerald, you want to crank something up?
Yeah, thanks very much, Tuma. Yeah, we'll take every second we got at the moment. Hey, now, as you know, we've got a very big program, so there's just been discussions on semis and the likes, and the peers this year, the final is going to be up on stage later tonight, okay, under the bright lights. So we are having a semi-final. There will be a semi-final of the peers, so thank you very much to the committee at the Golden Shears here. So we've crunched some figures and some time and the likes. There will be a semi-final later on this afternoon for the peers. Okay, we're still looking for a 160 kg bale. On press 1 we have Kushla Abraham and David Gordon. On press 2 we have Joe Gordon and Adam Gordon. Kushla Abraham's maiden name is Gordon. We have a family of Gordons on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Sibling rivalry. One whole family. In that case, the Gordon family, are you ready to do battle? Yous are. Judges are ready. On your marks, get set, go. Thank you, Tuma.
Thank you, Gerald. Will we have the green light? Shearers. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. Heat 4, can we have you to the left of the stage? Marika Braddock, Chelsea Collier, Candy Hiddy, Sam Gordon. There is a little bit of rattle in some of these sheep wool handlers. You guys will need to keep your eyes peeled. There's a little bit of bird's nest in there just to take out the heavy bird's nest as well. Now there is a bit of lag in the remote control clickers to up the top, so sometimes your score might change once you put your hand up, but there can be a little bit of lag in those clickers. So when they roll these fleeces up, Rowena, they are to roll them from britch to shoulder.
Or as I say, from bum to neck.
That's it.
The whole family there, I think. Well, I don't know if there's any more. Rather than
Yeah, britch is not such a nice word, really, if people might take it the wrong way. So bum to shoulder sounds a lot better to me.
It's hard to know when you're not from the industry what's the polite way of saying things, what's the okay way of saying things. But one term I did notice, I know what rattle is, and I know speaking to a lot of the wool contractors, there's been a lot of issue with that this season, and the wool auctions are saying, oh, we've got a throw on table one, beautiful throw there. The wool contractors are saying it needs to stop, we need to make sure it stays out. But bird's nest, Tuma, that's one that's new to me.
Yeah, bird's nest is a VM, well they call it vegetable matter, and because it's been so dry, you know, these sheep are walking through a lot of dry thistles, things like that, and it gets caught up in the wool. So that's what they're calling a bird's nest, is the VM. There is a little touches of VM in here. There's little wee bits, but they really want the heavy hay paddock kind of thing pulled out of these sheep. So into the under my wet, these shearers. Now in these baskets we have frib wool, we have the main belly wool. The main belly wool is very good wool, it just needs to go through a different wash system to get it up nice and bright again. And then we have the short wool from around the bum, the fertilizer works. We have the sock wool there. That sock wool is a medullated fibre. That needs to come out into its own little basket. And then the wool around the head, that's a medullated fibre as well. So that's got to go into its little basket. And then coming down the last side, these wool handlers they need to grab the cheek wool, and then they'll start setting up their fleece ready to throw again. We've got Trish Muki. She's from Wairarapa on table number 3. Lovely to see her. She's a lovely person, this Trishy. She does a lot for Netball New Zealand. Angela Stevens from Napier. That's the daughter of the legendary Johnny Kirkpatrick. She's been making a lot of finals this year.
Second throw almost in sync from 3 out of our 4 competitors. A little bit of overhang on some of the tables, but across the board, not too bad an effort, Tuma.
No, a very good effort from these young wool handlers. Little wee bit of bunching, but nothing too severe. It's better to have bunching on the table than having wool lying on the ground. It's very hard to skirt when it's lying on the ground. So these wool handlers, they dart back to their shearer. We've got Katrina Ngāhoro from Taumaranui. Taumaranui is another place with a lot of sheep. And it looks like she knows what she's doing. She's probably a lead wool handler. Most of these open wool handlers are lead wool handlers. Some of them are retired and are teaching, doing other jobs. So here we go. These wool handlers working around. Back to her basket. We see Trish. Trishy has a look, not happy. So we've got Ngaio down here, table number 1, working away quietly. Gerald, what's happening down there?
Yeah, well, the Gordon family are at hard battle, as you would expect, nothing less of a sibling rivalry. So Joseph and Adam, they've got a good clean press, tidy around it, these young fellas, and nice clean top box and the likes as the wool starts to arrive to the wool tables. Down here we've got Kushler and David. They're just at the stage. Kushler says, yeah, we need to have that a wee bit tidier, starting to get the wool out of the way. We don't want that getting caught up on the cap, of course. That will create major issues when it comes to trying to lock that wool down and get those pins through. David says, okay, well, I'll get these ropes all sorted, Kushler. You do some housework. I'll get on some heavy duties here. And so he does. He goes to work. Meanwhile, the tag team over here, they have not got far to go. They have not got any colour in their face or any perspiration on their shoulders at this stage. It's walk in the park time for the youngsters. Come on, you're going to have to rattle your dags, you two, David and Kushla. Here we go now. You're going to need a big flurry to beat these boys for time points. They've got to bounce in their step. They are on their toes at whatever it might be, 8:30 in the morning. They called into McDonald's and had a couple of those black short shots of coffee. They swing that top box round, but here comes David Gordon and Kushlin now. They have got some wool in there. Holy smoke, she's starting to wind up as we would expect with pairs pressing. All the way to the floor. Bring them home. Come on, Masterton. These are your Masterton born and bred. Oh, Kushlin. Oh, there was a big breath there. One more, David. One more. Top box off. Great stuff. Back to you in your throws, Rowena.
Yeah, final throw there on table 2 and 3, 1 and 4 now as well. This is their final fleece on the tables. Pick of those throws, Tuma, would have to be 1 and 4 there.
Lovely throw down here on table 1. See if she just cleans her board first. You'll see a lot of different styles and ways of doing things with some of these wool handlers. Some of them like to just get stuck in and get the fleece out of the road first. Others like to sweep the top board and leave most of it down the front end. So when they sweep, there's not a lot left to sweep up. It's about having a good pattern.
Trish Morkey with the roll up already puts her in a great position to see out this 1 minute 30 she's got for the seal. Frantically working a broom around her work area, making sure it's nice and clean and tidy. She won't want to pick up any penalty points there for the clean-up as well.
Yes, you're right. These wool handlers, they don't want to be picking up unnecessary points. We've got young Ngaio Hansen down here, table number 1, cleaning up under her table. So you'll see some of these wool handlers, they really get stuck in. It's all about preparation before it comes to this this part of the job. Ngaio Hansen, she's down here looking around. Come on, Ngaio. Ngaio's the oldest of these sisters. So she's the one that's been blazing a trail, and the other sisters are really following and taking that in heed. So we're probably about a minute 30 now, maybe even a minute 40. Well done, Ngaio Hansen. Trishy's happy. She puts her hand up. So just waiting on Angela and Katrina. You can lose hundreds of points out the back, Rowena. So these wool handlers, you really do need to keep their quality. Some get a little bit flustered and just end up throwing it any old where.
There we go. Katrina and Angela both finishing as well. And I know, Tuma, that there's not many points often that can separate first to fourth in a heat, so every little point counts, every credit card of wool that's left behind, every point off every overhang or bunching can really make a difference at the end.
Heat number 4. Marika Braddock, Chelsea Collier, Candy Liddy, Sam Gordon, please.
Very good. The youngsters have got wrapped up. We've been calling that up. Adam and Joe, 9 minutes 51 to pump that bale down. Conan and Shane, the heat before they were 10:48, so they've put a good 50 seconds on it. That's the time points. Once again, the aspects of all the safety aspects, all the lifting aspects, technique and all those sorts of things are coming to this too. And of course the bale weight of how close they are to the 160. But here we go, David Gordon and Kushla Abraham. The place is nice and tidy, but look how tidy these youngsters had it. Holy smoke. Nice tidy house. Now David says we'll get the corners sorted. Sister, you just get that door shut, lock her down for the next contestants. They're getting close, they're having a bit of a chat. No, you don't need to talk when you're family, your bloodline, you know instinctively where each other are, and the hands are in the air, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go there, 11 minutes and 9. We're looking for 160. We'll stay here until you're ready to go, Tuma. So we'll pump one of these bales on. So this is Joseph and Adam Gordon for this first bale. How are we going here? The anticipation. You're born and bred Masterton family. You're looking for 160. 162 on the dot, ladies and gentlemen. Joseph and Adam Gordon. They'll be skiting about that.
Well, we have a green light down here, Gerald, so we'd like to get this heat started. We've got a lot of heats competitors, and we're going to keep the pump on. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. Okay, Gerald, let's hear what that other weight was.
Yeah, so this is Kushla Abraham, maiden name Gordon, of course, and David Gordon, her brother. They had some more Weet-Bix and had one extra shot of coffee. 165, ladies and gentlemen, still a sensational effort. 5 k's of wool out. Holy smoke, that sets the bar. Just as well we've got a semi. It's going to be really, really tight.
Okay, down here in the Woolhandling, Share Expertise are the sponsor of this event. Thank you very much to Share Expertise. So into the undermine work, these shearers, wool handlers are with them. We have Marika Braddock from Eki Tahona just up the road. Her sister Ngaio Hansen was in that first heat on that exact table, and her throws were pretty good, so Marika would have been watching that shearer. Down in Gore, in the south, we have Chelsea Collier, table number 2. Chelsea did very well last year. I think she made the final here, so she'll be wanting to repeat that performance. Another South Island girl on table number 3, Candy Hitty. She's from the Matoda. And on sand number 4, we have local sensation Sam Gordon.
Good to see the two South Islanders from Gore and Matoda. Tuma, of course, were hit badly by flooding last month, so it would have been a bit of a rocky preparation for them, trying to make sure everyone they know has been safe with all the flooding. A lot of houses inundated with the water, a lot of farmland affected as well. Stock moved to high ground. And a beautiful throw there by Chelsea Collier on table 2 and also Candy Hitty on table 3. So it obviously hasn't upset their preparation too much at all.
Yeah, I was talking to a few South Island guys and they reckon that their December wasn't the flashiest. But they said they've had a good January and February. So these guys, they had a little bit of preparation. Just watching Marika here. Around the top of the table she works looking for that neck wall. Chelsea Collier, she's got these lovely blue eyes and they will be scanning everything at the moment. She'll have one eye on the fleece, one eye on her bins, the other eye on her shearer. And Candy Hitty, you see that she had another good throw. Doesn't look like there's a lot of work to do on this fleece, so she'll be very happy about that. And Sam down here on stand on table number 4, well, she's a wonderful competitor. Come up through the grades, and now, look, she's working up there with a smile on her face. So not a lot of pressure being felt, I don't think, by these wool handlers. Shearers, come on, look, guys, keep these wool handlers busy. So just watching young Marika here. She looks like she's ready to nearly roll her fleece up. Down the end, Samantha Gordon's rolled her fleece up. Have a look around, Samantha.
Yeah, if you can get your fleece rolled up nice and early and into that basket ready to be taken away, it means you've got way more time to spend with your shearer, making sure you can separate that wool out nice and early, prevent any cross-contamination as much as you can.
I see we've got Kieran McNulty here. Good morning, Kieran. Welcome to the Golden Shears 2020. This is the open wool handling class, and these wool handlers are about to throw. The neck got stuck. Chelsea, that's a lovely throw again. Young Candy Hitty, a little wee bit of overhang, and not a bad throw from Sam. These are well-grown fleeces, ladies and gentlemen, and because we have not had a lot of rain, there's not a lot of binding of the wool, and it makes them very, very difficult to throw. So when you're actually setting up your fleece on the board, it's that preparation that will save you here when you throw the fleece. Because if you just pull the fleece into you and grab it and throw it, you're going to end up with front legs coming off the table. So you need to keep everything, pull it into you before you start your pickup.
Thanks, so I'll just read out heat number 5. Rose Puma, Anna Braddock, Kieran Herbert, and Brittany Tibble. And heat 6, Lane Morrell, Joel Henry, Trini Waihapi, Tina Limini.
Just going back to what you were saying, Tuma, about the fleece and how challenging it is because of the weather conditions. At every competition that these wool handlers compete at, are they seeing different sheep? Are they seeing different fleece condition around the different parts of the country as well? Is that making it easier or harder coming into today?
Well, predominantly the shows that we have in the North Island are actually second shear, where all of the processing is done on the board. It's only with the long wool that we bring the tables out. I think there may be 4 shows in the North Island that are long wool, or the rest are second shear. Lovely throws down there on tables 3 and 4. Nice throw down here from Marika. It's a little bit loose. So these wool handlers, they have a wool handling circuit, and that's what they need to enter before they compete. And I think it's 4 second shear shows and 4 full wool shows. So they all go and do these, compete at these shows, and then they'll have like a major final for that. Probably this year.
Hello.
This time next year at the Golden Shears.
Might just jump in there if that's okay, Tuma, thank you. So press 1, Jarlin Benioni and Quinton Miller, okay. Piers pressing over here. Husband and wife, Ricky Stevens and Angela Stevens. Okay, very familiar. Presses, are you ready? Judges ready? On your marks, get set, go. Thank you, Tuma.
Thank you very much, Gerald. So back here on the wool handling, these wool handlers, the last fleece is about to come off. So now the preparation starts to begin for the cleanup. These South Islanders, they do a lot more full wool work than we do in the North Island nowadays. A lot of farmers in the North Island share 8 month and 6 month. So full wool really is not something that we do a lot of. Candy Hitty, that is a lovely, well-rolled fleece. So here we go. 1 minute and 10 seconds we'll start. We'll see the fireworks, and we've got to see a bit of running here from Wairarapa. Here we go. Come on, let's go, girls. You need to really get stuck in. Ooh, how's those throws down there, Rowena?
Yeah, nice throw on table 4 from Sam Gordon. A bit of local knowledge coming into play there. Again, a lovely one from Candy Hitty. Wee bit of overhang at the end, but she won't be flustered. She'll just carry on with her plan regardless and make sure she gives this final fleece her full attention.
Full attention is what's going on down here with Wairarapa Braddock. She's got a little bit of a smile. Come on, Wairarapa, you haven't got time to smile. We got Chelsea here, roll-up time for Chelsea. Loose fleece, so she needs to pay a lot of attention to that. There we go. We got the fleece in the faz. Chelsea's got the broom in hand. Oh, she's taking these other wool handlers to the cleaners, this girl from Gore. Under the table she works. Come on, this young lady from Ekitahuna. We got the young Masterton girl. Oh, she's chasing hard too. But it's the Chelsea collie. It looks like she might be the first. Samantha Gordon down there on table number 4. She's right there with her as well. Come on, guys. 1 minute and 10 seconds has already ticked by. Stop farting around. Here we go. Well done, Chelsea. Samantha. A little bit left for her to do, and she'll put her hand up. A lot of work on these fleeces. Well done,
Here
Samantha. So we've got Wairarapa from just up the road in Ekitahuna. She has a look around. Well done. Well done, wool handlers. Final touches for Candy. There we go. Well done, wool handlers. Nuki.
Thank you, Tuma. Heat 5, Rose Kuha, Anna Braddock, Kieran Herbert, Brittany Tibble. Just wait for the wall to be taken away and the judging to be fully done. Heat number 6, Lani Morell, Joel Henare, Funi Waihapi, and Tina Rimini.
Rightio, back down here at the pressing. Jarlin Benionis in the pressing.
Hi, welcome back. And as you can see, we're right in the middle. We've started the open wool handling heats, and it's racking on pretty well. We're on to heat number 4 already, and we've had some of the big names. One of the interesting things is that these fleeces look a little bit smaller than what we've had in the past through the novice and junior seniors. So, you know, these open, they may have got away with a bit of a lucky draw here. But I've got a guest with me today, and I'd like to introduce Tez Pawai. Tez, tell us about yourself. What are you doing here?
I'm living here in New Zealand at the moment. I'm originally, born and bred in Wales, and my father is from Dunedin in New Zealand, so I've sort of grown up coming over here and grown up in the sheds, really. So, yeah, I've emigrated here last year, and, loving it.
Oh, well done. Yeah. So, you competed at these 2020 Golden Shears.
Yes.
Tell us about that. How'd that go?
Oh, it was amazing. I just come here, just the first time at the Golden Shears, and just amazing venue, amazing amount of competitors, and I was in the last heat, so I had to watch in the junior heat, so I had to watch, and work myself up a bit. But it was awesome, and I didn't come here expecting anything, just for the experience, really, and I would recommend it to any junior or any grade shearer just to have a go. And it's nothing like nothing else in any other competitions. So
I think you're dead right about that. There's nothing else quite like Golden Shears, and people kind of think Golden Shears is just a bigger of everything else, but in fact it's a lot more than that. And this year with the 60th, we've got the evergreens. So some of those Snow Harrison. competed in the very first Golden Shears ever. I mean, how wonderful is that to get these, you know, and I don't like to say old guys, because I should be a little bit more respectful than that, but they're just beautiful treasures to have and to keep coming back, Tess. And I see that your mum just finished competing in the open wool handling. How do you think she went?
Oh, I think she did really well. Her first throw was amazing, and she just looked like she was having so much fun.
Yeah.
And, you know, we took part on the elite shearing course on Monday, Tuesday, and that just really helped us get your mind into gear, get your pattern, get your, you know, especially with the wool handling, just knowing what the judges are looking for and what they're looking at for at the back, and that really helped my mum to know what to take out and all that. So it was really good to do that. So I'd recommend going on any elite shearing course. Is it wool industry training courses now?
Yes, it is. And just going back to your mum, so she's been a Welsh representative at the Worlds. She has.
She's represented Wales twice now, I think. Or 3 times, I'm not sure. But yes, she's always trying to get on that team and always doing the circuits in the UK, and she does all the shows. And when I was growing up, I did do the shows, and it's just fun, I reckon, you know. And if you want to get into the teams or want to compete, you know, professionally or whatever, you know, it's good to go to them. And
it's all there, isn't it? Yeah, no, she did so well, and I'm really pleased that New Zealand is teaching the world how to do it better.
Yes, So I just want to shout out to all the Welsh fellas that are over here at the moment. There's quite a few young boys and girls competing, and just good on them for coming out here and having a go. And just like me, going to learn how to shear. And there's Sam Jones is in the junior final today, so good luck, Sam. And just good
cool. And what about for the people at home back in Wales?
Oh, just I think come out here if you want to learn how to shear or rousey. You know, it's such a good place. You just do this kind of thing that they're doing on the screen now every day, and you just learn how to do it, and you meet so many people doing it. So, and go on all the courses, like you just learn it. And
oh, fantastic. And you should greet them in your own native tongue, Tess. You really should.
Just hello pawb adre'n Gymru, pob lwc I bawb heddiw, cachwyl.
Oh, that's fantastic. Sounds beautiful. And I'm sure it meant beautiful things too. All right, so we're now going to head back into the stadium. We're on to heat 5 of the wool handling heats. And we've got some big names up there as well. We've got Karen Herbert, a past world representative for New Zealand. Anna Braddock, who's been coming through the ranks. She's been just smashing everything in front of her. Brittany Tibble, another one who's really come through the ranks, and she's doing so well. She's got a new little bubba that I had a bit of a cuddle out there with before. And on stand number 1, Rose Puha, who has been one of those trainers on the Industry Training Elite. So let's get down to the stadium and enjoy.
Fingers have been absolutely flying on the tables. We see Karen Herbert with the roll-up for the first fleece in the basket. See you later, son. Same for Brittany Timble. They'll be ready back to their shearer to start making sure their lines end up in the right baskets.
Is Rose a bit past it? She seems to be struggling. Okay, lovely throws down there, a little wee bit of overhang. This is when the pressure starts to kick in. That was actually a really good throw from Rose, because that fleece, I don't know, it just didn't hold together, kind of like a second shear fleece. So that was a really good throw from Rose on one. Not a lot of first pieces in there.
Here we go, Tumachi. Oh, the hands in there. What was that time? 9 minutes and 3 seconds. That is the quickest time so far. 9 minutes to pump that bale down. Waiting for the weights after that. Whoa, that's how it's done. They knew each other instinctively of what will work. Probably not a lot of preparation beforehand. It's just get up here and we'll make it happen. So
could we have Poland Greg Harmon, Jess Stewart, Tiana Phillips, Kevin Little? That's the junior wool-handling finalist to run straight after this open wool-handling. Could they comfortably announce the best in the draw and get her all sorted. Thanks. You need to report on those calls to the list.
Yeah, thanks very much, Noogie. Hey, once again, a big thank you to our sponsor, Farmlands Cooperative, and Woolpacks New Zealand. They've been a long-serving sponsor here in the pressing, and are really proud to partake that way. So, and the interesting thing is they are very interested in it. Normally the manager from down here, Calvin O'Reilly, he'll be in the audience somewhere, some stage, because he loves watching this pressing. And yeah, once again, a big thank you to you guys. So the finishing touches happening here on press 1 for Jarlin B. Leone and Quinton Miller. They've worked their way round, and it's clip-up time. So back to you, Tuma.
Oh, thank you, Gerald. Just another fleece has hit the tables. Anna Braddock. She's another one of these Braddocks. She's the little sister. She's having a really good run up there. If you have a look at the points up the top, those points will show you how these wool handlers are working around their shearers, making sure that the shearer has always got a nice, clean work area. And they also show the throws, how their throws are going, if their throws have been nice and flat, or if their throws have been a little bit over. So all of these wool hands, they generally have the same pattern around the shearers. Just some of them, it's all about basics, Rowena, getting the basics right. When you get a good basics, then you're good to go.
And one thing that we also see with these wool handlers is a lot of them will be competing against their mentor, competing against the person that showed them how to move around a table, where to lay out their baskets, which order to do things in. And I think that's really interesting. And we often see as the student progresses, they like to really take on their master, Tuma.
The wool handlers are working away with their shearer down the last side. 1 minute 10 seconds is the seal time. Rose is having a look at her shearer. I think she's giving him the evils to slow down, but no, sorry Rose, it doesn't roll like that. These shearers will not stop. Kieran Herbert looks like she's got a monster of a fleece. Young Brittany, table number 4, her fleece looks like a nice little fleece, as done the Shaz, young Adam Braddock. Let's see if these wool handlers use them or waste them. Lovely throw. A little bit of overhang here on 2. Rose got all hers on the table. How are you looking down there, Rowena?
Yeah, not a bad throw from Brittany Timble. A fantastic throw as well from Kieran Herbert. As you said, she had a monster of a fleece, just pausing after that initial throw to make sure she contains it onto the table, tries to spread it out, avoid any bunching as well. She'll be really pleased with that final throw.
Just watching Rose skirt around the top of her table. Brontosaurus pieces coming out. That's the pressure coming on from the 1 minute 10. Anna Braddock, long, ooh, lovely looking pieces there. Come on, roll up time. Kieran Herbert, she's biting the old lip. The pressure's on, and she knows Brittany Tibble. She's really taking it to these other young guns. So Rowena, Brittany, how does her pattern look? Does she look like she's organised down there?
She looks as though she has absolutely got it under control, frantically managing to get rid of all of the loose pieces of wool. There's no mucking around here. She knows she's got to go hard for the next wee while, and it'll all pay out in the long run. Still needs to give her table a wee bit of a shake there, get it all off the table. There we go, nice and contained at the front of her area. She'll put it all into a pile and then start shuffling it with her hands into her final basket.
Do you think that it would be better to leave some wool behind than to incur penalty time points? There we go, Anna Braddock.
It's really hard, I think, for the wool handlers because they don't have a handle completely. There we go, finish from Brittany Timble, fantastic effort from her. They don't have a handle on this 1 minute 10. There's no board they can look at to see that time. There's no countdown for them as well. So I think it comes down to experience and judgment. Where are those penalty points going to start dropping down to 1 per second? When do you just draw the line? Finish there from Kieran Herbert on table 3 as well.
Well done, Rose Puha. Okay, back to you, Nuki.
Open Woolhandling Heat 6. Lani Morel, Joel Henare, Kuri Waihoki, and Tina Avilani. Once the judging has all been done, you can head up the event. Heat number 7, Marianne Beatty, Jeremy Goodger, Hagen Corona, and Arnold Hargrava.
So I'll just let you know the weights from the last heat. So Ricky and Angela Stevens, we're looking for 160 and we come in with a 147.5. So well done to you guys. And Jarlin Benioni and Quinton Miller on press 1 there. Come in with a 158, ladies and gentlemen, 158. So it's a really good effort. So well done to you two teams. And we roll on.
Can we have our shearers to the board? We have the green light. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. Okay, table number 1 from...
All right, I'm going to take a bit of liberty today simply because I can. I thought this is such a cool heat. I really wanted to explain and work through this heat with you, the viewers, wherever you may be. So here we are. This is the 6th heat of the open Woolhandling. Now this has been a highly contested, very highly contested grade this year. So on stand number 1 we have Lani Morell. Now everyone knows Lani, daughter of Tina Remened, daughter of Dion Morell, champions in their own right. They've got it running through their veins. So she's preparing herself at the moment around that shearer. You've got the full view there. You can see now, look who she's right next to, Joel Henare. Now, Joel needs no introduction. I think he's been an 8 times winner of Golden Shears, 3 times world representative. Joel has done it all. He's not actually working in the industry at the moment. You know, he's found with a family that he needs to do other things. But look how he's setting up that fleece, getting that, being right on top of him, getting that medullated fibre, which is those hairy fibres from around the head, just making sure that they don't contaminate any shorter pieces that's going to contaminate that beautiful fleece. He's just making sure that it doesn't come close at all. Setting it up, that's the big thing for once they get to throw. Here they go, preparing to throw. Let's have a look. Lani, lovely, a little bit of overhang there. Joel, good, nearly pretty much near perfect. Funi Waihape on number 3. Let's have a look at this in slow-mo. These are the new toys we've got at the moment. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Unwinding, stretching it out. Beautiful throws, all 3 of them. And down the end, one of the masters, Tina Remene. So Tina, as I said, mother of Lani. But let's just watch Funi for a moment. She's a very accomplished wool handler. Alexandra, she's an expert in the fine wool, expert in the crossbreds. And if you take a minute to look at your screen, look down the bottom. You can see the number of sheep that need to be shorn. She's on sheep number 2, which is just about the last sheep she will shear, if I'm correct with this. Her time, she's sitting about in the middle. On the board, you can see there's probably half red, half green. So green means great, red means, she's clocking up some penalty points there, and they'll be evident on the screen as well at some point. And there's her total. So, she's sitting in the average at the probably 50 to 60% okay, or 50% at least. So that's just a bit of an explanation, and there you have a bit of a pie graph of how they all stack up against each other, and those are the points though without outside points, so it's only half the story. Let's just go back and see how they do this next fleece. Yeah, so much more control, so much more control. Little bit kind of hesitation held there by Lani, and as a result, her fleece didn't quite push out as much. Down the end, Tina, look at that. She's scrunching it in, compacting it, settling herself. Yes, beautiful throws. A little bit of overthrow for Tina, but nothing that she'll worry too much about. So the whole objective is to remove all the processing faults from this wool clip. Here's a beautiful vision of how clean Funi has her board at the moment. Every time that there is wool left on that board the size of a credit card, they're earning a penalty. So, it's not just about getting the work done, but it's getting it done in a way that is methodical and tidy. Here's Tina Remine. So she's on sheep number 3. Her time, she's probably just on the average. Her board points, this is telling me that perhaps her board points are just potentially a little bit higher than her mates. And that sits at the total as well, that last screen. And if you look on, now it's on my right, but it's on my left, but it'll be on your right. The totals, those are the points that we see at the moment. So Funi is sitting on 20 on the board, and who's Joel? 12. So, what we see happening is being reflected in the points. But we do have to remember there's a whole new set of judges that sit around the back that are going to also really take what they're given in terms of the baskets to make sure. Look at that beautiful throw by Joel. A little bit of overhang by Funi. She'll be disappointed in that. Tina's got hers on the table pretty well. Here's a bit of a replay of that. Tina's she's not hurrying. See her shearer's back out. She's saying, no, I'm going to get this right. Compacts it, turn, balance, out. Beautiful. Back to it. Joel's already got that third fleece off the table. But look at the cleanliness, look how tidy that is. And this is what you need in a shearing shed. There's so many wool fibres, so many different processing faults that you need to be totally organised to ensure that that beautiful piece of fleece wool there isn't contaminated by colour or short fibres. All we have to do now is get our marketing people in the wool industry to tell our great story, because this is a great story. Here's Lani Morell. She's not shy to this work. She's a beautiful little wool handler. She knows what she needs to do. Making that roll. Now the purpose of a compact roll is, now that probably got a little bit loose, but she's recovered well with that. And the purpose of a good roll is so that when it gets to the wool store, it's easy enough, if need be, for these fleeces to be unrolled and reassessed. Joel, let's watch his throw. Keeps it low, keeps it very low. Nice one for Lani as well. A little bit of overhang, maybe it wouldn't be one whole A3 paper, which is your measure of fault. Joel's got a little bit of bunching there. Nothing to be worried about. That looked like a lovely throw from Funi. So here she is working around. There's a whole lot. There's another 6 heats, I'm pretty sure. So, this might look good and they're doing a great job, but there's 6 other heats just got their eye on it as well. They've been working all year to get to this. Look at Joel. He's already on the clean-up. This man is so organised. So organised. He's thought about all of that. And those points reflect it. Look at that. 18 compared to a 45, to a 50. Well done, Joel. He's back here on a bit of a mission, actually. He, even though he's retired, he's going, no, I don't know if I'm quite finished yet. And sometimes that break away from the industry kind of gives you some renewed effort. But I was talking to him yesterday and he says, you know what, Mavis, this is where my heart is. And it's funny how sheep and wool and farming and the agri sector, it does get into your blood. It does really certainly start to own you. And as a result, you have people like Joel who works in a different industry, who makes time to get into the competitions again. Well, look, I've hogged that, and I'm going to now take you back to allow this to go back to the stadium. I hope you're enjoying it. Please give us some feedback, because on behalf of President Sam Saunders and his team, they have worked really hard all year to be able to bring you a fabulous 60th birthday Golden Shears. And real compliments need to go to Noise Productions. This Toby guy, he's a techo who is extraordinary. And that's, you can see it, it's all on your screen. Great graphics, great information. Thank you, Toby. So let's get back to the stadium.
Very good. Right, down here at the pressing, well, running time here, 7 minutes 35. And Cameron Hicks and Jerome Graham are off to a flyer. They have got to the...
Marianne Beatty, Jeremy Goodger, Hagan Corona, Aroha Garvin. Heat 8, Bill Green Shields, Paige Brown, Cherie Alabesta, Ricky Stevens. Heat 9, Sarah Higgins, Rachel Hutchinson, Penny Kitty, and Leona Smith.
That was good. 8:01. Wow. Cameron Hicks and Jerome Graham. And Jerome, that was his first go. He just powered through it. He's got a big frame and he's got those muscles in there doing his thing. Then we've got Jono here. I think Jimmy was doing the pressing because actually I just looked back at my notes and Jono Hicks, of course, yesterday we were looking for a 160 kg bale, and in the individual pressing this is, he pumped out a 173, I think it was. So he had plenty of power. Those days in the gym have served him well as far as power goes. He said, Jimmy, you get up there and get a feel of this wool.
Yes. Just to make an announcement, could the Evergreen finalists come and check in and receive your singlets and t-shirts? The Evergreen Woolhandling, Rangi Roycroft, Rose Puha, Dana Tahahu, and Waina Peniha. The Grade 2 Shearers, Peter McCabe, John Hand, Richard Pearson, Philip Woodward. Grade 3 Evergreen, Sid Tartana, Alan Brinson, Jeff Grengy, Hugh McCarroll, Ian Harrison, Ian Stewart. And the Grade 1 Russell Knight, Dave Brooker, Bruce Pankhurst, Stephen Cooper, David Hodge. If you could report in, please, that would be great.
Share expertise, wool handling, heat number 7. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. Okay, we have Marianne Beatty down here on table number 1. She was a member of the New Zealand team. And we have Jeremy Goodger on table number 2. Jeremy, if there was a master presser, this man would be one. Who have we got on table 4? Is it that Pagan Crodia, is it Rowena?
Yeah, it is indeed. From Alexandra, fantastic to see her compete in the World Champs in France in July last year, taking out the team title with Cherie Alabesta, who we'll see up on the board very shortly. And then Aroha Garvin from Australia as well. So good to see some Australian competitors coming through. Of course, I understand she is from New Zealand, Tuma, but more recently of Australia.
Yes, that's right. The Aussie dollar, it got a hold on there. It does it to a lot of the Kiwis, but a lot of them come home in the end. So we got Marianne Beatty. She's been a team member. I think it was her and Joel Henare. Then we got Jeremy Goodger. Jeremy has won the pressing title here maybe 15 plus times. I probably should really have a look in the book and know what I'm talking about instead of just guessing. And Pagan Claudia. Seen her up at the Māori Sports Awards when her and Sri Alabasta won the overall, the main award up there for the team's event. And we have Aroha Garvin. Aroha Garvin's been here when she was representing New Zealand, but now she's with the Australian. And look at that, if she was representing New Zealand, that wouldn't be there. It would have been on here.
Fantastic throws there by Jeremy Goodger and Pagan Kurodi. A nice one as well from Marianne Beatty on table one. Aroha just taking a wee bit of time to adjust to the loose fleeces here with a wee bit of overhang on the left side of the table. She's still managing to process it. She won't let it get to her. She'll just adjust for her second throw.
Okay, so we have the big hulking figure of Jeremy Goodger. He's been working out in the gym a lot lately, and he said he's been doing a lot of running.
And it looks as though we have a wool press that is being weighed over there, Gerard.
Thanks very much, Rowena. We just weighed a bale. They took, it was 8 minutes they paired that bale up. This is Cameron Hicks and Jerome Graham. So we're looking for that 160. They've done a 154. So it's they've got a lot of time points up their sleeve, and we'll see how that goes from there. Of course, the lighter the bale under the target, the more penalty points you lose, due to the fact that it's an easier job. You haven't had to put as much wool up, you haven't had to pull as much wool down, all those sorts of things. If it's a heavier bale over the target weight of 160, you lose less points per kg because you've had to work harder to get to that stage. So this is John O'Hicks and Jimmy Samuels. Then they are former winners here, and they have done a 163.0. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. I'll go back to the tables. Thank you, Rowena.
No problem, Gerald. We've seen our second fleeces on the table. Beautiful throw from Pagan Kurodi, a tiny bit of bunching at the end. Aroha Garvin just once again coming a bit unstuck by the New Zealand fleeces, being very loose at the moment with the long wool. How are we looking on your side, Tuma?
Marianne Beatty threw an absolute little honey. So we got Jeremy Goodger, he's running back to the table. This man has been doing a ton of running lately, and he said it's actually making him tired. But he does a lot of training. You'll see him on his Facebook. He starts training about 2 months before the Golden Shears starts. And that's what you have to do to become the pressing champion so many times. You've got to keep yourself in shape because you don't get any older, get any younger. So Jeremy reckons he's coming up to 40 shortly. He still only looks 25 to me. So here we go. Roll up time by Marianne Beatty. She's rolled up half that fleece, ready for the roll. She'll get that cheek wool. Don't want it to touch the fleece because they deem that as contamination. There's 3 categories that this comes into when you're sorting wool, and it's colour, length, and contamination. So we want the nice white wool away from the dirty wool, as you could say. So we have first pieces, second pieces, locks, eye clips, sock wool, belly, frib, maybe a little bit of stain. Marianne got a very loose fleece, places it down nicely. A good throw there from Jeremy. How's that throw on number 4?
Yeah, better throw there from Aroha, stepping around the table as we saw Tina Nevini do in the last final. Just making sure she can reach the end of that table. Still a little bit of overhang on the far side of the table from where she threw it, but much better than the first 2 throws. She'll be pleased with that. And another beauty from Pagan Kurodia on table 3. But Aroha Garvin just absolutely rocketing through her mahi today. She is making sure she's got as much time as possible up her hand to make her way back to her shearer and start sorting the wool on the board.
Well, just watching this young Marianne Beatty down here on table number 1. She's having a wonderful time with her shearer, her and her shearer. Some shearers and some wool handlers, they gel, some do, and no, they don't. But these shearers, they've been hand selected. These shearers have been selected for the way that they conduct themselves around the sheep, the control of the animal, and actually trying to keep that fleece together as you shear it off the sheep. You'll get some shearers, they'll be shearing and the sheep starts kicking and ripping the fleece to bits. Well, these shearers here, they are hand selected for the Golden Shears by Patty Mason, Shear Expertise, the sponsor of this event. So thank you very much to Patty. Marianne Beatty, she's doing a little bit of what Joel did. She's just working away under the table. She's got a little wee bit of time while that shearer works his way down the last side. So that's these strategies that come into play. These young mind games, always thinking, always thinking. So here we go. We've got the 4th and final fleece, Rowena.
Yes, we do indeed, and I think it's going to be Marianne Beatty with the first throw. No, here we go. Aroha Garvin making her way up to the table as well, and all 4 of them will practically throw together. Fantastic effort from all of our wool handlers, and beautiful throws right across that board, Tuma.
Well, it's the 1 minute 10 seconds, Rowena. The 1 minute 10 seconds starts as soon as the shearer pulls the cord. No time to make friends. And we've got the big Jeremy Goodger, the rose amongst the thorns up here. Come on, Jeremy. You need to get a wriggle on, my man. We've got Pagan Karodia, New Zealand team member.
Roll-up time for Aroha Garvin on table number 4, already in the basket. I told you, Tuma, she is absolutely on fire here today.
Well, she needed to just warm up. Come on, you other wool handlers. Marianne, Jeremy, Pagan. Pagan's a true quality wool handler. She will not let anything else phase her. Look at her, the way she's looking at that fleece so lovingly, thinking, oh, you're a beauty, you're a nothing, a 0 at the back. Here we go. Brim in hand, Jeremy Goodger. He'll start swinging the old taiha around shortly. Here he goes. Marianne Beatty, she's got the brim in hand. Pagan pushes the table out of the road. Get out of the road. But that Aroha Garvin, she doesn't want to lose their time points, Rowena.
No, she doesn't indeed. Hasn't given her table a shake though, so still a bit left up on there, but frantically sorting the wool at the end of the table. Grabbing the final bits now. And hand up from Aroha Garvin. Pagan Karodia joins her as well.
I think Marianne was just a little bit quicker.
Yeah. Oh, I tell you what, it is so tight in this competition.
I think there's a little bit more urgency with these wool handlers. Okay, Nikki, who's our next heat?
Heat number 8, Golden Shears, Paige Broush, Cherie Alabaster, Ricky Stevens. Heat number 9, following this will be Sarah Higgins, Rachel Hutchinson, Penny Kitikiri, Leonora Smith. Heat 10, Misha Atkinson, Monica Putai, Maxine Pugh, Priscilla Abraham. And heat number 11 will be Ronnie Goss, Waina Penia, Carmen Smith, and Ratapuri Moore. That's the 11 heats to come, thanks.
Rightio, down at the pressing, still in the piers, we've got this heat and 2 after this to do. So on press 1, Denise Langlands and Catherine Maluli. On press 2, Tafetu Brown and Cody Lambert. Are you ready, pressers? Judges ready? On your marks, get set, go. So you may be thinking, this piers pressing, where's the mixed piers? Is this a different grade for the woman? No, there's one grade. That's what I'm trying to get across. There's one grade here. If you're big enough and brave enough, you jump on here and have a go at the piers pressing, and that's how it rolls. So they're rolling up the top boxes to get the pins in. Why would they do not that and not just bend over and dive their head in and sort of shuffle it round? 1, it is easier, but 2, longevity and well-being, okay? Get it up to a good height, get down, put the pins in instead of diving over and carrying on, all right? So these are some of the things that the judges are taking care of. Once again, opening the door here. Denise says, yeah, we'll open that door, put that in. You've got to keep good contact, points of contact when you're putting the top box down and up, because there's a bit of weight in that top box if you've never lifted one before, okay? It looks like poetry in motion, but when you watch a shearer, for example, it looks like poetry in motion. But if you held onto a handpiece and you've never done that in your life, you'd jump backwards straight away, you touch it, you think, oh, what's that all about?
Okay, Gerald, we're about to get heat number 8 underway. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go.
Just while you're there, could we have the evergreen finalists please come forward? There's grade 3, grade 2 and grade 1, and also the evergreen Woolhandlers that made the final. Thanks, Thomas.
Thank you very much, Nuki. So we're on to heat number 8. We have 11, so 3 to go. Table number 1 from Taumaranui, but now living in Australia. Bill Greenshields, great to see Bill here. He's working over in Australia. I said, when are you coming home, mate? He reckons, no, not yet. But good to see him here for the 60th anniversary. He was here at the 50th, I think, and it's good to see him here. We have Paige Brausch. She's from a little place called Parongaho that's out on the coast. A good little wool handler. Haven't seen Paige for a while, but great to see her up there. Table number 3, we have
Shearing Alabaster, yes, school teacher from Taihape, well used to being up here at the Golden Shears, also competing internationally. We saw her and Pagan Karodia, who was in the last heat, take out the world teams titles in Lidora in France in July. Fantastically working together. Great to have her back once again. That sheep starts to kick. She'll be sending it into the corner for 10 minutes like the school teacher she is. And we also see Ricky Stevens on table number 4 from Napier. We saw his wife Angela, daughter of Johnny Kay, the legendary shearer in one of the earlier heats. They then went and competed together in the wool press, and now all of the love goes away and it's back to competing against each other once again in this wool handling. Ricky will be the first to throw, and it's a beauty. A little bit of overhang on this side. Fantastic from Cherie Alabaster. Bit of overhang as well, but we're seeing a lot of that this morning with these loose fleeces, Tuma.
Yes, it's making me wondering if these wool handlers are not treating these fleeces with the respect they deserve when they're setting them up. It comes down to the setup. When you set up, you need to make sure that you bring the fleece into you. Some of them are just pulling them straight back, and that's where you're ending up with the front legs hanging over the side. But we've got this young Ricky Stevens, Rowena. He went to the Taumaranui show and he ended up winning the open wool handling there.
Yeah, indeed. Who was it he managed to beat in that one? Joel Henare. There would have been some other big names there as well. A big confidence boost for him.
Oh, definitely. It's one of these things, you know, once you break through, you just want to look at how you can work better on that and get better. But Ricky's one of these guys, he's come through the grades. I think he started doing the wool handling for the triathlon, but then he found that he could win and beat his wife. And he's got to be able to do one thing better than his wife.
I wouldn't have liked to be in their household when that conversation was taking place, though. Walking a very fine line there. Roll-up time for Cherie Alabaster. She manages to pause and just go back and see her shearer, make sure she gets that top wool that's hollow, make sure that is separated so that it doesn't make any flecks in the carpet or whatever garment it goes to create. All of our fleeces now in the baskets and the shearer and the wool handlers getting ready for their second throw of the competition. Here we go. Ricky Stevens on table 4 will be the first. Holds it together a lot tighter than he did in the first one, as does Bill on table 1. Bit of overhang from Paige on table 3, and again the same for Cherie Alabaster. Challenging fleeces we're seeing today, Tuma.
The very, very well-grown fleeces. These wool handlers are working away. Gerald, how are you getting on down in the pressing arena?
Yeah, well, she's wind up time down here on press 2. Tawhitu says that's the story. We've got to balance that box as it goes up. Make sure we're not losing time where everything starts jiggling around the place and we're getting a whole lot of, friction going on. So the bit of a tidy up job here. Cody Lambert says, yes, we have to get that wool in nice and tight. Okay, you have that hanging round. It's not tidy, it doesn't present the bale well, and it doesn't pull down as well. When it comes to later on, okay, that's the key. When it comes to later on, they try driving those pins through to hold that 160 kgs of wool in the bottom box so they can clip it off. It gets in the way big time. And you'll see them the odd time when they have to have that 2 or 3 goes at it, boom, 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 to get it through. That is why, okay, that loose little wool ends up getting in the slides of the cap that's at the top at the moment. Okay, a bit of a chat going on the press one here. I don't think it's about having a cup of tea, but just, yeah, once again, first time for Denise Langlands, and Catherine saying, yeah, well, go and grab the cap over there, darling, get that over here, please, and just tidy it up around the corners. Look busy anyway. Just make out you're working at Burger King or McDonald's, and just don't stand still. Just keep moving your feet and look productive. Anyway, we saw it a wee minute ago with Cam and Jerome. Jerome was the first go, and they come home with an absolute ripper of a time and a good bale weight. So plenty of action here. So this young fella, Cody Lambert, does the second check. Quite a wise thing to do. Square off the top box. He can feel there's way too much pressure coming on this arm and strain coming from him. Something's not right. The rope's not right. The top box is not square. There's something not right. It's very similar to before when I was mentioning John O'Hicks and Jimmy Samuels. Is how do they know it's 160 kgs of wool in that bale? They're sensing it under their feet, the pressure and the spring of the wool. And all wool types and the likes are different. As we're starting to hit the floor now, ladies and gentlemen, Te Whetu's come as the cavalry. Right, boom, boom. It's that sound of it hitting the floor. It just gives you that wee bit more adrenaline and think, yep, we're making ground. We're heading the right way. There's going to be some wool in there. It'll be interesting once we get that weighed up later on. Great event, the Piers Pressing, and once again a big thank you to Farmlands and Woolpack New Zealand that have been involved here for numerous years. So Catherine Malurley says, okay, I've got that up and done. We'll swing that round. Once again, we've got to get some housekeeping done here, ladies and gentlemen. See all this stuff hanging around? That has to be tidied up. In this case, they could pull it off and chuck it into this heap, but they're thinking, no, we want 160. It's going to go into the bale. Okay, hence they're going to drive it in there and try to sit that down nice and square and you know, with the bottom box. This
Russell Knight, Stephen Cooper, David Hodge from the Evergreen, Grade 1, Alan Britson, Hugh McCarroll, Ian Stewart from Evergreen Grade 3, John Hand and Philip Woodward. Please report in to the bottom of the stairs to get your singlet and to make sure you're here. Thanks.
Thank you, Nuki. Well, we're down to the last fleeces on the board, and back to the board goes Bill on stand 1 for the last week tidy up. Now he's got the fingers going, Rowena. She's all go. It's razzle dazzle time. It's going to be the old big sweep up.
Yeah, exactly. Just over 30 seconds left before 40 seconds before we hit that 1 minute 10 that they've got for the seal time. Cherie Alabaster, Susan Campaigner absolutely has this in hand. She's been here before, done that, won a lot of competitions in her time, and just absolutely flying with that broom. She will not take the whole 1 minute 10 to finish up, must be said. Ricky Stevens not far behind as well. Paige on table 2 gives her table a wee bang there, as does Bill on table 1. Final clean-up, bit of fluff there, just outside that 1 minute 10 seal time now, so our competitors will be flying to make sure every second counts and every point does not get added onto their tally tuma.
Well, 1 minute and 10 seconds is not a lot of time, really. Well done, Cherie Alabaster. Bill Greenshaw's here on stand number 1 on table 1 and 1. He'll be the next to finish. He's down there. Still got a good pattern, eh? Good sharp pattern, Bill. Good to see you back here in the good old Aotearoa. Paige Broush. Finishing touches for her. She's not too far away from being finished. And looks like Ricky's happy. Not bad points up top, Ricky. There we go. Well done, Nuki. Can we have our next heat?
Number 9, Sarah Higgins, Rachel Hutchison, Penny Kitty, Leonora Smith. That's heat 9. In heat 10 will be Leisha Atkinson, Monica Pontai, Maxine Pugh, Krishna Abraham. In the final heat will be Ronnie Goss, Waina Penia, Carmen Smith and Ratsu Moore. Thanks.
Right, there's still lots of action happening down here. We've got some girl power, ladies and gentlemen, as they pump this last 3 or 4 down. I hear the crowd saying, come on, D, come on, girls. Is there any more? You don't have to stop just because I jump on the mic. Come on, girls, you got 2 or 3 to go. Oh, and they missed the click. You've got to watch that. There's going to be some wool in there when we put this on the scales, I'm sure. One more. It's like with a personal trainer, isn't it? One more. Come on, one more sequence. That'll do her. Now the top box is going to come off. Take a breather. Go and brand the bale, please, D, and get that all sorted up. Do some light duties and catch your breath. Tawhetu says, Pin's been there, done that. Normally pulling them out, it just does remind me of the opening day of duck shooting down in Southern as all guns start blazing at 7 o'clock in the morning on the first Saturday of May. The bale's out. Firu locks it down. And they say that's a day, and the timekeeper tells me she's 12 minutes 39. So some time points lost there to some of the other teams, but once again, there's lots of facets of how you're going to make your way to the semi-final later on this afternoon. So,
Oh, Gerald, we have a green light. Good to see these shearers up there wool handling. Open class even. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. Thank you very much to our open wool handlers for getting up there quick, smart, getting organised, getting ready. We have Sarah Higgins on stand. Now, table number 1. Sarah was in that group of wool handlers, that group of shearers that set a record just not too long ago, shore over 2,000 sheep. Wonderful effort from those young ladies. Rachel Hutchinson from Australia, table number 2. You watch these Aussies, they have a little bit of a different system, but they are very, very efficient with their wool.
Hi, look, welcome back. Heat 9 of the open wool handling heats, and you've certainly got a heck of a lot of action out there. We've got Sarah Higgins, and she's probably more renowned as a shearer. You've got Rachel Hutchinson, love it when the Aussies come, and they come with everything. Penny Kerekere, who a coastie girl, and she's another one who's a great supporter. And next to her, also from the coast, Lenore Smith. We're getting into the heats now, but look, it felt right to have a little bit of a chat. I'm really, really, really honoured to have sitting next to me someone that knows no introduction to me, but possibly for you. So, Peter, why don't you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about you?
Okay, thanks, Mavis. Pete McKay's my name. I started coming down the Golden Shears in about 1970. And I, excuse me, I shore right through till 1986, I think it was, and I started running the Morrinsville show at the same time, and my wife and I ran that for 18 years. And then I came back down here in 89 and 90 for the goat shearing invitation, and shot straight back to run the Morrinsville show on the Saturday morning after that. And it's been great competing down here, and had the privilege of 2013 of being asked to judge back down here. That was really really awesome after all those years of competing, and then to get asked back down here for judging.
Yeah, so Peter, you actually won a title here, didn't you?
Yes, I won the goat shearing in 89. and the veterans in 2015.
Yeah, so how cool is that? And you keep coming back. Look, I know things have changed since those early days for you, Peter, because now look at us, here we are watching the open wool handling. What's your thinking about all of this?
Oh, everything's changed since way back in the 70s, and more streamlined, and Golden Shears is a feather in the cap to the way they run things down here, and it's just awesome.
Yeah, isn't it awesome? And look at the skills. I mean, because you're a blade shearer too, aren't you?
No.
You don't blade?
Russell Knight, he does a bit of blade.
Yes, of course. Russell's name always comes up.
Yeah.
Okay, but you've been in the game. You've seen the way wool handling has started to take its place.
Yeah, definitely.
In the competitions.
Yes.
Yeah, and the wool pressing as well.
Yes, it's great to have a combination of everything here all in one stadium, and it's just awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome. And so, look, Peter, I just want to. You're in the Evergreens final.
Yep.
That's going to be on very shortly.
Yep.
Thank you for joining me for a tad just to watch and understand you a bit better.
Yeah.
And we wish you all the best.
Yep. No,
and we look
you,
forward to seeing you next year.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Yep.
great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So look, what we might do, we might just stay here, Peter. Why don't you help me? Just let's watch these wool handlers. I'd love to have your commentary on, what you see and how you see it. Isn't it amazing, the technology where we can actually almost be right on the stage with these competitors?
It is. It feels like you're right there in the front row. The cameras, everything.
That's
the
right.
Technology is amazing, yes.
So this is Sarah Higginson we're watching here. She's been, that was Rachel. Oh, yes, so great camera work.
Yeah.
But we're there with Sarah. Now, she's also done some pretty handy shearing, hasn't she? Was she on the Shears program?
I'm not sure, was she in the women's record or not?
She wasn't in the record,
okay,
but I think Sarah's certainly done her time and been quite an active support for women in the shearing roles, hasn't she?
Yeah, too right.
But look at that, she can do it all.
Yeah. There's
Beautiful hands.
A lot of women shearers around now that they're competing, and they're very clean, and it's awesome to see them all up there.
Yep, and here we have Rachel Hutchinson. Now, she's represented Australia a couple of times, actually, in the World Championships, and it's lovely to have her back. She's just one of those really friendly, lovely girls who works hard.
Yeah.
It's so different in New Zealand to Australia. Let's see how she throws that fleece. Yeah, not too bad. What do you reckon as an expert shearer, Peter?
Looks pretty good to me, yeah.
It was on the table, eh?
Yeah, nothing hanging off the edges.
So here's a replay. Yeah. She turns. Sometimes you just got to balance yourself and see how it's all up the top end, just a little bit bunched. Yeah, that's good for her. She can sort that out for next time. Yeah. And then now we have on the next stand Penny. So Penny's a coastie girl from up the East Coast. Yeah, been around for a long time, a great competitor. I'm not sure whether she's had too many representative opportunities, but she's certainly had her time in a number of the finals. So she's one of these competitors that just keeps pushing, keep people honest, really.
Yeah.
Great in her work.
You never know on the day, isn't it?
You never know on the day.
Yeah.
And this here, there's a picture of Adam Broush, so he's one of the resident shearers today under the Shear Expertise banner. Paddy Mason's done an awesome job of bringing together shearers who, of equal ability, who can keep things well controlled with sheep.
Yeah, and keep the pace between them too.
That's right. Yeah. That's right, and that's Lenore Smith down the end there. So she's been a strong competitor for a number of years too. Her sons have come up through the grades. Of course, Dino Smith, everyone knows Dino.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Bit of a speed shear king he is.
Yeah.
So lovely to have them. Let's just see how she goes. Yeah. Well, sorry, my friend, but that's a bit of a annoying thing when you're...
Yeah, it could be a few points there, yeah.
That'll be a few. Yeah. So it's for every A4 piece of paper, that's going to be a penalty.
Yeah.
Have you seen down the bottom some of the clever graphics that keep coming up? It sort of gives you a bit of an indication of where that competitor's sitting compared to the others.
Yeah, yeah.
So more green is good.
Yes, yes.
More red is not so good.
Yeah. Amazing technology, yeah.
Fabulous technology. So look at this. Rachel's finished. She's got it all rolled up. Oh, look. Oh, come on, Rachel, top of the board. We can do this because no one else, she can't hear us. But there, now she's seen it. So if she'd have left that there, she would have attracted something like maybe 5 or 6 penalty points for that.
Okay.
A credit card.
Yeah.
There, she's finished. She says, well, take that, I've done. Takes great organisation to finish quickly like that, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
Okay, well, look, Peter, we've come to the end of that heat.
Yep.
Thank you so much for hanging out with me for a little while.
Fine. Yeah.
And all the best for your final that's coming up. We'll make sure to watch you.
Okay.
All right, back to the stadium. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that'll be a real challenge for the teams.
Oh, it'll be awesome. It's always good when the Australians come over. We treat them very, very well here. We try not to eat them, so they're treated very well. But here we go. Sarah Higgins, her time is nearly taken. She's just pulling out those longer bits away from all the second cuts and stuff. They go into their own little basket as well, their own little process, and she'll put her hand up. There we go. Well done, Sarah.
Just waiting on Penny on table 3, just sorting her final baskets there. There we go, hand up.
Nuki. Oh, Nuki's gone missing again.
Hard to find good help these days, Toma.
It's just hard to find Nuki.
Heat 11 following that will be Ronnie Goss, Penny Carmen Smith and Wairarapa Moore. And then we'll move on to the junior Woolhandling finals, followed by the Evergreens finals, both Shearing and Woolhandling. So a quick setup, please, wool handlers. Alicia, Monica and Kushla.
Sheer Expertise are the sponsor of the Open Woolhandling. What a wonderful amount of entries we have had this morning. 11 entries, 11 heats. I think we're going down to the top 12. Don't quote me on that.
Right, I'll just give you some weights from the last heat. So Tawhetu Brown and Cody Lambert. So we want the 160. They did 164, folks. So that's well done to that crew. And we had Denise Langlands and Catherine Maluli. And it took them a while to pull this down, the pair of them, of course, didn't it? And at 168.5. So too many coffees this morning before they turned up with their plate of porridge. Right, I think that leaves us 2 heats to go.
We have a green light. We have a green light. We'd love to see that green light, Gerald. We may need another set of baskets and stuff because I think that's where we're getting slowed up a little bit is with these baskets. The open wall handlers are not taking much time to set them up.
I might just get this started while you're there, Tuma. So on press 1 here, we've got Higi Tohungaroa and we've got Ray Tuman King. Down here we've got a couple good shearing mates from Pongaroa area, Callum Pritchard and Caleb Nelson. Presses are ready, judges ready, on your marks, get set, go. Thanks, Tuma.
Okay, this is for the Woolhandling. Timekeepers ready, shearers, get set, go. Well, Rowena, we're coming down to it. We've got one more heat left after this. Table number 1 from just up the road, a little place called Eki Tahuna, we have Alicia Atkinson. Table number 2, she co-commentated yesterday down in the pressing arena. She'll probably go back down there after this. She's from Milton, Monica Portai.
On table number 3, we have Makai Pui from Raitihi, of course, the town that was basically cut off when State Highway 4, the Patapatas had a big slip in last year, or it might have even been the year before. Nice and easy to travel down to compete now. And Kushla Abraham, well-known name in these circles from a Masterton hometown girl competing here on table number 4.
Well, we have the shearers stepping up the neck. They got to get that medullated fibre out from around the head and the cheeks. Then the shearer will start dropping down to the long blow. The wool handler realistically should be going behind the shearer. See if there's any wool there. If there is any, get rid of it. The shearer should be shearing on a nice clean area, so there's no cross-contamination of anything. Then once the shearer turns to the last side, that's when the wool handler can start setting up the fleece. So these wool handlers, it's all about repetition. But if you have a bad throw, and that can come from a bad setup, then you're kind of on the back foot and you know, it kind of slows you down. And there's nothing worse than when you're used to doing things at a rhythm and then you mess it up. Nice throw on table number 2. Alicia Atkinson, a little bit of bunching. How are we looking down there, Rowena?
Yeah, great throw from Kushla Abraham, but that far side just starting to unwind a wee bit. They really are some loose fleeces. You've got to make sure those legs are well tucked in. Bit of overhang from Mackay on table number 3 as well. Of course, Kushla, a part of the Gordon family from here in Masterton, has already competed in the wool press this morning with her brothers. It was brother and sister against brother and brother, so no love lost between them. Yes.
She's one of these wool handlers. So round the head work these shearers, wool handlers right there. Get back to your fleeces, wool handlers. Cushion.
Well, he's been a real busy boy because he's actually part of the crew. He's a crew that, for every bale that's made, that they've got to unmake, okay? And not just unmake and place it there, they've got to unmake and fluff it all up. And that means it's going to go round and round and round. And Ray is part of one of those men that are doing that. So a big thank you to Ray. But hey, he's going to have a go here. He's one strong boy. And he's up here with Peggy and they're going to give it heaps. Anything can happen at the Golden Shears. You can't rest on your past, I can tell you that. And these two mates, well, this is their first time having a go in the pressing. So they're banging these corners down, but they did a big truck and trailer earlier on where they linked arms in here and they'd done a heap of knitting and crocheting and all those sorts of things and joined it all together. And then it was a big whoop and just about filled the whole box in one hit. They're young and strong, so sometimes at that age it's just work harder. Don't worry about being smart about it, just get the job done. Age brings a wee bit of, wisdom and smartness about it when you change it to, I'll work smarter, not harder. But when you're young and full of adrenaline and power and muscle, oh, we won't worry about that. You just box on. Your father tells you otherwise, but you said, no way at age 23 to 25 or whatever it might be, I am full of power. So they truck and trailer 2 huge big bundles out of this pile here and hardly anything left now. Here's the big wind up. No teamwork here. You get on the broom, young fella. We'll talk about that later on. Putting you on the broom in front of a couple of hundred people here in the stadium. Bit of a tidy up job. What's happening? How's Ray going? He's still got some powerlifting in his body.
Gerald, we just got another fleece to hit the table. Gerald, Maxine turns around. Oh, lovely throw on table number 2. How's it looking down there on 4?
Yeah, good throws on 3 and 4 as well. Just a small bit of bunching, but they've managed to adapt to these fleeces, managed to tuck those legs under and make sure there isn't as much overhang as we saw in the earlier throws. Great to see some more schools coming in here to the shears as well, Tuma. Some more young minds to start to fall in love with shearing and wool handling and wool pressing as well. But as you were saying, Tuma, about how these athletes are making their way around the table, it gets me to thinking they must be pretty good in a kitchen as well, because they're so used to juggling so many different things, knowing where they're up to on their fleeces, knowing where their shearer is at, jumping back and forth between the two, a bit like putting together a 5-course meal.
Well, I tell you what, a lot of these older ones probably were, but since they've had fast food, I think a lot of that has gone out the window, Rowena. So here we go. We've got Monica Portai working away. Look at her hands, really putting in that grunt. Maxine Pui here on table number 4. Roll-out time. That's the way, Maxine. Keep the hammer down. Keep it going. Kushla Abraham gives the table a bit of a bang. All the second cuts fall through to the ground underneath the table, and that's where we want them. We do not want them in that fleece wool. Leisha Atkinson, roll-up time for her. Nice, tight, compact roll, Leisha. Ooh, it might be a little wee bit loose, but she's happy with it. She's an experienced wool handler. And this is the last fleece, Rowena. Let's see how these wool handlers go.
Yeah, indeed. Here we go. Last throw for Monica on table 2. Not too bad. Just a bit of bunching, though. A lovely throw from Mackay on table 3. A little bit of overhang for Kushla on table 4. How are we looking on table 1, Tuma?
Table 1, the front legs. Both front legs come over the side. It's not a big deal. Leisha Atkinson, very, very astute, very focused wool handler. She's just working her way around. Leisha, keep it going. Monica, come on, Monica. I hear a lot of support for you. Let's get in. Let's make it into that quarterfinal. We're taking through 16. The top 16 will go through into a quarterfinal later on this afternoon. Maxine, you've had a fairly good day, fairly good morning here this morning with your wool handling. But it's Monica Portai. Roll-up time for her. Come on, Monica. I can hear the support. Is anybody here from Ekarahuna? Make a bit of noise for Lisa. Come on, Lisa, get the broom in hand. We got Maxine Pui. She's upping the tempo. Masterton, Kushla's down there, table 4. Get in behind her. Rowena, this is how it should be.
Yeah, nice fleece roll up there from Kushla. Now she's going to make sure the clean-up is nice and efficient as well. Quite a lot of work to do there under the table when we look and see that your end of the course is a lot closer to finishing, Tuma.
Here we go. Here we go, Monica Portai. Her hand is up. Alicia's not too far away. There we go. Well done, Alicia. We've got Maxine Pui down there, table number 3. Finishing touches for her. There we go. Put her hand up like the old John Travolta in Staying Alive.
Kushla raises the hand there, and that's where we see at the end of the competition all of the work they've done on the way through, making sure things are as tight and as accurate as possible, really comes to fruition.
Just one more hit to go, hit 11. Ronnie Goss on the front stand. Penny Hart, Andrew Smith, Rada Brickmore.
Yeah, well, I was just going full-time a wee minute ago, John. Don't get in Ray's way. This man right here putting these pins in, he was pulling that down. I mentioned it before, but I need to add a bit more, 5 spices to that bit of colour TV. That man has got some power in his body. He was swinging off that. Underneath it, he had to get that down. There must be some will in there, because he's a strong boy and he had to really give her some stick. And then Peggy come along into the last 5 or 6 smackdowns, but he doesn't give in. He's been busy all day, all day yesterday with his mates and all this morning, unravelling every single bale and fluffing it all back up so it's as even as possibly can for the next competitors. And here he is having a go now, and he's giving it everything. I hope he leaves a wee bit, because we still need him. We've got a big program on today. Peggy says, I'll hold this over him. Just bang that through there, mate. He just gives it one little twist, which means it's a well lined up bale. All the preparation before this moment has been correct. And the 2 mates from Pongaroa, this shearer boy, says, hey, We're in Masterton. Let's have a go at the peers pressing. And so they should. Where are the clips? They're around here, that's right. These shearers, they haven't been helping out the presser the odd time. Big job pressing in the wool shed, one of the biggest jobs to be done. It's they don't have the pleasure in a wool shed of just doing the pressing. They're also the sheepo. Okay, the sheepo is the man that fills the pens up. So they've got to fill the pens up for the shearer, that's the catching pens, and the pens behind. Normally the farmer will bring them to the wool shed itself out of the covered yards. But up to the shed, that's up to the presser. And then, of course, he's got to look after the smoko. He's got to put the kettle on. He's got to look after the frying pan, have everything organised that when it's knock-off time, the shearers and wool handlers can sit down, take a bit of a break. He'll have a bit of a catch-up of oddments and wool and start getting some bales down. Normally at lunchtime, he will load all the pens up again so he gets a good run after lunch. You've got to be really on the case. It is a super big job.
Okay, we have a green light for the wool handling. This is for the wool handling. Last heat, 11 heats of sheer expertise, open wool handling, elimination heats. Timekeeper ready. Shearers, get set, go.
Can we have all novice pressers, please? All the ones that want to go on the novice pressing to report here now, thank you, to the table. Okay, you'll know who you are. Who we got there? We've got Bruce Grace, Topia Barracliff, Quinton Miller, James Noble and James Prestige.
Well, Rowena, I'm just looking down the board at how these wool handlers have set up their bins. None of them have got the same setup.
No.
So they've all got a very different pattern in their heads of where they want to place everything.
And also, on a similar vein, how they set up their tables. Some of them have them straight in line with them. Others have them on a wee bit of an angle, as we see here on table 4 as well. I guess it's like tomato, tomato. How you say it, how you set it up, it's how you've been taught. And you can still make tweaks as you go, but as long as you're comfortable, you have a bit of a second sense as to where everything is. And it's only if it gets out of place that you get in strife.
Yes, you're dead right. That is a very good way to put it. And a lot of these wool handlers, they do change every now and again. Someone will come with a new and innovative way to do something, and then everybody does it. But we have Rautapu Moore there on table number 4. She's from Seddon down in the South Island. We have Carmen Smith from Waipukaro. Table number 3. Waina Peniha, local lady Masterton. Haven't seen Waina for a while, but lovely to see you. And on table number 1, one of my favourites, Ronnie Gross from Mangamahu. Well, Ronnie Gross had a near perfect throw. I see the judge, he's looking around, but there's nothing to look at, Miles. Here we go, table number 2, Waina. Little bit of a bunching up the top of the fleece, nothing too severe. Carmen, how was Carmen's throw?
Yeah, great throw. Just a tiny bit of overhang, that front leg just sneaking out very slightly, but again, only very slight. It was an excellent first throw. And also from Ratapu on table number 4, she had an absolute honey of a fleece, well tucked in, and she'll be very pleased to get that one under her belt and start making her way back to the board to kind of clear as she goes with her shearer on sheep number 2.
I'll just dive in there for a minute. So the last lot of bales to be weighed, because I'm getting queried from the audience, which is really good. So people are showing a lot of interest in all the great activities that are going on here. So that's Callum Pritchard and Caleb Nelson. So they're on this press here, those couple young, strong, strapping lads. They've done a 148.5, okay? We were lining up 160. So in that case, they're going to lose a few points due to it's a lighter bale, so it's an easier run. Then we've had Peggy Toa Garona, and it was Ray, of course, and you would have saw Ray swinging off this thing here, right all the way down there until Peggy turned up to give him a hand. And there's a reason for that, because they did a 165. kgs, ladies and gentlemen. So that was a really, really tight bale. So well done to them. Back to the wool handling. Thank you.
Okay, we have our second fleece coming off the board. Ronnie Gost. Ronnie just made an exhibition with that first fleece, just rolled it out. She was like a shearer. A little bit of overhang, a bit bigger fleece that one, so a little bit more work. Waina. Lovely throw, a little wee bit of overhang. Anything the size of an A4 sheet of paper is 1 point. So she probably lost 3 or 4 points there.
Over to table 3, Carmen. Possibly lost a few points as well. A little bit of bunching and 1 bit of overhang. And Ratapu just with a wee bit of overhang as well, with that front left shoulder making its way off the table. But again, it doesn't matter. They've got their plan. They're sticking to it. They're into their work without giving it a second thought.
So Ronnie Goss down here on table number 1. Ronnie is the mother of Sarah Goss, the Sevens rugby player. Now Sarah's married. I'm not sure of her married name.
Hirini.
There you go.
And of course we saw son Simon competing in the speed shear last night as well. Didn't manage to come through as well as he has. He's been shearing very, very well lately. Just managed to get a sheep that kicked out, coming through with 38 seconds, so wasn't too impressed with that.
Yeah, you did right. That sheep, she was a bit of a BITC something.
Children, Tuma. Children in place.
Trying to keep it nice. So here we go. Ronnie Goss coming down the last side. She's starting to set up her fleece. This is the 4th and final fleece. So get in behind your favourite wool handlers, ladies and gentlemen, because these wool handlers, this is their chance. And really show your support for them. That looks like a big fleece from Carmen Smith's going to have on table number 3. Waina gives her table a bang. She doesn't want to cross-contaminate anything. Lovely throw from Ronnie. Oh, one more in the pen.
There we go.
Oh, golly, me getting a bit ahead of myself.
Third throw is coming through for Ratapu and Carmen. Just a wee bit of overhang at the end here for Ratapu and a wee bit of bunching for Carmen, but they must be pretty impressed with that, as must Waina.
Waina got it all on the table. All the pieces are where they should be, to the sides of the table. She's not having to go looking for them, which is exactly what you want. And here we go. So these wool handlers, they will now be thinking about their cleanup. Rowena, they'll be thinking about the cleanup. They'll be thinking in their minds, right, I need to really make an effort to get rid of this fleece. So I've got plenty of time to set up the next fleece and also try and clean a little bit under their tables. We've seen those top ones do that, haven't we?
Yeah, it really brings in a third dimension, sorry.
Could I just think of that, please? Could we have the junior and intermediate finalists, please, in the shearing? The junior and intermediate finalists for the shearing down on the front of the microphone area. Can you make the draw, please? Thank you.
As I was saying, Tom, it really brings in that third dimension. Not only are you worrying about what's happening on your table, what's happening on the board with your shearer, you're also starting to worry about what's happening under your table in terms of the clear-up. As the shoulders make their way, as shearers make their way down that final side with our 4th sheep here in our final open wool handling heat, brought to you by Shear Expertise, sheep supplied by White Spurs as well. We talk about the support for the competitors, the support from these businesses and the local farmers is absolutely crucial as well. There we go, final throw from Ratapu. It's another goodie, just a little bit of overhang that'll pick her up 1 point. And we see Carmen and Waina line up their tables with their final throw. Wee bit of overhang at the end from Carmen Smith. It just got away on her a little bit. Waina, just a tiny bit of overhang. She'll be thrilled with that.
Ronnie Goss, she had a lovely fleece. Come on, Ronnie, I can hear them cheering for you. Come on, Ronnie. Waina Piha, local girl, can't hear any support. There mustn't be anyone from Masterton here. We got Carmen Smith, Waipukaro, working away like a madman. Come on, let's get it on. 1 minute, 10 seconds is probably already ticked by you. Wool handlers need to pull your fingers out. Here we go, roll up time. Table number 1 by the looks of it, Ronnie Goss. This wool handler, she's a master wool handler too, Rowena.
Oh, fantastic. We've seen a few of those coming through the heats. They're always a pleasure to watch. And you can just imagine how many people they've helped throughout their career to make their way up onto these tables as well. Ratapu getting into the clean-up now, really getting into her work, making sure every skerrick of loose fleece is managed to be collected at the end of the table. She'll be wanting to do that as quick as she can, not to pick up any competition points. Carmen Smith getting into her work as well, but I think it's Weiner in the lead there, and also Ronnie Goss down the end. She's got that pretty much in control, Tuma.
Yes, you're dead right. These wool handlers, you'll see how efficient they are, a lot of these wool handlers, because I think it might be the Ratapu down there on table number 4. She'll be the first. There you go. We're very efficient. The Ronnie Goss is happy. Carmen Smith, she's still got a little bit to do. Come on, wool handlers, keep the tempo, keep it going. Carmen, she's sucking in a few big ones. Lifts her table. Well done, Waina, local lady. Carmen Smith's going to have the final say of these open wool handlers. Sheer expertise. Well done, Carmen. Give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. That's the open class. You will not find any better anywhere else in the world.
Matthew Hill and Corey Barraclough. One last one. Matthew Hunt too, sorry. Matthew Hunt.
All right, thank you very much, John. We'll get this last and final heat of the pairs underway in the pressing. On press 1 here, they need no introduction. They are both local boys, born and bred. Jeremy Goodger and Vinny Goodger, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a round of applause. They are some of your legends of the Golden Shears. And over here we have Christine Woland and her son, Tyrone Oliver, and she has also been ruling the roost as far as the individuals go. Okay, press is ready. Judges ready. On your marks, get set, go. Now, you might be fortunate enough, just while we're having a change over here, folks, that you could spin your seats round and watch this. At the moment, we've had about an 8-minute has been our fastest time by a couple of youngsters. But Vinny and Jeremy here are the defending champions. Their name, rules, this honours board up here is individual champions. You've got the individual champion here at the moment. Vinny, as he gets those big wings going. And Jeremy, who's ruled the roost a lot in the individual a lot, hasn't. Well, me and Tuma are losing count how many it is. Both of us should probably get the book out. It gets that stage, it's just a lot. How do you quantify a lot? It's just a lot. He's won it numerous times. So the two brothers are giving us some stick. And look at that for a pile of wool, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. We could put that on the scales and be close to 160 in one lift. And one step or one bounce or one hop. Holy smoke, they're both up there going for it. They're going to set a record in time. It's the 60th anniversary. We want to see something special. And this might be just it. As Jeremy loads up again and says, come on, bro. Step over and get her squash down. Right, Christine, well, she's up. Tyrone said, hey, Mum. Come on, get up there and get to work. Get that. I'll do all the hard graft down here and get all this wool up. You get it stamped down. You're going pretty well. You had a good weighted bale yesterday. That means the feeling of what this wool is responding like when it comes to the scales. You're on it. Tyrone. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I hear. Yeah, that's how it's done. Oh, yeah. Christine Woland doing the corners. Tyrone Oliver stuffing it down with those big pair of arms he's got. What's the run?
That's what's making me more money is me going to work and shearing sheep. And if I can't look after my body and if I don't, go to the mechanics every now and then and get a tune up and just look after things, then it's not going to work very long. You blow your wrist, you might be out for 3 weeks. You know, and that might be the busiest time of the year we're out. So you spend half an hour watching these videos, doing a bit of research on it, and doing the exercise and stuff. You might say to yourself, 3 weeks off work or whatever, and make yourself stronger. And at a weak point,
we have got a history of injuries. And perhaps not looking after ourselves. There's now tools available, and Tahi is one of them, where you can get that education without too much grief.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it matter if you've been in the game 5 minutes or 50 years. You're always learning. And Tahi no Tahi just reiterates that fact.
The Tahi no Tahi program, one of the great things about it is you get a little paranoid about maybe being in a group. So I mean, you can go online on your own time and sit through it, take what you want out of it, what you may need.
Tahi no Tahi, from my point of view, is going to be pretty good for young shearers coming through the industry. They're looking after them, they're teaching them.
There's a lot of kids out there that they're not too sure what they want to do, but you can make good money, travel, it's a pretty cool lifestyle if you can get up at 5 o'clock every morning and work hard. If you can do that, which a lot of kids out there can, I think we could definitely, there's a lot more people out there that would suit the industry.
Yeah, Tahi no Tahi will help with our staff recruitment, just letting people know that we are looking out for them. It is a safe place to work. The more we use it, the better it'll get.
For me, it was a good refresher. A lot of those things in those videos you actually forget about. Yeah.
Gather those front shoulders and make sure they don't overhang the table to pick up any unnecessary competition points. And there we go, our first few throws on the table. Lovely throws, a wee bit of overhang, but we knew that was to be expected. And Heaven with her throw as well. Brilliant, not much overhang there at all that I can see, Tuma.
Well, the Jess Stewart, the local girl. Where's the locals? You should be cheering her on. She had the best throw. The young woman from Balclutha, look at her. It's just her eyes. You can see her eyes darting up and down that fleece. We got Conan the Barbarian here. Look at him. He's a man with intents. You watch him and he's like a spring ready to uncoil. Picks up that little bit of overhang, runs back to the shearer. Oh, he's flying around the board like a ballerina, is this big man there, Rowania.
Yeah, you've got to think that his long arms give him a wee bit of an extra help there when you're trying to reach right around your shearer to grab every last skerrick of wool so it doesn't get contaminated as well. I'm really impressed with these junior wool handlers in this Rural Women New Zealand final, Tuma. They are absolute stars of the future, but I understand we've got some more coming from the wool press. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks much, Rowena. Running time at the moment. There they go. That's the Goodyear boys. 7 minutes 10. They have got the fastest time so far. But by jolly, this press two's coming along, and they had some issues getting a 7:10. They had that much power going on. They put the press through the floor. Then the rope happened to slip over. They had to do a bit of a retrack, reverse up a little bit, restart. Never once did they even have any sort of inkling, a little bit of anger or frustration. And they'll be desperate for it. And this young fella's going wild. He said, come on, Mum, let's give her some stick. Let's bring the best out of me. Rubbing shoulders, he's good, you brothers. I got you. Out of the way, Mum. Here we go. Tyrone Oliver says, oh, yeah. He's going to tot it up, and Christine Wallen says, what do you think? Hands are in the air. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rowena.
Thank you, Gerald. Our second fleece is now on the table for our wool handlers in this Rural Women New Zealand Junior Wool Handling Final. They've learnt, it must be said, from that first throw, Toma, less overhang than we saw, maybe just a wee bit of bunching this time around.
Yeah, Conan, he just didn't quite feed the fleece into himself, and both the front legs have come over. He's lost maybe 3 points on that, not too bad. This young Jess Stewart, very, very impressed with this young Jess Stewart at the moment, looking very, very composed. Then we've got this young girl, Heaven, here on table number 3, working away with her shearer. Tiana Phillips on table number 4. If you have a look up at the points on the board, she's very, very low. So this wool handler, she has got a very good mentor, because that's where this comes from your mentors. So just they work how they were taught to work. And just looking at those points up above, this young girl has really got the good quality.
Really good balance from our wool handlers as well, dividing their time between the table and the shearer. This is what we're seeing in the higher grades, the open grades as well. They're managing to mirror what a lot of the more experienced competitors are doing. They definitely have a good future in this sport. As we see Tiana Phillips on table number 4, roll-up time for her. Putting that second fleece to bed will mean she's got more time to get ready for fleece number 3 coming through. First with the roll-up, first in the basket, and Heaven Little in table number 3, not far behind her as well.
I'll just jump in there for a wee minute. Thanks, Rowena. Hey, look, we've got one of the bales on the scales here. We're still looking for that 160 kgs. The bales come from Press 1, Vinnie Goodyear and Jeremy Goodyear. And the bale weighs right here in front of me, 161 kgs, ladies and gentlemen. They are down to a handful, a handkerchief of wool. Let's whack that other one on while I've just got the ear time. And so this is Christine Woland and Tyrone Oliver. They put a huge effort in. They will have, that's the fastest time of the day. This is the second fastest time of the day. So you've just had a great spectacle, ladies and gentlemen, in the heats here of the pressing. How'd they go? 151.5. Well done, team. Great stuff. Great stuff. Well, thank you very much to the Farmlands and Woolpacks New Zealand for their continued sponsorship. Thanks, Rowena.
No worries. Final shape on the board there for our competitors in the Rural Women New Zealand Junior Wool Handling Final. Brilliant third throw there we saw from Tiana Phillips. I'm very impressed with this young wool handler. Toma, she is putting in an excellent effort.
Yes, Tiana Phillips, she has been very, very dominant, her and her sister. If she wasn't winning it, her sister's been winning the shows most of the time up here in the North Island. Shearer's working away around the head. Now these wool handlers, they should be starting to think about the cleanup. These juniors, they have 1 minute and 40 seconds, not 1 minute 10 like the Open. So these guys have 1 minute 40 seconds. Shearers are about to turn to the last side. Look at this Conan, man, he is everywhere. Roll-up time for him. A little wee bit, not as much experience Conan has as these other young wool handlers, but he's making up for it in his agility and his flexibility around the table. Here we go. Shearer's about to pull the cord. Wool handlers, set your fleece up. Pull them into you. Pull your fleece into you. Don't pull it straight back. You should make it land a lot better. Here we go. 1 minute 40. Well done. Wonderful throw here from Conan. It's all on the table, a little bit underneath, but it's okay. How are you down there, Rowena?
Yeah, all on the table as well for Tiana Phillips. A little bit of bunching at the end, but a fantastic fourth throw for her as we see the judges make the handover there. She's got to do a bit of work though because of that bunching to pull out the ends from underneath and make sure she manages to separate the wool from the good stuff there. Heaven Little on table 3 frantically working, starting that roll-up process as well, making her way around that final side. She's in a good position to finish here with a lot of time to spare for her clean-up.
Well, Conan the Barbarian down here, he's ready for roll-up, but he needs to hurry up because the girls have already been there, done that. Nice, tight, compact roll, Conan. Clean up the table, clean underneath the board. I bet this fella's house is immaculate as well. Look at him, holy smokes, that broom is going crazy. Any faster, it'll start starting fire. There he goes, Conan the Barbarian. Where's the local people? We got Jess Stewart here. Come on, Jess, let's get the broom in hand, girl. Oh, Tiana, she's finished. Tiana's finished. Come on, you other wool handlers. She's getting time points up on you right now. How's that little Balclutha lady? Have a look around. Have a look around, Conan. Look around. There we go. Hey, Conan the Barbarian.
And hand up from Heaven Little on table number 3 there. Jess Stewart just putting the finishing touches together. Tuma, the transition between being cool, calm and collected into absolute ninjas trying to finish up their cleanup. And there we go, a finish there from Jess Stewart. Give our finalists a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The top 4 in the Rural Women New Zealand Junior Wool Handling.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you give our shearers a hand as well, thank you very much, shearers, for doing a good job for our wool handlers. We appreciate it.
And also, if we could have a round of applause for the people who managed to provide those sheep for us as well. White Spurs Farm, fantastic job they've done in very challenging conditions. Thanks, everyone.
Pretty good effort there in that. Well, mate.
Rightio, we're back down here at the pressing. We've had the high-action, high-paced pairs, and now we're into the novice. Okay, this is a new event last year, so thank you very much to the committee, Sam Saunders and his committee here at the Golden Shears, for bringing on a novice. Yeah, the question is, what's the bale weight? 150. Okay, you need a 150 kg bale for the novice. And also, this is a straight final, okay? So it's a final all the way through, so there's no semis and final. So bring your A game right from the go-get. Are you okay, John? We're good to go? You right, Peter? Just got the changeover. 150 kgs, it's still a good bale. It's been absolutely fantastic. It's been the same all the way through in all facets of shearing. Our entries have been through the roof, which has been fantastic. This 60-year anniversary has really encouraged a lot of people to prioritise, to make time and effort to get to the Golden Shears. In that case, Farmland-sponsored event and Woolpacks New Zealand. The first heat of the novice, which is a final. Okay, it's a straight final out of all these novices. On your marks, get set, go. Right, so on press 1 here we have Bruce Grace. So he's from Napier and he's a part-time worker for Kirkpatrick Shearing. Okay, so that's Johnny K, as we sort of know him, as John Kirkpatrick. The word legend was mentioned a few times in the commentary earlier, and that's a very good descriptive word to use for Johnny Kirkpatrick. On press 2, Shane Henwood. He's a Masterton boy, so he needs little introduction. He's 22 years of age. He likes rugby and kickboxing. Ambitions and goals. Become a shearer. Come back next year for novice shearing. There you go. Just good, steady, achievable goals, mate. That's how we like it. Don't make them unachievable. It's too hard for your mind to get a concept. You've got to tick them off. And then you've got to remember to celebrate your successes. That's the other key. When things go well, people think, oh, that was okay. Well, things go bad. They mope and lose sleep and carry on for weeks. But you need to celebrate your successes, I believe. So here we go. Let's go well in this pressing. And it'll be fantastic to see you on the shearing board next year.
We have another final coming up before us now. This is the Evergreen Grade 1. Our judges have taken the board. Could we welcome onto the board, please, from Whakatane, David Hodge. Steve Cooper from Apodiki. Then we have a couple of locals in the middle, Bruce Pankhurst and Nuku Gordon from Masterton. From Rangiora, Dave Brooker. Just up the valley a little bit from Avenue, Russell Knight on the front stand. In this part of the competition. Next up we will have Evergreen's Grade 2. The final of Shearing, Dave Tom, Woodward. At the same time we have been work off those two and one up followed by heat number 3.
4 in the book.
Will we sit up?
Grade 1.
This is Evergreen's Grade 3. This is the older generation. Six up and Albert Ferguson, Jeff Goodwin, Hugh Carroll, Tim Harrison, we're going to crack into this one, and these old guys have even down to the pens like they used to. We're trying to keep the people out of the pens and required to get their sheep.
These old fellas, they know all the tricks, John. No doubt about that. Nuki Gordon up there. He's got his door locked, so he can't get in because he's just dying to get in there and get amongst it. He's not sure what to do with that towel. Russell Knight going to give him a couple of tips. He shakes Dave Brooker's hand, squeezes it hard, tries to break a couple of fingers. Now we have the green light, ladies and gentlemen, so and the thumbs up from our referee. Shearers at the door, please. We'll get... Where's Bruce? Get him out of there. Come on, Bruce. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Away we go, John. The first sheep on the board. 4 sheep for these old Master Blasters. Grade 1 of the Evergreens, 55 to 65-year-olds. A couple of them there just snuck in, and then there's a couple at the top end of that range. So good mixture, but some pretty handy shearers up on the stage right now for their age, John.
Sure that Four shearers that do it very well. A little bit of different attack from some of the modern shearing techniques, Paul, but they're still getting on pretty easy.
Yeah, looks pretty easy up there, right, John? You did right. A couple of these old Master Blasters up there just starting to wind into it now, get into a wee bit of a rhythm. But, of course, as usually happens, the sole South Islander in the field is leading the way. Down the last side he comes, Dave Brooker there. right out onto the back leg. Another couple of shots for Dave, and he's going to head in for his fourth and final sheep. And now Nuki Gordon starts winding into it. Last shoulder coming off for Nuki. Right there is Russell Knight. The back three shearers swinging around into the first front shoulder. Bruce Prankhurst, Steve Cooper and David Hodge just winding around and towards the long blow. Finishing touches for Nuki Gordon. Finishing touches for Russell Knight up here on the front stand. But turning into the first hind leg out in front is Dave Brooker, the young man from Rangiora in North Canterbury there, up the Underminey sweeps, or in Canterbury. He just shears mainly pet mobs nowadays, doesn't do any real full-time shearing. As such, in a wool shed with a team of guys, he's out there on his own most of the time, just knocking off a few pet woolies. Of course, they're not that easy to deal with, some of those old pets or their owners. And around into the first front shoulder, he sweeps top knot off for Russell Knight, and up comes Nuki Gordon as well, having a bit of a ding-dong battle, these two. Into the base here and around the back of the head, Nuki Gordon just out in front of Russell Knight by a shot. Can you hear me, Russell? He's out in front by a shot. Round the back of the head for Russell Knight. Bruce Pankhurst turns into the first hind leg. Steve Cooper down there from Opotiki. Down the way down the belly, along with David Hodge down on the back stand. But Dave Brooker winds his way down the last side of sheep number 4, the fourth and final one on the board for Dave Brooker. Stand number 2 we're looking at. Rolls around under the hamstring, over the tail and out. It's going to go. Come on, Dave. Here's the time. Buttons pushed for the South Island man there in the middle, John.
All right, we're back down here in the pressing arena. And we're into the individual novice. And as it rolls, this is where it begins, okay? And how do you end up on the press? I'll tell you how it normally unfolds. One, you have an inkling or it's sort of in your bloodline that you want to go shearing for some reason, and that's normally due to a family tradition that you want to get in the sheds. And then you become about 15 or 16, in some cases like Sir Reuben Alabaster and the likes, you might be 13 or 12. Or Brett Roberts was another one that started really, really young. And then you hop on a handpiece during the school holidays, okay, and you go dagging or crutching lambs. because it's about that time that we do that job. And then you get used to bending over and stretching your legs and your hammies and getting fit to the hard graft of sweating and taking a towel to work. You get the understanding of a handpiece and the comb and the cutter. Not lots of blows to do when you're crutching lambs. You take the wool out of the inside of the legs, you sort of roll them over and clean up their fertiliser works, their tail areas, so they haven't got any dags on there, and manure, so that they don't get fly strike and some hot weather, and that's where a fly would land on them, and it goes all bad from that stage. Then you may head into the shearing sheds. Okay, you might get a bit of a stand when you leave school, and you end up on the press. Normally you start pressing wool and doing sheepos and those sorts of things, and you jump up at lunchtime and you do 1 or 2 or 3 sheep, and you do a bit of a shearing school and learn about all the extra blows you need to do when you're shearing a sheep. And somewhere along the line, a contractor or an open gang where the farmers will allow a learner shearer on a stand, all right? So the learner shearer will hop up and he'll start off with about 100, maybe 70 a day, and eventually work his way up to 150. And with all the gear these days and all the teaching and classes that you can do, it doesn't take too long, but you have got a few years of hard graft to get up to the 300 odd mark, which once upon a time in my day, and John and Norm's too, it'd be okay to say that, I think a 300 was called a gun shearer. A gun shearer, okay? 300 nowadays, just a steady day out. There's lots that do 400 and beyond that consistently every day. So they'll build themselves up, but that's how it sort of unfolds, and then they become a professional shearer. That is their career. They jump on planes, they fly all around the world with backpacks with a couple of handpieces in them, and they have a great old time, and they become part of the shearing and wool handling family. Okay, we're a team. When you go to work in the morning in the van, you jump in the van, these X amount of shearers, let's say we're in a 6-stand shed, we've got 6 shearers, we'll probably have 2 presses, we'll have a hunt-away dog with us, all the food's with us, we've got all the wool handlers with us, and the ganger would normally be driving the van to get us to work safely. And we get there and we might have X amount to cut out for the day. A cut out is when you finish what needs to be done at that shed. That's it, cut out, finished. So the boss might say, don't come home till all those lambs are shorn. I don't want to make a special trip up there tomorrow for 2 hours work or 1 hour, whatever it might be. Pull your finger out, get the job done. Well, that takes a good team spirit and team players to get in there, get the job done. So that's how it sort of rolls in the shearing world. A lot of good fun, and you build really good, tight mates, I suppose you're going to call that. It's a bit like a rugby team, okay? You go to battle, okay, hard graft, and for some reason it forms a very strong bond. And doesn't matter when you see your old rugby mate on the street, doesn't matter how busy you are, you have time for him. You'll go and have a good old chat, you'll cross the road and say, hey Joe, how you going mate? Played rugby with you 20 years ago, but you still remember those days when you did battle together.
Okay, Gerald, if that's all right, I'll just jump in. We'll get our wool handling finalists up there, please, to set their baskets up real quick. And we'll be underway with this Evergreens Grade 2 final.
Yeah, just a reminder to the wool handlers, you just blend on the floor and leave your tidy pile. We'll put it in the fadge when the judging's about to start. So,
okay, so we'll get our shearing judges up, please. And our wool handling judges need to be waiting in the wings. Just while we're waiting for our shearing judges to come up, we have the results from the open wool handling heats. 16 competitors will go through to the quarterfinal. And they are in qualifying order. Top qualifier was Joel Henare, followed by Logan Kamura, Samantha Gordon, Pagan Karodia, Monica Potai, Lani Morell, Emarina Braddock, Ash Boyce, Marianne Beatty, Gwennon Paiwai, Rachel Hutchinson, Cherie Alabaster, Funi Waihapi, Candy Hitty, Sarah Higgins and Chelsea Collier. They're our top 16 competitors in the Open, which will compete in that semi-final. So really looking forward to that one. Congratulations to those top 16.
wool handlers, once you've set up your area, would you stand down, please?
We'll get the shearing judges up on the board, please, and then we'll introduce the shearers and the wool handlers to you. This is the Evergreen Grade 2 shearing and final, and the Evergreen wool handling final, working in conjunction.
Okay, could we have our Evergreens shearing final, Grade 2s? On the 4 stand, down on number 6, we have Philip Woodward from Wairarapa. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. From Carterton, Richard Pearson on the 4 stand. On the 3 stand, we have John Hand from Australia. And up on the front from Caddy, Peter McCabe.
And the wool handlers competing in the Evergreen wool handling final. Down the far end, we'll have Waina Peniha. She's a local girl from Masterton. Back one, we have Dana Tauho from Milton and South Otago. From Kimbolton, Rose Puha. And from Pew Pew on the front stand here, Langy Roycroft. So they're our competitors. Shearing and wool handling working together as they do in the sheds day in and day out.
Waina kind of had her hearing aids on. She missed the call. She's here now.
She's up there ready to rock and roll. And John Hand trying to chat the wool handlers up just like he used to years ago. Peter McCabe's doing the same. Richard Pearson's just getting in the pen, chat the sheep up.
No, he's just saying that where do you want the belly? In the front or in the back? Because in the past gone, it was always swept forward, but the modern shearer is flicks it back for the wool handler. Just a little bit of how's your father, what goes on in the shed. They're working together day in and day out. That's what happens in the shearing industry. You go to work together, you slog it away all day for 8 or 9 hours, and then you truck it on home and wait for another phone call. Got a green, Norm.
So the light is green. We'll have the shearers at the door, please. Timekeepers ready.
Oh, the grey shirts in the wool handling area. They must have been out getting the wool blind. Okay, looks like we're ready this time. Timekeepers right, judges, competitors, go. Righto. We're here back live in the shearing industry, once again sponsored by Wairarapa Helicopters and Still Shop Masterton. Evergreen shearing grade 2 and wool handling final. Peter McCabe up on the front stand with Rangi Roycroft. The pace will be a little bit easier for them, I dare say, than what we've seen previously.
Can we please have Ronnie Ediha, Stuart Wilton, Tina Paul, Waimeo Paewhenua to the pressing area, please? Can they go and see the marshals there? Ronnie Ediha, Stuart Wilton, Tina Paul, Waimeo Paewhenua. Can you please pop down and see the marshals at the pressing?
So we've got John Hand working away. He's got Australia's residence, but he used to be here in New Zealand, dealing in shearing gear as well as in his latter life, but a very capable shearer in his own right. And he's here to make the final for this Evergreens Grade 2, the Rose Puha. Yeah, we call Kim Bolton home, but you never know where Rose is. She's hardly ever home. She's always away somewhere enjoying herself, going with the whānau to help them out at shearing competitions or rugby or any other sport. A great participant in the shearing industry. And then we have Dea Te Aha, the wool handler there on stand at number 4, Richard Pearson. He's one of the local characters, Masterton shearer, lives in Carterton. Been around for decades here at the Goldies, always willing to have a crack. And down the far end, Philip Woodward from up in Waikato, strong shearing region there in the Waikato. right on the coast. And he's here doing it justice, going down the belly on stand number 6 with Wairarapa Peniha, who's been judged at the same time for her skills in this wool industry. Second shear wool clipping here this morning. Big strong sheep. A little bit of a test for the older generation legs. And but the muscles and sinew will be as tense as the young shearer, because they've been waiting for this occasion for the last 36 hours since they arrived here in Masterton. So the wool handlers now are looking to add value to this wool. Normally they'll be removing all the same sorts of fribs that the full wool competitors do, but there's a lot less baskets, so and there's no wrapping of the wool or rolling of the wool, as we call it. Well, what we do is trying to even the fibre up for colour and length on the floor before it goes away to be judged.
Yeah, that's right, John. That's the only difference in the way they handle the second shear fleece wool and the lamb's wool. All the oddments come out. You're dead right. All the head wool and the crutch wool and the wool and around under the legs, all what we call the fribs, all still come out. And the fleece wool, because it won't hold together, they can't throw it on a table in a mat like a full fleece. So it just goes back to them into a pile, and then, yeah, they get into the blend like we're seeing there from Waina and Dana. They're just giving it a quick blend up, so it just combines all the different length fibres and different sort of characteristics of the wool fibre from the different sheep, just blends it all together to make it a nice even line, rather than throwing it on the table and then rolling it at the end. So they skirt it on the board as they go, then blend all the shorter fleece wool together. Second shear or lambs. So Peter McCabe, he can shear this fella up round the neck and into the base of the ear. But John Hand come out swinging this time. The sheep number 3 on the board for all our competitors, which is the final sheep. 3 in total for these guys. John Hand leading the way, charging down the last side, right out onto the leg. Rose Puha working furiously to keep up with them. But she's played this game before. This is not her first rodeo, ladies and gentlemen. John Hand hits the time clock button. Well done, John. He can stand and stretch his back and hop out of the way of the wool handler while she does her thing, or he's gonna lose a couple of toes. Rose Puha. So the oddments are sorted. She'll just double check and check the fleece as she goes. So her time clock has started. Her shearer is finished. The others won't start till the shearers are finished. And Rose Puha gets into what we call the blend, a bit of a shakedown going on there for Rose on the second wool handling stand. Up and down, and it blends it all together, mixes it all up. Around with the broom, she's going to make sure the pile's nice and tidy before she stops her clock. Once she's happy, time stay taken there for Rose Puha. Way to go, Rose. And now Rangi Roycroft. Peter McCabe's all done and dusted. That's all the shearers finished this time. Shakedown time down there for Waina Peniha. Shakedown time for Dana Tiaho. And up here, Rangi Roycroft, and she's into it as well. So getting down, grabbing the handful, just mixing it all up, blending it all together, making it all nice and even. Waina's up with the broom. Dana's time is taken. Waina's time is taken. Just Rangi here on the front stand. Another couple of seconds, and she's going to be done and dusted as well. They get judged on the neatness and consistency of the blend as well. So no point just giving it 1 or 2 shakes and then thinking you're all done. The judges having a close look. Time taken there. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Our Evergreen Wool Handling finalists and our Evergreen Shearing finalists, Grade 2.
All that wool will go out the back and be judged in what we call the dungeon. There's another separate lot of judges out there, and they'll go sift through that with their nimble fingers and calculate the amount of points that need to be deducted. We'll come back with a final with the results a little bit later. Next on the card we have the Evergreens Grade 3 final, where this is the really experienced shearers of Sid, Alan, Jeff, Hugh, Ian and Ian. So we'll just get this wool area tidied up and back to normal shearing conditions. And we'll come back. How's the pressing going down there, Gerald?
All right, yes. Hey, so we've had the peers pressing, and due to the numbers, there's been a management decision that there is a semi-final, which they're all aware of, and it's not in the book, so just don't go too far. It'll be a wee while yet, and we'll find a gap for it and do our thing. Anyway, more to the point, you want to know, top qualifiers of the peers semi-final is Jeremy and Vinny Goodchar. Second is Adam and Joseph Gordon. Third, Kushla Abraham and David Gordon. The whole Gordon family are in there again, ladies and gentlemen. And fourth, Conan Gray Harmon and his brother Shane Harmon. So there you go. There's the top four, ladies and gentlemen. That will be, there'll be a bit of noise and a bit of stuff, you know, shouting from the rooftops, I think, when that gets going. But at the moment, we're at a slower pace, and that's to be expected because we're at the novice Woolhandling. And once again, a big thank you to Farmlands, our sponsor, and Woolpacks New Zealand.
Okay, Gerald, if I can just jump in there. I'm with the Kohanga Reo down here to the bottom right of the stadium. Morena Tamariki Ma. And they are from
Wahireka.
Wahireka. So morena to our young locals down here from Wairarapa. Hope they're enjoying the show. And we have another little school here by the looks of it. What school do you go to?
Solway.
Solway. And what class are you?
Tōtara.
Tōtara class, Solway College, is it? Solway Primary School. Well, welcome to the Golden Shears. You're more than welcome to steal a little bit of wool. You want to take some wool? Gerald, are these little ones allowed a little wee bit of wool?
Hello. Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea, eh? A little bit of wool. Do you feel that little greasy stuff in them? What's that greasy stuff called, Tuma?
Lanolin.
Lanolin. We could sell that for a lot of money in Queenstown, that stuff called lanolin. It's a beauty product and sort of a health product in a way. So lots of great products coming out of the wool as a whole. But no, I think that's a good idea to get the feel of that beautiful natural fibre. We could go on about wool for quite a while, Tuma, couldn't we? Beautiful natural fibre, renewable resource, a natural fibre. I mentioned that word. It's an incredible insulator. It has, wow, who's that, buddy? Don't worry about do worry about wool, and please support it if you possibly can, because it's an incredible fibre and it needs supported big time. This is a novice pressing, so this is Bruce Grace's bale over here from Press 1, buddy. Isn't it Press 1? We're looking for 150. Bruce Grace has done 151, folks. That's a really good effort. Good man. Good on you. Oh, that's great to see you youngsters having a go like that. It's even better when you're doing really well. Yeah, so
Kia ora koutou and welcome back to the Friday morning session of the 60th birthday Golden Shears 2020. We've just finished the junior wool handling, and we're just starting now to get into the evergreens. And this is almost quite an emotional time when some of these originals, I'm going to call them, not old timers. When
That's a nice word.
When some of these originals came and participated, and they keep coming back to Shears year on year on year. It's just a beautiful feeling when you have that complete circle of Golden Shears. But I have in the studio with me at the moment, while we're having this bit of a gap in set up, Adia Mullins. So Adia sponsored the novice wool handling. Adia, you've been sponsoring this now for 3 years?
Yeah, 3+ years, I think.
3+. Yeah. And why? Why the novice wool handling?
It's actually a very unique event. These people are beginning their career, or their season choice. So it's quite fun to watch. They're a little bit awkward, but they're up there. They're giving it a go, and that's probably the biggest challenge, is getting up there.
Yeah.
And it's just a bit of a taste for them, one fleece, and hopefully they get that bug and they can carry on through.
We encourage a lot of our guys that come in to work our main shear season, just to finish it off for them and just give it a go and see how much they learnt, really.
Yeah. No, that's an awesome thing for those novices. But the novice wool handling champion this year was something a little bit different, wasn't it?
It sure was. I quite enjoyed watching that final, actually, and watching it, you could just about put Laura as a borderline burglar. I know she's not, though. She spent the season on a handpiece, so she credited a lot to her mum, which, that's when I think a lot of that natural talent comes through as well.
Yeah.
But no, it was a really good final, actually, and awesome entry numbers, which, that's what we want.
Yeah. I suppose it says a lot about Laura too. She's a bit of a perfectionist. She can be very intense because she is quite focused.
Absolutely. When she does something, she wants to do it to the best she possibly can, and she just proved that the other night in that final. So, awesome.
Yeah. No, that's great. Thank you very much, Adia, for giving us some time. I can see now that we have the grade 3 evergreens. So these are the most senior, if you like, and I think the age is 75 plus. They're all up there now on the stage.
They've all got grey hair, you can see.
Yep. There's some shiny bits there as well, but these are the guys we love. Let's go back to the stadium. Thank you.
It is. Go. So they're into the pens. When they would have been shearing in the finals a way back and when they would have had to shear a trial sheep. So they got to see which handpiece was going right. And you'll see a little bit of different style or two amongst these old codgers where they do a little bit of what they call a spear belly. Go down the left side, then come back and go down the right and peel it off. There goes Jeff Kringle. Flicks the belly out. Notice how they flick it forward where the modern shearer flicks it back. It's just the way they sort of lie the sheep on the board.
I'll just get in there quickly, John, because I know they're only doing one. Press 1 is James. We've got 2 Jameses. I'll mention that while this is done. On your marks, get set, go. Thank you, John.
Otto back here on the board. They're just sucking up the moment, these gentlemen. Absolute delight to have them here for the 60th occasion. As Norm alluded, Snow Harrison on stand number 5 was here for the first one and Shaw in that final. And he is doing marvellously. He's not on a stick or anything. He's healthy and he's just loving the challenge here. He's a hard case to beat. And he's having a lot of fun up here from the deep south. Scotty Stewart needs no introduction to the Masterton Golden Shears crowd. Ian Stewart down on stand number 6. Just loving every moment of it. He's carrying Jeff Kringle and hosting Snow. And they're having a lot of fun here together. Hugh McCarroll, what he hasn't done in the shearing industry for the sport is probably not worth talking about. And he's on stand number 4. Over the last side now comes Alan Birdson. He was the fastest man off in heat number 1 yesterday. But a little bit off the pace here this morning is Sid Tartner. The Super Sid, they call him, because he was a high-quality man back a few years ago. And just watching that first sheep go out, he hadn't changed one iota, Norm. They are magnificent specimens of the human race.
No doubt about it. Snow Harrison back out onto the board. Like I said, he's the only remaining shearer that shore on that very, very first final 60 years ago. The rest of those finals are watching Snow and cheering him on from above. Way down the belly he rolls, 86 years of age on stand number 5, a real shearing legend. In goes Hugh McCarroll. Back out onto the board is JJ Kringle, the legend from the deep south. Go the south. JJ, and away down the belly he drops. Slightly different style to what we're used to seeing, but that's the way they used to do it back in the day, and old JJ knows all about back in the day. Way down the belly he goes, real hard case. Him and Snow come up from Southland a couple of days ago. Up the neck they go. Up the neck for Snow, that is. Right out on top of the ear, you see there, John, and around under the ear, and the cheek comes off. So not much to do on the back side of the head on the last side.
No, they're making the most of it. They're doing the front work, and that's very important. And a lot of young shearers forget to do the front work, because when it comes round to that last side, you've got a huge last side, and it's very difficult to control the sheep sometimes when you've got that huge workload on the last side. Just watching Hugh McCarroll, he had a little bit of trouble getting that belly off. The sheep might have slept in a bit of a dusty patch last night, and he just could not get an entry, but he's away now and around the back of the head, swinging it towards the offside now, the first off shoulder. The most difficult part of the sheep bit up here in the front stand. We've got Sid Tartner from Masterton coming down the last leg, 3 shots, and it's Sid. You've got to let it down the hole and be the ringer for the day. There goes Sid Tartner. Ladies and gentlemen, well shorn. Next in line, it could be a man on stand number 2, Alan Birdson. Just lacking a little bit of muscle power, but Sid's got it under control now, and down the chute for the judges, and we'll get that sheep well looked at and eyed over down there in the bottom end. Down the last side comes Alan Birdson now, putting the big blows, and Snow Harrison's hit the last side as well, Norm. What about JJ Kringle? Where's he in the group?
Yeah, right there with him. Last side time for Hugh. Last time being Alan Birdson, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a hand. Drops his sheep out the hole. Jeff Kringle. Down the last side he paused, but Snow Harrison and Hugh McCarroll. Hugh's got the bit between his teeth this time. Just starting to swing into it. Give that man another 10 sheep. He'll be flying. Right over the tail for Hugh, and out it goes. And Snow Harrison, the legend from Southland. Snow, well done. 2 sheep out the hole. JJ Kringle, finishing touches, and out it goes as well, folks. Give that big muscly man a hand as well. JJ Kringle. Looking down the board, say, come on, boys. And out it goes as well for Ian Stewart. Give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Our legends of the shearing board,
I reckon you better put a bit more effort into it. Come on, get into him now. That's better. Excellent, gentlemen. Thank you for your expertise.
Okay, so can we have our junior shearing finalists please to come and draw for their stand? Sam Jones, Destiny Pikea, Alice Rees, Adam Gordon, James Wilson and Kyle Rhodes. And also our intermediate shearing finalists can come and draw for their stands please. Callum Pritchard, Manahi Fox, Ellard Evans, Braden Clifford, Matthew Hunt and Corey Barracliff. If those 12 shearers can come up please and draw for their stands, would be great.
Our next event on the card is the Blade Shearing, round 2, heat 1. Phil Oldfield, Alan Grant, Peter Cassidy, Alan Oldfield and Isaac Buckmountain.
Okay, we have some children here from Solway Primary School. They're coming down to have a feel of the wool. There's a little, they can take a little wee bit home with them if they like. We've got a lot of children here at the moment. Great to see these schools bringing these young children down to the Golden Shears.
Yeah, it's fantastic. All right, Toomer, I was doing that little spiel before about, wool and some of the properties, you and me. And I don't think a lot of people actually fully are aware of the animal welfare of shearing of the sheep. We think we're being a bit selfish and we're shearing the sheep just to get this wool for ourselves. But actually, we're doing it for the animal welfare of the sheep. Because, yeah, as you've mentioned heaps of times for this particular show, white spurs have had to keep full wool, and that's really difficult up here to keep, isn't it, with for the well-being of the animal. Yes, so they're shorn for lots of different reasons due to climate, sunny days. Down the deep south where I'm from, we've got a real cool climate, quite wet. We do a lot of full wool, which is 12 months worth of wool, okay? And we can get away with it because we don't get flies, strike and bits and pieces. And it's nice flat ground and we can go round them and look after them. Because if a sheep gets a lot of wool on it, it can get stuck on its back and it's called getting cast. Okay, if a sheep gets cast, it means it can't get up again. It's stuck there. Okay, if you're in Scotland, they would call that coped. The ewe was coped. Okay, over here we call it cast. And of course, if no one comes along to stand it back up, it'll die of thirst and the like. So that's not very good for its own welfare. So what we do is we'll shear the sheep, okay, to take the wool off it so that that doesn't happen. And if the sheep happens to be going on to a hill block, especially those big high country stations down south, they'll do a cover comb or they'll shear it with the blades, which is coming up now. The reason they shear it with blades is to leave a little bit of wool on it. Okay, so if it gets a bit cold and a bit snowy, well then the animal has a wee puffer coat, a wee flannelette shirt still on it, okay, to keep it warm. And then the other animal welfare in that case is not anyone's going around those sheep every day on the hill block, and it's going to have some lambs. So instead of it sitting out there with a huge heap of wool on it, and it's a cold day, and it wants to stand in the open air, thinking it's not that bad, and has a pair of lambs that haven't got much wool on it, that could be their demise. But if mum's not all that warm, thinking this is a wee bit chilly, should go and sit behind a tussock, okay, and have her twin lambs there. And hence the survival rate is far greater. So yeah, there is a whole lot of animal welfare issues that shearing is based around. In fact, 95% of shearing is based around animal welfare. So I'd just like to get that across to a lot of good folk, that it's not all just about the fibre. Right, here we go. We're in the novice wool handling. Novice wool handling. I got myself lost here. Novice pressing, okay. Once again, we've had a huge amount of entries. And James Noble Campbell is on press 1. And he's only 18 years in the industry, not many. Other occupations, junior shepherd. Things he likes to do are hunting and motocross. Years of competing at the Golden Shears, no pressing, 2 shearing. Okay, that's the learner shearers. And James Prestidge is on 2 here. He's from Taramanui. He's 19 years in the industry as 1. His other occupation is building, and no shortage of work there. And favourite sport is rugby. Ambitions is to shear over 400 sheep in a day.
So Gerald, just if I can jump in there, please, Kim.
Well, wasn't that incredible to watch the grade 3 of the Evergreens, and we were lucky enough to shoot down and snaffle Snow Harrison before he ran away. So, Snow, you're a legend here. You're one of the few that competed at the very first Golden Shears 60 years ago.
Long time ago.
Long time ago, and don't you look pretty fit for it? You were working around that sheep up there pretty easily.
Not really.
Really?
You had a false image.
Well, it looked pretty good to all of us. So, Snow, talk to us a little bit about, the neat experiences you've had in being in this industry.
At Masterton or at home?
Anywhere.
Oh, well, sure, for 15 years around Southland.
Yeah.
And then the idea was to make money to get the farm, and I achieved that.
Fantastic.
And we came up here as bushy-tailed young fellas and bulletproof and entered the first Golden Shears.
So some things never change. Bushy-tailed, bulletproof, and just get in there.
That's us.
Oh, that's fantastic for these young people coming through to know. And so what's some of the biggest changes you've seen in Golden Shears over that time?
The first one had 3 sponsors, and now you've got a sponsor for each event. Computers made it a lot better. The points come out a lot quicker.
Yeah. The
top shearers are terrific athletes now. We trained on probably a brown liquid.
Yeah. Well, that may not have changed as much as...
Oh, no, they're going to gyms and...
They do.
And have dietitians and...
Yes.
Physios and, those sort of changes. And it's went with the times, you know. Women are recognised now.
Yes.
What
do you think about that, Snow? There's been, I think it was nearly a third of the junior and novice shearers were women this year.
That's good.
Yeah?
Yeah. We've got to admit it.
Oh, you've done well. What a great role model you are. And so with the final that's been up there, you've also had a chance to catch up with old mates and...
That's the good thing about coming up here. We had a meet and greet last night, and
yes.
you met all you haven't seen them since you were here. I haven't been here since 5 years ago.
Right.
The 55th. And, you know, I come up to North Island and I go and stay with ones I know and they come down here. Brilliant.
Lifelong friends,
Yeah,
eh?
yeah, that's the word.
Yeah, and I think that is still a real culture in the shearing industry. But, you know, the neat thing is it's not just going North Island to South Island. You can go Northern Hemisphere to Southern Hemisphere and go and stay with mates as well, can't you?
Yeah, well, we didn't travel in our day. That hadn't started. And now they're follow the sun.
That's right, you follow the sun. So, Snow, with this 60th birthday for Golden Shears, is there anything in particular, any messages you want to, you know, impart your wisdom? You're a legend around here. You're awesome.
Not really a legend, but it's good seeing the young ones coming through and the wool handling. The whole thing's shearing shows has lifted the quality of shearing and wool handling and yeah, just stick in there and keep going.
Yeah, some great messages for all of us. And Snow, I know you're a very humble man, and it's lovely because that's just how we are. But you truly are a legend for the shearing industry. You're certainly someone that's always often mentioned at Golden Shears. You know, you kind of stand as a bit of a beacon that, yeah, we really have been around for 60 years, and there's people here who can still talk about it and remember. And those things are really important. So thank you very much for spending some time with us, and all the best for the results.
No, I won't do any good.
Cut it out. Cut it out. No, thank you very much. And again, a privilege to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you.
With the blades themselves, and has a wee business, fine-tuning and setting up their blades for other shearers. Alan Grant from Scotland on stand number 2, lives in New Zealand full-time, but he's a Scottish fella. Still goes back, I think, and does a wee bit of shearing over there. And the legendary Peter Cassidy, very well-known identity, especially in the central South Island, in the high country of the South Island. Mention the name Peter Cassidy, and it brings a smile, a wry smile to the faces of most men. Up the neck he steps. Alan Oldfield, he is the current world blade shearing champion down there on stand number 4, ladies and gentlemen. He won that title in France, as well as being the individual world blade shearing champion. He's a world teams blade shearing champion as well. Himself, along with the other New Zealand team member, Tony Dobbs, won the teams event in France at the World Champs. And it's the first time ever that we've brought home both the individual and the team shearing championship ribbons. So that's great to see. Young Isaac Duckmanton from Canterbury down there on stand number 5. Slides around into the first front shoulder. Isaac's a very good machine shearer as well, as are most of these blade shearers nowadays. Back in the day, you could shear a lot of the year on the blades, but not so much now. It's a pretty seasonal job, so the rest of the year, John, they've got to find them something else to do, and most of them hop on the machines and have a blast.
Well, I was watching young Alan Oldfield in the speed shear last night, so he can whip it off all right with the machines, and the multi-talented, that's for sure. A very quiet and eerie feeling here. If we weren't chattering away, all you'd hear was a little snip at the end. You notice they've got a little bit of leather strapping on the blades, on the back of the blades, and they're wrapped around their fingers. That's what they call the driver. It stops you losing grip or losing power as you push your hand forward when you finish your shot with the blade closing together at the end of your snip. You're working away, coming across Phil Oldfield. He got a good start on his sheep. A very, very consistent rhythm. Look, not a very big arm on that man there, but by crikey, he's just working that wool off. Just the power on the wrist, full of sinew, as he drives across that last shoulder now. But his son down there, Alan Oldfield, on the 4th stand, he's just leading the way as he goes out the last leg. He's got away from the crowd a little bit, driving it off that last leg. They've got 3 of these woolies to shear. You'll notice that if the sheep stands up, the shots that go round the sheep, whereas the machine shearer goes along the sheep. So there's no ridging of the horizontal side of it to catch the snow or the rain. So it just runs straight off the sheep, and a little bit of cover there, probably 15 to 20 mils of wool cover across the sheep. So there's instant protection against the elements of that have been thrown at them day in and day out down in the high country. These sheep have been looked after by White Spur. They've been well looked, fed and watered over the summer to keep this wool that long in these dry conditions up here, to keep the pests and the vermin off them, has been a magnificent job done by the White Spur, and we do appreciate the efforts they've gone through. Up the neck now comes Alan Oldfield, swings around the back of the head. No effort at all, the young man. He's just working away. It's a long time bent over. They've been bent over on that first sheep, Alan Grant. It's over 4.5 minutes now as he pops the head out just to complete that last side. That is a long time to be bent over in any one position. You may have moved your feet just a couple of centimetres around the board and the sheep's gone around you as Peter Castley drops that one out. Now there's the wools will be taken away and sorted out in the back room. But normally a full wool fleece will be thrown here on the board and all sorted out and skirted. But we're doing that out in the back room here today. Phil Oldfield here on the front. Got the belly and the first off leg tied up. The undermine's done, as they say. Alan Grant swings around. Just drags his sheep out. They've had the belly taken off these sheep just to quicken the job up a little bit for the public, because it is quite a difficult thing to take the belly off with the blades. That takes a little bit more time as Peter Castley, that very experienced and jovial character on the third stand. There's just stories and stories, and he's even going to make a few new stories up while he's here at Masterton, they tell me, Norm.
Oh, yeah, he's
you would have been caught in his grasp down at the Murrumba pub, wouldn't you?
Yep. Yeah, he's enticed me in there and had a couple of beers along with a couple of other machine shearing legends. He still likes to have a yarn to the machine shearers. He's living in a Marama. He had a bit of a man shed out the back. He had some fantastic memorabilia from over the years. So up the neck, he snaps it open. Peter Castley. Around the back of the head, he would have shorn at just about every one of the big high country sheep stations up in that part of New Zealand, around Tekapo and Twizel up the back there, Ohau, Omarama, right through the Lindis. A lot of big blade sheds back there back in the day. Still shear a lot of sheep on the blades in that part of the country. And there's a lot more farmers would probably prefer to shear on the blades, but unfortunately there's not quite the numbers of young blade shearers coming through nowadays. So just the season's a bit short and it's quite a specialised skill. So, you know, do you learn on the blades for a couple of months, or do you worry about learning on the machines for the whole year? That's sort of the problem there. But we do have some good young blade shearers, and the back two stands have them on them. Alan Oldfield and Isaac Duckmanton, a couple of good young blade shearers. Isaac Duckmanton just gives the both blades are white with the stone. Razor sharp, those blades, John. You could shave with them, no worries at all. And these guys are masters at the skill of keeping them sharp. Of course, when you get paid per 100, you want to have a sharp set of blades so you can knock a bit of fluff off.
Well, it's all about a man and his tools. You just got to make sure you're right at the cutting edge, and with a dull cut, you're just not going to achieve your tallies, and that's for sure. And you're really going to make hard work of it. Just a light rub he gave it, because you'll notice how when they shear, they like to know where the end of the tip's going to end up. With a machine shearer, he can shear under the wool for a little bit and not worry about where his handpiece is going, because it's only 100 mils wide. Well, that's a 200 mil blade up there they're driving, And you just need to be able to see where you're going to end up, because the last thing you want to do is to gouge one open, because it wouldn't look too pretty here on stage, and in any situation it's not good for the animal. But we are improving the animal welfare, and that's why we're removing the fleece of these sheep. It's a beautiful natural product. I don't know why the rest of the world can't see it. We talk about saving the planet. Well, this is the stuff that could help along. Down the last side they come there on stand number 3, the third and final sheep on the board on the front stand as well for Phil. Alan Grant's got a little bit to do in that last leg. Likewise as Peter Castley. But Duck Mountain down there in the far end, he's hit the long blow. He's chasing hard on Alan Oldfield on the 4 stand, but it'll take a quick or a very kicky sheep for him to catch up from that length back. Doing a beautiful job is Oldfield from Geraldine on stand number 4. The current world champion, the current member of the world champion team in the blade shearing at the World Shears over there in Dorat in France. Did New Zealand proud. He's did himself proud here as we start to get towards the end of round 2 and heat 1 and round 2. There is another heat to come. Down the last side he comes. Peter Castley almost got a sheep put around him. He gives his blade a little bit of a rub up with the stone. Turns it, rubs it on his leg. He has all the confidence in the world. How many times in his lifetime has he done that? So give Alan Oldfield a hand. He saw those sheep and just right on the button to 10 minutes. Those 3 sheep. That is a pretty good average, Norm. And Duck Mountain's just about to complete his as well.
Yes, so 10 minutes for 3. To fraction over 3 minutes a sheep with a pair of scissors. Not bad, John. Isaac Duck Mountain, young man from Okuku in Canterbury. Chops his way over the tail. Another couple of blows for this fella, and he's going to be letting that one go as well. And he'll reach forward, hit the time clock button. Out it goes. Well done. Give him a hand, folks. Isaac Duck Mountain. Great to see blade shearing back here at the Golden Shears. It's not always part of the itinerary, but good to see it here in what is the 60th anniversary. Phil Oldfield chops his way up the backbone of sheep number 3. Alan Grant, first front shoulder. Peter Castley, first front shoulder. Round he goes. Peter Castley, sure over 350 in an 8-hour day at one stage of his career, ladies and gentlemen. He's the world blade shearing record holder.
Didn't he shear old Shrek?
He did, yeah. He's done many famous things in his life, and some of them we just can't talk about in public, but Shearing Shrek was one of them. Phil Oldfield, around into the last front shoulder this time. He turns for home as Alan Grant sheep has a bit of a swipe at him.
But you just notice he just rocks and rolls it, and the sheep sort of settles down again. He keeps a little bit of pressure in behind the ear with his left hand. It's a very powerful hand, that left hand, for all shearers. It does a lot of work. And the sheep has settled down now and just relaxed again. Here comes Phil down on the front stand, going around that. He's making a beautiful job. The judges here are looking for second cuts to the wool. The majority of competitions they will operate over a machine shear, but if you cut the wool twice, it's the same whether you're doing it with the blades or the handpiece. So that's what they're looking for second cuts to the wool fibre. That wool's probably about 125 mils long, and we want it to stay in one length. So that's the best option for the farmer and for the mills that deal with the wool after it gets down to the sale arena. So here we go. Out the last leg he comes. His son's whipped off and beat him by a couple of minutes, but that's not going to matter at all, Phil. He is a top competitor and he's doing a great job on this sheep. A couple of shots over the tail and down the porthole for that one.
Alan Grant, Peter Casley just remaining on the board, just the last leg to chop off for both of these guys. John, you talked about keeping the sheep under control. That's one of the beauty things about the blades. If they kick and wriggle, you can just walk forward into them and carry on. You don't have to drag them back to the down tube all the time like the machine shearers do. Doesn't matter where the sheep goes, you can just go with it. You're not hooked to anything. Right out over the tail for Alan Grant. Peter Casley there as well. Legendary blade shearer. Alan Grant chops over the tail. Another couple of shots. He hits his time clock button and out it slides. Give him a hand. Peter Casley right there as well. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a big hand, these fellas. That is heat number 1 of round 2 in the blades. And John will bring up heat number 2.
Now, next up, we have Nikki Gutler, Katie Reid, Sean Oshie, and Art Eastman. And they will be just the one more heat before the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing pretty well on time today. So just the one more heat of 4 shearers to compete before the lunch break, unless somebody comes along with a bright idea. Gerald, how's it going over there?
Going well, John.
Oh, well, I'll just butt in here. We may as well get these guys up onto the stage. Could we have Sean Oshie? He's going to be keen to get up, so he's shearing on stand number 4. Stand number 3, sorry. Stand number 3 for Sean. Art Eastman, you're up on the 4th stand, Art. All the way from Carterton. On, Art, up you go. Katie Reid from Scotland will help you up the stairs if you like. And then we have the Australian lass of Nikki Gutler. Righto, Gerald, back to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, John. Hey, look, on press 1 here, the novice, it was James Noble Campbell. We weighed his bail, 100, we're looking for 150, okay, 145.5. It's only 4.5 k's light, so well done to you, James. Good effort, mate. And on press 2 here, he had a good quick time too from Taumanui, James Prestage. And his goal is actually to shear the 400 sheep, okay? And he did 166, ladies and gentlemen. So I was thinking to myself, if he's got that much power, the possibilities of him shearing 400 sheep are quite high. So well done to you two novice pressers. That was great for you guys to come along and have a burst. Right, so just while we've got this wee gap, we'll get this next one started, because they are toiling away, these boys up here. They are doing a bail in about 20-odd minutes. All right. So on press 1, we've got Bigger Hughes from Taumanui. And press 2 down here, Topia Barcliffe from Pew Pew. Okay, pressers are ready. Judges ready. On your marks, get set. Just the pressing. On your marks, get set, go. Thank you. Over to you, Norman John.
Yeah, well, we've got the green light now, gentlemen. Thank you kindly. Our point staff are working well. Are our blade shearers ready? Okay, everybody happy? Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. So this is the last event on the shearing board this morning, the second heat of round 2. Nikki Gutler from Australia, the first of our lady contestants. Well, I presume I should call them ladies rather than the gentler side of things. We've got Katie Reid from Carriff in Scotland on stand number 2. Sean Oshie from Japan on the 3rd stand. A multi-talented person. And Art Eastman, the old character from down there in Carterton. He's down on the 4th stand, and while these people may be not quite as experienced in the art of blades, they're going to give us a good shot at it anyway. Working away, Katie Reid steps up the neck, first to do so. So that's an interesting start from Katie Reid. She had a bit of a battle yesterday. Maybe she's had a bit more porridge this morning, and things are going to come together for her. Nikki Gutler breaks open the neck now. Hey, doing pretty well. All right, so the back here, Art Eastman, he's round into the offside now, just driving it up that neck. He's doing it sort of back to front to the other competitors. But that's the beauty of it. As long as you got your blades in your hand, you can shear them anywhere. And this is what they used to happen away in the sticks in the North Island many moons ago when you couldn't get them out. What you did, you took your pack horse in there, got your blades out, and then a little bit of a clearing, set the dogs around the group of sheep, went in and caught one, shore it, completed the job, packed the wool out on the pack horse.
If I can just jump in there, John. We're just looking for Ronnie Iraha, okay, for the pressing, because he's made the individual semi-final pressing. So, Ronnie, if someone knows where Ronnie is, Ronnie Iraha, can you come and inform us at this table here down at the pressing? Thank you.
So, yes, you talk about the blade shearing in the high country, but it was done right throughout the country in the early areas. No machines, no motorised transport or anything like that. It was cut off for the blades and packed out by pack horse or wagon. So there's a little bit of history about these blades and where they sort of originated and where they ended up. Up the long blow now comes Nikki Gutler, working hard, just a young shearer, but she's doing it pretty easy at the moment. Katie Reid, 2 or 3 shots in front of her. But they're working away pretty much blow for blow. Sean Oshie, he's into the long blow as well. Art Eastman, he's now been very kind here. He's done a lot of his clipping, turned away from the crowd. Well, this time he's laying the long blow open for you. Swooping big shots. He struck a little bit of dry wool, maybe a little bit of dirt there. It probably just might have taken the edge off his blade. But he's working hard, driving it up. That's a pretty old, muscular sort of an arm there. I shouldn't say old, just an experienced arm. As he rocks it up the line, because I'm damn sure I wouldn't be able to do it, Norm, and I have no intentions of actually learning. I've dagged a few with the blades, but never ever shore one.
Yeah, I've been known to blow the fluff off a couple with a set of blades, but a long time ago, John. And I guess if the electricity goes off, I can still carry on shearing if I have to, but I'd rather just knock off with everyone else. Katie Reid from Crieff in Scotland, round onto the last front shoulder, right there with Sean and Nikki and Art, to be fair. So there's not a lot between these 4 shearers on sheep number 1. Katie, just a bit of a kick and a wriggle. She's onto the last front shoulder. Shun Ushi from Japan chops around under the front leg, so he's working his way down across the side of the rib cage. Art Eastham, last front shoulder as well. Nikki Gutler just brings the head through. So what they're doing now, they just pop the head through, makes it sit a bit better, but it also crunches the sheep up a wee bit, just a bit less surface area for them to cover, which is the opposite of what the machine shearers do. They try and stretch them out and keep the comb right down on the skin. The blade shearers crunch them up, just lessens the surface area, and the idea of the blades is to leave a bit of wool on anyway, so nothing wrong with that. Just leaves a nice protective cover of wool on the sheep. That's the idea of them. That's why they use them in the high country of the South Island. They use the blades. They can kick them out, back out onto the high tops and not worry too much about the weather affecting them. Nikki Gutler first in for sheep number 2. Art Eastham just pops the head forward and onto the last leg he goes, but Shun Ushi from Japan, and he goes as well, the wee Japanese fella down there on stand 3. He's a good wee machine shearer as well, good wool hander and a good presser. He can do it all. Nikki Gutler chops into the first hind leg, finishing touches for Katie Reid. And Art Eastham down there from Carterton. Slides around on to the last leg as well. So there's Katie. Out the hole with number 1 and in for 2. So great to see some younger blade shearers there in the first 3 stands anyway. Nothing against that, but he's a wee bit older than the rest. And out his sheep goes, sheep number 1 for Art. He's only going to be shearing the 2, I think. But great to see some younger people getting up there and competing. A couple of female shearers on the front stand, which we're seeing a lot more of, both on the machines and the blades now, John. Some fantastic female shearers working in the wool sheds around the world now, from all over the world as well.
Well, they used to deal with the end product of knitting wool together and what have you. Now they've gone to the front of the game and they're cutting it off. And it's a real credit to them. A magic to watch because they have a good style. They listen properly when they're being taught. They have high quality work. And they don't drink and smoke as much as the rest of the men do anyway, for a start. So.
I hope not.
Hey, it's good to have them in the industry. They've been in the industry pretty much since the inception. And but more just on the wool handling side of it, but they've branched out, and it's a credit to them the way they perform, not only in the day-to-day rigours of the country life, but also here in the sports stadium as well, because we're going to see a lot more of it happening. They're multitasking in life now, which is good. Art Eastman steps forward up the neck. He says, let me at it. A little bit of a shake and rattle and roll. Probably one of the most difficult parts of the sheep there is for a blade shearer. The sheep is sitting up on its tail, and they do not like sitting on their tail for too long. So if you can get that neck wool opened up properly and quickly, and you can just lay the sheep a little bit away from you so that you're not sitting that sheep on the bone of its tail, it's going to be a lot more comfortable, and it will lie relaxed for you as you swoop down. Now, you see, just Art's laid that sheep away from him a little bit to complete the first off shoulder. Thank you. Where our other 3 shearers now are flat on the board with the sheep, and the sheep is resting there and having a bit of a look around, maybe just sensing I could get in an escape, but it's going hard up here on the front stand. Nikki Gutler, the Australian, she was a wee bit hesitant in yesterday's event, but she's going for the doctor today, and she's given these other 2 a little bit of a workout. Sure Noshi's the first to turn over the top. Katie Reed starting to lift her game a little bit, quickening up the shots as she comes around the neck wall. Around the machine shearer would be going straight down to the brisket from the chin. You notice that blade shearer, there was 7 or 8 shots around that neck, across the neck. It's cutting across the skin all the time. And we now are going hard, so these shearers on the front 3 stands are going to be shearing 3 sheep. We're going to take pity on them and just have them to do 2. But he said, I don't know, I'm good for it. We'll just see how many turn up going down the porthole at the end as we come across the shoulder now. Nikki Gutler still hanging in there. She's drifted maybe back a couple of shots as Katie Reed, the Scots lass, is starting to fire him in quick across that last side. She realised that, she said, I've done my tough one first. I'm going to get the nice open fleece ones and power it off on that second and third sheep. Sure enough, she's got one that doesn't quite want to behave. He tucks it up under his elbow there, his left elbow, and just raises that right shoulder a little bit with his hand. He needs to start taking a little bit of control of the skin area so that it keeps it flat and away from the nick of the blade. Nikki Gutler hasn't given up. She's still putting in a big driving shot there. She's not quick action, but she's cutting a lot of wool at once, Norman. That's pretty impressive for she's got a reasonable size arm, but it's pretty impressive for a young lady.
Yeah, it certainly is. Just shows you how good their gear is, folks. like most shearing disciplines, it's not about strength, it's about technique. And Nikki's got a good technique, and Katie as well, as they chop their way around. And Katie first to drop this time, and in and out with sheep number 3 very quickly. Nikki Gutler right there. Shouldn't was she right there as well? Shouldn't having a good share there on stand number 3. So Gerald, are you down there, Gerald? So just had word that Ronnie Ediha is not going to be here. So who have you got? You must have someone lined up, have you, to take his place next down the list?
Yeah, we'll have that all sorted. Thanks, Norm.
Good work. Well done.
Yep.
How's it all going down there anyway, mate?
Next man in is actually a local, so we'll give him a ring.
Good as gold.
He's in the wings waiting, ready to go.
So Shunuishi out on the board, sheep number 3, Vishun, big grin as he comes out, loving the chance to hoe into a few of these big ewes. At the Golden Shears, great to have him here at the 60th celebration, of course. As these other international shearers from Scotland and from Australia.
You could say in your commentary he's chasing a woman, but he's actually just shearing a little bit behind him, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
And we can't let that out on national television.
No, you cannot. You cannot. He's chopping his way into the first hind leg, lifts the leg and around under the tail. Sheep just wants to strain a wee bit, so he lets it go and carries on when it settles down. That's the way to do it. You don't want to put too much pressure on the sheep. Up the neck he comes now. Art, finishing touches to sheep number 2. Let's see if he goes in for another one or not. He may not. It's up to him, I guess. I'm not sure what's going on down there on stand number 4, but the rest of the shearers have their third and final sheep out on the board. Nikki Gutler round and carefully works her way around that ear, just keeping an eye on the points of her blades as she works in towards the ear. She doesn't want any accidents. Very, very sharp, these blades. And Shun Oishi does the same, around the back of the head for Shun. So Art Eastham, and that's it for Art. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. He hits his time clock. Well done, Art. Out the hole it goes. Good stuff. So 3 shearers on the board with their third sheep. And there's not a lot in it, John, as they work their way through to the front shoulder. Katie Reid maybe just got the jump on them by a couple of shots, but not much as she works in towards the rib cage here, across the rib cage rather than along it, and lay it down into what we call a long blow.
Well, just looking at the time there, Norman, before, we got off their first heat. The gunman was at 10 minutes, and here we are at 14 minutes. So they've been bent over this for a whole 4 minutes longer, and they haven't finished yet. So you can work it out for yourself. There's going to be a lot of strain on those young backs up there. They do have a little bit of youth on their side, but it's still a long time bent over like a stable. Working that left hand, holding that sheep, keeping it away from the tips of your blades because you don't want to have it injure yourself or the animal. Making sure that you're gliding on top of the pelt or the skin of the sheep. It's called the pelt. When it's been removed at the end destination, Sean Oshie there just had a little bit of a stop. He was just readjusting himself or readjusting his sheep. You want the sheep to be lying in the right position so that it's nice and flat to cut across. Bunched up a little bit as we talked about yesterday, so that you're covering less area, but you're still removing the same amount of wool. Around the neck comes Sean. Doing it pretty easy now. Got his fingers up under the jaw of that sheep on the bone just to lift it up and get it high on his legs. Likewise here on the front stand is Nikki Gutler. Katie Reid's now coming across the shoulder. Is Sean going to pick him up? Oh, they're pretty much blow for blow at the moment. Look at him going hard. The Australian doing well. The Scots lasses poking him in quick. Oh, you can sense it. You see that driving hand now is gobbling a bit more wool per shot. Sean Oshie, he's right. He's chasing hard on these 2 youngsters up the front. Look at him go. Down and out of the flank comes our Japanese visitor. Well, he's pretty much a resident in New Zealand these days. He's been here that often. Down the last side he comes. Down the last side comes Nicky. Come on, Katie. Keep hanging in there as well. Beautiful shots. I think Katie might have come back to the front now as she works across that last rump. Driving it hard. Keeping it clean. Keeping it white. Shuanoshi out the last leg. Woolhandlers are just going in to assist a little bit because a little bit of bunching up of the wool there. It's going to be Katie Reid, I think, going to beat them off. The last of the heat number 2 to come off. Art Eastman only saw the couple of sheep, the older generation, but here comes the youngsters. Blow for blow, pretty much, ladies and gentlemen. You couldn't have wished for a tighter finish. Right over that last leg. Let her go down the porthole for the judges, guys and gals. Not quite yet, says Katie. I've got 2 more shots to go. A little bit of lifting wool. There she goes, ladies and gentlemen. Give her a hand. What a great shear. 17 minutes on for 4 sheep. Shuanoshi's still completing the task as he rocks across that last leg. Using that left hand. Cleans off the hock now. There we are. Touch of the button there for Nikki Gutler from Australia. And there goes Shuanoshi from Japan, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a look at that. He loves it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the last of our events in the shearing industry before our lunch break. We do have the pressing still going down there, I believe, Gerald, are you?
Hi again. So look, we're in the process of watching the blade shearing, and by geez, the skills of these people, and how cool to see those 2 young women up there mixing it with the men. But you know, while we're talking about blades and thinking about yesteryear, really, this was the traditional way of shearing. It made me also think about those wool handlers, the resident wool handlers that have been with Golden Shears also for 60 years. And there's some interesting stories about all of that that I've come to learn, that almost those stands have been serviced and feel owned by whānau, by families, by the women of those, the women of the local area. And so I thought it was probably a nice touch to be able to have a bit of a chat about that. So over here I have Auntie Rewa, who has... well, it's better than Nanny Rewa. No, come on. So to talk to us a little bit about those early days. You remember, you recall those days, don't you?
Yeah, slightly. I try hard not to think that I'm that old.
No, of course not. Of course not. But anyway, come on. Tell us about it.
Oh, yeah. I came to the first Golden Shears, but just to look,
yes,
not to work. And from then on it was like, push, push, get up, get up. Those nannies had a way of saying, you do this, and you just had to say, how high do I jump?
Yes, of course, like all good children say to their nannies, isn't it?
Yep.
So in particular, a name that we're all familiar with, that certainly as a wool handling competitor I was very aware of, was Nanny Hinaro Mason.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, so she was one of the divas, the queens out here that kept
She
everyone.
was the queen.
She was the queen. Wow.
Yep.
So there's, you know, I guess the relationship there is that Paddy Mason, shear expertise, who is heavily involved in the shears. That's his nanny, isn't it?
That's his nanny.
Yeah,
Grandma.
his grandma. And so do you, Bo. I mean, you're almost institutional to this place as well, aren't you?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about how you were able to work up the ranks to get to a stand.
Through Nanny Hinaro Mason. Just popped around and seen my dad and asked my dad if, you know, any of us would like to step up. But all my other sisters ran away, and it ended up with me being up there, and that was about 78, yeah.
Wow. And so you talked about, first of all, you got assigned just to carry the wool around, you know, before you actually got invited up onto the stage.
Yeah, well, yes, yeah. I just sort of, just was a resident wool handler and went through stages where I was just filled in whenever one of the aunties was away, and generally just worked my way up to judging now.
Yeah.
That was through being a resident wool handler on the board.
Oh, well, that's fantastic. And same with you, Auntie Rewa. I mean, you were up there large as life through a lot of the times I remember.
Yes.
And I also recall stories about how you became almost favourites to different shearers, different open shearers.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, you two have a lot to say when we're outside of here. We get you in here and can hardly get boo out of you. But it is a story that's beautiful to share, and hopefully we get to talk to Missy, who is almost like the general manager of all of the resident wool handlers a little bit later on, and let's get more of this story. But meanwhile, I see we've got a presentation going, so we better get back to that. Thank you both. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, kōrua.
The finalists of the junior wool handling to make their way up here on the board. This event was sponsored by Rural Women New Zealand, and presenting this final is Liz Pennington, the new Chief Executive of Rural Women New Zealand.
Kia ora koutou te whānau. Awesome to be here, and on behalf of my colleagues at Ngā Wahine o Tai Whenua Aotearoa, we're really pleased to be sponsoring this event. So we'd like to congratulate all who participated in the event. Our congratulations also to all of you in the 60th birthday celebration. We're delighted to be partnering with you today. We congratulate everybody who's worked over the years to the event, and we in particular want to thank everybody who's attending today and supporting those up on the stage. Sponsoring this award is one of the really important ways in which we support our community and build and strengthen rural communities, and it's been a real pleasure to watch all of you in action today. Well done to all of you. When it comes down to it, quality wool clip preparation is really essential to realising a quality end product, and excellent wool handling is a really important part of that chain. Congratulations to each of the finalists here on my right, and I wish each of you every success in your future competitions and endeavours. Well done, everyone. Yeah, kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. The winner of the Rural Women New Zealand Junior Wool Handling receives $300, and it was pretty convincing. The winner's points 152, second place 196. Please put your hands together for Tiana Phillips. Congratulations, Tiana. You've got a lot of support out in the crowd here. The Junior Wool Handling Champion of the 2020 Golden Shears.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to dedicate this win to my mum, who's sadly no longer with us. A big thank you to all the sponsors, the judges, my shearer, the rest of the competitors, and all my whānau. Cheers.
Well done, Tiana. Second place and $150 from Masterton, Jess Stewart. Third place, $120, Heaven Little. And put your hands together for fourth place, the hometown boy, Conan Greyharman. While we're getting the photo taken, could I please ask John Mischizin, the CEO of MKM Limited, and the finalists in the Evergreen Wool Handling, please to make their way up to the board. So while we wait for the finalists of the Evergreen Wool Handling, this event is sponsored by Still Shop Masterton, and presenting the awards for this remainder of the presentation is John Mischizin, CEO of MKM Limited.
Hi, it's great to be here again this year, and it's our 136 years in business this year, so supporting the New Zealand wool industry is very important to us. It's part of our business, and like I say, it's just great to be here today. So congratulations to all the people who have taken part in the event, and a special congratulations to the winners.
Thank you, John. The winner of the Wairarapa Helicopters and Still Shop Masterton Evergreen Woolhandling receives $100 plus an MKM Tasman vest, as well as the Golden Shears Veterans Cup. Please put your hands together. From Kimbolton, Rose Puha. Congratulations, Rose. What a wonderful achievement. I'm personally shocked that you would qualify for 55 years and older.
I'm shocked too. But I'd like to thank Golden Shears for putting this all together. It's glad to be part of your 60th journey. To all the competitors, it's great to be competing against them again. And to everyone else, hope you enjoyed yourself. Thank you.
Well done, Rose. Well done. Second place, $50 plus an MKM Tasman vest. Waina Peniha. Third place, Rangi Roycroft. Fourth place, Dana Tiaho. Fifth place, Aroha Garvin. And sixth place, Yvonne Abraham. Could we please have the finalists for the Evergreen Shearing Grade 1 up to the board? The Grade 1 Evergreen Shearing is for competitors aged between 55 and 65. First place in the Wairarapa Helicopters and Still Shop Masterton Evergreen Shearing receives $100 plus an MKM Tasman vest. And it was tight. First place had penalty points of 25.3. Second place, penalty points of 26.2. First place, Dave Brooker. Congratulations, Dave. You looked like you were a wee bit surprised there.
Oh, yeah, we're a little surprised, yeah. To come and get a ribbon at Golden Shears is pretty cool.
How good is it to be involved in this sport for a long, long time, and here you are at the 60th Golden Shears and you've taken out the title?
Yeah, well, congratulations to all the competitors. It's quite, it's a bit of fun, really, and pretty serious when we're up there, but out in the changing room, it's all fun, so it's cool.
And that's the way it should be. Congratulations, Dave. Second place, $50 plus an MKM Tasman vest, Russell Knight. Third place, from Masterton, Nookie Gordon. Fourth place, David Hodge. Fifth place, Bruce Pankhurst. And give it up for sixth place, Stephen Cooper. Could we please have the competitors from grade 2 now up on the board? Ladies and gentlemen, this grade 2 is for competitors 66 to 75. The winner of the Wairarapa Helicopters and Still Shot Masterton Evergreen Shearing Grade 2 had penalty points of 20.6. Second was 24.4. Receiving $100 plus an MKM Tasman vest, the winner, Peter McCabe. Congratulations, Peter. Mate, you look absolutely stoked.
Oh, yes, it is. But to win here at the 60th Jubilee is just awesome. I'd just like to thank everyone involved with running a Golden Shears, the sponsors, judges, and everyone out the back and that. Thanks, Russell. We made a pact that he was going to win the younger ones and I was going to win the thing, but it didn't quite work out that way. But, yeah, also, I'd like to dedicate this win to a friend of ours, one of our judges who's had open heart surgery, City. This one's for you.
Well done. There you go. Second place, all the way from Australia, John Hand. Third place, Richard Pearson. Fourth place, Philip Woodward. And for the record, fifth place, Alan Schofield. Sam Saunders, the president of the Golden Shears, is accepting this fifth place. And sixth place, from Masterton, Willie Buick. Could we please have the competitors for grade 3 up on the board? Grade 3, ladies and gentlemen, is for those competitors 76 years and over. The winner of the Wairarapa Helicopters and Still Shot Masterton Evergreen Shearing Grade 3 receives $100 plus the MKM Tasman vest and the Bob Chamberlain Memorial Trophy. Winning penalty points were 23.1. Second points 26.9. The winner, Hugh McCarroll. Congratulations, Hugh. What a wonderful response. Now, of course, you've been involved in this sport for God knows how long. The World Shearing Council, a judge for many, many years. You've won accolades for this, and here you are at the 60th Golden Shears taking out the Evergreen Grade 3 title. Congratulations.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much. I just can't believe this. Where do I start? I just want to congratulate Golden Shears on 60 years of this competition. It is unbelievable, really. I had the privilege of being at the first Golden Shears to have a look, and been to 54 of the 60 Golden Shears, and what they've done to keep this competition going like is just unbelievable, really. And I'd also like to congratulate Snow Harrison at that first Golden Shears. Snow was in the Open final in 1961. It's just, that is unbelievable too. Snow, well done. And great thanks to the other competitors. Been great competition, there's been great camaraderie, and I'd also like to pay tribute to my family, who are... There's 10 of my family have come down to support us. Two nieces. 10 years ago, one of my nieces was having her wedding the same day as the Veterans Final in 10 years ago, and I'd warned her that I couldn't go to the wedding because there was Golden Shears, and she's forgiven us for that, and she's here today. So, well done, Fleur. Yeah. So, yeah. No, just thanks very much, everybody, and enjoy the rest of the Golden Shears, the 60th Golden Shears. Thank you.
Well done, Hugh. You can see how much it means to these competitors to take out a title. Second, $50 in the MKM Tasman vest, Jeff Gringle. Third place, from Masterton, Ian Stewart. Well done, Scotty. Fourth place, Alan Bridson. Fifth place, another local lad, Sid Tatana. And it's an achievement to make the final when you competed in the first Golden Shears 60 years ago. Put it together for Ian Harrison. Congratulations, good on you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes this presentation. We'll just complete this photo now. But how good is it to see these competitors after all these years still going? In 41 years' time, this is where I want to be. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. We'll hand on down to the commentators.
Yes, thank you, Kieran. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop for a quick break for lunch. We need to feed our...
So we've just seen the prize giving, and in particular for the evergreens. How cool was that? And hopefully we get to speak with some of them a little bit later on as well. But in the studio with us at the moment, joined by, first of all, Liz Pennington, the new CEO of Rural Women New Zealand, who have been just wonderful sponsors for Golden Shears, sponsoring the Woolhandling. But Liz, let me please introduce yourself and tell us a quick elevator pitch around around Rural Women.
Oh, kia ora, Mavis. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're really delighted to be continuing to support the awards and this amazing event. Really pleased to be here for the 60th birthday for Rural Women New Zealand on Ngā Wahine Tai Whenua o Aotearoa. For us, it's about opportunities to strengthen and build resilience in communities. And so there's a real good fit for us with the work and the mahi that we do and the work and mahi that Golden Shears and this great big family are involved in. So yeah, pleased to be here. And it was an awesome event. Great to be here this morning watching everything. So we're pleased to be here, Mavis.
No, thank you, fantastic. And as I said, Rural Women have been a great supporter of our young women in the wool handling events, and to the star of the moment, Tiana Phillips, the winner of the Junior Wool Handling. Congratulations, Golden Shears 2020. How does it feel?
It feels great.
It feels great. Bit more than that, Anna, come on.
I don't know what to say.
You don't know what to say. I'm a bit naughty anyway. So you're from, tell us where you're from.
I'm from Taumaranui.
Taumaranui hard, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. And so you've had a great season. I've seen your name popping up quite a bit this season. You've competed through most of the circuit, I would have thought.
Yeah. I was doing really good in the second year shows. We don't really do much for wool up here, so it's been quite cool to take out the juniors here.
That's right. So for those who are not familiar, Taumaranui's on the west coast of the North Island. They have what I would probably call a greenbelt area, so they do get good rain. They get good weather up there, so high growth, pasture growth, which means that the sheep don't do as well for full wool. They don't have the 12 months, do they? No. And so sheep are shorn either 6 monthly or 8 monthly, and that has been your specialty until today.
Yeah.
So it's quite a different skill set to be able to handle second shear and full wool, isn't it?
Yes.
What was the best thing about it up there, Tiana?
Probably just, I don't really know.
Yeah.
Making the final was the best thing.
Totally. And then surely.
Yeah, and then winning.
Yeah. With our junior wool handlers, this is the start of their journey. Where do you want to be in 5 years' time, Tiana?
In the Opens.
In the Open, cracking it in the Open.
Yeah.
Representing New Zealand at a World Championships, eh?
That sounds great.
Let's set the bar really high. Look, Tiana, is there anyone you want to thank or anything you want to say?
I just dedicated my win to my mum, Sunny Hughes, who passed away in a car accident a couple of years ago. I always wanted to make my mum proud, and I'm pretty sure I did today. Yeah, if she was here, you would have heard her screaming. And just a big thank you to the sponsors and all the judges and organisers for the Golden Shears, and yeah, all my whānau. Yep.
Oh, that's beautiful, Sunny. And not only will your mum be proud wherever she is, but you've certainly made all of us very proud as well. So, 5 years' time, I'm going to check you up again, girlfriend, and, I'm sure we're going to be having another chat here as you start to realise your dreams, because now you know anything is possible, eh?
Yeah.
Anything is possible. Thank you very much for that. Thank you again, Liz, and I hope you see how important and meaningful the support you give to Golden Shears in this, especially in this grade, is. So, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Kia ora. Back to you, Toby.
Just while we have a few minutes, there is a book that's coming out, and it is available at I think from the Secretary's office. It's the Golden Shears 60th Jubilee Handbook, and it has got a lot of photos and stuff in it. I've been through it, and it's sort of photos of every shears from the last 60 years. And there's going to be a lot of photos from this year's. I think it's going to be published in April, but you can order it now. It'll be $25 if you order it.
So we're back again, and well, this is something pretty special. Rose Puha, talk to us. First of all, you talk to us a little bit about what's just happened here, and then let's have a look at your goods over there.
Oh, what's just happened here is I've got a red ribbon.
Yay!
And I've been waiting patiently for one, but I'm happy with this one. I'll take it.
That's right. So Rose has just taken out the Golden Shears 2020 Evergreen Woolhandling Trophy. Now, this is a championship, I have to say, that was really hotly contested down there, Rose.
It was. There were some great competitors there from back in the past that competitors like we had on the board, maybe 10, 15 points. Back in the days, they were lucky to get 0 to 2. So
yes,
the competition was quite fierce, and it was good to come across them again.
That's
right.
right.
It's better to take the red ribbon with me.
That's right. There's nothing more sweeter than a red ribbon from Golden Shears, as many of you well know. But also, Rose, you are not just a trainer. You held a training course just pre the Shears, which certainly has had an impact for a number of the wool handlers and the shearers competing here today. But, by jingoes, I think you got the best prize.
I think I did, but I'm going to be quite rapt. We had quite a few at our wool handling course for elite wool training. We've got 2 in the finals, in the senior finals. We had 1 in the top 10 in the novice, so we're really rapt with that.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, Rose, this is going out worldwide. This is Golden Shears 2020. Go on to the YouTube, flick into the app. You can watch it all happening as it happens. We're really proud of you, Rose. You've done an awesome job.
Excellent. If I could just add, though, we also have one in the open, Gwinan. Yeah, and so she's so rapt. She's right there up in the top 10.
That's right.
Great. Good on to you guys. And I know you're going to be bringing one of these home with you too.
Yeah. The last thing, Rose, before you go, we've talked a lot about this is the 60th year of Golden Shears and how families just keep recycling through.
Yes.
It's a wonderful thing. But you also have family who have trodden these boards as well.
Absolutely. So I'm the only one. Well, now I can go home today and put my red ribbon up against my 2 that have won the junior senior wool handling.
Tell us who they are.
Oh, so it's Naira and Connor Puha. So Connor's had the grace of coming here and doing winning the seniors last year, novice, intermediate.
Shearing, isn't it?
Shearing.
Yeah.
And then my daughter, Naira, who's come through and taken junior and senior wool handling out.
Oh, so something in the genes, eh?
Something in the genes and in the water in Kimbolton.
In the water in Kimbolton. Awesome, Rose. Congratulations. Well deserved. And I guess all I want to say is thank you for giving back.
And if I can just say thank you, Mavis, because without your teachings back in the days, I wouldn't be where I am now. So thank you very much.
Oh, kia ora. So why don't we get back down to the stadium? I know that we've got photos and that going on down there, but we're trying to bring you the finalists and the sponsors so that you can engage with them just like we are here. Hope you're having a great day, and this day has not ended yet. Thank you very much, Toby.
Thank you.
If we could have our chicken ladies organised, please, with their singlets down to the left of the commentator's desk. We'll get these junior and intermediate finalists up to come and report in. Can we get our junior shearing finalists to check in, please? Junior shearing finalists, come and see me at the microphone desk.
If you haven't checked in, because there's only 4.
On the hill hunting, out in the beach diving, but I used it as a tool to remember things that I forgot throughout my career. Actually real good to have, to be honest, yeah.
It makes it easier. If you can share easier, you can share more, and nobody likes doing it hard. Tahi no Tahi is really easy to use, it's all online, and it's really simple. Everyone can understand it. It doesn't take too long.
I think it'll benefit rural communities by lifting the standard of work in the wool shed in terms of injury prevention, because there's a lot of anxiety and a lot of frustration when people get injured. So if you can remove all that and people can just get on with the job, which is what we all want to do, without having to get people to fill in and all that sort of thing. So I think it'll really lift productivity in the workplace in the rural communities. Get on board with Tahi no Tahi, sign up, it's as easy as knowing your name and your email address.
Shout out to Tahi no Tahi, thank yous for what you guys are doing.
Get on Tahi no Tahi and check it out.
Head over to www.tahinotahi.co.nz and sign up for your free health and safety certificate.
They wanted a bit more entertainment, so we had art competitions, maker models, all these sort of things. But that was only Wairarapa. In the Wairarapa, it wasn't getting out. And somebody said, there's a Miss Golden Shears, there's a Miss New Zealand thing. What would be the possibility of getting a girl in that? Because we didn't have a Miss Wairarapa and everybody else had these things. Anyway, at one young farmers meeting, I remember we discussed it. And Alan Williams and I put our hands up and said, we'll see what we can do about it. Well, who do you go to see about it? There was a lady that lived down the Te Pārai Road that happened to know a little bit about Miss Golden Shears, about Miss New Zealand contest, because she'd been a Miss New Zealand. So we went down and saw Gay this night, Alan and I, and she looked at us and she said, I'm not too sure about this, she said. You're trying to chew a big one off here. And we knew ourselves that we couldn't do it. But she was pretty well in with the Browns and everything else. And she rang us up a couple of months later and said, yes, they're willing to give you a go. What we wanted, we didn't want a Miss Wairarapa, we wanted a Miss Golden Shears. And by this time, TV was the in thing. And I mean, if we could get a Miss Golden Shears, one of those 12 or 14 girls walking across the stage, where the hell's this Miss Golden Shears come from? That's what we looked at. And they said, oh, we'll give it a go. So we had eliminations that first year. And I think Murray will agree with me here that Les Field had a big put into that first year. In fact, he landed up marrying one of the contestants that year, or a year or so later. That was number one, the luck we had. The second one was, because once it came up, everybody said, well, you know, what the hell are they going to get? You know, bloody some stupid wool-handling girls or something. Well, we put a line-up of about 12 girls there, and the winner of that competition went on to be runner-up for Miss New Zealand that particular year. And that was our big thing. I think if we hadn't have done well in their first couple of years, they'd have probably come to us and said, well, look, we're not too well. And that was 1971, and Janine Morales got runner-up. And I've heard from one or two since then that they believed that perhaps she should have won it, to be quite honest, that year. So that set us up for the next 19 years of Miss Golden Shears. Wool, believe it or not, in those days, wool was actually worth some money. And so you grew wool right down to, and if you could get it growing out their nostrils, well, you did that too. And we wonder why it perhaps took 21 minutes to shear those sheep. When I first got involved, really got involved, was in 65. I've been involved a little bit with young farmers. Was the wet year 65, but I can remember Alan Precious said that he came down to shear in the seniors in 1965, and there were 262, I think, senior shearers. In 1965, we had the perfect farmer's autumn. The Thursday before Golden Shears, it started to rain, beautiful drizzly rain, and it just kept raining and raining. And by Sunday night, I think one or two of the people from the hierarchy were getting a little concerned. And on Wednesday morning, to my knowledge, and I'm sure Laurie will stop me if I'm wrong here, but it's the only time that we've shorn real wet sheep at Golden Shears. They were wet. And that's when I really perhaps got quite involved with Golden Shears. I went in on the Wednesday morning to see what was going on in there, to see how they were handling these wet sheep. And there was one of the committee members, a chap by the name of Brian Newton, said, "What are you doing in here?" And I said, "Well, I've just come to see how you're handling the situation." He said, "I've got a job for you." And I spent the next 3 days down at the showgrounds. And what they did was bring wet sheep in them. When I mean they were wet, brought wet sheep in there, and we put them under the showgrounds. Unfortunately, it was an easterly, there was no wind, so they came in there saturated, and 6 hours later we put them on the truck to send them to the stadium, and they were still 80% wet, and all that wool went straight to Borthwick's. However, we were lucky enough on the Friday afternoon, it did clear. That was, 8 days after it had started. And I managed to get some of them out into the paddock. So for the open quarters, we didn't have top 30 in those days, the open quarters, that Friday night or whenever it was, they had, the wool was still, I think the outside was probably dryish, and by Saturday they were dry enough to thing. But those first Wednesday and Thursday and Friday morning, the sheep were very, very wet. So what are you going to do with these? So what I was doing was putting 3 in a pen, and it had been all right if there'd been a lot of in the sheep pens, and been all right if it'd been a good breeze, but there was no breeze or anything. So we're putting them in there, and 6 hours later taking them out. And on Thursday morning, they brought a grain dryer down from Palmerston North. And if any of you know, well, you all know the showgrounds reasonably well. And we blocked we shifted a small mob of about 100 and put them in between the cattle pens where they keep the cattle there, and blocked the end up and put them there and put the blower on them. And I don't know why somebody hadn't thought of this before, to be quite honest. Fantastic. They turned the blower off after 1 minute, and looked, and all these lovely white sheep had gone black. Well, I mean, all it did was just blow the dust into the... Well, that wasn't very successful. That afternoon, they put some on a truck and took them down the aerodrome and back the aerodrome and behind an aeroplane, but that didn't really... I mean, you can imagine trying to get sheep dry. That didn't work either, really. So they did their best, but it was a pretty hopeless cause. The people, and I'd just like to reiterate what Edwin and Laurie said, the people that set that up initially had great forethought. I mean, the complex of the thing has changed a little bit, but I mean, very, very little. You tell me any other thing that's only changed 20%.
guys, we've got a pretty professional about it. They have tallies they want to hit, and you know, they generally just work to that tally, and well, they know how to do it. If they can set themselves at a pace where they know they'll be within 1 or 2 sheep, it's bloody impressive how they do that, I reckon. Oh, it's bloody hard work though. I mean, they're running a marathon every day.
My main message to farmers would be good toilets, good facilities, maintenance, keeping the maintenance up for everybody. That includes like catching pen gates and holes in walls and springs on doors. It's just common sense stuff. That's all shearers want.
When I was still shearing, I walked into a shed one night about 9 o'clock down in Hunterville, and the place was just gleaming. And it was polished and everything was just gleaming in the shed. It was the first time I'd been there, and I thought to myself, sure, I've got to do a good job here, mate.
Business, it's all about the people. If we don't have good people, well trained, with good facilities, good resources and clean operating going forward, put stress on them, all of a sudden they might get injured or something might go wrong there, then I'm left high and dry because I don't have people running our business.
In relation to performance and everything like that, I would start with your sleep. Okay, address your sleep, because without sleep we will not perform properly. Second to that, nutrition. Okay, so just making sure that within your nutrition your hydration is adequate, and also in terms of eating, making sure that you're eating for performance. So the fuel that you're putting in your body, you can't run a Ferrari on diesel. Okay, so if you want to perform at the highest level like these guys are, then there's an element of that needs to come into it.
You've got to learn your limits, and you've got to learn that you need a certain amount of time in bed if you're going to work long hours the next day. You look after yourself, you eat well, and you make sure that you replace what you lose from dehydration. You've got to rehydrate well.
Main message about training and fitness is take a little bit more time to care for your body. Just do a simple few exercises a day. It's going to take 5 minutes out of your day to do a little bit of strength work, 5 minutes at the end of your day to do some stretching out, and the benefits you'll reap from it will be years and years down the road.
When we're striving to do well in the industry, we're trying to make money and perhaps make a name for ourselves, we lose that sensitivity to our bodies. We lose that awareness to when we're actually in trouble physically. It's time to go and see a chiropractor, time to get some physio, maybe look at our techniques and the way that we're operating, because if people are working well and they're making money and they can feel the growth in their skill set, then they'll look after themselves. It creates a very positive atmosphere and environment for everyone to work, and they want to be there.
Breaks and recovery time are just absolutely key and vital if you want to stay performing at the top of your game in the shed. If we compare shearing and so forth to competitive rugby or competitive netball, and you think about how those guys perform, they're not at a high intensity training every single day. They factor in break times, low level training, and definitely some recovery time. So that's how they stay in peak condition and how they can keep going and keep performing and winning. And so it's no different in the shed.
Sometimes, someone's better off having a couple of days off to rest and recover than like thrashing them through it. And I think that's the main one, is just having that time out to refresh yourself and then come back stronger again.
If it's getting really tough,
Really important. It's probably your number one factor. If you look after your staff, they'll look after you.
Finding it very difficult to get young people into the industry these days. So while they're here, we have to show them that we value them. And part of that is being about changing some of the attitudes of the way we did things 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago.
In the end, it is all about the people. We can't operate without having people, and I think the ability to have respect for your contractors, for the people that are working on your property and for your property creates a great outcome for everybody.
We charged each person to get into the ram ring 2 shillings, which was a florin in them days. And we collected £80, and you can work that out for yourself. It was so popular that the days after that we went to Federated Farmers, or they did, Laurie and Ian Douglas went to Federated Farmers and said, we must get this bigger. And it just grew from that. Yeah. The popularity of competition shearing. It was always around in the earlier days, but never as fine-tuned as it was in the late 50s, early 60s. Young farmers then went to Federated Farmers, who were a bigger body, financially a little bit better off too, and the president of Federated Farmers and Roy O'Hara took over organising what they called Golden Shears, they had demonstrations in town of shearing competitions, and it grew from that. And all of a sudden, that Federated Farmers were, of course, 50% ownership of it, if you like, or members. So it went from strength to strength, and I think possibly it was nationwide. People came from far afield to it in them days. When you look back at the old numbers of people coming across from the South Island, huge.
Key. So we're still on the novice single pressing here at the moment, and this is like a straight final. Okay, so there's no semi. This is a straight final for the novice, and a big thank you to the committee. It's a new event just started last year. Okay, so it gives these ones that are just learning how to get into it. So Jarlin Benioni, he's on press 1. He's from Pongaroa. And actually his good mate over here, Quinton Miller, is on press 2. Obviously a Pongaroa boy too. They were in the pairs before, they give it a go. Years competing in the Golden Shears, well, they're novice. One says 0. Years competing in the Golden Shears for Jarlin here says none. Okay, so it's a new ground for them. They'll be getting used to the big stage a wee bit, I suppose, because they have done the pairs together. So right at the moment, hey, they're not shaking hands just now. It's time to put the gloves on, as if to say. So they've got to bring their A game here, knowing that the calculated points of time, bail,
James Wilson.
And the likes are all accumulated together. There's going to be some nervous shearers down there, Tuma, I'd say. A junior final coming up.
There sure is. We're going to get these young men up right now. On stand number 6 from Masterton, Adam Gordon, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise.
And on stand 5, ladies and gentlemen, from Wales, Sam Jones.
From down in the south, she hails. This is Destiny Pike here, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa, she comes on board.
Kyle Rhodes will take stand number 3, ladies and gentlemen.
This guy, he is the current informed horse, you could say, from Wales, Alice Rees.
And on stand 1, ladies and gentlemen, from Winton, James Wilson.
Okay, shearers, you've got 1 minute to get yourselves organised, or we're going to lift the roof off this place. 5 competition sheep these shearers will be shearing. Farmers Weekly are our sponsor. First prize is $400. The Stewart Trophy is also another one in there for the top local shearer. It'll be an instant prize giving shearers, so you are to remain on the board. At the end of it, we'd just like to put a big special thanks out to our people in the pens. We've got a lot of young guys helping out in the pens, and also another special thanks to our shearing judges. We have the green light. Can we have our shearers to the board? Shearers to the board. If you've got a friend or family up there, make sure you make some noise. Here we go. English, please, guys. Timekeepers are ready. Shearers, get set, go. Okay, here we go. It's time. Time for the Welshman, this Alice Rees. Is anyone going to try and keep an eye on this young guy? He has been the speed demon in the juniors in the North Island here, Kerry, and looks like he's into it as well.
I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, Golden Shears Junior Final 2020. Proudly sponsored by the Farmers Weekly, and we are a go. Sheep number 1 of 5 competition sheep on the board here, ladies and gentlemen. Into the undermine goes Alice Rees, the boy from Wales. He said, I want to be the winner of the Golden Shears 2020. Up and around the shoulders he goes. All 6 stands right there with each other. Around the shoulders they go and drop on down into the long blow. James Wilson, the boy from the deep south, down in the Winton country. He says, not without me, you know, boys. Dropping down and round and into the long blow he goes, but it's still the boy on stand number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Around the shoulders he goes, up and over the brisket, down and into the long blow go Kyle Rhodes. Round he goes, sheep number 1, ladies and gentlemen, of 5 competition sheep in the bend to shear. Destiny, around the shoulders she goes, under the final shoulder and down and out the flank. She's the female in the grey, ladies and gentlemen, and she's going to bore it right up these boys. She's going to say, come on, boys, what do you got? She's sure very, very well through the heats. Her quality job is amazing, and she says, come on, boys, bring it at me. I am going to give it everything I got. Into the pen she goes. Tama, what a fantastic start.
1 minute and 30 seconds, the Welshman dropped his sheep and ran in. 1 minute 40, this young lady, Pikey, on stand number 4. She pulled out a little beauty. Into the belly she goes. These are the shearers. We got Wilson here on stand number 1. Into the belly, in runs Rhodes. Where's his father? Where's Blair? He should be yelling at the top of his voice for you. But I know why, because his father yells like this. Go, Carl, go. So he's better off to say nothing and I'll do it for you. Here we go, Rhodes, into the belly, a little wee bit of a wriggler. It doesn't matter, mate, just try and keep it. Destiny Pike here, up the neck she goes. Oh, this Welshman on stand number 2, he's really got the bit between his teeth, Gary.
Oh, it's great to see, ladies and gentlemen. This is your junior final. Let's get in behind these fellas. And if you've got a favourite, ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear you scream their name. It is finals time, Golden Shears 2020, proudly sponsored by the Farmers Weekly, and it's still the boy from the Wales over that last shoulder. Under the final leg he will go. Sheep number 2 of 5 competition sheep on the board to share, ladies and gentlemen. Buckyard, over the last shoulder she goes. Under the final leg, you better go, boy, you better go, because she is coming hard. Under the final shoulder and down and out the flank. What a cracking junior final it is, ladies and gentlemen. Down and out the flank. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get in behind these future shearers. Under the final shoulder and down and out the flank goes the boy on 1. Adam Gordon down there on stand number 6. He is your local boy. Round and into the long blow he goes. Top qualified in the heats by a country mile. The question is he going to top qualify in this final? Only time will tell. Finishes the long blow, takes a cheek ball down and over the basket. Sam Jones, another Welshman down here on 6. Off comes the bellions. Down the first leg he goes. 1, 2, 3, and he'll be into the undermine. Wow, Tama, great finals so far.
Oh, she's turning in to be a real doozy. It looks like it's Wales versus New Zealand. We got the young James from on stand number 1 into the undermine. He works. And we got Destiny Pike here on stand number 4. Destiny, undermine. She's about to take the top knot off. That sheep just giving a little wee bit of a wriggle. Come on, baby, sit still. I only want your wool. You can keep your skin. Alice Rees, the Welsh boy down here on stand number 2. Around the shoulder blade he works. Very, very difficult part of the sheep to shear because you can make a lot of second cuts around this area. We got Wilson there on stand number 1. That sheep is wanting to wriggle a little bit. Just try and keep your cool, mate. But these shearers, they will be very, very nervous, Kerry.
Oh, without a doubt, Tama. But I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, sheep 3 on the board. These young shearers, they've got no time to be nervous. It is Golden Shears final times, ladies and gentlemen. These boys have no more second chances. They have to bring their A game. They have to bring their best comb. They have to bring their best shear, because otherwise it's just not going to be good enough. The standard, ladies and gentlemen, incredible. You look on the board there. You look at the board points. Hardly anything between it. Only 1 or 2 second cuts separating the field at the moment. Down and out the flank goes young Destiny there on stand number 4. She's shearing along well. Down and out the flank she goes. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Get in behind her. Get in behind these shearers. Down and out the flank goes James Wilson, the Southland boy, on stand number 1, sorry. And then we've got the Welshman. He's on to sheep number 4, ladies and gentlemen. Sam Jones down there on stand 5. He's on his first 4th sheep. Adam Gordon down there on stand number 6, ladies and gentlemen. Round the shoulders and down and into the long blow he goes. Up and over the brisket, under that final shoulder and down and out the flank he will go. Kyle Rhodes, change your handpiece. Probably not a bad tactic there, Tommy. Keep that fresh cut on.
It pays to keep the fresh cut. Yes, you're dead right. Rhodes and Pike, yeah, they both changed their handpiece. It's actually looking like it's going to be a battle of the Welshmen. Down the last side come these 2 Welshmen. Are they going to just keep pushing each other along to the point of the destruction? Here we go. Ellis Rees down the last side. His sheep is trying to wriggle on him. We got Sam Jones on stand number 5. He's catching fast. Down the last side works Jones, a little bit of a wriggler. Change of steel on stand number 2. Destiny Pike here, round the head she works. Ellis Rees takes a little look down the board. Don't worry what's going on down there. We call that rubbernecking here in New Zealand. There's no time for that. That sheep has a little bit of a wriggle. Destiny Pike here dropping into the long blow. Sam Jones, change of steel for him. That's a good move. Look at the big solid Welsh boy down there. He pulls out a little BOT. Down into the belly he flies. Ellis Rees on stand number 2. Top knot comes off for him. James Wilson, he's trying hard, pushing it along. Turns to the last side. Destiny Pike here, been there, done that, Kerry. We're having a real old ding-dong in this final.
That's right, Summer. These are the best shearers in the junior grade, ladies and gentlemen. They've gone through the heats. They've gone through the quarterfinals. They've gone through the semi-finals. And we are into final shearing time, ladies and gentlemen. Kyle Rhodes in there for sheep number 5 on the board. Down and out the flank goes James Wilson. Sheep number 4 on the board for him. Down and out the flank will go the boy from Wales. Under that final shoulder. Finishing touches for him, ladies and gentlemen. Down and out the flank. Right out to the tips of the toes. He's had a great shear, ladies and gentlemen. All the way from Wales, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. Ellis Rees.
Sam Jones on stand number 5. He's the next closest, but that sheep is really wriggling the crappers out of him. Destiny Pike here, round the back of the head she works. Rhodes on stand number 3 has actually picked her up. James Wilson, undermine time for him, but it's the Welshman down there on stand number 5. He's going to be the next to finish. Cleans up underneath the leg, lifts the leg down to the flank, right out to the toenail he will go. Adam Gordon down there on stand number 6. He's having a good shear as well. I think he's got one more left in the pen. That's the way, Adam. Where's your family, Adam? They should be cheering for you. Come on, my boy. Let's go. Time for the Welshman. We got Rhodes there on stand number 3. Cleans up underneath the leg. Destiny Pike here, right on his heels. Look at this young lady. She was a novice shearer and she thought, I belong in the juniors now. I want the Golden Shears junior title. See how she goes. See the points how they end up. Well done, young Rhodes on stand number 3. Well done, Destiny. James Wilson on stand number 1. Down the last side he comes. Gets all that wool from underneath the leg. You don't want a sheep going out to the ram with wool under her legs. The sheep might look at it and turn his nose away. So clean them right up. Keep the job right. All about the quality. Well done, Kerry.
And that leaves our local boy down there on stand number 6, ladies and gentlemen. What a final it has been. proudly sponsored by the Farmers Weekly Junior Shearing Golden Shears 2020. We are, ladies and gentlemen. Down there on stand number 6, ladies and gentlemen, Hannon Gordon. He's your local boy. Let's bring him on home. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Get in behind him. Down and out the flank he goes. Finishing touches. And 2, 3, and 4, and he'll look for the time clock. Finishing touches for him, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. Adam Gordon.
Can we have our intermediate shearers to the left of the stage? Our intermediate shearers.
Well, that sounds sound and looked great. What a great final. So it's an instant prize giving, as Toom has said, so the shearers will remain on the board. Well, plenty of action down here too. We've got these last couple of heats of the novice individual pressing. So Jalan Beniol has got this bale out here. We're waiting for the putting her on the scales. Right, just if I can have all your attention as far as the pressing goes. So we've got these couple of heats I just mentioned for the novice. Then we're going to move into the individual men's semi-final, okay? So be aware of that, please, men's individual semi-finals. Okay, we have 4 heats of that. That'll be fast and furious. Then we'll move into the women's individual semi-final. We'll have 2 heats of that, Monica, so that'll be all good. Then we're going to go into the 2 semi-finals of the pairs after that, and that'll be far enough. So plenty of action down here on the board, and like to welcome back. You've had a busy morning, Monica. We've got Monica Potai here, who she helped me yesterday at the pressing, and she's been busy this morning because she's one of New Zealand's top wool handlers. And how'd you go for qualifying this morning, Monica?
Hi, Gerald. Yeah, I did okay. Thanks. I qualified for the next round, so I'm pretty stoked about that. But we're just coming to the finish over here. Our man on stand 2, there he is, finished.
Okay, guys, if I can just interrupt for a moment. Alice Rees, can I have a little talk to you, Alid? How did it go for you up there?
Oh yeah, went all right. Just tried to hook in a bit and hopefully see what the job's like out the back, and yeah, no, it was all right.
They looked a little bit niggly.
Yeah, 1 and 2 were a little bit niggly, but that's just a final, isn't it? Everyone's a bit nervous, so yeah.
Do you think you've done enough? Their Destiny Pike is fairly clean.
Oh, I don't know, we'll find out, won't we?
Well done, ladies and gentlemen. This is your junior finalists. We'll be up there shortly with prize giving.
Okay, in between times while you're doing the interview, we have weighed Jalan Benioni's bale. We're looking for 150 kgs, ladies and gentlemen. Being aware you lose points for anything above and under that. And his bale weight comes into 150 kgs, folks. Right smack on the button. Not 0.2, not 0.1 or 5. 150. That is absolute perfect. Right, let's get his very good mate from Pongaroa, Quinton Miller's bale up. Once again, still looking for this 150.
Callum Pritchard.
Oh, these boys have been talking. 153, ladies and gentlemen. That's only a handful of wool extra. Well done, guys. Very, very good heat. Good on you. Congratulations.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to announce the placings for the Farmers Weekly Junior Shearing. Presenting the prizes today is Dean Williamson from Farmers Weekly.
Thank you very much, Kieran, and well done to the organisers of the 60th Golden Shears. It's a great event, and we're very proud to be a part of this and sponsoring the juniors. These juniors, there were 72 who took part in this, so we've seen here the top 6 of them. Congratulations, guys. I can tell you, you can come and share in my shed anytime. But a congratulations to you, and to a big hand, everyone, to the 72 who actually entered into this. So we're down to the top 6 here. We've met just about all of them with our interviews on Facebook, and we've given them a good smoko cup. Of the other 72, come and see either Steph or myself later, and there's a smoko cup for you if you're still around as well. So I look forward to hearing the results. Thanks, Kieran.
Thank you, Dean. The winner of the Farmers Weekly Junior Shearing receives $400. The winner's penalty points were 33.1. Second place, 33.5. The winner of the Farmers Weekly Junior Shearing, Alice Reese. Congratulations all the way from Wales. You've come to the 60th Golden Shears and taken out the title.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can't believe it. Yeah, I'd like to thank all the sponsors today and everyone for the sheep. And I'd like to thank Elite Shearer Training for the pre-shears course. And yeah, thank all the judges. Thank you very much.
Well done, congratulations. Second place receives $200. It's a Wales 2-2. 1-2, Sam Jones. Third place and $150, Destiny Paikia. Fourth place and $130, the local lad, Adam Gordon. Fifth place, $120, James Wilson. And put your hands together for Kyle Rhodes. The Golden Shears is the greatest shearing championship in the world, and it's fantastic to have some international winners yet again. Well done, well done, well done indeed. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes this presentation. We'll throw you back down to the commentators.
Very good. Thank you very much, Kieran. So we'll get this next novice underway. So Heath Barnsdale is on press 1 from Pew Pew, only age 17. And Cody Lambert is on press 2. He's age 24 from Pew Pew as well. Both of them their first time. Press is ready. Judges ready. On your marks, get set, go. Thank you. Back to you, Tuma.
We're just waiting for these young guys to grab their handpieces.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry, but we also have one more presentation to go. This is the Stewart Trophy for the top local shearer and junior shearing. Please put your hands together for Adam Gordon. Congratulations, Adam. Sorry. There we go.
Next up in the shearing, we have the Trust House Limited Intermediate Shearing Final. A very big thanks to Trust House. You see all the orange shirts around with the Trust House name on it. But anyway, we're going to bring them on. Give them a big hand as they come on from stand number 6. From Pew Pew, Corey Barracliff.
And stand number 5, ladies and gentlemen, from Wales, Alan Evans.
Stand number 4, from Waikaka, Braden Clifford.
And from Pongaroa, ladies and gentlemen, Callum Pritchard.
We got a local flavour chucked in there as per usual from Masterton, Manahi Fox.
And stand number 1, ladies and gentlemen, from Waikaka, Matthew Hunt.
We had a huge field of intermediate shearers, and this is the cream that's risen to the top. Shearers, you have 1 minute to get yourselves organised, and we are going to fire into it. I like the looks of that headband on Matthew Hunt's head, Kerry. I reckon it looks pretty sharp.
He looks like a mean, lean, fighting machine.
Well, we have the green light, shearers. We have the green light. The referee's just going to walk down the board and make sure everybody's happy. So he's just walking past, making sure that the shearers are all good to go. Referee's been called to stand 1, the Waikaka Warrior. There's something that's caught his eye. The sheep might be a little bit bigger than the others, or maybe a little bit bony. Sometimes they have a bit of dust in the backs that can really affect your shearing cut. Or the sheep might not be big enough for him. Okay, we got the thumbs up. We have the green light. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the Trust House Limited Intermediate Shearing Final. We have a local boy on there on stand number 2, just easing into it. Ease into him, and he's trying not to put too much pressure on these animals. The animals can tell when you are a little bit nervous because you actually squeeze them a little bit harder. Your hand is probably a little bit harder on the skin. So it'll take these shearers a little wee bit to get themselves sort of relaxed to the job. These shearers have 8 sheep to shear, 8 second shear sheep, and those sheep come from Ngatahuna. So thank you very much to those farmers. Thank you very much to the guys that prepared these animals. So into the long blow, Callum Pritchard. He is the early pacemaker. It's a bit unusual to not see Liam up there, but I'm sure Liam had a lot of advice for him. Father Colin would have also been there with some very, very good advice. So down the last side work, these shearers, Callum Pritchard. Here he goes. He's actually trying to put a bit of daylight between himself and the rest of them, Kerry.
Yeah, great start to this Trust House Intermediate Shearing Final. Golden Shears we are, ladies and gentlemen. 2020. We have 8 competition sheep in the pen this year. And Callum Pritchard, he will be the first one in for his second sheep. Down and out the flank goes Matthew Hunt, the boy from Waikaka. Into the pen he goes. Sheep number 2 on the board for him, Manahi Fox. Down and out the flank he goes. Good little shearer, this boy, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very clean, isn't he? Down and out the flank he goes. Finishing touches for him. Into the pen he will go. And the Welshman down there on stand number 5, Alan Evan Jones. Into the pen he goes. Off comes the Bellion, down the first leg, down there on stand 6, the boy they call Corey Barracliff. He said, not without me, you know, boys. Up and around the shoulder he goes. Matthew Hunt Down and into the long blow, just starting to open his ears, the boy on one. Cullen Pritchard, down and into the long blow he goes. He said, well, not without me, you don't, Hunt. I'm going to stick right with you. I am going to give you hell on. Down and over the brisket he goes. Under the final shoulder, Hunt. Down and out the flank goes Hunt. Down and out the flank goes the boy Pritchard on 3. Great start to this intermediate final, Tama. These boys are shearing tonight.
Gerald.
Just while we're waiting, guys, can we please have the remaining open shearing competitors come and check in and get their singlets? All remaining open shearers, could you please come and check in?
Okay, we have a new leader, ladies and gentlemen, and it's the Hunt. The Wairarapa huntsman. Here he goes into the undermine. Cullen Pritchard, he was the early pacemaker, but now it's the boy on stand number 1. 1, 2, up the neck he goes. We got the young boy Manahi Fox. He's just easing his way into it. The rhythm will come in. The rhythm will come, Manahi. Just let it come. We got the young boy Braden Clifford on stand number 4 into the undermine. Allard the Welshman, he's getting a little bit burned off, left behind. Corey Barracliff, stand number 6, up the neck he goes. Manahi Fox, he's just having a few problems trying to get these sheep settled. But it all is all the boy from Waikaka, the Waikaka warrior, Kerry.
Oh, great shearing by these intermediate finalists, ladies and gentlemen. Trust House is our sponsor. Under the final shoulder and down and out the flank goes the boy on 1. Under the final shoulder and down and out the flank goes the boy on 3. These two boys going hell for leather. Under the final shoulders they go. The boys 7, the boy Barracliff down there on 5 and 6. They're not out of it either. Under the final shoulder, down and out the flank they go. You better go, Matthew Hunt. You better go, boy, because you got 6 shearers hunting you down. They are coming for the Golden Shears title. All 6 shearers, ladies and gentlemen. These boys are in the hunt at the moment. Down and out the flank goes Braden Clifford. Sheep number 3 on the board for him. Under the final shoulder and finishing touches, he will be into the pen. Young Manahi Fox. Under the under the final shoulder he goes. No. Under control again. Well done, my man. Down and out the flank he goes. Finishing touches for him on sheep number 3. Into the pen he will go. 8 competition sheep in this final, ladies and gentlemen. And we are on sheep number 4. The leader at the moment is the boy on stand number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Matthew Hunt is his name. Down and over the brisket he goes. He's got the grit in his teeth. He's got the mongrel in him, ladies and gentlemen. Down and out the flank he goes. He said, you better catch me if you can, boys. You better catch me if you can. Because I'm going like a cat Tama. What a final so far.
We're halfway through. We're 5 minutes, 17 seconds. These intermediates are flying. Cullen Pritchard down there, finishing touches for him. Corey Barracliff down there on stand number 6. He's coming back into the picture as well. The red from Pongaroa pulls out. Oh, that's a little beauty, Cullen. Into the belly he flies. Hunt, he looks like he's got a bit of a bigger, woollier animal there at the moment, so he is going to need to take a little bit more precaution. Out the back comes the belly from Barracliff on stand number 6. We have a new player in the game, and it's by the name of Corey Barracliff. 1, 2 blows up the undermine, up the neck he goes. He's caught up with the Pritchard. We got Hunt down here on stand number 1. He's dropping into the long blow. Manahi Fox got a bit of rhythm, bit of flow. Manahi, that's the way, keep it going. But it's the boy Barracliff, him and the Pritchard, a blow for blow at the moment. Down the long blow, these boys are flying. They are trying to catch up to this young boy on stand number 1. He is like a man possessed, ladies and gentlemen. Kerry, I don't think they're going to catch him.
Oh, I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, this is a cracking final. Never say never. One little niggle, one little kick, one sheep that just really doesn't want to play the game. And I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, these boys, they'll be back in the game. Oh, change of cutter there. We haven't seen that. We've seen change of handpiece, but we haven't seen change of cutter. Corey Barracliff, down and out the flank he goes. Is this the right move by Matthew Hunt? The question is, you see the man down on stand number 6. He's caught right up. Come on, Corey Barracliff. You were right there with your leader. He's down on stand number 1. The boy down on stand number 6. He's right there, ladies and gentlemen. Sheep number 6 on the board for these boys. 2 more in the pen, ladies and gentlemen. Down the first leg he goes. Down the first leg goes Hunt. Barracliff right there as well. These boys on 1 and 6. They're going hell for leather. The boy from Wales, he's right there as well. What a final, ladies and gentlemen. Up the neck they go. This is the future of the shearing world, these boys. Up and around the shoulders they go. Tama, oh, I tell you what, it's anyone's game.
Oh, let's just take a deep breath here and really see what's going on. It looks like we have 3 shearers all in the same place. Here we go. It's the red from Pongaroa's the first to turn. Matthew Hunt on stand number 1. He's there, but so is the Barracliff. The Welshman, he's trying to catch up, but it's all his boy on stand number 3. Callum Pritchard, as he saved his best for last, it looks like it. Callum, put the hammer down, my boy. He's in for another one. He's putting a bit of daylight between himself and these other guys. Oh, he's got a little beauty as well. The Welshman is going to be third one in for sheep. Number 7. Here he goes. Oh, no, Corey Barracliff, just a blow ahead. This Manahi Fox, he's fighting hard. The locals should be getting in front of this Manahi. Come on, Manahi, the locals are really behind you at the moment. Up the neck goes the Pritchard. Up the neck goes the Hunt. Corey Barracliff, that sheep, little bit of a regular, good places on the barbecue, Kerry.
I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I've just been watching the local boy, Manahi Fox. Look at him go. He had a very, very good sheep on number 6. He's starting to relax and open those shoulders. Come on, you young fella. Up and around the shoulders he goes. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's pump in the tyres on these boys. Up and around the shoulders they go. Young Corey Barracliff down and into the long blow. Matthew Hunt, he's just starting to open his shoulders. Down and out the flank he goes. Out to the tips of the toes. Corey Barracliff finishes a long blow, takes a cheek wall down and over the brisket. But I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, the boy on 2 is coming. Up and around the shoulders he goes. Under the final shoulder and down and out the flank. Coming, Callum Pritchard on stand number 3, ladies and gentlemen. He's in the lead. He has been shearing the silent assassin. Up and around the shoulders he goes. Takes the cheek wall and works his way around the shoulder. Manahi Fox, the boy on stand number 2. Sheep 8 on the board. 8th and final sheep on the board for these boys on 1, 2, 3 and 6. Around the shoulders he goes. Young Callum Pritchard finishes the long... Oh, a bit of a niggle there. Come on, Matthew Hunt. You want to be the first one off. A bit of a niggle there. A bit of a niggle. Is it going to cost these boys? Down and over the last side they go. Matthew Hunt. Down and over the brisket he goes. But I have a feeling it's going to be the boy on stand number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. Callum Pritchard.
Matthew Hunt on stand number 1. Had a very, very good shear. The veins are sticking out in his neck. Here we go. Look at this man. Starting to get a little bit of perspiration going. And the next to finish is going to be your local man, Manahi Fox. He had a bad start, but he has just gotten better and better. This is new for Manahi. You haven't seen him really around many shows, but he has had the time of his life. He's going to be out celebrating for the next 2 weeks, aren't we, Manahi? Well done, ladies, and give him a hand. The Welshman, he's snuck in there as well. That young Welshman, he's done very, very well to make this final. We got Braden Clifford. Time down there for Corey Barracliff. Well done, Corey. Alid Evans.
Finishing touches for him, ladies and gentlemen, and he pushes the time clock. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your Trust House Intermediate Golden Shears finalists. Give him a big hand. Righty, guys, just hang around. We, of course, have an instant prize giving.
We've just finished watching the intermediate shearing
final, and that looked pretty blistering. But I'm really pleased at the moment to have some champions of our own here from the Junior Shearing Championship, sponsored by Farmers Weekly, Global IQ, HQ. And first of all, Croeso.
Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome, great. So Alice Rees from Radar.
Yeah, in Mid Wales.
Mid Wales. Talk to us about that. Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you very much. So I live in Radar in Mid Wales and on a sheep farm.
Yep.
And I live with my brothers. They're all watching at home, I think.
Yep. So howdy whānau.
Pardon?
Hello, family.
Oh, yeah. I shear in Wales, in Bilthwells with Neil Lawrence.
Right.
And I've done one season at home, and then I flew over here in September.
So how did it feel to be competing at Golden Shears, your first time?
Oh, amazing. The atmosphere is unreal when you walk through them doors and just the lights, and then you get up on the stage, it's even more, and you're nervous.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but no, really good. Really
pretty
enjoyed
special.
myself.
And then of course the red ribbon.
Yeah, no, amazing. Didn't think at the start of the week that I'd have a red ribbon around my neck, so I'm bloody happy. So.
Well, we're pleased that you're happy because it's pretty special. And then Sam Jones from Corwin.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Yep. So how long have you been shearing?
Oh, I've done a season at home, so yeah, not long now, and then come out here to New Zealand and sheared for Neil Fagan, Coveted and Grant Smith down in Ashburton.
Down south.
Yeah,
Great.
so.
Great. So do you both compete back in Wales at all, or have you? I know you're just coming up, but have you competed in Wales at Corwin at all? Or?
Yeah, I've done quite a few of the shows. Yeah.
Okay. All right. But this one, what's this one for you? How did that feel for you?
Oh, no, I'm just grateful to be in the final and that, and yeah.
Yeah.
Happy how I've got on, so yeah, can't complain.
So when do you head back home?
Monday.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
fly home on
goodness.
Monday, so yeah.
All right. So she's hard
Not
and
long.
fast.
Yeah.
So the family will be pretty rapt to have been able to follow your journey
Yeah.
through the live streaming.
Yeah, I think there's a few at home watching, so yeah.
Okay.
right.
So one last question to you both. Who's been your biggest mentor?
Oh, a man named Gavin Rowlands. I know him as Swampy.
Yep.
Yeah, he comes over to 100 House in Mid Wales and does a shearing course with us at my uncle's house, and he showed me how to shear. And then there was a elite shearer training at the pre-shears course on Monday and Tuesday, and he showed me a lot.
Great. Well, Swampy, it's paid off, especially for Alice here and for you, Sam. Who's your mentor hero?
Oh, it'd have to be my cousins, Del and David and Trish Jones. Yeah, they helped me a long way, my uncle.
Yes.
Arwin, so yeah.
Yes. No, we know that family really well, and certainly they are big names for the shearing world in that northern hemisphere, but also down here. But to you two Welsh gentlemen, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming to Golden Shears and participating. We're very proud that you've won it. Don't keep coming back and taking our red and blue ribbons all the time, though. But we think it's great that you're here. We welcome you, and we wish you all the best for the rest of your career.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yachida.
Yachida.
Golden Shears from 60 years of competition. It's been great to see the number of competition or competitors increase this year in support of the anniversary. Well done to all the competitors in the intermediate division, and that was some final. Well done, guys.
The winners' penalty points were 42.8. Second place, 43.5. Third place, 43.9. First place in the Truss House Limited Intermediate Shearing, Callum Pritchard. Congratulations. Just in pretty much a home crowd as well. How does it feel? As you said, you came up, you said finally. How does it feel to get there, eh?
Oh, pretty stoked. Yeah, just like to thank everyone that put the show together and the amount of support and what goes into it, the Rouseys and everything. Yeah.
Good on you, mate. Good on you. There's never been a Wairarapa winner of the Golden Shears Open. You might be looking at the future. You might be looking at the first. Who knows? Second place, $250. Braden Clifford. Third place and $200. Corey Barrowcliff. Fourth place, $160. Give it up all the way from Wales, Alan Claire Evans. Fifth place, $150. The local lad, Manahi Fox. And it's an achievement in itself to make the final. Put your hands together for Matthew Hunt. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the future champions of the Golden Shears to come. Put your hands together one more time. Your finalists and winners. That concludes our presentation. Once again, we'll hand you back down to the commentators.
Well, thank you very much, Kieran. We are about to start with the Bailey's Open Shearing. Ladies and gentlemen, these open shearers, they will be shearing 6 competition sheep. For shearers who have recorded a sheared tally of over 405 sheep in an 8-hour day. I think we have about 14 heats of shearers and we're looking for the top 30. The sheep are kindly supplied by Hikurangi. But a big congratulations to Callum Pritchard and Alice Rees for winning their junior and intermediate titles. Hopefully Alice Rees learns how to take the back socks off.
So welcome back, and we thought, why not strike while the iron's hot? Yeah. I'm really lucky to have in the studio here with us at the moment Callum Pritchard, a good man from Pongaroa, and our intermediate shearing champion, sponsored by Trust House. So Callum, this is amazingly great, eh?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked to get it this year, so it was pretty intense, pretty hard.
It looked pretty intense. You've been working hard through the season, though. I've seen you coming up quite a bit.
Yeah, I've been working, finally out of school, out of uni anyway, yeah. Doing some real work anyway now, so.
And so how did it feel up there to finally crack this one?
I was pretty stoked, yeah. Usually the last 3 or 4 years, I never made the semi, so.
Yeah.
pretty stoked, yeah, to win it. So
It's pretty special, especially on the 60th birthday, eh?
yeah, definitely a huge celebration for it, and the turnout and everyone that's put it together has been a pretty good show.
That's right. So, is there any special messages you want to give to the people of Pongaroa or to the family?
Oh, I'm just hoping I won the intermediate, so I'm hoping Dave wins the Open.
Yeah.
That's about all.
Okay, so that's good. Short, sharp, focused goals, eh?
Yeah.
Callum, who's your biggest mentor?
Oh, probably the old man, but there's so many of them, so I couldn't probably name them all.
Oh, well, just as well you named your father.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty important, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look, all I can say is congratulations on behalf of Golden Shears. That was a fantastic effort. It was certainly not an easy shear out there. It was pretty tight all the way through by the looks of things.
Yeah, definitely. Especially changing the handpiece halfway through, and then
yes,
luckily it went better than the first one, so I'm pretty stoked with that.
Oh, well, luck's on your side. All the very best for the rest of the year, Callum.
Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There's no reason why we won't see points around that 23-24.
Just while we're waiting, can we please have the next 6 years to the foot of the stairs, please? Murray Henderson, Alex Smith, Mike Hamilton, Lee Harris, Phil Weed, and Liam Jensen. Can you look away at the foot of the stairs? We do thank you for your cooperation. We have 12 heats of open shearers, so you need to be ready to rock and roll. We don't want you looking from the back of the stadium. Thank you.
Well, the referee is in stand number 1. He's just in there. The shearer is just asking him if they can probably change a sheep. Something might be quite dusty in the back. Something might have blue eyes. I might have looked at him funny. But we have the green light. Down the back of the stadium, there's a green light that we wait to see. And then we wait for the thumbs up from our referee, and we have it. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the first one of the Bailey's Open Shearing Elimination Heats. We're taking the top 30 shearers. We have about 14 heats, so we have shearers to burn at the moment. First one into the undermine. It looks like it's young Alexander from Stratford down there on stand number 4. 2 blows and he'll step up the neck. We've got Ricky Alabaster just giving a little wee bit more tension down there on stand number 2. Sean Burgess, a little wee bit of a wriggler. These are big, strong ewes, ladies and gentlemen. So these sheep will take a fair bit of handling. Dion Morell, Alexander there on stand number 3, working his way around the head. But it's the Alexander down there on stand number 4. Long blow time for him. He's about to turn to the last side, 46 seconds. So we're expecting these shearers to be shearing these sheep in, well, under a minute really, isn't that right, Kerry?
Yeah, well, if it's not under a minute, it'll be hardly anything over. Under the final shoulder and down and out the flank, Darren Alexander leading the way in this first of the qualifying heat, ladies and gentlemen. 13 or 14 heats we are looking at. What a fantastic crowd. What a fantastic competition. And we have got a fantastic line of shearers for you this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, in this open field. Ricky Alabaster, sheep 2 on the board for him. Darren Alexander, Dion Morell, all in there for sheep 2. Sean Burgess, down and out the flank he goes. Come on, Sean, keep the pressure on, my man. Into the pin he goes. Ricky Alabaster, tie happy boy he is. Down the first leg, undermine time for him. Dion Morell, he's been here, he's done it before. He's the master shearer, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very good merino shearer. Fantastic crossbred shearer. Very, very talented guy. Up the neck he goes. Breaks the neck will open, takes the cheek will, but it's still the boy on 4 at the moment. Around the shoulders and down and into the long blow he goes. Tyson Hemmer down and into the long blow he goes. Stephen Hansen down there on 6. Works his way around the shoulder, drops down as well. All these shearers right there with each other. Ricky Alabaster down and over the brisket he goes. Maybe just a whisker or 2 in the lead at the moment. 6 competition sheep in the pen for these shearers. Down and out the flank he goes. 15 heats of this, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be looking for the top 30. The top 30 shearers will go through to the evening event. And there's going to be some very, very good shearers miss out. And as I said, it's going to be no fault of their own. But we have got some world record holders. We've got master shearers. We've got some incredibly fantastic, talented shearers on display, ladies and gentlemen. This is the best shearing event in the world. They come from all around the world to shear here. And I'll tell you what, if this what Heat 15 is going to look like, we've got some fantastic shearers going through that top 30.
I might just jump in there, Tom, if that's okay. Sorry, buddy. All right, we'll get this pressing going. This is the first of the semi-final of the top 8 individual men's pressing. They will be smoking it, ladies and gentlemen. So you've got lots of action up the front. You're going to have lots of action at the back. We're on press 1. We've got Cameron Hicks from Martin, okay? The target weight is 160 kgs. And we've got the smiling assassin, Jimmy Samuels, also from Martin on press 2. On that case, presses are ready. Judges ready. On your marks, get set, go. Thanks, Tuma.
Well, thank you, Gerald. Just watching these shearers, I got a little bit hypnotised by this young man on stand number 2, Ricky Alabaster from Tai Happy. He throws another one out, runs and grabs another one. That's how it rolls in the shearing sheds, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as you finish one sheep, you get in the pen and you grab another one. We've got Steve Hansen down there on stand number 6. The tall figure down there reaches in, that makes that sheep look like a little wee lamb. But these sheep look like they're shearing well from here. A lot of the shearers previously reckon that they're quite dry cutting, which makes it a little bit hard in there. But all these shearers are very, very experienced. You don't get into the open class by watching. It's something that you have to experience, and it takes many, many years. Some of these shearers have probably been shearing for 40-odd years, and then you'll get guys like Steve Hansen, probably been doing it about 12 to 15. So round the head works the Alexander. He's chasing the Alabaster. That's here on stand number 2.
Up and round the shoulders they go. Sean Burgess down in here on stand number 1. Sheep 4 on the border. 6 competition sheep this year for these boys, ladies and gentlemen. Ricky Alabaster down and out the flank he goes. We've seen Ricky change his gear. I wonder if he was happy with his cut. I'm just thinking that he might want to try out his second comb. Into the pen he goes. For his 5th sheep, ladies and gentlemen, Dion Morel. Under the final shoulder and down and out the flank he will go. Darren Alexander, down and out the flank he goes. Young Tyson Hemmer down there, stand 5. Up the undermine he goes. Leading the field at the moment. Breaks the neck wall open. Takes the cheek wall and he'll work his way around the shoulder. Steve Hansen, stand number 6, ladies and gentlemen. Up the neck he goes. Breaks that neck wall open. Takes the cheek wall and around the shoulders he goes. Dion Morel. Sheep 5 on the board for him. Down the belly he goes. Breaks that belly wall open. Takes the trimming on the top of the leg and down the first leg he goes. 1, 2, 3, and those big undermine shots will come into play. Bang, bang, and take the top knot. And up the neck he goes. Ricky Alabaster. Down and over the brisket he goes. 6 minutes gone, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are shearing these sheep in just a bit over a minute. Down and out the flank he goes. Finishing touches there. Sheep number 5. Tyson Hemmer down there, stand number 5. Into the pen for his 6th and final sheep. Finishing touches for him. Into the pen, Ricky Alabaster. Sean Burgess down and into the long blow he goes. Sheep 5 on the board for him. Dion Morel under that final shoulder and down and out the flank. Dean Alexander. Finishing touches for him on sheep number 5. Tyson Hemmer. Up the neck he goes. Breaks that neck wall open. Takes the cheek wall and works his way around the shoulder. Takes the trimming on the back side of the leg and down and into the long blow he goes. Ricky Alabaster, tie happy boy he is. Up the neck he goes, breaks the neck wall open, takes the cheek wall, work his way around the shoulder. Under the final shoulder, We'll go young Tyson Himmer. Down and over the Frank he goes. I'll let you bring him home, Tama.
Tyson Himmer, the young man from Waipukaro. It's in the Hawke's Bay. A lot of sheep there, a lot of big lazy sheep because there's a lot of flat country. So he's used to shearing these big sheep as this young man Himmer down there on stand number 5. Time is taken by Steve Hansen. He's from Ekatahuna, just down the road, and Tyson's about to get his time taken as well. So these guys are shearing them in about 8 minutes. I think that might be a little bit slow. But we've got farmers up there. We've got Ricky Alabaster. He's a farmer. He doesn't do a lot of shearing. We've got contractors up there and Dion Morrell. So down the last side with these shearers, they're going to have the last say. Dion Morrell, he's absolutely polishing those sheep. It's the lower the points, the better. When you look up on the big screen, ladies and gentlemen, there's a page in the program, page 20, and it gives you a bit of a rundown on how the scoring system works. Norm.
Thanks, Tom. Well done, guys. So
It's amazing you know how to work on these gadgets.
yeah. Number 2, need to take the board on stand 6. We'll have Liam Jensen, Phil Weed on 5, Lee Harris on 4, Mike Hamilton on 3, Alex Smith on 2, Murray Henderson on stand number 1. Those guys can hop up now, please.
All right, thanks very much, Norm. Until you get the green light, we'll stay down here, 5 minutes and 25 seconds these two open shearers have been pressing. So great athletes, great sportsmen. They will see their names very soon in a heated 2 up here. So hence they're getting the pressing out of the way before they jump up on that board and represent themselves really well as open shearers as well. Here goes Jimmy Samuels. One big armful, get that in there. The long limbs of Mr. Hicks. Cam says, I'll just sweep that wool away with those big long fingers of mine. Jimmy says, holy smoke, I'll try the same. Using the arms to push the wool in, get it nice and tight. You'll see Jimmy points of contact up as he climbs up there. He's looking for 160 kgs. That is a whole lot of pressure in a bale. You've got to really squeeze it in. This bale has some serious bounce back, okay? Now, it sucks the energy out of you. It is very much like running up some sand dunes, dry sand dunes, and the sand keeps going away from you, okay? It just sucks the life out of you. And you'll see Jimmy, the smiling assassin here, doing the corners. You got to do the corners. See the points of contact on the way down. That's what the judges are watching out for. Cam said, well, I can make lots of points of contact all over the press with my big long limbs as he starts winding it up, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, where my co-commentator's talking to Snow Harrison, who's come up all the way from Invercargill. He doesn't need a lot of introduction. And we got the green. Okay, I'll put it back over to Kerry and Tuma.
Thank you, Gerald. Just waiting on the thumbs up from the referee. There's always someone that wants to test the referee. We got the thumbs up. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go.
Away they go. So heat number 3 need to make their way towards the foot of the stairs, please, before the end of this heat. There'll be Lane McSkimming, Eli Cummings, Shane Ireland, Dion King, Corey Salmon, and Blair Rote. If you shearers just wander over to the foot of the stairs, please, so you're ready. And take us through it, Tuma.
Yeah, thank you, Gerald. Okay, we have Murray Henderson on stand number 1. Murray Henderson doesn't do a lot of shearing nowadays, ladies and gentlemen. He owns a furniture shop, a carpet shop in Fielding. And he is the second highest seller of woolen carpets in the North Island. So that's Murray's way of giving back to the industry. You know, he used to have a crutching trailer and then he had a little bit of a shearing run and now he's got his shop. So he's really giving back because this wonderful fibre that's coming off these animals, it's got to be worth something. It's a little bit sad because they're only getting not even $2 a kilo for that main line, and yet you still pay $50 for a pair of Northwest socks. I mean, it doesn't really make any sense. And we've got Alex Smith on stand number 2 from Rakaya. Alex has been up here, no stranger to the stage in the North Island. Great to see him back. We've got Mike Hamilton working his way down the last side. Kerry.
Heat number 2 we are, ladies and gentlemen. We have 15 heats of these open boys. We are looking for that top 30. There will be some very, very good shearers miss out, ladies and gentlemen. And it's probably, to be fair, it's going to be no fault of their own. But the problem is the quality and the high standard that these open guys will bring. It's just a credit to them. It's a credit to the industry, and it's a credit to the sheep in the Wairarapa. It takes beautiful shearing sheep to make points out the back of 1, 2, or even less. Down the first leg goes Mike Hamilton, sorry. Down in the under the mine and takes the top knot, and he'll step and break the neck will open. Full wed. Down there on stand 4. Up the neck he will go. Liam Jensen down there on stand number 6. Works his way around their shoulder. Takes the trimming on the fourth side of the leg and down and into the long blow in this Open Bailey Shearing qualifying heat, ladies and gentlemen. Down and out the flank goes Murray Henderson. He was a finalist here last year. The question is he able to make that top 30 again? Give himself the chance to make that final once again. Very, very good share of the boy on 1, but it isn't going to be enough this year. You can't just be a good shearer. You have to have an exceptionally good shear. Down the first leg he goes, beautiful undermine. 1, 2, and he'll take the top knot, step up and break the neck will open. Alex Smith, the boy from the Rakaya. Very, very good little up-and-coming shearer in the South Island. Breaks the neck will open. Great to see these boys up here at the Golden Shears going toe-to-toe with the North Islanders, going toe-to-toe with some of the shearers from various countries throughout the world, ladies and gentlemen. Lee Harris, the boy from Australia, into the pen he goes. Bit different to what these boys traditionally shear in Australia. These crossbreds, not many wrinkles on these sheep. Down and out the flank goes the boy on 1, leading the way at the moment. Fishing touches for him. Sheep number 3 on the board. Into the pen for sheep 4. Change a handpiece. We will see this many a time. Into the pen he goes. Sheep number 4 on the board for him. 6 competition sheep in the pen this year, ladies and gentlemen. This is heat number 2. Phil Wed. Into the pen he will go. Sheep number 4 on the board for him. Lee Harris up and round the shoulders he works. Takes the trimming on the fourth side of the leg and round and down into the long blow he goes. Mike Hamilton, the boy on 3. Under the final shoulder and down and out the flank he will go. Alex Smith, the young fella in the field. I think second might be his first year in the Open. I think first or second anyway. Up the neck he goes. Around the shoulders and takes the trimming on the fourth side of the leg. Takes the trimming and down and into the long blow he goes. Liam Jensen down there on stand number 6. Works his way round that sheep and down the belly he will go. Phil Webb under the final shoulder and down and out the flank he will go. Sheep number 4 on the board for these boys. Under the final shoulder, Lee Harris still on 3. Down the offside of the sheep goes Murray Henderson, the boy on 1. Down and out the flank he goes. He'll be looking for a spot in the top 30. Once again, a very, very well shorn sheep. And that is what's going to be required, ladies and gentlemen. These boys are going to need probably points of maybe 2 or 3 at the back to really look for a comfortable position in their top 30. But it doesn't really matter. You can be 30th and still come through and make the final, Tama. It is all about quality in this game.
Yes, you're dead right, Kerry. Murray Henderson, he's made a lot of those finals here. I'm pretty sure Murray's shorn in 3 or 4 open finals here. That's the man on stand number 1. We've got Lee Harris. He is the Australian boy on stand number 4. Steps up the neck of that big Romney U. Tries to wrap around his leg. These are the sort of sheep you can't really muscle because they'll fight you back. Full Weird down on stand number 5. He's from up in the Northland area, and he is a great shearer, this young man. He's also got a great fishing boat. That's why I'm saying great things about him. And down there on stand number 6, we have Liam Jensen. Liam runs in and grabs another little BLT. We're on 6 minutes. These guys, I think they might be just a little wee bit slower than the last heat. Muzzer, you might need to pull a few of your special moves out, buddy, and really push it along. So just looking at the points, ladies and gentlemen, like I was saying, in the program, there is a page, on page 20, it tells you the in-depth on how the judging system works. So if you have a quick little read of that, you'll get an understanding of how these judges judge these shearers. So Murray Henderson, sheep number 6 on the board. Out comes the belly out the back. The judge on him at the moment won the Evergreens event not long ago, Mr. Brooker. 1-2 blows. Murray Henderson's leading the way at the moment. Alex Smith into the undermine, he works. These are quite big ewes, ladies and gentlemen. They're probably weighing at least 70 kilos. So it takes a little bit of work to get around these big girls. But these shearers, this is the best in the world, the open class. Alex Smith steps up the neck. Mike Hamilton, down the last side he works. The gear looks like it's fluffing a little wee bit. Because these sheep are so dry, Kerry, they're having a real problems keeping that glossy finish.
That's right, Tama, and it certainly hasn't been an easy season for the farmers in the lower North Island. It's the dry really does cause a little bit of havoc, really, not just for the farmers either. These shearers have probably got a little bit more work to do on their gear, but it's going to be the boy on stand number 1 coming home in the qualifying heat, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together, Murray Henderson. Well, Sean, my man. And finishing touches there for Alex Smith. Well done.
Might just dive in there. Thanks, Kerry. We've got some action down here. We've got running time of 16 minutes now. These two fantastic open shearers are on the press, and there we go. Jimmy Samuels said, I am clean, I have done the bail, and she's a done job. Cam, who's sort of based in and around Balclutha lately, but spending a lot of time in Australia, says, hey, Pin, that's not the idea. He's got the old bounce in his step. He's going to whip that, hopefully, 160 kg bail out. Action apiece. He too will have his arm in the air before too long. Is he happy with his job? He is. Whoa. What are you thinking? It's down to the scales now, Monica, isn't it, to see how we're going. Lots of points involved all around here, and I'll explain that as it unfolds. But it's always interesting, the bail weights, aren't we? So, Monica, you want to talk this through? We're looking for 160 from Jimmy Samuels.
145. We're a bit light.
Jimmy didn't want to use all his energy up. He's got an open heat coming up soon.
Getting a few pillows over there, are you, Gerald?
What's that, buddy?
A few pillows.
Pillows. Yeah, the bounce back pillows. We'll take that.
164.5 for Cam Hicks.
Oh, yeah. 164.5. That's what we like. 4.5 Ks, and it's overweight. Overweight Ks are, well, you receive less penalties for them than the underweight because you've had to work a wee bit harder. So he'll be very happy about that. We've got a few more heats coming, and we will have the final of the individual men's later on. Stuart Walton, you dot about, buddy? Come in.
Sam Saunders, can you report to the microphone desk, please? Sam Saunders.
Okay, let's heat number 2 at the stage. Well done, guys. We'll get heat 3 up on the board.
So we're into heat 2 of the open shearing heats at the Golden Shears 2020, and things are looking pretty hot already. In fact, in the book, they haven't even started on the registered competitors yet. What we've got on the stage at the moment are the late entries. But I thought let's just take a little bit of time and have a quick chat to Dean Williamson, who is the sponsor through Farmers Weekly to the junior shearing class. And we've just had that final, and we spoke to the two young Welsh boys. But Dean, a little bit about your sponsorship here at Golden Shears.
Oh, we love it. Yeah, thanks, Mavis. We absolutely love doing this. Having seen the juniors come through, having done it, as we have, we know that when you get to that junior level, they have done the hard yards. They've sort of broken through that first barrier, haven't they? And so I've got great respect for the juniors, and to see the size of the class that was here was just great. Have so many young fellas, young men and women, up there in the juniors here was just absolutely brilliant to see. It sort of says that the industry's actually in good heart, because we sometimes hear that they're not coming through, but I'm so pleased to see so many of them here.
That's right. It was a fabulous class, and of course you've just spent a little bit of time with those first and second place getters. So that was Alice and Sam. Yeah. Yeah, aren't they great guys? So they, those two Welshmen, they were the first finished up there, and they came first and second, so their job was right as well. And that was the first time I'd met Alice, but Sam had won at the North Island Shearing Champs down in Masterton earlier, and so had caught up with them there. We're sponsoring that as well. But we've just had a long interview with Alice across at the museum, and what a lovely young guy he is, and his family back home must be so proud. Him coming out here, he's been working at Wairarapa. Yes. Yeah, and then landed him this job, and then coming here to the Golden Shears and winning the junior. What a great great thing for him. That's right. I always think, Golden Shears is a place where dreams can come true, and for a lot of these young ones, it's the start of their journey. But Dean, I know this is cutting us a little bit short, but I see that we've started into the next heat of the Open, and these are still, looks like it, late entries, but how fantastic. Let's just quickly look along the board. So we've got Lane McSkimming, and McSkimming, a famous name, especially from the South Island. We have Eli Cummings, Pleasant Point, a mainlander as well. Shane Island from Martinborough, so a local boy. Dion King, and Dion's been a past champion. He's doing other things at the moment, been into the farming and contracting, but he's got a love for that handpiece as well. Corey Salmon from Dunedin, he has been farming up around the King Country there, partner of Kieran Herbert. And then down the bottom there we have Blair Rhodes from Hunterville. It's a pretty cool lineup there. Oh, awesome. These guys are just such role models, and you can see the juniors and the novices, they're sitting there just watching these guys up there on the board peeling it off in the way they do. It is absolutely inspirational. No, absolutely. Well, thanks for joining me, Dean. Let's take this back to the stadium. Good as gold. Thanks,
Thank you. Seconds. You might not think it's a lot of time, but 15 seconds can be the breaking point of being 31st or making that top 30. Lane McSkimming on stand 1, ladies and gentlemen. Sheep 2 on the board for him. Undermine time for Eli Cummings. He's a bit of a horse, this boy from the Pleasant Point.
I'll just jump in there, Kerry. That's okay. Thanks, mate. Sorry about that. We've just got a busy schedule down here. So on press 1, we have Stu Walton of Masterton, ladies and gentlemen. So there you go. Press 2, Ricky Stevens from Napier. He has been this final a couple times in the last couple of years. Presses, on your marks, get set, go. Thanks, Kerry.
Thanks, Gerald. Dion King, into the pen he goes. He is a past winner, ladies and gentlemen. He has held the Golden Shears title above his head. 2006 he won it, ladies and gentlemen. He knows what it takes to make the top 30. He knows what it takes to make the cut into the top 6. He knows what it takes to hold that trophy above his head. Up and around the shoulders he goes. 2006 was when he won it last. Is it going to be 2019, ladies and gentlemen? Only time will tell. Blair Rhodes down and into the long... first leg he goes, sorry. Undermine time for him. Takes the top knot and he'll step up. Break the neck will open. Change a handpiece for McSkimming. Into the pen he goes. Sheep number 3 on the board. Eli Cummings. Very, very big tally share of the boy on two. The question is, can he be a show sharer here at the Golden Shears 2020? We are, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking for that top 30. And Dion King says, yeah, boy, that's going to be me. Look at me go. Down the belly he goes. He's held world records before. Under the first shoulder he goes. Down the first leg, under mine time, beautiful under mine. He said, yeah, man, I am going like a cut cat. Up and around the shoulders he goes. Takes the trimming on the backside of the leg and down and into the long blow. He's got a good one-tummer, and he knows exactly what to do with it, the King.
Yes, you did right. The King, they call him, is here. Long blow time for him. Blair Rhodes down there on stand number 6. Has he run out of gas? No, he hasn't. He is just coming right. Corey Salmon on stand number 5. Into the belly as well, but it's all the King at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. The King is going to put a sheep around Lane McSkimming. Down to the flank and out to the toe now. This man works. We got the Shane Ireland from Martinborough down the road, right there with him as well. He's really shearing very, very well. The King in for his 6th and final sheep. Here he goes. 5th sheep, sorry. These sheep, Kerry, they're a little bit big, they're a little bit demanding, but they are a lot of bit hard work for these shearers, aren't they? As they turn to the last side, Eli Cummings, he is a shared horse, so they tell me, Kerry.
Oh, I tell you what, Tama, it's not all about size. Size is all right. The question is, if these shearers can just get to settle these sheep, if they can just get their sheep to sit, and that is the question. These sheep, they're big, strong Wairarapa ewes, ladies and gentlemen. They have come out here to wreck some shearers. That is their mission in life, I think, some of these sheep. And up and around the shoulders goes Dion King. Sheep number 5 on the board for him. Look at him go. He is having a good shear, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the points on the board. There's hardly anything in it. Look at Dion King, 0.5 on the board. Very, very good shear by the boy from the bay into the pen he goes. 6th and final sheep on the board for Dion. Down and out the flank goes Salmon. Finishing touches for, Shane Island, ladies and gentlemen. Down and out the flank he goes. Into the pen he goes. Sheep number 6 on the board for him. Eli Cummings. Down and into the long blow he goes. Lane McSkimming. Finishing touches for him. Into the pen he goes. Finishing touches. Sheep number 5 on the board for him. Eli Cummings. Down the first shoulder he goes. Under that final leg. Down and out the flank. Shane Island. Muscles, the big muscles up. Around the shoulders he goes. Takes the trimming on the 4th side of the leg. Down and into the long blow he will go. Down there on stand number 6. Blair Rhodes, into the pen he goes. But it's going to be the boy they call the Dion King, ladies and gentlemen. Down and out the flank he goes. Finishing touches for him, and time clock taken, Tama.
Oh, that's a great score that Dion has there, 26. That's bringing it a little bit better to what we thought might it be. And these other shearers working away quite well. Oh, Eli's got a sore back. That's how I do it. I think he's making fun of me, that fellow, because that's how I shear. Well done to Shane Ireland from Martinborough, just down the road. He's had a very, very good shear. Gerald, how are you getting on down there? Oh, you're silent, Gerald. Are you okay?
I'm still okay. Don't worry about that. I'm mesmerised down here too by these presses. Look at the armfuls of wool they can take. You in between watching the shearing and the presses here, there's something grand about watching someone work really, really hard. And the skill level and the athleticism, all those sorts of things. I probably won't pull a big word out like that later on tonight, but at this stage we can still do those. So here we go, your local boy, Stu Walton. Once again, hitting the corners, because you've got to do that. He's deciding, yes, we need a whole lot of wool in there, so he's not just tramping, he's hitting the edges, and then kaboom, with one big solid hit. Ricky Stevens from Napier. Now it's the wind-up time. Now this takes a lot of skill, ladies and gentlemen. He'll wind us up really fast without the box going side to side. See that there? You think, oh, that's just how it goes. That takes a lot of skill, winding and holding steady at the same time. Otherwise, that box starts this bang, bang, bang on what's called the centre pole. Okay, when it starts that, it becomes very difficult to get that up there quickly and very difficult to get it up there, basically. Okay, so he's tidying up here. There's reasons he's doing this. He's got to do the first half of all these jobs like a shearer correctly. Otherwise, the last half becomes really difficult. If he doesn't keep this tidy, he's going to be fighting that wool on the way down, and that cap will come down, and it's got little grooves in it, and the wool will get inside there, and it'll be very hard to drive those pins through. So that's what's happening here. We've got another wind up here.
I'll just jump in here. We'll get these next one on the board, please. Thank you. Stand 6 will be Kernan Tikini. Jovan Taiki on stand 5. Reihana Hokianga on 4. Scott Gert on 3. DJ Crawford.
So here we are, back into the green room. We are up to heat 4 of the Open Shearing Championships, and of course I've got the master himself right next to me. David and I are going to have a bit of a blast at this, David, aren't we?
Yeah, we'll give it a crack, Mavis, for sure.
It's a little bit like the blind leading the blind, but we figure, why not? Let's, if these guys can innovate with technology, then perhaps we should try innovating a little bit as well. So we're going to talk you through, I guess, this next heat coming up. And David, we've got the names on the board already.
Yeah, we've got Leon Samuels on stand 1. Leon's one of the top shearers from the South Island.
Yeah.
He's incredibly good at speed shears. He's won a lot of open finals. His biggest wins, I think, were this year, just recently at Belkutha at the Otago Championships, and I think it was South Island Shearer of the Year. He won this as well.
That's right, he did too. He was a bit of a wild card, from what I understand.
He's always been right there. He's just making a name for himself right now.
Fantastic, because that's Jimmy's brother too, isn't it? Jimmy Samuels and Adrian. We saw Adrian compete in the Woolhandling, and in fact then Leon's niece, she did very well in the novice Woolhandling today as well. So great to see that family connection. And on stand 2, we've got DJ Crawford. In the book, you might be a bit confused. It says Marianne Beatty, that's his partner. She probably entered him. And
I'm sure that's what happened. I think Marianne did the entries for DJ.
Yeah, so from Gisborne. Next one, we've got Scott Girk, David, from Porongaho. So that's out our way, East Coast. Great to see him here. He's been doing a few of the shows as well. And then Reihana Hokianga, another one from Porongaho, Ngāti Kere. We've got them all coming out, and it's great that they've come to celebrate the 60th birthday, pit themselves against the best, David. That's how they do it. That's how it works, isn't it?
Most definitely, and they're all come here to say that whether they do well or not, they've all come here to say they've been shearing at Golden Shears.
Yep, that's right. Javan Taiki from Porongaho. I wonder if those are right.
And Kanan Tekeni from Tamaranui, a very good shearer, very good speed shearer. I've seen him in a few speed shears in the King Archery, and he's very, very quick.
Yeah, no, so this should be interesting. So we're only just starting now on the names in the book, and again, they're starting off pretty well, David.
Yeah, I think we'll see Leon Samuels probably come out and dominate the seat. He should do on his form. He's actually vying to make that open final for the first time, I think, on Saturday night. So big things to come from Leon.
Oh, how exciting that would be. How exciting that would be for him. And then DJ, I know DJ hasn't been around the shows this year. We've kind of missed seeing him and Marianne around, but something always draws them back to the Golden Shears. So here he is on the screen at the moment. The little dials on the bottom kind of give us a bit of an indication. The green-red bit tells you what the average is of all those shearers across the board, and the little dial tells you where DJ sits. So at the moment, in terms of the time, he's sitting about the average, and we can see that's the way it is.
Yeah, it's a great bit of technology. It's once you understand it, it's quite helpful. Obviously you want to be in the green, not in the red.
Yep.
And you can look at these heats and see who's doing well. And it's once people get their head around it, it's quite useful.
Yeah. So moving with the times, and that's all thanks to Toby and his team at Noise Productions. So great innovations happening there. So you can see Scott there as well. Here we go. He's. I've always resisted the temptation to say he's going over the undermine David, but I've just done that. It's a great view though, look at that. There's not much between them at the moment.
Yeah, DJ's going well in there. He had a very good senior career coming through the grades, and
Yes.
once again he's a very fast shearer. Does very well on the speed shears as well, DJ.
Yep, they're all looking pretty even though at the moment, although DJ might be just falling back a bit. But these three on the end, David, look at them. That's probably just about blow for blow.
Stand 4, 5 and 6 are almost blow for blow together. Be most interesting to see in a moment where Leon Samuels is.
Yes.
But yeah, pretty even at this stage.
Here we go. Here's some clever stats for us to just try and absorb it. Still early days, but look at Leon.
Early days, but by the look of the technology there, Leon's starting to sneak ahead on points and qualifying well.
Yes, he's not necessarily the fastest. He's just behind these boys down the end, but it's all about the other bits and pieces, the quality.
Quality's so important. You can be the fastest shearer, but if you haven't got the quality, you won't do any good.
Yeah. Does this make you miss it, David?
Yeah, it does a bit. It does a bit. But it's much easier sitting here than doing it, I can tell you.
Yeah, I bet. I can imagine. So there's Conan. He's kind of, he's probably not at the end he'd like to be in terms of those quality dials.
Yeah, he's got 3 more sheep to come back yet, but he's just slipping back a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Big boy from Taumaranui. They shear a lot of sheep around that area, that's for sure. So here we are back with Javan Taiki from Porongaho. Great turnout from Porongaho. Neat to see them all here. So I guess they'd be, working with some of the local contractors from out at Porongaho. They're really family-based these days and stay quite local. So great for them to come out. There's been some famous names come out of that place, all the Wakefields.
Most definitely. Really shearing heartland, really.
Yep, definitely. A lot of it, unfortunately, in trees, but we won't talk about that at the moment.
It's another day.
It's another day. That's another day. So, Scott, have you seen Scott around very much at all?
Scott's travelled a bit. He's been around a lot of shearing competitions. He's never quite got to the big finals and that, but always supported. And I guess what we must remember, without the guys supporting all the competitions and making up the numbers, you don't get the guys out on top. So we need everyone there taking part.
Yeah, that's right. It's a great benchmark for self as well, isn't it? You know, just kind of being part of that greater team of
definitely
shearers worldwide, really. No, very cool. So it looks like we're getting back up the top here a little bit. No, we're still at DJ. Like you said, it'd be quite nice to have a little bit of a look at how Leon's doing in terms of his overall. Here we go, yeah. Oh, he's still leading the pack, though, in terms of the consolidated points. Very cool.
A good close-up of Leon here. He's right on the top of his game at the moment. You'll see coming down the first leg and heading up the undermine. He's got total control of the sheep. He'll know what he's got to do to get through to the top 30 tonight.
Yeah, but it's not all about speed, is it, David?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Although if you can be the fastest and the cleanest shearer, you'll probably win most events.
Yeah. They're in good condition, those sheep, aren't they?
These sheep are really well presented. With the dry conditions we've had, these are shearing exceptionally well.
Yep, all the way in from Hikorangi Station. So, big ups to all these farmers. They've done an amazing job keeping these sheep through at the moment. And look at those statistics down the bottom. He's on the right end of everything right now.
This will be our best year probably so far in the heats we've seen come through at the moment.
Yep.
He's got is it number 6 on the board now, I think.
He
Sheep
does.
6, yep, that's his last one. So he's coming home strong.
He is coming home very strong. Great to see.
Leon Samuels really starting to open his ears under the final.
Well, the stadium, David, out there is, there's still a damn good crowd out there. People are still coming in. We've finished the pressing and all the focus now. This is where the rubber hits the road with these open boys, isn't it?
That's right, and I think the number of entries we've got here, 86 or 90 or whatever it is in the Open, that's right up there with some of the best years ever at Golden Shears. 60th anniversary, I know, but incredible really when you think how the rural sector might be struggling in many ways. Here we are at Golden Shears with record entries, and it's a real credit to this committee and just the atmosphere this place brings. It really is the Wimbledon of shearing.
Yeah, she is pretty special. It is very special. I have to agree with you there. Here's Leon putting the finishing touches. How did he skip ahead like that? He was obviously saving the best till last, eh?
Yeah, and that's just the experience these top guys have got. He would have picked his pen and knew that he had a couple of very good sheep to come home on and finish well with good quality. He's got a good low total there now, and
Yes.
he'll better sit back ready for tonight.
Yeah. Oh, how exciting for him.
Very good young shearer, this guy.
Yeah, obviously, look at that.
He's got one more left in the pen. That's a very good.
Great graphics, guys. It's just really neat and gives it a snapshot. Just for the uninitiated, just gives a really good snapshot of where things are, and it keeps, I think, people a little bit more engaged in the action, David.
Definitely. We just see Conan Tekeni there from Taumaranui finishing off.
They're going to have the last say.
Scott Girk's coming down the last side now.
Yeah.
Some of these guys will be quite relieved it's over.
Well, you talked about it before. Sometimes it's just about getting up there and supporting the event, the people, your mates, whatever. And these guys, we've got to be grateful. They're the toilers, aren't they?
Of
They're
course,
the journeymen.
and as I say, we need the numbers, and these guys are here. They may or may not get through, but without them, we don't have the other guys sitting at the top. And they'll go home and they can say they sure at Golden Shears 60th anniversary.
Yeah, that's right. No, it's been great so far, and I think we've got there's a huge field here in these open shearers. Amazing and wonderful to have them here. Great to see them, and just awesome to see DJ coming down that last side. Nearly done. He'll be pleased. That's him finished. And now we'll just, Scott will just finish off in his own time, doing it his own way.
He won't be getting too worried.
No. Hopefully he's up there just enjoying the experience of it all.
I'm sure. I hope he is.
Yeah. Oh, well, David, this has been very cool to spend this little bit of time with you to talk through some of this. We don't often have the opportunity to have someone like yourself just talking us through. We're not giving the hype of the stadium commentators, but it's really nice just to share something a little bit more about what really happens, how people really feel.
I'm really looking forward to this next couple of days. The top 30 tonight, the open semis tomorrow, all of the events, but this tomorrow night, Saturday night, will be pretty special.
Yep, it sure will. Looking forward to it hugely. Thank you very much, Dave. Been great to have this time with you.
It's a pleasure. Cheers, Mavis.
Thank you.
If I can just jump in there, Norman, that's okay. Thanks, buddy. So press one here is the young fella, Tyrone Oliver from Ekatahuna. He's only 17. He's full of power. He's not worried if it's hard. He's just going to go for it. This man down here, a local man from Masterton, Conan Harmon Gray, has made the final before and is a peers champion, former peers champion. So there you go. Presses are ready. On your marks, get set, go. Thanks, Norman.
We have the green light. Shearers to the board. Jason Radema from Masterton, can you report to the board? Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. Heat number 5, Tamanea. He is from the Gazebro area, the land of plenty up there. That's Gisborne, ladies and gentlemen. We got Wiki Thompson from a little place called Wairarapa. It's on the main road between Dannyvik and Napier. Blink and you'll miss it. Emily Welch, she's from Waikaretu. Her and her husband Sam have a farm up there. They run a shearing business. I don't think Emily does as much shearing now as she'd like to do. She's usually looking after the little ones. But it's great to see Emily here and competing in the 60th Golden Shears. Stand number 4 from Gisborne as well. We have Bevan Peve. Bevan Pede has been shearing for Johnny Kirkpatrick out of Napier. Good to see Bevan here. He's a wonderful shearer. Went very, very well through the lower grades, and he's just waiting to sort of probably get over the nerves of being in the open, and then he'll really start hitting his straps. And then we have Jason Ratima on stand number 5 from Masterton. Good to see him here. And on stand number 6, we have Adam Brausch from Dannyvik, one of the fastest hands in the game. Adam Brausch is the first one in for sheep number 2. So that's our shearers, Kerry. They're all settling about getting into their business. A lot of them will farm their pens. Probably try and do the best one first, and then they'll settle in and do the biggest to smallest. I think that's how they usually roll in it, Kerry.
Yeah, well, that's right. Some of these boys, they'll have a bit of a game plan intact, but it's quite common for these guys to maybe put up their best sheep first, and first and last that they'll try and do. And the reason they put up their good sheep first is because they want to just try and get a good quality job, just one of the easier ones in the pen. They'll think, yeah, I might start on that. I'll just break the ice a little bit. I'll get a nice, clean, quality job on that. They don't want to do points of, say, upwards of 15 on their first sheep, because the reason is they're thinking, well, I've got to claw back 15. Those sheep, ladies and gentlemen, I like to do those harder shearing sheep in the middle. Just after they've warmed up on 1 or 2, down and out the flank they go. And that is what Tamanea has decided to do. He's got his first one, and it is a ripper, ladies and gentlemen. Into the pen he goes. Sheep number 2 on the board, ladies and gentlemen. In there for another one in. He will have 3. Down the first belly he goes. Belly will chuck clear. First leg he will go. Wiki Thompson. Into the pen he will go. Sheep 3 on the board for him. Emily Welsh, world record holder, ladies and gentlemen, of the 9-hour lamb record. She still holds that, and we know she knows how to shear lambs pretty good. The question is she able to shear these big Wairarapa ewes, ladies and gentlemen? They are demanding sheep. And at the moment she says, mate, not a problem. I'm fighting against the boys. She is more than good enough, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very good shearer, this girl in her own right. The question is she going to be good enough to make that top 30? Are any of these boys going to be good enough to make the top 30? It is going to be a brutal cut, ladies and gentlemen. Up and around the shoulder goes the Jason Ranama. Round and down he goes. Bit of a niggle there. Down and into the long blow he goes. Under control again. He said, mate, I've got this sheep. Down and out the flank goes the boy Adam Brash down there on 6. Made the final there quite a few years ago. He is a very, very good shearer in his own right. Yeah, you're right, Tama. He's got the fastest hand in the West. That's boy.
Yes, he certainly has, Kerry. That is the young man down there on stand number 6. He dives in for sheep number 4. We're on 4 minutes and 23 seconds, 24. And these shearers, they are shearing very, very well. Tamanea up the neck, he works. Wiki Thompson runs and grabs another sheep. I think it might be Tamanea. He might be a little bit in front of the stage in time stakes. It comes down to what's happening up on these points up top, ladies and gentlemen, where it says board. You'll see these shearing judges up there, and they have little counters in their hands. And every time one of these shearers makes a double cut, they will click on that. It's the size of your finger. So any second cut's the size of your finger, that is marked as 1. So they'll give that 1 click. If it's bigger than that, they'll click it twice. Sometimes if they'll do a half a second cut, they'll save it and match it up with another one. So that's how that works, and that's what those guys up on the board are doing. They're looking for second cutting. Also, they're looking to make sure that those competitors do not impede other competitors. Say if the guy in front throws his belly at the back and it ends up on the guy behind him's head, he will actually incur penalty points for that. So down the last side works Wiki Thompson. Emily Welch is not too far behind. Bevan Petty cleaning up underneath the leg. We've even got the Jason Radmer down there, out the last side. But all the pace at the moment is coming from stands 1 and stand 6. Tamanea big blows up the backbone, and he's going to take the top knot off. So, Kerry, these guys are working away nicely. We're on sheep number 5. We just clicked over 6 minutes. So these guys are making fairly good time as well.
Yeah, fairly good time, all right, Tama. But the question is, their time can be one thing, but the thing is, they got to have the quality job. But on the flip side of that, they got to be mindful that they take every little whisker of wool off these sheep. These judges, they will judge these sheep on the board, as you'll see here. Now, when the sheep goes down the porthole, it will be judged outside. These judges will take every little point they can off these shearers. These sheep are of a high quality standard, ladies and gentlemen. There is very, very little points to take off these sheep. These shearers are some of the best we have in the world. New Zealanders have the best shearers in the world. New Zealand has the best sheep in the world, ladies and gentlemen, and we have the best show in the world, and we call it the Golden Shears Championships, ladies and gentlemen. 2020 we are. And down there on stand number 6, sheep number 6 on the board for the boy they called Adam Brash. Up the neck he goes. Takes a cheek one and he'll work his way around the shoulder, and Tamanea near his head. Not without me, you don't, me old mate. Not without me, you don't. Up and around the shoulders he goes. Works his way around the shoulder and down and into the long blow he goes. Jason Ranama, sheep 6 on the board for him. Bevan, into the pen he goes. Down and out the flank goes the boy down there on 6. Finishing touches for him. Near. Over the last shoulder he goes, the boy from the Gizzy. Down and out the flank. But it is going to be the boy down there on stand 6, Tama. Very, very good shear by him.
Adam Brosh, the young man from Danny Virg, great shear. Now based himself in Masterton, but he always calls Danny Virg home. Tamanea, just showing the crowd that sheep, how well shorn it is. Well done, Tama. So these other shearers, I think Jason Ratima from Masterton is going to be next off. Working his way down the shoulder. Gerald, do you want to say a few words?
Yeah, we've got this young 17-year-old. He just gives it some stick, this fella. I was talking about as you get older, you start, working smarter, not harder. But this young fella, he's not at that stage yet. He's full of power and muscle, and if there's a mountain in the way, he's going to move it. Okay, not by the power of the mind, with a shovel, I'd say. So there he goes, he drives these through. He's got Conan the Barbarian over here, and he's a big, strong, strapping lad too, as you can see. And he is giving it everything you can imagine here. Tyrone is desperate for making this big final, as they all are, and he lines up another one down these slots I spoke of, and they have to bang it right through the other side of the pack here, and that's going to hold 160 kgs of wool, which has a huge desire to want to get out of there. Okay, it's a bit like putting, start heating up water and it starts steaming up and you've got nowhere to go. Eventually it's going to explode. So these pins hold that in. He unravels the cord now. He wants it nice and...
If that's all right, sorry mate. Can we get the next seat on the board please? On stand number 6 will be Lockie Baines. Louise Pickall on 5, Floyd Neal on 4, Dookie Gordon on 3, David Gordon on 2, Jimmy Samuels on stand number 1. That's seat number 6. And heat 7. They need to make their way to the left of the stage, please. Will be Robin Mudgeway, Tegwin Bradley, Roland Smith, and through Bart Hatfield, Dean Hurley.
Very good, thanks Norm. So we've talked about the power and the strength as Conan now starts pumping it through too. I'm quite sure he must have a fan club somewhere in the audience. Now we're getting a bit of noise. 11 minutes 23, it's all good. Now we've got the details over here. They've got to be very good, these fellas. Okay, they've got to brand the bale on this paperwork, and the brand must be tidy. It must be exact, as in capitals for capitals, a bit like an email, okay, a dot here, or a co, or a com, or .co.nz. It has to be exact, otherwise it might end up in someone else's pocket when it ends up going to the wool store. They get tangled up with long acres at Waimatua and long acres at... Dannyburg, and the wrong man gets some money, so it has to be exact. And we are on our toes now. Conan also desperate. This is when these are capless packs, okay, the flaps come with it, and they staple it together with these little wee sort of like steel nails, okay? When that wool goes through a wool scour or starts getting handled, and those nails could become a contaminant in here, it just goes under a magnet, okay? And what does a magnet do? It attracts metal, doesn't it? And the staple comes flying out talking about attracting metal, ladies and gentlemen. Tyrone Oliver is on fire. Hoo-yah! He's going to light this place up. It's my moment to shine. The open heats might be on, but hey, swing your chair. Action apiece. He's got everything going. We've got a green light. We'll stick down here until someone tells me otherwise. Come on, Tyrone.
Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go.
Heat number 6, ladies and gentlemen, we are underway. Jimmy Samuels will take 1. David Gordon will be down there on 2. Nuki Gordon will take 3. Floyd Neal will take 4. Lewis Pentacole, the boy from Chile, will take 5. Lockie Baines will take stand number 6. And we are racing in heat number 6, ladies and gentlemen. We have a big field here today. 15 open heats. We have over 90 shearers. We are looking for the top 30. It is going to be a brutal cut. The question is, who is it going to be? And down and around the shoulders they go. Sheep number 1, a 6 competition sheep on the board this year, ladies and gentlemen. Under the final shoulder and down and out the flank. And David Gordon says, yeah, boy, follow me. Into the pen he goes. Sheep number 2 on the board for him. One of the fastest times we've seen so far. 1 minute 5. Into the pen goes Jimmy Samuels. Into the pen goes Nookie. Floyd Neal and Lewis Pentacoin. All these boys, sheep number 2 on the board. Radio John, take it away, my man.
Well, just looking at the scores there before, you need to be in the high 20s, 28 there, somewhere abouts. The quality of these sheep is something brilliant. Even though we talked about the dry conditions, you don't need to get the lawnmower out in the Wairarapa. By golly, she's pretty tough. Over the top comes Jimmy Samuels now, working away. He's a real speed shearer, this fella, but he loves getting it off quick. Here he goes round the offside now, the first off shoulder. The pace, though, still on stand number 2 is a young David Gordon. He's got his father chasing hard on his heels. Nook, who's been shearing in the evergreens earlier in the day, and he comes across the shoulder. Working away down the last side is Floyd Neal from Tamarunui. Out the last leg, and is the Lucky Barnes for Wairarapa down there the far end. Big, strong, strapping shearer, this fella, shearing out of Hastings these days. Right out the last leg, Lewis Pincole, one of our international athletes. Under the shoulder, he just loves shearing in New Zealand. Right out the last leg for him. Just a small stature of a shearer, but by golly, he can whip it off. Floyd Neal says, don't count me out on the pace. I'm up over the tail. Right on top of the game, over the top knot he comes. David Gordon, though, still leading the way at the moment. Jimmy Samuels, sheep number 3 on the board for him. He's got his glasses off today. He doesn't want to get all steamed up. He's got half a dozen to shear in this one. The Golden Shears Bailey's Open elimination round. And we're almost halfway through the heats. Here they go. We need to find the top 30 to get that shear done tonight. And that will be exciting. Who's going to miss out? It's always tough when you're number 31, but that's the crack of the game. Out the last leg comes David Gordon, the Masterton lad. Boy, he's doing it proud at the moment. Here he goes, the big whānau right behind him. They've been working hard here at the Golden Shears, in the pressing, in the wool handling, up on the board. In goes Lockie Baines. In now goes Floyd Neal from Tamarunui, and Nookie Gordon's right there. Jimmy Samuels coming with a bit of a rush on sheep number 3, Norman.
Yeah, Nookie Gordon out on the board. 4 on the board for Nookie, 4 on the board for Floyd Neal. Jimmy Samuels in and out he steps as well. 4 it is for Floyd. David Gordon shearing nicely. Just a young up-and-coming shearer in this open grade. Round onto the first front shoulder.
Okay, just meet number 7. Those guys come down, get ready, please. Robert Muckway, Cleveland Bramley, Robert Smith, M3, Bart Hatfield, and Dean Hurley.
So while those guys are making their way down there, we'll get into this heat. Swinging around late into the long blows, Nookie Gordon shearing like a man half his age of about 40. Way up the long blow he sweeps and he steps across. Fires that leg over. Bit of sand in that one. It might affect his gear, but he's got another handpiece there if he needs it. Floyd Neal, the big fella there on stand number 4, down over the last front shoulder. Up the neck and around the back of the head, the wee man living in Waimate in South Canterbury, but originally from Chile in South America, is Luis Pincole. He swings around, locks and loads into the long blow. It's his first season in the Open as well. And big Lockie Baines down there on the far end on stand number 6. Powers his way into the first hind leg. Couple of big shots towards the backbone and up the undermine he goes. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. Top of the head comes off for Lockie Bain. Up the neck he steps. Cheek comes off. And way around the back of the head. So on the front stand, Jimmy Superfly Samuels slides into the first hind leg. Opening the wall up into the back of the backbone. Top of the head comes off and he steps through and up the neck. But David Gordon, way down onto that last front shoulder, leading the field there with Lockie Baines, Johnny, as they work their way down the last side. One more sheep left in the pen for these guys.
Yeah, well, it's blow for blow at the moment. Chasing hard is Floyd Neal. Nookie Gordon coming over that last side as well, the money side of the sheep. Hey, any one of these guys could be at the top of the heap. That's an average per sheep. The outside pen, the pen is the outside judging. Look on page 20 if you're having a little bit of trouble understanding it. That'll just... Shears. But who's in the pace? It's still David Gordon at the moment. Oh, but by a whisker, only over Lockie Baines down there on 6. In goes our Waimate man, Lewis Pincole, but it's David Gordon. 6 and 7 and 7. That is sharp. That puts the pressure on now, because every 20 seconds you take a shear of sheep, that's another point added to your tally. So 6:07, the clock was stopped at. Here we go, Jim.
I might just jump in there, John, just quickly to get this started, please. Thank you. So press 1 here. Tina Paul from Mount Bruce. Press 2, Vinnie Goodger, the defending champion, on 2 from Masterton. In that case, presses are ready. Judges ready? On your marks, get set, go.
Righto, we just got Louis to finish the job here now. Down on stand number 5. The clock is stopped up on the big machine, but I'm sure they'll have it backed up in the computer room, under the shoulder and down and out to the flank for him. Golly, we might have to put a bit of a handbrake on some of these overseas visitors. We've had a couple of Welshmen take out the first and second in the junior competition. It's a bit of a worry, but I'm sure our open class shearers won't let that happen. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was a good shear.
And that was heat number 6, folks. Heat number 7 about to take the board. Down on stand number 6, we'll have Dean Hurley. On 5, we'll have Bart Hadfield. On 4, Ant Frew. On 3, Roland Smith. On stand number 2, Tegwin Bradley. And on 1, we'll have Robert Mudgway. This is heat number 7. We'll give them a couple of moments to sort their gear. And we'll be underway. Gerald, how's Sheil going down there with you, mate? You've had a big, big day down there in the pressing, and it's not over for you yet.
Yeah, look, it's a great team down here. Biggest day is actually by these 2 judges, Peter Cox and Carl Cox. They have done some airs, and not once do they take the eye off the, their eye off the ball, as if to say. But let's keep everyone up to date, because it's nothing we can't handle. We have big shoulders. Now, remember the young fella from the heat before, Tyrone Oliver. Okay, a lot of power and strength. First heat was around 15 minutes, remember? The next heat was a minute quicker than that at 14. Tyrone Oliver pumped them out in 12 minutes 59 seconds. He broke the 13-minute mark. Well done, young fella. We're looking for 160 kgs. He came in at 157.5. That is a very good effort and something to watch out for, and we'll find out soon, I suppose, because this is the last of the semi-final heats. Conan the Barbarian was over here, and he wasn't far behind with 14 minutes 21, and he come in, he had a wee bit much power, 168.5. So it's going to be very close. By jolly it is. Right, let's just see what's happening right here. Interrupt when you're ready.
Here we go, Gerald. Sorry. Shearers to the board, please.
Okay.
Up on the front, Robert. Thank you.
Green light. We'll get the thumbs up for...
Pull him out of there, Kevin. Don't worry about him. I know he's got no wool over his eyes, but he's trying to pull the wool over yours.
That's old Bart Hadfield, man. He can shear anything, that fella.
Yeah, well, he's going to reach right into the back of the pen and probably look out the one over the back and reckon that's even better. But we'll have him out. Thank you. All looking good here, Kevin. I'm not bragging at all either. Give us a thumbs up, mate. So it looks like he might be getting a freebie. We haven't got that many spare sheep. There's a huge number of competitors here for this 60th occasion.
I think what's happening up there is Bart just wants an extra one in the pen. They only got 6. He would like 7. Just waiting for a 7th one to come in.
Well, he's a bit of a speed shearer in his day. He did a 2-stand record way back years ago in the Thai Abbey.
He might have had a bit more hair then.
Well, he probably went that fast that day. He blew the whole lot off.
He may well have. So another good lineup. And of course, the TAB favourite up there, Rolly Smith. Stand 3.
I just wonder how long it takes to find a sheep in Masterton.
Yeah, I don't know.
There we go. Everybody's happy. Green light. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. And they're off into the pen, these fellas. Robbie Mudgeway from Martin. He had a quick look at his sheep. He's, from Ty Happy. Ty Happy is Robbie Mudgeway. Tegwin Bradley from Woodville. Rolly Smith from Hastings. And through Pleasant Point. Down there for Wairarapa, Bart Hadfield. Down the far end from Whangamomana, Dean Hurley. Massive track for some of these shearers to come here. Right from the deep south to the far north. East coast to west coast. You're all going to be here for the 60th occasion. And who's going to lead the way? We've talked about this speech to Bart Hadfield down the far end. If only his little darling will play the game, he'll be on to the last side first. But he can't do it. And Roland Smith says, let me at it. And he's gone out in 52 seconds. That is pretty sharp, ladies and gentlemen. Down the last side comes Ant Frew, Tegwin Bradley, fresh up into the open and not too many times. And he's loving it. Good high-quality shearer from up there in Woodville. Then goes through. Robin Mudgeway jumps on the bandwagon as well. Bart Hadfield, not shearing many big days lately, but he's more into the organisation of shearing. And he just loves getting back here and throwing the big bog iron out. Last to bring out the second sheep was Dean Hurley from up in the Naki. Might have to give him a bark or two because there's not too many Nakyites down here nowadays, Norm. We seem to run out of a few of our shearers. Too many cows in the country.
Too many cows in the country, right? No doubt about that. So sheep number 2 it is up on the board for all these competitors, and it looks like Rolly Smith on stand number 3 steps in and out for his third sheep. 2 minutes and 9 seconds gone on the clock as he steps back out of the pen, finds a forward gear and away down the belly he goes. The big fella on stand 3 slides into the first hind leg, fires a couple of big shots down towards the backbone and up the undermine and through into the top of the head. In goes Ant Frew from Pleasant Point and Bart Hadfield from Wairarapa. Tegwin Bradley's right there as well. Down the last side come Robert Mudgeway and Dean Hurley. Dean Hurley from the Naki. Robert Mudgeway from Ty Happy. It's Roland Smith out in front as far as pace goes in this one so far. Halfway through when he finishes this. Ant Frew from the deep south. Turns into the top of the head, or sort of the mid-south, I should say. Up the neck he steps. All the boys go, come on, Ants. And then in the base there and around the back of the head. Bart Hadfield swinging into the long blow this time. Just got a couple of shots on Ant Frew on the sheep. Beautiful style, Bart Hadfield. He's a terrific shearer, always has been. Terrific shearing trainer as well. Down over the last front shoulder he goes. So Rolly Smith 4 on the board. 3 minutes and 20 gone on the clock, and he's got the belly out behind him and into the first hind leg. Tegwin Bradley and Frew down over the last front shoulder, into the last side, but finishing touches now for big Bart Hadfield as he strolls into the pen for sheep number 4. Back on the board he comes, John, and ready to knock the fluff off another one.
He did another fine thing in his life. He married a Taranaki lass. So he's got 2 pluses. He's been a great shearer and he married a Taranaki girl. So we're right on the hunt. Come on, Dino, get him behind him there. Let him follow him through as he comes onto the last side. Dino Hurley down over the money side. He comes. He's on sheep number 3, just a little bit off the pace. Robbie Mudgeway still finishing touches here on his third one. There's Rolly Smith. He's just about to go past him as he streams down the last side on his 4th. 2 left in the box. Rolly Smith, look at him, those big long arms, those extremities. Looks like Inspector Gadget up there when he wraps himself around a sheep. Strides into the bend very quickly. Back out, that sheep doesn't know what to hit it. Look at it, nice, good round sheep it looks too. He's got a bit of an advantage probably over the smaller shear on these bigger sheep, where he can wrap himself right round them as Hadfield comes across the last side. Likewise as Ant Frew from down on the Pleasant Point land. Under the shoulder comes Tegwin Bradley, a little bit of a dancer. He starts to feel the pressure a little bit. Tries to screw around and hold that head high. And that's the secret. No, he's going to pop it forward. Just a quick shift of the thighs and that head rolls forward, and he's got control of that animal now, and they're not sedated in any way, ladies and gentlemen. They are wild animals. Here, as Tegwin said, it might have been my gear. I'll change a blade. Get the fresh steel on. Mudgeway hits the last side on stand number 1. Bart Hadfield up over the tail with a couple of good shots. Oh, but Rolly Smith, he's got 3 shots left, and he's going to be in for number 6, the final one of the slot. And the board points are looking pretty low up there. The lower the score, the better we like it, and the better the shearer will go.
Right, just jump in there, John. We've got lots of action down here. We've got running time. Your local man's just about wrapped up. We've had a real record breaking the 13-minute mark at the moment. We're 10 minutes and 5 seconds. Vinny Goodger, he is ready to wave to the crowd, ladies and gentlemen. 10 minutes 11, 10 minutes 12, 10 minutes 13, 14. There we go. Give him a super round of applause. That has set the place alight. Thank you, John.
Yeah, he's just followed up the pace that was on the board here, because it is lifted. You know, those early heats can be a little bit slow, Norm. These guys have sensed that we've got to put the hammer down and get that time points.
Yeah, well, it's a big cut, John, from 90 shearers down to 30, so they've got to be shearing this almost as if it's the final, really, don't they, to get into that top 30.
You did, right.
Only the very, very best will go through here today. And Roland Smith making the most of it. Right out to the toe. Another couple of shots. And out the hole it goes. Well done, Rolly. He can stretch that big old back of his. And watch the other boys come home. Like I said, the TAB favourite, Roland Smith. Of course, if he makes a mistake or two in the big final, if he gets there, it could be someone else's, but he's not in the habit of making mistakes as Roland Smith. So Robbie Mudgeway, another couple of shots, and he'll be looking for sheep number 6. In he goes. And Tegwin Bradley and Frew and Bart Hadfield into the long blow of sheep number 6. Down the last side for Dean Hurley. Around comes Frew, got the hammer down a wee bit this time. Back there with Tegwin Bradley. Just a couple of shots out in front of Bart Hadfield, but Bart Hadfield, last front shoulder for Bart as well. And Dean hops in and out of the pen for his 6th and final sheep down there on the back stand. But Tegwin Bradley finishes and Frew finishes. Bart Hadfield, another couple of shots from the big fella from Wairarapa, and he'll be all done and dusted as well, John. So good sharing along the, look, 23.996 for Roland Smith. There you go.
Yeah, that's I say you're going to have to be in the lower mid-30s there just to make sure you're going to make this cut. Maybe to 27 if you're lucky, because the quality of these sheep is allowing some magnificent on the board and outside jobs. So that yellow points up there on the big screen, that's the final points for Rolly, as these all his sheep have been judged. While they're still blue, the shearer has still got sheep in the pen for the outside judges to calculate. And of course the white points that are still available at the moment because the shearer is still shearing. So there we go, Robbie Mudgeway from Taihape finishes it on the front stand. Dean Hurley, he's on the last side now. Not to be disgraced, the time has only just gone 8.5. Up against some pretty fast shearers here. Young Dino doing well. Had a bit of a tough time this week.
What's that? Give me the third.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. Next up.
Right, we've just got Tyner Paul finishing up, and he might be doing it on his own, but he's 13 minutes, 21 seconds too, so that will be the 3rd fastest time. So well done, young fella.
Okay, so let's get the next seat up here. Nathan Meany will be on stand number 6, Justin Bell on 5, Cameron Hicks on 4, Sam Welsh on 3, Nishan Dixon on 2, and Parata Abraham on stand number 1. Wrong heat, is it? Heat 8, we're missing heat 8. Where is it? We're missing the page here, boys. Heat number 8, we're just missing a bit of paper here, guys.
Rightio, well...
They know who they are anyway, so they're up there. Here we go.
I'll steal the airways.
You go for it. The boys are getting set up, Gerald.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Right, Vinnie Goodcher. Super time of 10 minutes 14, was it? Something ridiculous anyway. Doubling check. Yeah, sometimes you've got to double check these things. Once you put it out there, you put it out there. There is no rehearsal when you're commentating and announcing. As I was saying, Vinnie Goodcher's bar, we wanted 160, isn't it? So it's 155, so it's a real good burst. Tina Paul over here was 145, so not quite enough Weet-Bix for lunch, basically. Right, just calling on, might get Monica Potai down here if she's dotted about. We're going to move on to the women's individual pressing now. And,
Here's to the board.
We'll do a little bit of co-commentating then, and she can give us some of her points of view because she's been around the sheds most of her life.
We've got a green light, gentlemen. Cheers to the board. Times are moving on.
Green light, boys. Green light. Let's get them out and into it.
Righto, we've got the thumbs up. Hand on the door. Timekeepers right. Judges. Competitors, go. Here we go. This is another one. We set a bit of a trailblazer with the last couple. Adam Gordon, Shorewell. Rolly Smith, Shorewell. Who's going to do it this time round? Ricky Stevens here on the front stand from Napier. He's been in the work over the last couple of days with a bit of pressing and Woolhandling. Now it's his crack at Shearing. He was moneyless yesterday, but he's found his wallet, so that's all good, and he's in a positive set of mind. Dino Smith from Gisborne steps up the neck. Around the back of it he swings, and Paul Hodges from Reefton working likewise just directly behind on stand number 3. On 4, Jimmy Edmonds from Raititi. Doing very well. Looking into the big strong shoulders of this fella. He's been around for a day or two at the Golden Shears. Down on the next stand on 5 is Johnny Kirkpatrick. As he comes under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Johnny's up in the Napier these days. Out the last side down the far end. We have, who we got down there on stand number 6?
Paraki.
Paraki Puna down, steps into the pen. Look at the shoulders and muscles around the upper body on this one. Hey, crikey, these sheep haven't got a chance, have they? Jimmy Edmonds out the last leg. Out comes stands 2 and 3. Smith and Hodges pretty much close together. Into the first off leg down here on the front stand. Ricky Stevens enjoys this competition here. Doesn't matter whether it's here at Golden Shears or in the South Island or up in the far north. He's all over the place. I don't know how his young family keeps track of him sometimes. But they're here in support here today. Up the neck comes Dino Smith. Whoa, a little bit quiet, but Johnny Kay looks like he's leading the way. And what have we got time? Can't see the time at the moment, Norman. They've hidden.
Heat number 9, David Beanie, Justin Bell, Cameron Hicks, Sam Welch, Ash Dixon, and Wairarapa Abraham. You guys come down, get ready, please.
So on the stage, you're talking about Ricky Stevens being all over the place at all the competitions. He's not only all over the place, he competes in just about everything as well while he's there. The wool handling, the pressing, the shearing. Nothing's a problem to this man. Right out to the back leg. Another couple of shots. He's right there with Dino Smith. Dino Smith slides sheep number 2 out and he hops into the pen with a leap and a bound for sheep number 3. The big fella on stand 2. In goes Paraki Puna down there on stand number 6. Paul Hodges, Ricky Stevens, a couple of young guns in the open now. They're in and out as well. And Jimmy Edmonds slides down the last side. Another couple of shots and he'll be looking for his third sheep. But Johnny Kirkpatrick down there, one of the favourites here as well, and ex-world champion on stand number 5. One of our stronger competitors for many years now is Johnny Kirkpatrick.
Might just jump in there, Norm.
Yeah, go for
We're
it.
into the women's semis. There's 2 heats of these. And on the press 1, Carmen Smith. She's been in the final a few times, but hasn't managed to take out top podium spot yet. On press 2, we've got Fiona Healy from Masterton. She has won this event 9 times. Presses are ready. Judges ready. On your marks, get set, go. Thank you, Norm.
Cheers, Gerald. And just as we say that, Dino Smith, he's in and out for sheep number 4, right there with Johnny Kirkpatrick. Dino Smith, the big fella, starting to open up. Those shoulders are his. And away down his belly he goes, over from Gisborne. And top competitor for a long, long time is Dino Smith. Saw him in the speech here last night. He goes all right in the speech here. And he can still smoke them out in these competitions as well. Up the undermine and into the top of the head for Dino. Paul Hodges, Ricky Stevens, those 2 on stands 1 and 3, having a bit of a ding-dong battle. Blow for blow over the other 4 sheep, or over the 3 sheep they've already done. And they're still at it over the number 4. Jimmy Edmonds from Raitahi down there on stand number 4. Hops in and out of the pen as well. Johnny Kirkpatrick slides down over the last front shoulder. So he just pulled away from Dino a bit on that one. Down the last side he pulls. Right out onto the toe on the last side, Johnny Kirkpatrick. Another couple of shots. And in he'll go John, sheep number 5. Only a couple left for JK at this stage.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at that Dino Smith as you talked about him. He had a little bit of a wriggle. He was right with the pace of Johnny K, and he's just settled down on this one to take a little bit of a breather. And then he will let go again, I'm sure. He's a big, strong lad, but he just seems to not change gear. It just fills up the comb a bit more and just bulldozes it off. So he's got a few blows behind the leader, JK, at the moment as Johnny rips up over the undermine. Down the last side comes Ricky Stevens. Up onto the last side comes Jimmy Edmonds on 4. On 3 with the finishing touches for Paul Hodge. Down there, Paraki Puna, down the belly he goes. The Napier lad cleans it off. 1, 2, 3, 4 and flicks it out the back for the Woolhandler. Now he drives down the first off leg. Big shots right down to the backbone. 2 good ones up over their backbone there, one either side, and takes off the top knot with 1 shot. They are big sheep. There's a lot of ground to cover on these Wairarapa this year. And up over the top, Hodges comes. Likewise as Ricky Stevens, 5th sheep on the board. Johnny Kirkpatrick, he's finishing touches to sheep number 5. Oh, 6 minutes are clicked and he's still got 1 in the pen. But he's not too worried because his quality's still pretty good at the moment. Looking pretty good. Only haven't even got 2, an average of 2 on the board at the moment, these shearers. They're doing extremely well. Dino Smith down and out to the flank for him. Rolling it out the last leg. Sweeping shots right from, he's shifting his eyes with every blow. Make sure he's taking his eyes back to where the hampies enters and shoots it down the porthole. Likewise, Ricky Stevens 3 shots behind. Another couple back is Hodges from Reefton. Into the long blow now, this time for Jimmy Edmonds, just trailing the field a little bit. Paraki Puna's got another one on the board. The 6th and final for him. But it's going to be Johnny K turning for home. Down the last side he comes. Comes across the shoulder now. Works out that little bit of frib wool under that front leg. Down and out of the flank. Right from the middle of the shoulder, right out the last leg. One of the longest blows in the sheep. He just put in there. There he goes. Hits the button in 7 and 4.
And there he is, Johnny K. Watch the rest of them come home. Jimmy Edmonds still 1 in the pen. Just finishing this one off and he'll be in to get it. Not far away. Down the last side for Paraki Puna. But Dino Smith, he's right on the cusp of finishing this one. Over the tail he goes. Looks for the time clock button and out the hole for the sheep. Well done, Dino. Ricky Stevens, good strong finish from Ricky over the last 2 or 3 sheep. He was there with Paul Hodges blow for the first 3, and he just snuck away with them. So Paul Hodges under the front shoulder from Reefton on the west coast, this young man. West coast of the South Island, that is. Right out to the toe for Paul. Top knot comes off for Jimmy Edmonds and up the neck, but Paul Hodges looks for the button, and there it is for him. Well done, Paul. Looking for a spot in that top 30. As they all are. But we've still got a few heats left, so anything can happen yet. They're going to have to be very, very good to be in that top 30. As always at the Golden Shears, only the best go through, John.
Well, just looking at Johnny Kay, he's got a 26 at the moment. That could sneak up with a final sheep to judge, so he's made probably 1 or 2 mistakes, but it looks good. 1.3 on the board, 3.8 out the back. You can't do a lot better than that. That's on an average of 6 sheep. Jimmy Edmonds finishing touches for him. Hits the time button, gets the clock.
Give them a hand, folks. That was heat number 8. And heat 9 this time we'll get it right. We've got Nathan Meaney down there on stand number 6 from Australia. Justin Bell on 5. Cameron Hicks on 4. Sam Welsh on 3. Nishan Dixon on 2. And Parata Abraham on stand number 1.
I don't know whether it is just myself thinking, but there's a few old faces starting to appear back here at the Golden Shears. Maybe it's the 60th occasion that they've filled up the entries. Players from the past. Good to see them still in the game. Yeah, those presses going down there, Gerald.
Going very well. I was just thinking, actually, there's been a fine. Pressing wool, okay? It's a very, very difficult job. If I held up a big armful of wool and said to everyone in the audience, what would that weigh? There wouldn't be too many that would say an accurate sort of figure back. So you're trying to stuff all this wool in there for 160 kgs, and they're only 3 or 4 kgs out. Well, 3 or 4 kgs in 100 is only 3%, okay? So you're down to 1.5% variation in looking for the 160. So that's how accurate they are, okay? On the scales, I might think, it's 4 or 5
Let's get them going here, Gerald.
Thank you, Norm.
Okay, ready to go. Shearers to the board. Can't pluck any more wool. It's against OSH rules. Out of there. Okay, green light. Timekeepers right, judges, competitors, go. Into this one. Wairarapa Abraham's the Masterton man here on the front stand. Nishan Dixon for Paeatua. Sam Welch from Waikato. Cameron Hicks from Martin. On the 4th, Justin Bell from Dannyburg on number 5. And we have our Australian down there, Nathan Meaney. Is he Eeny, Meeny or Mo? I'm not sure, but he's going to mow a bit of stuff off this time round because he's flying that big right hand, and look at him go. He's keeping the pressure on the rest of these Kiwis. He's into the long blow, but so is Wairarapa Abrahams and Dixon here on the 2 stand. Sam Welch, he's been a past record holder and from up there in Waikato, and he turns for home as well. Cam Hicks, look at the long extremities on this fella. He's been into the pressing game earlier in the event. He was also in the Woolhandling, I think. So he's in that triathlon. Justin Bell, just a smaller stature. Shearer as he comes under the shoulder and Down on out to the flank with the Australian. He's going to get him by a couple of blows, Norman, on the first one. 108.
108 it is, and Sam Welsh backs out onto the board. So does Nathan Meaney from Australia down there. In goes big Cameron Hicks, Justin Bell. Juddy hops in and out of the pen. Nation Dixon, the big fella there on stand number 2, slides into the pen for sheep number 2 as well. Back on the board from Paya Tour. Haven't seen this guy around too much, but he can get around him, no doubt about it. Looking at him just work his way around sheep number 1. Nation Dixon, bellies off, and into the first hind leg, Kerry.
Meet number 10, Jacob Moore, Kevin Kanita, Tristan McKay, Kevin Mutch, Henry Braddock, and James Ricky. Come down, you guys be ready, please. That's heat 10.
So the front stand, Parata Abraham, winner of last night's speed share. Ladies and gentlemen, on stand number 1, your local man as well. Pies under the front leg. Fribs come off, goes back just for another whack, just to keep the judges happy. Right out onto the back leg, another couple of shots for Parata Abraham, but Nathan Meaney steps in just ahead of him. So either end, and change of steel there for Parata Abraham. So maybe that comb just wasn't the one he wanted, but this will be. These guys are very, very good with their gear. A lot of time goes into comb selection. So Sam Welsh dives into the pen for his third sheep. Back onto the board, 2 minutes and 41 seconds. So Nation Dixon, change of steel there on stand number 2 as well. And Cameron Hicks hops in and out of the pen. Justin Bell in and out as well. The big fella down there on stand number 5. And away they go down the belly together. Stands 4 and 5. Flicks it out is Cameron Hicks. Flicking it out is Justin Bell. But either end of the board, that's where this pace is coming from, and having a bit of a ding-dong battle, these two. Parata Abraham winds his way up the backbone of sheep number 3 and turns for home. Beautifully shorn sheep. Absolutely polished as he drops down over the last front shoulder. Nathan Meaney, his will be polished as well. He can shear that Australian boy down there on stand number 6 as he punches his way down to the flank. Parata Abraham, though, right under the hock, and another couple of shots. He'll be looking for his 4th sheep. Into the pen he steps. Nathan Meaney still right there with him, John.
Yeah, they're cracking along, these boys, all right. You talk about pies. Certainly Abraham didn't need all the pies, because look at the physique of the young man. Down the belly, he's as fit as a fiddle. Flicks the belly out the back. Oh, blow for the bow. I think the Australian might have gained a shot on him this time round. Did he cheat on the belly? Will it come back to haunt him on the last side? Who knows? But over the top, only one blow in it. In goes Justin Bell for the change of steel. Sam Welsh out with another one on stand number 3. In goes Nation Dixon. Big, strong, relaxed shearer, but he can still pump the iron. All got their 4th one on the board. Cam Hicks down the belly in the first off leg, just coming off as I speak. 1, 2, 3, up, 2 up the back. Off for the top with 1. There he goes, but to the last side. It's now going to be who's done the homework on the undermine and the long blow. Down the last side comes the Aussie. Nathan Meaney, but it's Pies Abraham coming here now out the last leg. Oh, Australia still hanging in down on 6. Just by 1, 2 shots. Change of steel for the Aussie now. In goes Abraham up the front. Just a half a sheep behind of the rest of the field as they turn for home. Dixon, Welsh, all pretty close. Hicks as well. Justin Bell about the last one to turn down over the money. Right across the shoulder, using that left hand to up and down with the wool and move the leg as they speak. Down and out to the flank they swing. Oh, sheep number 5 on the board now for Abraham from Masterton. You are pretty quiet, Masterton. 5 minutes and 17 gone. Around the back of the head swings the Australian down the far end. Nathan Meaney putting the big shots and good low scores up on the big screen. Sheep number 5 on the board for the other 4. But the pace at either end of the field looking pretty sharp. This is what we like to see. A real tough contest, Norm, as these young shearers are pumping the iron.
You did right. So just on the sly, we've got a black Ford Ranger at the back there blocking the way somewhere. MKN 816. We need that Ford Ranger move, please. So up on the board, right up to Abraham. 1 sheep left in the pen, but not for long. He's in and out. He just snuck ahead of Nathan Meaney now. And Meany hops into the pen as well down the back stand, but the rest of the field swinging through the long blow. So Nation Dixon starting to put the hammer down a wee bit and pull these guys back as well. Long blow time for the big fella on stand number 2 as he slides up the backbone and turns for home. Sam Welsh under the front leg. Front leg time for Cameron Hicks as well, the big tall fella down there on stand number 4. Winds his way out onto the back leg. The not so tall fella on stand number 5, he's on the back leg as well, Justin Bell. Well-known tally man, and into the pen he steps for his 6th and final sheep. Right there with Cam Hicks. Nation Dixon right there as well. That one just stands there. Didn't want to go out the hole, but he sorted it. In and out he steps. But it's Pairata Abraham. That's where the pace is set right here on stand number 1. 6 minutes, 49.50. Gone on the clock. Down the last side he pours. Into the flank and out to the toe. Pairata Abraham. Couple more sweeping blows over the tail, and he'll be looking for the button. There it is. Time taken for your local man on stand number 1. Looking forward to seeing him in action in another round if he can get through. 27.1 at the moment. It might sneak up a wee bit as they judge his last sheep, but when it goes yellow, that'll be his total points. Nation Dixon, first front shoulder. Starting to open those big shoulders up a wee bit now and turning into the long blow. And Nathan Meany stretches his back. He's all done and dusted down there on the back stand. Last front shoulder now for the rest of the field. Juddy Bell down the last side, he paused, but Cam Hicks and Sam Welsh, blow for blow these guys. Down comes Nation Dixon as well on stand number 2. Right out onto the back leg, but it's going to be Sam Welsh reach for the button. Cam Hicks and Justin Bell almost at the same time. Nation Dixon's going to have the last say, but not by much as he reaches and hits his clock. Well done. Big hand for those guys, ladies and gentlemen. That was heat number 9. Rolling into heat number 10. 15 heats in total in the open shearing. And let's get them up on the board. On stand number 6 from Martin, Jacob Moore. From Invercargill on stand 5, Kevin Kanita. From Wairoa, Tristan Mackay on 4. Gavin Much from Whangamomona, but originally from Scotland on stand number 3. Hemi Braddock from Ikatahuna on stand number 2. James Rookie from Te Kuiti on stand number 1.
All right, thanks very much. If we were shearing down here, would be blow for blow too. But we're on the press. Absolutely nothing in it. These 2 champions, there we go. What's the running time for Fiona Healy? She's going to go for number 10 win. 16 minutes 40. That's a ripper. Carmen Smith knows the time points are very valuable. She sticks her hand in the ear too. The time points at the pressing is exactly the same as shearing. It's 1 point every 20 seconds. Right, gives me great pleasure to announce the final. These will be the finalists to have a press off here this afternoon sometime, and that'll unfold, so don't go too far away. So your top qualifier for the individual men's, only 2 go through, is from Masterton with 47.7 points, Vinny Goodger, ladies and gentlemen. He is your top qualifier. And with 53.8 from Napier, Ricky Stevens. That will be a blast. How do I know that? Because they've done 1, 2, this will be, I think, their 3rd time consistently that they've been in the final together. In those cases, Vinny has won the last 3 in a row, so Ricky's going to bring a big game plan, by jolly years, to try pull that one off. And we're going to know that soon enough.
Okay, we got a green light. Shearers to the board, please. All good. Everybody happy. Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. We're off and away this time. Up on the front stand, James Rookie from the Te Kuiti. Oh, there's been a troop of them come down here over the years. From the King Country, Hemi Braddock from Ekatahuna, just up the valley a little bit. And over the hill. And he's loving every moment of this. He sure well on the speed shear last night by crikey, but this is another set of rules here now because you've got 6 of the big mothers to shear. Gavin Much from up in the Naki, the Whangamomana Terra. Flying the Scottish flag once again. On stand number 3, stand number 4, Tristan McKay from Wairarapa. Swooping round that first off shoulder. Kevin Kanita from Invercargill down there on stand number 5. Coming over the last side of the money side of the sheep. A little bit back, Jacob Moore from Martin. One of the younger guns in the open here, but you need to get out of being a pop gun and get into being a real houser because the competition is real tough up here. Down the hole, and what do we do? Not too many moments as Hemi Braddock gets in ahead of James Rookie on the front stand. In goes the Invercargill speedster down there on 5. Jacob Moore, a little bit of trouble sliding that one down the porthole. The lights are on downstairs and the judges are judging as we speak. Here, Gavin Much from Whangamomana around the back of the head, leading the way now. He likes to crack on with the job as he drops into the long blow second time round. As we look at the yellow screen up there, all those names that you see above 30 are no good to us. We need to be under 30. So if you've got a high score, you're in big trouble. And thanks for coming. But we've still got a bit of fun to have here at the Golden Shears, even if you've missed out on the next round. Up over the top comes Tristan McKay. Up over the last side now comes Jacob Moore, who's starting to wind into his task. He's got ahead of Kevin Kanita there on stand number 5. Turning for home and down on the last side comes the Invercargill lad, but as Gavin Much swings out number 3 here on the front stand, James Rookie still trailing Braddock as he goes down into the deep depths of the last side. Look at him pushing that comb, trying to fill it up, trying to keep it above the skin, doing a marvellous job. You can almost eat your breakfast off that last side. Beautiful stuff. Under the shoulder comes the Wairarapa man. Another change of sheep there on 5. Looking pretty good, Norman. We're almost halfway through the job.
You're almost halfway through, and 2 minutes and 50 seconds gone on the clock. So Gavin Much, too much Gavin Much, and he swings through the long blow and heads for home. Back up to the cheek, down onto the last front shoulder for Gavin Much, Whangamomana. And he's under the front leg, so this guy got a real quick hand. He just attacks everything in sight, this fella. And we've seen it time and time again, and it works for him too. Right out to the toe. Another couple of shots, and he's looking for sheep number 4. And in and out of the pen he goes. So he hits that pen door just as hard as he hits everything else, this fella. Gavin Much, the Scotsman, on stand number 3. Way down the belly, leading the field. And down the last side for Hemi Braddock, this young fella. Terrific young shearer. A lot of talent, as have all these fellas up here on the open stage. Round into the first front shoulder of Tristan McKay. Another couple of shots, and he hits the long blow. 2 short blows and a big sweeping blow right through to the base of the ear. Round he goes, and he's going to turn for home very shortly. Kevin Kanita already been there and done that. He's on the last leg, just as James Rookie is. And Jacob Moore, the big fella down the back stand. Way down the belly, he goes on sheep number 4. In goes James Rookie. In goes Kevin Kanita from Invercargill. James Rookie from Te Kuiti. Another sheep on the board for him. Way down the belly he goes. Wipes it off. Beautiful shearer, this fella. Beautiful style. Easy as. Just places the blows, and like a lot of these top shearers, beautiful rhythm. Up the undermine he sweeps.
Heat number 11, Andrew Noble Campbell, Jack Fagan.
You right, Emily? 150.
David Ewan.
150. Good luck, Coco.
You guys come down and be ready, please.
So back on the board with heat number 10. 15 heats in total of open shearers here today, John. So fantastic entries once again in the open, as we've seen in all the other grades and all the disciplines we've been involved with so far at the Golden Shears. So they've all come out to play today.
It's been absolutely marvellous, of course. But we've got time gone now of 5 minutes as Gavin Much drops into the long blow on sheep number 5. 1 left in the box. In goes Jacob Moore, who's starting to feel the acid a little bit down on number 6, but he's right on the heels of Hemi Braddock. James Rookie very casually steps into the pen, but he's full of business on the front stand. Down the last side comes the Invercargill flyer down there, working out the last leg, Kevin Kanita. Over the last side comes Tristan Mackay, but Gavin Much has got a sheep around him. Rolls it out and down the hole he goes in for the sixth and final one. Keeping the pressure on. He got that one done pretty well. A little bit of time up his sleeve maybe, but he's got to remember that there's other heats to come. He flicks the belly out the back. You don't want to be inside that 7 minutes because that's 21 points. Then you got a few tack-ons with your board points and your outside points. And they can all add up if you have a bit of a bad sheep. Over the last side comes the Yakatahuna Speedster. Doing pretty well. Watch this fella come through the grades over years, and he's a pleasure to watch. Look at him burn off that last side. That is as flat as a pancake. Look, not a ripple on it. Down the hole it goes. They won't get nothing off that one outside.
Might just jump in there, John. Thank you very much. So the last heat of the semi down here, press 1, Emily Tikapapa from Scotland. And we have press 2, Coco Namana. So good luck, girls. Presses are ready. Judges ready. On your marks, get set, go.
Yeah, Gavin Much comes out the last leg. Oh, got a bit of a dancer. This one could be end up down the dog tucker shed, but love is too good for that. He's making a good job of it. Just struggled a little bit. He's got in 6 and 55 or thereabouts. A good shear from Gavin from up there in the Naki, the Welsh Taranaki-ite. Who's next in line? It could be Tristan Mackay, as you know, he's still got one in the pen. It's going to be Jacob Moore coming across the shoulder. No, Rabbi Braddock got ahead of him now as he comes out the last leg. The Ekatahuna lad putting the big shots in. Done a good job too by Crikey. Good score, good board card. Lovely stuff for Jacob Moore on the 6th stand. Right down and out to the flank he goes. Big ones coming in. Down that first off leg for Tristan Mackay. 2 shots. 3 up over the tail. He said, I want an easy last leg. As though James Rookie comes to the top now. Down and out the money. Look at him now. Straight from the middle of the shoulder. Right out the last leg. One of the longest shots on the sheep. Filling comb. Making it easy. Good rhythm. Sheep behaves itself. Done and dusted here on the front. Righto. Also finished down there is Kevin Kanita. So we've just got Tristan Mackay to complete the task here on stander number 4. Beautiful. A pleasure to watch these guys. You can just see it's like poetry in motion. Peas in a pod cover the shearers. Easy to work with as far as us and the commentary team go, and they're making a very good spectacle for the public. And I hope you appreciate it when these shearers walk off the board, and give them a good round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They're good shearers and, well, great athletes up there.
And their next heat are ready to go up. They can take the stage now on stand number 6, Andrew Noble Campbell from Pukikawa. Jack Fagan on 5 from Te Kuiti. On 4, Hugh DeLacy from Rangiora. David Buick on stand number 3 from Ponaroa. 2, Damien Boyle, our Australian mate up here. And on stand number 1, Ringakaha Pawai from Gore.
All right, we'll bring it back down to the press here. Just interrupt when you're ready. So Emily here from Scotland, as mentioned, from a place called Lockenhead. So that's get into it, Emily. The call is she's a favourite as she really stomps those corners and getting that wool really tight in there. The other thing you'll see them do, and Coco has won this event, ladies and gentlemen, a few years ago, okay? Not as in heaps of years. I know a few's very hard to quantify, but it might have been whatever 4 or 5 years ago. So she's pretty sharp. Now, the other thing you'll see when they wind these boxes up, you may have noticed that sometimes they will pull wool out, and I talked about them using their feet to get an idea of the weight. And when that box is sitting up here and they haven't let it down yet, you'll see some of them pull wool out, okay? And what's happened there, and sometimes you'll see them put wool in, Okay, so what's going on there is they've had the advantage of winding this box up. Okay, so they've felt it under their feet, saying yes, it's about such and such. Then they feel it on the pressure of the handle, and they think, it might feel like that under my feet, but that's too light. And that's when they'll go for these handfuls and start stuffing it in between the boxes before they drop that top box down, ready to load.
Thank you. Okay, shearers to the board, please. Referee's given us the hand. Awesome stuff. We're good to go. Timekeepers are good. Judges, competitors, go. We're off on another one. Ringakaha Paiwai. I'm down on the deep south. We've got the Australian Damien Ball on the second stand. Poronga Road, one of the local favourites, David Buick on number 3. Hugh DeLacy for Rangiora on stand at number 4. On number 5, Jack Fagan down from the King Country. And down on the far end, we got from Pukikawa, Andrew Noble Campbell. So a little bit of pace set in that last heat, Norm, these guys. They've got the advantage of Shearing at heat number 11. Can they make the most of it as they swing down into that first off shoulder? David Buick says, I'm going to go for the doctor. What sort of time has he get in this one? It's 38, 40 seconds gone so far, so he's going to be in the high 50s by the time he finishes. Under and down and out to the flank, stroking it along. 4 shots to go. Let him roll out. He's going to make it in 56, is he? Yeah, that's about where it ends up, Norm. That's pretty sharp.
It's pretty sharp, all right. So that's where he wants to be. David Buick, of course, one of the favourites here as well. Jack Fagan, the young fella down there from Tikwiti on stand number 5. Turns into the first time league. He's got a couple of shots on David at this stage. He's making the most of these beautiful big U's. Top of the head coming off on stand 5 for Jack. Into the top of the head now for David Buick. Out on the board for Ringakaha Pāwai and for Damien Boyle. On stand number 2, Big Damien. Well-known fine wool shearer around the world. Turns into the first hind leg. And Hugh DeLacy was second in that final last night at the speed share. And he's going pretty damn good, this young fella. Good shed shearer, just starting to set into his rhythm a bit on the sheds. Strong, hard worker, as a lot of these young fellas are. And away through the long blow he goes. Another couple of shots and he'll turn for home. So expecting big things from Hugh in years to come. And he's making a good start. So down over the last front shoulder, just as David Buick heads into the pen. Got a shot on Jack this time, John.
That Hugh DeLacy wouldn't be named after his father, would he?
Oh, very similar name.
Oh, okay. Bit of a hard case as Hugh DeLacy Senior, I can tell you. Here we go. David Buick up down the mine. 1, 2 whoppers. Look at it. Looked easy to the man from up the road in Pongaroa. Down the side of the cheek he goes, around the back of the head. There's been a few Buick shearing here this year. Right in the junior grades and even up into the super grades. So they've had a lot of fun here at Masterton for 2020. Another sheep on the board on down number 6 for Andrew Noble Campbell. 2 shots up over the tail. Jack Fagan is into the long blow there on 5. Around the first off shoulder comes Hugh DeLacy on 4. But it's Buick down the last side. The other 2 up the front here. Boyle from Australia is up the neck. Likewise as Paiwai from Gore. But the half a sheep off the pace. And David Buick says, I've got time to change of hambies. 3 and 15 gone. He's in for number 4. Doesn't worry about looking down the board to see where the next pace is coming from. He just knows about his business and wants to make that last 6. But the aim at the moment is to get into that top 30. The next cut, we lose 60 shearers. That's a hell of a cull. We don't get a hiding for it because they just see the points on the board and they know they could have done better. Up over the top comes the Buick. Change of steel now for DeLacy. In goes Noble Campbell down the far end. Up over the top comes Jack Fagan. Gently cruising it on the youngster from Tigawiti. Well, not so young anymore. Ringakaha Paiwai. In for sheep number 4. Boyle's got the belly off and down the first off leg. And Buick, though, turns for home, coming across the shoulder. Making it look easy is DeLacy there. A little bit of a giggle and wriggle from that sheep, but he's back on top of it again and round the back of the head he swings. Keeping it going. In they come. What do you got for us, Kerry?
Heat number 12, Nathan Stratford, Dennis O'Sullivan, Mark Granger, Terry Edmonds, Richard Pearson, and Brett Roberts. You guys be ready, please.
So back up onto the board. First hind leg this time for David Berwick, sheep number 5. One left in the pen for the big fella from Poinaroa. And Jack Fagan changes steel and in and out he steps. Hugh DeLacy, another couple of shots, and he'll be looking for sheep number 5 as well. Right out to the toe for Andrew Noble Campbell down there on the back stand. Another couple of shots, and he's in looking for 5. He's just a shot behind Hugh DeLacy, and goes Ringakaha Pawai, in goes Damien Boyle. Out onto the board they step together, so turning for home on sheep number 5 with one left in the pen is David Berwick on stand number 3. Down over the last front shoulder he drops. DeLacy into the top of the head and up the neck, but Jack Fagan's a couple of shots out on him, and he's way through the long blow, sweeps the wool off the backbone of the sheep and turns for home. Sliding out onto the back leg is David Berwick. Beautiful share of this guy. I've said it many, many times, and it's a fact because I've never been wrong before, John. And I'm not wrong this time. David Berwick, what an economical style that guy's got. Right out onto the through the belly and into the first hind leg he's going to step, just as Ringakaha Pawai's putting the gas on a wee bit. He's been going all right too, this guy on the show. He's hitting his straps a bit in the open, making all the big finals and going really, really good on stand number 1. So he's right back there with Hugh DeLacy this time. He was a few shots back off last time. Just got a couple of good sheep left for last. Hopefully he's got one more good one in the pen. Ringakaha Pawai over the tail. Back with Hugh DeLacy, and just fact he's just a shot ahead of him. And Andrew Noble Campbell back out onto the board with the sheep number 6. But turning for home, David Berwick down over the last front shoulder. Just as Damien Boyle flies in and out of the pen. David Berwick under the leg, cleans it off. No fribs left there for the judges to penalise him for. Right out to the toe. Beautiful flowing blow. Just sweeps the wool off the backside of the sheep. Over the tail. Out it goes. Wham bam. Thank you, Lamb.
Yeah, 6 and 52 there for the Buick. Hey, that's not a bad cheer. There's still the pressure coming on though. Jack Fagan down the last side. He's going to be next off the cut. It's surprising me down there. Andrew Noble Campbell, he says he hasn't given up. He's a very experienced competitor, and he's coming under the shoulder as Fagan slides his 6-1 down the board and hits the stop button. To the top of the shoulder is Paiwai here on the front. Over the shoulder now, DeLacy on the 4 stand as Campbell drops his down the hole. A little bit of different style from our Australian here on stand number 2. You'll notice that later on too in the program when we get into the Merinos and what have you in the Trans-Tasman. But he's shearing them pretty well. Paiwai finishing touches there. DeLacy's hung up the steel. Out the last leg of this one. It's just under 8 minutes. We're going to get it done, ladies and gentlemen. Another good shear from 6 great competitors.
Dead right, John. Great competitors they are. Let's get the next heat up on the board, please. On stand number 6 from Invercargill, Nathan Stratford. From Ireland on stand 5, Dennis O'Sullivan. From Te Kuiti on stand number 4, Mark Granger. From Raitahi on stand number 3, Terry Edmonds. Richard Pearson from Carlton on 2, Brett Roberts on stand number 1 from Matoda. This is heat 12 of 15. Not too many go to John. We've worked our way through most of them, and we're looking for the top 30. Gerald, how's it going down there, mate?
Yeah, I'm going well. There's a fair bit of effort coming here from Emily. She, on the front press here, she's managed to get that down. Started off with the old rope in the wrong place, which can happen, those finer details, but she got onto that quickly. You let the safety off, let her go, restarted. And now she's on the broom. It's a big sweep up time. And Coco here, well, she's at this stage here. What she got? Town and country, it says The Block, Masterton, underlined, and then a wee picture of a love heart. So she loves this hometown of hers as she finishes off these last couple notches. Emily said it's time for some light duties, and she fires over the way there. She's multi-talent. She's a cocktail barmaid. She's a sales assistant. She's a pub quiz champion. She's a shearer. Favourite sports are darts, soft tip darts, swimming, butterfly, and pressing, of course. Years of competing at the Golden Shears, 7 years. Never won an event, only the people's hearts. So there you go, there's the Emily Takapa. And she's winding the top box up now. I'm going to let loose. We'll stay here, interrupt whenever you're ready. Now they're going to swing this round. Now these safety issues, when you drop this top box, you'll see Coco doing it. You've got to keep a good hold of that handle there, okay? Doesn't look much. You take your hand off the handle and it slips. It starts firing, okay? It'll be done, I don't know how many revolutions per minute, but it's a heap. And it normally smacks you right smack on the forearm. Hopefully it's just a big bruise, but it can be way beyond that with a break.
Thank you, Gerald.
Keep a good hold. These are some of the things these judges are watching out for.
Thank you, Gerald. Awesome. Shearers to the board, please. Come on, out of there. Osh demands it. You'll get a toe stood on. 75 kilos of sheep will hurt like heck. Okay, we're about ready to go, are we? Oh, I don't know. What do you want to excuse yourself or something? You got your hands up. Somebody holding a bow and arrow at you. Kevin, be strong. So just a wee while the referee's being questioned about the validity of that sheep. They'll be trying their hardest to get one sent down the porthole. If you're in the shed, you'd have to shear it. You can't chuck it over to your mate. We're good to go, Kev? Come on, Mark, let's go. He's not that shy. He's been in shearing competitions for years. Very good. Thank you, Kevin. We're good to go. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. We're into the pen once again. They'll try the referee left, right and centre, these top competitors. But as a committee, we install strong-willed people and say, get on with it, lad. You can't pull the wool over. Can't bullshit a bullshitter. Here comes Richard Pearson on the second stand. Look at him. He's been shearing in the Evergreens earlier on. He's back up for another smash around. But the front man here is Brent Roberts from Matara, one of the South Brigade. Oh, Norm can't wait to get his teeth around talking about this fella. Terry Edmonds from Right to He is on the third stand. Down on number 4 is Mark Granger, and that's the sheep he wanted chucked out, and he's shearing it like a wizard. He comes across the last side. Down on stand number 5, we have Dennis O'Sullivan sweeping down. He's under the Irish flag, and look at him poking out that last leg. Down the far end is Nathan Stratford from the deep south. Oh, he's got a bit of Highlander colour on himself at the moment. He's supporting his rugby team down there by the look of it. Then on the front stand comes the Matara Marauder. Look at him go, this big, strong young fella.
He is a big, strong young fella too. Top rugby player as well as Brett Roberts. And into the first hind leg he turns. Been shearing very, very well again this season. Right up the undermine he sweeps. 1, 2. Into the top of the head. Richard Pearson, number 1 out the hole. The big fella strolls in for a second sheep. Terry Edmonds, top of the head. Mark Granger up the neck. Dennis O'Sullivan, all the way from Ireland on the stand number 5, swings it around, lays it into the long blow, but Nathan Stratford's already been there and done that. He's just one shot from turning for home on sheep number 2. Turning for home he is, and down over the last front shoulder of a big straighty down there. All wrapped up like a Christmas present under the front leg. And away down the last side he paws. So Dennis O'Sullivan, front leg for him. Brett Roberts, front leg for him. Down the last side he comes, the big fella on stand number 1. Right out to the toe, another couple of shots for him, and he'll be looking for number 3. So he pulled back a couple of shots on Nathan Stratford on this sheep. Dennis O'Sullivan, there he's rolled in front of Dennis O'Sullivan. Dennis O'Sullivan hops in for his 3rd sheep as well. In goes Tootie Edmonds. Tootie Edmonds on the board with 3. Another couple of shots of Mark Granger will be there. Richard Pearson winds his way through the long blow and down over the last front shoulder. Closely watched through the somewhat bleary eyes of Rabbit McLaren up there, the judge on stand number 2. Under the front leg. And away down the last side he paws. Tootie Edmonds into the top of the head. Top of the head, or he's already been there, as Dennis O'Sullivan, because he's up the neck this time. But Nathan Stratford, John, shearing nicely down the back stand, way through into the long blow he goes, firing the steel in as he always does.
Oh, just thinking that the colour he's got on, most of the top athletes have dreadlocks and put a few ribbons in there, and Nathan can't go dreadlocks, so he's taped the ribbons to his arms, and he's doing all right though. He's holding himself together as he comes down the last side. He just clamps down on that sheep, working across the shoulder. It was being a bit naughty that you could see the daylight up through the door there and was wanting to be gone. But he's an experienced enough competitor to come down the last side and just pop the head forward and rocket out that last leg. Brent Roberts is starting to come at him here. Likewise, Tootie Edmonds down the hole. I think it might be Edmonds slightly edging Stratford and change of steel here on the front stand. Brent Roberts not happy with the cut. 3rd sheep on the board. 3rd one out for Mark Granger. Likewise, the Irishman O'Sullivan. Richard Pearson's got a little bit of work to do. Sheep number 4 for those guys. That figures was a bit slow changing. Richard Pearson into the long blow on the 3rd one, 2nd stand. Oh, swings the big leg over now. She is around the Carterton area. Been around for a decade or 2 by golly. Believe it or not, he's sure in the 65 to 75 group. And he's still smashing it off, coming across the shoulder on the last side. But you could have put a blanket over the other 5. Look at them, they're all on the long blow together. Who's going to swing for home? It's Brent Roberts first. Over the top now comes Tootie Edmonds. Works off the shoulder now does Mark Granger and Nathan Stratford and the Irishman O'Sullivan as well. Working across sheep number 4, almost done. In goes Richard for number 4. He's not that far behind. But these fellas are going to go further because they're having a heck of a battle here. In goes Roberts up here on the front. Nathan Stratford changes steel. Edmonds steps into the pair. Mark Granger right there, the Irishman to follow.
Heat number 13, Lionel Tomata, Daniel McIntyre, Aaron Haynes, Ethan Pankhurst, and Martini Mason. You guys be ready, please.
So sheep 5 on the board for most of the field. Just Richard Pearson working his way through sheep number 4. Long blow time for Brett Roberts. That's where the pace is coming from on the front stand. The big fella winds into the long blow. Fires the steel in towards the base of the ear and another shot. And he's going to be turning for home very shortly. But Nathan Stratford right there with him again. Nathan Stratford 1 blow behind Brett Roberts. The 2 Southland boys on either end of the field here. Go the south as Brett Roberts cleans off under the leg and away down into the flank, but Nathan Stratford right back there with him under the leg for the rest of the field as well. Down they come to the Edmonds, Mark Granger, Dennis O'Sullivan, blow for blow as they wind out onto the hind leg, but Stratford's out, Brett Roberts is out. The 2 Southland boys having a bit of a crack at each other from either end of the field, and in goes Mark Granger, Tootie Edmonds and Dennis O'Sullivan all together. Richard Pearson back out on the board with another one, but he's on sheep number 5 this time. 1 more left in the pen for Richard Pearson, but the rest of the field are on their last sheep. Ooh, Brett's got a bit of a niggler. Up under the chin he goes. Bit of a struggle to get going there, so that just allows Nathan Stratford to get a couple of shots out in front of him as he swings round and into the long blow. 2 short ones. Sweeps up to the backbone, steps across with his right foot, and turns for home. Brett Roberts chasing hard. Another couple of shots for him, and he'll be heading for home as well. But down over the last front shoulder for the wee fella down the far end. Right down under the back leg, Nathan Stratford. Rolls around under the hamstring, over the tail. He'll be looking for the button very, very shortly. Time clock has stopped down there for Nathan Stratford. Well done, Stratty. And Corny down the last side, he paws. Right out to the toe. Hoo-hoo, Mark Granger. He put the gas on that sheep as well, so he's done and dusted. Right there, just a second ahead of Corny Roberts. And down comes Tootie Edmonds and Dennis O'Sullivan. Dennis O'Sullivan, the Irishman on stand number 5. He straightens his back. Tootie Edmonds rolls over the tail. And he's all set too. So his points will all go through as soon as that sheep's judged. Richard Pearson, right out to the toe. One more sheep left in this pen for this young fella. Rolls over the tail. And out the hole it goes. So he's just got a year or two on these other fellas. Just maybe 3 years.
3 times 30. Hey, he's we just alluded to his age there before, but he's a good competitor. Keeps everybody honest. And he swings down now down the first off leg. Still got, hasn't him worried about putting a sweatband on. I haven't seen him grab the sweat towel yet, so he's still capable of doing a few. He gets out down around Carterton and goes to the work in the morning and knocks off at lunchtime. Still doing it every day. Making it look easy though. Round the first off leg he goes. No panic and hustle. The sheep with a big grip he's got and quite strong knees. He just manages to hold the sheep in pretty good order as he swings round onto the last side for the 6th and final time. Time points are going to be against him, but he's keeping the job right on the board for the judges. They're not getting too many off him. Some of those scores are pretty good, low up there, 1.33, 1 on the board. That's an average of 1 second cut over those 6 sheep. So that's a good score. There goes Richard Pearson, ladies and gentlemen. Grand effort from the very experienced competitor.
Right, we'll just keep this going down here. Just give me 1 second, we'll get it started. Okay, we're into the Piers semis now. A fair bit at stake because later on tonight the final will be under the bright lights with a full audience. Okay, so press 1 is Kushla Abraham and David Gordon. Press 2 is Joe Gordon and Adam Gordon. Kushla's maiden name is Gordon. So we have 3 brothers and 1 sister. Family rivalry. In that case, presses are ready. It's going to be fast and furious. Judges ready. On your marks, get set, go. Thank you.
Thanks, Gerald. So the presses are in it, and let's get these guys into it as well. Down there on stand number 5, Lionel Tolmata from Gore. Daniel McIntyre from Australia on stand 4. Aaron Haynes from Fielding on stand 3. Ethan Pankhurst from Masterton on stand 2. And all the way from Masterton on stand number 1 is Martini Mason. Getting down to it now. 5 shearers in this heat. 5 in the next heat. And 1 more heat after that. So a good lineup of top shearers again here. And Daniel McIntyre, our Australian representative here, having a crack in this heat. And he can get around crossbreds too, this fella. He can really share. But Aaron Haynes, strong contender there in the middle of the field on stand number 3. And a couple of young fellas up the front, a couple of local young fellas too. Speaking of young fellas, there was a young fella down the back as well. So Martini Mason, Ethan Pankhurst and Lionel Tomata, pretty much the next generation of top shearers coming through.
Well, yeah, they're just out of the senior competition and they've competed very well. But at the top of the heap at the moment is Rolly Smith with a 23.9. So, I talked about you needed to be inside that mid-20s, or the in the section between 25 and 30. And there we go, up to number 20 and his 30 points. So Bart Hadfield, he snuck in. Crikey, we've still got another 10 to add to that. But there's a chance that those places will change as we get on with the rest of the shearing. We have the green light, gentlemen. Could we have you on the board, please? I would have guessed it. Referee to 1. So at the moment, the unlucky one is Lewis Pincole. He's the unlucky one to miss out on the top 30 at this stage of the draw. I don't think he'll cry too much and won't go home to Chile. He'll stay here in the Waimate. So as Kevin checks it out. Beautiful sheep. You got no chance of selecting the one that's if you're going to get one thrown back in. Are we good to go now? Oh, there must be a rough truck driver out there or something. Is he out there with a bucket of sand, chucking it a bit around the head? I can tell you they are not. They haven't had time, those truck drivers and all the pen staff out the back. They've been absolutely marvellous. Getting the sheep here on time. You Masterton guys actually selected the sheep. You must have had something wrong with your eyes that day when you were crutching them up. Oh, coronavirus, is that what it is? It snuck in on us. We didn't know. Once again, I'd ask competitors just to be safe with their gear. Make sure that you put it with somebody you know, or make sure it is not on display when you have your vehicle in the car park. Be wise, be safe.
So while we're waiting for the referee, we have our women's shearing invitation members, the girls that will share in this event in the morning: Emily Welsh, Laura Bradley, Sarah Higgins, Pagan Karodia, Emily Tikapa, and Catherine Maluli. Those shearers will share in the morning in the women's shearing invitation event. So looking forward to that one.
Ethan Pankhurst, I didn't see his father chucking one out in the finals earlier on.
Didn't worry him. He'd just shear anything in front of him.
Yeah. We need to have a word to his boy. But they do have the right to call the ref. If you've seen what the referee's allowed you, get out of the pen. We need you on the front.
All right, we might stay down here for a second while they're doing their last finishing touches of sorting up. You'll notice there's a synchronised pressing at the moment. All the Gordons are giving us some sticks. 3 brothers and 1 sister. The 2 youngsters over here, look at them, full of power. Here we go, it's the big wind down. So Joe's going to go probably 80% of the way, and then the cavalry will arrive. And you know who that's going to be? It'll be Adam, and he'll come in and he'll jump lower on that big bar and give him a bit of a hand. We're good to go now, are we, Norm?
Yeah, finally. Wow, no, not quite. Oh.
We're getting close anyway, bit of a jump here. Has the cavalry's arrived now. Adam's arrived on this baby. Kushner's arrived over here. Come on, big bro, give us some stick. Well, they've got a long way to go. Come on, Masterton, you give some help.
We're good to go up here on the front. Timekeeper's good. Judges, competitors, go. We're off on this one after a little bit of a tetchy discussion with the referee. We've finally got the competitors out of the board. And Martini Mason from Masterton, Ethan Pankhurst from Masterton, Aaron Haynes from Fielding, Daniel McIntyre, Australia, and Lionel Taumata from Gore. Oh, big strong Taumata down the far end. That's not Tomata, it's Taumata. He's not a bit of a right picking fruit, this fella. He's just a powerhouse of a shearer. And he's not been up in the open class too long. but he knows how to whip the wool off, and he's a jovial chap to boot. Good to talk to, and it acknowledges anybody and helps everybody right throughout the industry. Good to see him here again, as McIntyre has been here a few times before from Australia, representing the baggy greens over there, and he comes out the last leg. He might be the first one to go in for the drop. There he goes, sneaks into the pen. Aaron Haynes, out the last leg he comes. The lad from up the road in Fielding, and then there's a couple of local lads up here on the front, Martini Mason and Ethan Pankhurst. Under the shoulder and down and out to the flank, Taumata as well. They're trying to keep it sweet, but the pace is on and stands 3 and 4, Norman.
Yeah, that's where it's coming from. So Daniel McIntyre, terrific Australian shearer, into the top of the head and up the neck he steps. A minute and a half on the clock, and he's halfway through his second sheep. Out comes big Lionel Taumata down there, the young fella from Gore. Winds his way up the undermine into the top of the head. Aaron Haynes, quite a strong contender here. Judging, looking at his paper record anyway. Swings into the first front shoulder and drops into the long blow. Up comes Ethan Pankhurst. Martini Mason shearing right. He's away round into the long blow and finishing touches. He'll turn for home, but Daniel McIntyre is leading the field down the last side. He pulls, Gary.
Heat number 14, John Hand, Toe Henderson, Alan Grant, Digger Barn, and Troy Piper. You guys come down there ready, please.
What's the time?
Martini Mason finishing touches right over the tail, and he's going to drop that one out the hole.
Might dive in there, Norm. We're 8 minutes 34 seconds. The two youngsters, it's been synchronised all the way apart from here. They're coming in with a big flurry and a big finish. Look at that, folks. 8:41. She's a fast game. Then we've got David and Kushla. How many seconds behind are they going to be? It's 1 point every 20 seconds. Kushla's still thinking about the house cleaning. Bit of a tidy up. David's standing there saying, come on, babe, that's her. No, are we done? Yeah, that'll do her. Looks across to the young bros and says, okay, you got us on time points at the moment. Thanks, Norm.
Thank you, Gerald. So Daniel McIntyre still leading the field as he drops down over the last front shoulder, swinging around into the long blows. Lionel Taumata. So Lionel starting to put the hammer down. He's caught the rest of the field up. Finishing touches for Aaron Haynes into the long blow, and he turns there right with Martini Mason and Lionel Taumata. Round comes Ethan Pankhurst now, but Daniel McIntyre over the tail, and out it goes. Sheep number 4, John, on the board and stepping back out. Aaron Haynes slides down the backside of the sheep, brings the head through in a good fluid movement. That was well done, Aaron, and round under the leg. Ethan Pankhurst right there. Martini Mason right there on stand 1, and in they go together. Lionel Taumata. But Daniel McIntyre got his gear going nicely, shearing nicely, got a good rhythm. Up the undermine he sweeps and into the top of the head on sheep number 4.
Okay, we've just had a couple of barns weighed. So Joe and Adam Gordon here, the two youngsters. We're looking for a 160 and we got a 158.5. Okay, that's about whatever, 1% out. Kushla Abraham and David Gordon got a 163.5. Okay, so they're both very, very close. Very close. Okay, thanks, Norm.
We've just had an FPOS card handed in. Somebody likes to come up and give us a call for it, tell us what colour it is and what have you. An FPOS card being handed in. Thank you to the kind people that have been bringing monetary items back to the announcers table. Martini Mason up here on the front stand comes across to the last side, working away at his job. Likewise as Ethan Pankhurst, a little bit behind Aaron Haynes now as he steps into the pen, but it's Daniel McIntyre, the first with number 5 on the board. Swooping blows up over the tail from the Aussie. Lionel Taumata had a quick gink along the board there as he flicks the belly out the back. Rolls down that first off leg now. Big shots for the undermine coming up. Just eases his sheep flatter a bit on the board so he can get that comb right up along the backbone, one either side. Steps forward up the neck. That's a beautiful big ewe. Probably in the vicinity of 72 kgs as he goes around the back of the head. If she starts to decide she wants to control him, he will not have much of a challenge. He's going to have a lot of work to control this sheep, but he's sitting nicely at the moment. He rocks onto the last side. Pretty easy going as Aaron Haynes comes across the shoulder as well. Into the long blow, both here on the front stand. Pankhurst and Mason. Martini Mason's been shearing for the Woolhandlers for the last couple of days. So his hand will be pretty soft at the moment as he comes across the shoulder. Working away under the shoulder and down and out the flank he swings as Aaron Haynes steps into the pen. Talmata's right behind him. But Australia's still out in front, McIntyre. Good low scorecard inside at the moment. 2.5 shots up over the tail. In go the front two. Martini Mason, number 6 on the board. Ethan Pankhurst, last to drag out the one out of the box. Down the belly was 3.5 shots. Into the first off shoulder and sweeping round is Daniel McIntyre, but coming back in is Aaron Haynes here from Fielding. The Kiwis kept his best one to last as he. Into the long blow goes Taumata. He likes to swing it hard and swing it long. And he's making everyone a winner as he turns for home. He's only 3 or 4 shots off the pace. As across the shoulder comes the Australian, under the shoulder and down and out to the Fielding lad, Aaron Haynes. We're down and out to the flank for Taumata as well, but it's Haynes going to be the fastest last side. Taumata's coming at him down the far end, but it's going to be Haynes and 7 and 25. McIntyre and Taumata pretty close together. And we've got 6 or 7 shots left here on the front stand as Martini Mason comes under the shoulder. Ethan Pankhurst has got it in front of him this time round. And out comes the shots from Martini Mason. Been shearing well here at the Shears. Well done, shearers. That's heat number 13.
And heat 14, let's get him up on the stand. On stand number 5 from Australia, John Hand. From Guy Walker on stand number 4, Tor Henderson. From Scotland on 3, Alan Grant. Digger Balm from Otrahonga on stand number 2, and Troy Piper from Amberley in North Canterbury on stand number 1. So just waiting. So referee works his way down the pen. Gerald, what do you got going on down there, mate?
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like all the novice pressers just up here, please. If you come down this end and just grab a seat here, we'll have a presentation soon after this Piers. So this is where we're up to, Norm. We are into the second heat of the semi-final of the Piers pressing. It's fast and furious. We've had all the Gordons, of course, just now. So, press 1, we've got Jeremy Goodger and Vinnie Goodger. Press 2, Conan Harmon Gray and Shane Harmon. Two brothers. Presses are ready. Judges, on your marks, set, go. Yes, so plenty of action. Interrupt when you're ready, shearing commentators. Yeah. Right, watch this. It will be fast and furious. These guys, even though they are the same bloodline, they've done a lot of pressing together. They instinctively know where each other will be and what needs to be done. Okay, what's that like? I don't know. It's just a sort of a spiritual sort of thing where you can sort of sense where they're going to be without actually physically knowing. As Vinny goes to work, look at those big arms of his. Look at that big pile of wool pouring into there. Jeremy saying, okay, I'll just get everything organised. We want the corner of those packs banged out, okay. We're on a second run here. Talking about that, I'd like to say a big thank you to Farmlands.
Righto, let's go. Excuse me, Gerald.
Woolpacks New Zealand. Thank you, John.
Righto, we've got the shearers on the board. With the all clear from the referee. The orange shirts are ready to go. Timekeepers right, judges, competitors, go. Oh, here we are, heat 14. Troy Piper from Amberley in the south. Up in the King Country is Dig Balm from Otrahonga. Helen Grant from Scotland. Toa Henderson from Kaiwaka down there on the deep south. Right on the far end of the island. Down there on the far end, another ex-New Zealander, or we say a returning New Zealander, John Hand from Australia. John's sure in the veterans or the Evergreens class earlier in the day. Picked up a little bit of prize as well and got a ribbon to boot. So he's happy as a sandboy and he's going to just let loose in this one. And he's first or second to get into the long blow. Digger Balm, the old Turkey flyer we used to call him. He's swinging for home. He's an evergreen too, but he just doesn't know when to give up. He just loves the daily challenger to go in and pick it up the handpiece. Under the shoulder and down out to the flank comes Troy Piper. Henderson 5. On stand number 4, coming under the shoulder as well, but it could be John Hand. Norm sneaks into the pen.
And he does, Troy Piper right there. There's Digger Balm. Tor Henderson, another couple of shots. He's going pretty good at the moment as well, and he steps in and out of the pen. Alan Grant under the front leg and away down the last side before he gets number 2 out. But Piper and Balm bellies out together, one forward, one back, and into the first hind leg they slide. John Hand down the far end. First hind leg for him, first hind leg for Troy Henderson, so not much as they all step through into the top of the head and up the neck. Troy Piper, strong contender, been going really good down south, into the base of the ear and around the back of the head he slides. Digger Balm can never ever count this fella out of anything, so round into the front shoulder for Digger. Troy Henderson, just starting to hit his straps as well in the competitions. Away he goes, had a win or two this season. Turning for home, though, is Troy Piper. Down over the last front shoulder. Around comes John Hand and Digger Balm. And around Troy Henderson's already been there and done that as he works his way under the front leg. And down the last side. But Troy Piper's going to be the first one into the pen by the look of it for sheep number 3. One more blow over the tail. And another very well shorn sheep heads out the hole. Troy Henderson right there with him on stand 4. Out they come. Digger Balm head forward, so the sheep must have been straining, and in there with John Hand. John Hand down the back end with an experienced haircut there is John Hand. Way down the belly he goes, so he's been around a year or two, this fellow, that's for sure, John.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking he's roughly about my vintage, and he's shearing a damn sight faster than I'd ever get it off at the moment, as he rolls up under the tail, off with the top knot. Just slipping back off the pace a little bit. He's realised he went out hard and fast on that first one and spooked everybody. And now he's got to hang on in because there's still another 3 in the pen. Alan Grant finishing touches. He was in the blade shear earlier on in the day in the competition. So he's had a couple of goes of just driving the wool off with a pair of snippers. But Digger Balm turns for home here on stand number 2. Troy Piper right on his tail. But down the front it could be Toa Henderson on the 4 stand. He's starting to hit his straps as he rolls out that last leg. A big looping blowout over the tail and lets it down the porthole. Oh, Troy Piper's right on his heels. Digger Balm blow for blow with him. Up the neck and around the back of the head goes Alan Grant. John Hand changes a bit of gear. Halfway through the job when he brings out number 4. He hasn't let the brakes off just yet. Can he hang in there for the next 2? Big breaths as he went in the pen. Fills the lungs up and keeps the brain working. But Toa Henderson comes up over the top. There's been a lot of rain down in the Southland area this year, and he's probably had to shear in gumboots just to get the sheep dry. Into the first off shoulder he goes. Swinging for home. Lean, mean and hungry as he drops into the long blow.
Out the last leg comes the Scotsman, Alan Grant. Diggerbalm around the back of the head. Troy Piper starting to let the brakes off here on the front. But what have we got? 4 and 20 gone. Henderson to the top of the shoulder. Troy Piper 5 blows behind him. John Hand in the long blow. Diggerbalm in the long blow this time, Norman.
Here, Diggerbalm sucking some big breaths in as he turns for home on sheep number 4. 2 left in the pen. Troy Piper, though, finishing touches right there with Toy Henderson. Down over the tail they go together, and Toy Henderson changes steel there on stand number 4. Changes steel on stand number 1, and in and out they come with sheep number 5.
Might just dive in there.
Yeah,
Norm.
go for it, Gerald.
We've got the Goodges. It's 6 minute 08. The Gordons, quickest time, and the 2 youngsters were at 8:40. This is sensational, ladies and gentlemen. Born and bred. We've got 2 teams from Masterton, 2 sets of brothers. Running time now, 6 minutes 20. Ho, 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 ho. That's saying who signs the checks around the place, I can tell you that. As Conan the Barbarian says, holy smoke, we're still in this game. Did you say the Adams are 8 minutes? Yes. At the moment, physically, it looks like you're a wee way behind, but you're not really. Not on the clock. He lines up another little beauty. The 2 sets of brothers. It's been a great old battle. And, of course, both sets from Masterton here. So it's fantastic to see that. So, once again, thank you so much to Farmlands for their continued support here and Woolpacks New Zealand. Back to you, Norm.
Yeah, so up on the board, Toy Henderson just chucks one out. Kerry, we must have another heat. One more heat. So this one, though, out comes Troy Piper and Diggerbalm. So Diggerbalm starting to pour on the gas this time as he winds his way down the belly. But Toy Henderson, talking about pouring on the gas, this man's overflowing, and he turns into the first cheek, up the back of the head now, and around into the first front shoulder. Top of the head coming off on stands 1 and 2. John Hand drops into the belly on sheep number 6. So the last sheep on the board for these guys, all except for Alan Grant. Alan Grant's still got to get his, but he won't be far away from heading into the pen. Just the last side to come off. Long blow time this time. And Troy Piper slamming up the backbone. Another shot, and he turns for home. So he's just pulled a couple of shots back on Toy Henderson and a couple of shots ahead of Diggerbalm. So good, strong finish from the man from North Canterbury. Right out to the toe. Right there with Toy Henderson this time. Toy Henderson, Troy Piper. Troy Piper, Toy Henderson, Troy Piper it is as he hits the stop clock. And Toy Henderson finishing touches. Bangs the clock as well, so it's time taken. Diggerbalm over the tail, time clock stopped there. Well done, Dig. Down the last side for John Hand, the young man down there on the end. Sweeps out onto the back leg. Another couple of shots, and he'll be looking for the time clock as well, just as Alan Grant turns into the top of the head and up the neck. This John Hand can straighten his old back, sucking a bit of oxygen, and join the rest of the boys watching Alan Grant as he has the last say in heat number 14. Round into the long blow. Originally from Scotland, living in New Zealand now, this man. Way up the long blow, he sweeps and he steps across with his right leg, finishing touches. Ooh, he's going all right. He's firing the shots in, turning for home, cheeks off. Wee bit on top of the air, just keep those judges happy. Last front shoulder now for Alan Grant. And under the leg and away down the last side, he's going to head. A big thanks to Bailey's Real Estate. They're the sponsors of this event, so well done to Bailey's. Another couple of shots over the tail. Give them a hand, folks. That's heat number 14, done and dusted.
Right, we'll just dive in there. So Conan and his brother Shane, what was their time? We're at 9 minutes 15. And, of course, Conan been on the stage numerous times, but Shane's first time. So that was a grand effort time-wise. Right, we're looking for 160 kgs.
We'll just get these guys up while you're away on that, Gerald. And it's the last heat to take the board in the open heats on stand number 5. We will have Herbie Kirkpatrick, please. From Taumaranui on stand number 4, Marshall Guy, also from Taumaranui, is Willie McSkimming on 3. Axel Reid from Waipawa on 2, and from Seddon, Angus Moore on 1.
Gerald, how are those weights looking down there? Still weighing the second barrel by the look of it.
Good. You want to reweigh? Yeah, just while they're rolling, you're good? So, Jeremy Goodges and Vinnie Goodges' bail, we're looking for 160, was 168. Okay, so they had a bit much juice. And Conan Harmon Gray and Shane Harmon, 156.5. So that's going to be really close when it comes down to the points. Once again, this year we are having the Peers final under the bright lights on Friday night. It'll be the festive first event up tonight. Yes. Coco Namana. You dotted about, can you come down here, please?
Okay, we have a green light. Can we have the shearers take the board? Looks like the referee's coming forward. It looks like we're pretty good to go, are we? Come on, Marshall. Just a bit worried at what Mr. Peter Rabbit's saying up there. He's starting to get some Australians on his side. That's a worry. There's plenty of rabbits in Australia too, you know. You hope you're not doing the old crossover sort of stuff. Don't pick on the commentators. That is the last thing you want to do if you're a judge.
Yeah, Rabbit.
Just waiting for a final decision on the judge there, the referee, Mr. Kevin Boyd. Don't know why. Righto, get him out of there. I can see the colour of it.
Wild Willie.
Cheers to the door. You don't want to start with demerit points before you even throw your hampies in the gear. Okay. Everybody happy? Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. This is the last one, heat number 15 in the Golden Shears Bailey Open Shear elimination round. We want the top 30. You've just seen Hemi Braddock is the unlucky one at the moment. Are these shearers going to change the order? Keen as mustard because they entered first. That's why they're shearing last. So any chance they've got high hopes of themselves making it through. Angus Moore on the front stand from Seddon. Axel Reid from Waipawa on the 2. Willie McSkimming from Taramanui on the 3rd stand. Dropping into the long blow, or halfway through the long blow, Marshall Guy from up in the north from Kaio. And down the far end we have Herbie Kirkpatrick from Hastings. Just a little bit back off the pace at the moment, but he's going to just settle into it. He's probably thinking, I'm a little bit nervous up there. There's a lot of lights, there's a lot of people, and I just need to concentrate on this first one to keep it flat.
but the pace is going to get away from him if he doesn't get into top gear pretty smartly, because out the last leg comes Angus Moore. Now Marshall Guy hitting the straps as well. Willie McSkimming and Axel Reid, 3 blows apart there between the first 4. Over the shoulder for the last side, Herbie Kirkpatrick. He'll be calling on all his experiences. He's down here for the 60th occasion. Can he make the most of it and get into the next round, Norman? Yeah, well, hopefully he can. Herbie Kirkpatrick, shearing legend. If I had 1 cent for every sheep he's shorn his life, I'd be a rich man, I'll tell you that. Real tough in the sheds. And over the tail he goes. Out the hole he drops and into the pen. Marshall Guy. This young guy got a ton of talent. Very, very talented youngster, this fella. Got a big future ahead of him. Round into the first front shoulder. Sweeps around in towards the long blow. Willie McSkimming, wild Willie McSkimming up there on the third stand. Way through the long blow, he sweeps, wiping the wool off the backbone of the sheep. Another shot he's going to turn for home as Wild Willie down over the last front shoulder. Axel Reid, same for him, turning for home and down over the last front shoulder. Angus Moore, he's been there and done that as he winds out onto the back leg. Another couple of shots. He'll be looking for sheep number 3. He's going to be the first one to do so as he opens the door. Heads on in. Angus Moore backs out onto the pen. Another couple of shots and Axel Reid's going to join him as well. But Wild Willie and Marshall Guy head in and out of the pen as well. Turning for home is Herbie Kirkpatrick just as Axel Reid steps backwards with a sheep between his legs. Herbie Kirkpatrick down over the last front shoulder. He's going to be heading in for number 3 very shortly. But Angus Moore up the neck he steps. He's leading the field at this early stage. Still another 3 sheep left in the pen. Anything could happen yet, John. It only takes 1 kicky sheep. Oh, these Wairarapa maidens, they can throw you about all right. They step up over the top. This is a big, powerful Axel Reid. Changed stable at the moment. He used to shear out of Tie Happy, but gone over to the Wairarapa, just down the road a little bit and around the corner. Marshall Guy. Seen this young fella come through the grades over the years, and he's just got better and better. Always had the quality. Now he's got the speed, and he's throwing the big steel at these sheep as he comes across the shoulder. He's picked up the Angus Moore on the front stand at the moment. Under the shoulder and down and out for McSkimming as well. Axel Reid to the top of the shoulder. Oh, Angus has got a bit of a dancer. It's going to be a Marshall Guy from Kyo next in for sheep number 4. Round the back of the head, and sheep number 3 is Herbie Kirkpatrick from Hastings. Down on the 5. Axel Reid will be the last to go in, the second to last to go in for the change of sheep now. Pulls up his strides and steps into the pen. There's a lot of weight in these sheep, and they can drag your pants down onto your hips and cause you a little bit of concern. Into the long blow now for Herbie Kirkpatrick. Little long way off the pace, and he's probably just thinking about, I've got to get through this. Round the back of the head comes Marshall Guy. Up the neck is Willie McSkimming. Angus Moores dropped back a couple of shots on this one as he had a bit of a dancer on that last side. Into the long blow he swings. Axel Reid's up the neck and breaks the wool apart. Around the back of the head and down into the first off shoulder, just as quick as I can speak, goes Willie McSkimming. Angus Moores at the top. He's taken the brakes off a little bit now on sheep number 4. 4.5 minutes are gone past. And these guys know that the time's been set at close to just over 6. Out the last leg now comes the Kyo lad. Up on the front, it's going to be set and sneak into the pen first. Change of gear. He thinks, I'm going to put that fresh cut on. Try this other blade out. Under the shoulder now for the Axel Reid as he swings down and out to the flank, and goes McSkimming up on the main trunk line. He'll feel the big diesel coming into it shortly. Come from Tamarinu, he'll know about all the pace. Down the belly he swings. Axel Reid out with number 5. Looking pretty sharp though, that Marshall Guy and Angus Moore together up over the top, Norman. Yeah, Marshall Guy's starting to step into it now as he swings around the back of the head. Just to get a hold of that ear, and Angus Moore right there as well, but Marshall Guy swings around into the long blow now. Angus Moore does the same, so Angus Moore knows he's there, that's for sure. Way through the long blow they go together. Another couple of shots and they'll be turning for home. Angus Moore, perfectly peeled sheep. Down over the last front shoulder for both these shearers. And Axel Reid and Wild Willie McSkimming up around the back of the head. Into the first front shoulder for these two fellas. Herbie Kirkpatrick, now he's away through the long blow and turning for home.
Might just butt in there.
Yeah, go for it, Gerald.
Just looking for John Campbell. If he could come down here, if he's in the stadium, please, John Campbell, down to the pressing arena. Thanks, Norm.
Cheers, Gerald. So where were we up on the board anyway at some stage? Axel Reid, Wild Willie. They were blow for blow, but Axel's just poured a bit of gas on and just got a couple of shots away from Willie. Down onto the hind leg, over the tail he goes. But, Angus Moore, he's put the hammer down. He's just a couple of shots out from Marshall Guy as he works his way through sheep number 6, the final sheep on the final heat of the 2020 Golden Shears. Turning for home is Angus Moore down over the last front shoulder. Long blow time now for Marshall, so Angus Moore really swinging into it. Got the bit between his teeth. Slides down the back leg, right out to the toe. Good stylish fella, beautiful shearer. Very, very talented, very capable, and he hits the button in about 6:59, John.
Yeah, well, he did a pretty good shear. He had a little bit of a kicker there halfway through, but recovered. He's got away from Marshall Guy, who steams under the shoulder and down out to the flank. Working away out that last leg. Into the last side now turns Axel Reid, but Marshall Guy next to hit the button just a shade over 7. The Willie McSkimming had a little bit of trouble with his handpiece there. It just seems to bog up on sheep number 5. He said, crikey, what's happened to it? But he changed the steel, had a quick laugh at to the judge and said, back into it, and got his 6th and final sheep as Axel Reid hits the button, the lad from Waipawa. Out the last leg, on down on the 6th, on the 5 stand, is Herbie Kirkpatrick. Rocks it out. There he goes, he's got one left in the box.
Sorry, mates. Right, so this is the individual final of the women's sponsored event by Farmlands and Woolpacks New Zealand. On press 1, we have Emily T. Kappa from Scotland, a place called Lockenhead. From the place called The Block, Masterton, with a big love heart all around it, is Coco Namana. Here we go, folks. It's time. Press is ready. Judges ready. On your marks, get set, go. We're looking for 150 kg bail. Who's going to take out the time points and the likes? We'll go back to the shearing commentators and we'll go from there. We'll let them get to their work.
Righto, here we go. It's Herbie Kirkpatrick, the last shearer. 15 heats are gone before us this afternoon of these open class shearers. We want 30 out of the 90-odd shearers. Down and out to the flank comes Herbie. Come on, he's doing it justice. He's loving his time on the sun up there. A beautiful, clean last side. Rocket out, Masterton. Give him a big round of applause. All those top competitors. We can't have a final without having a good number of competitors to select from. Awesome stuff.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us in this, the 60th anniversary of the Golden Shears and the celebration over the 4 days of competition. We appreciate your support of our competitors and, of course, the fact that you're just here anyway, having a look at this fantastic institution that the Golden Shears has become. Big thanks to our judges as they leave the stage. A big 4 days for all our shearing and wool handling judges, that's for sure. And I'd like you to just put your hands together for our wool handling team down the front. Thank you very much, girls and guys. They work very, very hard for 4 days. So, huge job. Well done.
Para mi gente, con una pasión tan fuerte. Ay, ay, ay,
property. It's one of the most fiercely competitive markets in New Zealand. And that's why we at Bailey's continue to work to rise above the competition. We pride ourselves on being better, on doing our best to build on our hard-earned reputation every day. Since 1999, we've had a dedicated team of country experts whose skills and know-how have made us leaders in the field. We represent every sector of the rural landscape, from large-scale farms, stations, forestry, vineyards and specialty rural properties to lifestyle blocks and homes in the country. And we treat every single one with our legendary professionalism and integrity, whatever the scale. No one knows this market quite like us. We go above and beyond, time after time, day after day, year after year, to achieve the best possible results for our clients. That's why we're the nation's #1 rural real estate brand. Bailey's Country. We're altogether better.
Our bodies are the tool that make us our money, you know, like that's what's making me my money, is me going to work and shearing sheep. And if I can't look after my body and if I don't you know, go to the mechanics every now and then and get a tune up and just look after things, and then it's not going to work for very long. You blow your wrist, you might be out for 3 weeks, you know, and that might be the busiest time of your year when you're out. So you spend half an hour watching these videos and doing a bit of research on it and doing the exercise and stuff. You might save yourself, you know, 3 weeks off work or whatever, you know, and make yourself a bit stronger in a weak point.
We have got a history of injuries and perhaps not looking after ourselves. There's now tools available, and tahi na tahi is one of them, where you can get that education without too much grief.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you've been in the game 5 minutes or 50 years, you're always learning, and tahi na tahi just reiterates that fact.
The tahi na tahi program, one of the great things about it is we get a little paranoid about maybe being in a group, and so I mean you can go online in your own time and sift through it and take what you want out of it or what you may need.
Well, tahi na tahi, from my point of view, is going to be pretty good for our younger shearers coming through the industry. They're looking after them, they're teaching them.
There's a lot of kids out there that they're not too sure what they want to do, but you know, you can make good money, travel. Like, this is a pretty cool lifestyle if you can get up at 5 o'clock every morning and work hard. If you can do that, which a lot of kids out there can, I think we can definitely, there's a lot more people out there that would suit the industry.
Yeah, tahi na tahi will help with our staff recruitment, you know, just letting people know that we are looking out for them. It is a safe, you know, a safe place to work. Yeah, the more we use it, the better it'll get.
For me, it was a good refresher. A lot of those things in those videos you actually forget about. Yeah, I fit it in on the days off. I'm a busy man myself. I like being out on the hill hunting, and out on the beach diving. But I use it as a tool to remember things that I forgot throughout my career. It's actually real good to have, to be honest. Yeah.
It makes it easier. If you can share easier, you can share more, and nobody likes doing it hard. Tahi na tahi is really easy to use. It's all online, and it's really simple. Everyone can understand it. It doesn't take too long.
I think it will benefit rural communities by lifting the standard of work in the wool shed in terms of injury prevention, because there's a lot of anxiety and a lot of frustration when people get injured. So if you can remove all that and people can just get on with the job, which is what we all want to do, without having to get people to fill in and all that sort of thing. So I think it'll really lift productivity in the workplace in the rural communities. Get on board with Tahi na Tahi, sign up. It's as easy as knowing your name and your email address.
Shout out to Tahi na Tahi, thank yous for what you guys are doing. Get on Tahi na Tahi and check it out.
Head over to www.tahinatahi.co.nz and sign up for your free health and safety certificate.
They wanted a bit more entertainment, so we had
art competitions, maker models, all these sort of things. But that was only Wairarapa. In the Wairarapa, it wasn't getting out. And somebody said, there's a Miss Golden Shears, there's a Miss New Zealand thing. What would be the possibility of getting a girl in that? Because we didn't have a Miss Wairarapa and everybody else had these things. Anyway, at one young farmers meeting, I remember we discussed it, and Alan Williams and I put our hands up and said, we'll see what we can do about it. Well, who do you go to see about it? There was a lady that lived down the Te Parai Road that happened to know a little bit about Miss Golden Shears, about Miss New Zealand contest, because she'd been a Miss New Zealand. So we went down and saw Gay this night, Alan and I, and she looked at us and she said, I'm not too sure about this, she said. You're trying to chew a big one off here. And we knew ourselves that we couldn't do it. But she was pretty well in with the Browns and everything else. And she rang us up a month later and said, yes, they're willing to give you a go. What we wanted, we didn't want a Miss Wairarapa, we wanted a Miss Golden Shears. And by this time, TV was the in thing. And, I mean, if we could get a Miss Golden Shears, one of those 12 or 14 girls walking across the stage, where the hell's this Miss Golden Shears come from? That's what we looked at. And they said, oh, well, give it a go. So we had eliminations that first year. And I think Murray will agree with me here that Les Field had a big put into that first year. In fact, he landed up marrying one of the contestants that year, or a year or so later. That was number one, the luck we had. The second one was, because once it came up, everybody said, well, you know, what the hell are they going to get? You know, bloody some stupid woolhandling girls or something. Well, we put a line-up of about 12 girls there, and the winner of that competition went on to be runner-up for Miss New Zealand that particular year. And that was our big thing. I think if we hadn't have done well in their first couple of years, they'd have probably come to us and said, well, look, we're not too well. And that was 1971, and Janine Morales got runner-up. And I've heard from one or two since then that they believe that perhaps she should have won it, to be quite honest, that year. So that set us up for the next 19 years of Miss Golden Shears. Wool, believe it or not, in those days, wool was actually worth some money. And so you grew wool right down to, and if you could get it growing out their nostrils, well, you did that too. And we wonder why it perhaps took 21 minutes to shear those sheep. When I first got involved, really got involved, was in 65. I've been involved a little bit with young farmers. Was the wet year 65, but I can remember Alan Precious said that he came down to shear in the seniors in 1965, and there were 262, I think, senior shearers. In 1965, we had the perfect farmer's autumn. The Thursday before Golden Shears, it started to rain, beautiful drizzly rain, and it just kept raining and raining. And by Sunday night, I think one or two of the people from the hierarchy were getting a little concerned. And on Wednesday morning, to my knowledge, and I'm sure Laurie will stop me if I'm wrong here, but it's the only time that we've drawn real wet sheep at Golden Shears. They were wet, and that's when I really perhaps got quite involved with Golden Shears. I went in on the Wednesday morning to see what was going on in there, to see how they were handling these wet sheep, and there was one of the committee members, a chap by the name of Brian Newton, said, what are you doing in here? And I said, well, I've just come to see how you're handling the situation. He said, I've got a job for you. And I spent the next 3 days down at the showgrounds. And what they did was bring wet sheep in. And when I mean they were wet sheep in there. And we put them under the showgrounds. Unfortunately, it was an easterly. There was no wind. So they came in there saturated, and 6 hours later we put them on the truck to send them to the stadium, and they were still 80% wet, and all that wool went straight to Borthwick's. However, we were lucky enough on the Friday afternoon, it did clear. That was, 8 days after it had started, and I managed to get some of them out into the paddock. So for the open quarters, we didn't have 30 in those days, the open quarters, that Friday night or whenever it was, they had, the wool was still, I think the outside was probably dryish, and by Saturday they were dry enough to thing, but those first Wednesday and Thursday and Friday morning, the sheep were very, very wet. I said, what are you going to do with these? So what I was doing was putting 3 in a pen, and it'd been alright if it'd been a lot of in the sheep pens, and it'd been alright if it'd been a good breeze, but there was no breeze or anything. So we're putting them in there, and 6 hours later I was taking them out. And on Thursday morning, they bought a gun dryer. And if any of you know, well, you all know the showgrounds reasonably well, and we blocked we shifted a small mob of about 100 and put them in between the cattle pens where they keep the cattle there, and blocked the end up and put them there and put the blower on them. And I don't know why somebody hadn't thought of this before, to be quite honest. Fantastic. They turned the blower off after 1 minute, and looked, and all these lovely white sheep had gone black. Well, I mean, all it did was just blow the dust into the... Well, that wasn't very successful. That afternoon they put some on a truck and took them down to the aerodrome and back the aerodrome behind an aeroplane, but that didn't really... I mean, you can imagine trying to get sheep dry. It was a pretty hopeless cause. People, and I'd just like to reiterate what Edwin and Laurie said, the people that set that up initially had great forethought. I mean, the complex of the thing has changed a little bit, but I mean, very, very little. You tell me any other thing that's only changed 20%.
Guys, we've got it pretty professional about it. They have tallies they want to hit, and you know, they generally just work to that tally, and well, they know how to do it. If they can set themselves at a pace where they know they'll be within 1 or 2 sheep, it's bloody impressive how they do that, I reckon. I mean, it's bloody hard work though. I mean, they're running a marathon every day.
My main message to farmers would be good toilets, good facilities, maintenance, keeping the maintenance up for everybody. That includes like catching pen gates and holes in walls and springs on doors. It's just common sense stuff. That's all shearers want.
When I was still shearing, I walked into a shed one night about 9 o'clock down in Hunterville, and the place was just gleaming, and it was polished, and everything was just gleaming in the shed. That was the first time I'd been there, and I thought to myself, sure, got to do a good job here, mate.
Business, it's all about the people. If we don't have good people, well trained, with good facilities, good resources and clean operating going forward, put stress on them, all of a sudden they might get injured or something might go wrong there, then I'm left high and dry because I don't have people running a business.
was so popular that the days after that, we went to Federated Farmers, or they did, Laurie and Ian Douglas went to Federated Farmers and said, we must get this bigger. And it just grew from that, yeah. The popularity of competition shearing. It was always around in the earlier days, but never as fine-tuned as it was in the late 50s, early 60s. Young farmers then went to Federated Farmers, who were a bigger body, financially a little bit better off too, and the president of Federated Farmers, and Roy O'Hara, took over organising what they called Golden Shears. They had demonstrations in town of shearing competitions, and it grew from that. And all of a sudden, that Federated Farmers were, of course, 50% ownership of it, if you like, or members. So it went from strength to strength, and I think possibly it was nationwide. People came from far afield to it in them days. When you look back at the old numbers of people coming across from the South Island, huge. But I think possibly it was a new innovation to have a professional, and Golden Shears were really the first to start off, shall we say, a professional competition, doing things right to the book as such. And more or less today, it's right to the book at Golden Shears after 60 years. It moved in 61 to be in the stadium. Yeah, they had the shearing in front of the Queen and Prince Philip in the hut. That was a demonstration. And then after that, it was in the stadium when it was on TV, and people sat in the swimming baths and watched it on TV. Goodness me, yeah. And everyone was smoking. Not everyone, but a big number was smoking in there, and there was smoke everywhere, and the smell of sheep and that in the stadium. But they came back next year and the next year. But it just sort of revolutionised the shearing world. Godfrey was a big help. Godfrey did commentaries on the radio on the first few years, live commentaries of all the heats on radio. When you were out in the farm or wherever, you turned into 2ZB as it was, or 2XB, and I think in them days, you turned on to the radio, and you would say he was up to heat such and such, and he mentioned the ones in that heat, which it was great, really. The volunteers there put in, and they built, with the help of Reg Shoki, built the shearing board, and it was much bigger, the stadium, because we judged the sheep outside then, so there was more seating. I think the figures of 2,100 seating at the stadium in them days, whereas today it's a lot less. But the sheep was something that was provided voluntary by everyone, and it was a voluntary service. Many outfits in the town volunteered their services, but in them days there was 60 million sheep, 70 million. There's half that today, so there's half the competitors. I had a bit to do with quite a few things, and the sheep that were supplied by a farmer were prepared days or weeks before. They cleaned the crutch out and selected them, and they were kept separate. And this farmer had two lots of sheep, ones that weren't prepared, and some shearing gang went out there to shear some sheep that were sent out there and actually show the sheep that were supposed to come into Golden Shears, which caused a bit of a kerfuffle, but never mind, it all worked out in the end. There was a stage there where the door came open in a wool shed, and the sheep got out, and it was pouring with rain, and the sheep got wet outside. The show still went on, and I can recall when we had 4 inches of rain, we couldn't get sheep in from the Wongahu, Malcolm Brown's farm, and the river had come up, they couldn't get the trucks in there. We knew that night at 6 o'clock, John Ramsden was the sheep officer, and we rang around, and Massey Riverside had 600 sheep for shearers to practice on, trade shearers. So I rang Smith, the manager, and at 6 at night, and said, any chance of using those sheep? We had to prepare them. So we crutched them at 5 in the morning, and at 8 in the morning they were being shown in the stadium. And it was pouring with rain. That's when we had 6 or 7 inches of rain. So the show carried on, even if the numbers were dropped back a little bit. And it's all about people packing in to help one another. There has been characters there at the shearing. There has been characters, and I suppose tend to go back when they had bets on, and they had half a bottle of whiskey in the changing room, and they drank that before they got up there to see who was going to be first off, as such. They're much more stringent today, but in them days, it was, well, okay, people were getting up in bare feet. And today we've got the appropriate dress and what have you. Yeah, someone came into the stadium and said there's a sheep on the roundabout. That's only 15, 20 years back. Yeah, the door came open on the back of the truck and a sheep got out. And we've been bringing for years, mariners from the South Island, Alexandria, huge cost, just to put a special event on. And okay, they are the best and the finest wool from merinos in the world, merino sheep, so it's great having them on display as such. I think Blatchford was the show president, and he came in with a case of 6 flagons of beer. And we had done such a good job, he came back with another 6. So we all slept in the sheep yards that night. But that was originally, to me, that was right at the beginning of the competition. There's such a change in the competition scene. Everyone who was there helping ended up being on Golden Shears. I wasn't on the committee until the mid-60s, but I was a volunteer as such. And I've been around now, and I've been in New Zealand for 67 years. And when you get back to the UK, they'll see you're a colonial, aren't you? Yeah. They were allowed alcohol if you had a keg of beer or whatever there for lunchtime, and they filled themselves up on a bit of a beer, and then they're expected to get back on the shearing board and judge at the competition. Doesn't happen today. It's more stringent today, which is good.
Of course, there was no wool stores or anything like that in the Wairarapa at that stage when Golden Shears started. So and all the wool was fadged up because the wool check to a farmer back in the 60s was his biggest check. It wasn't the meat industry like it is today. So the wool was that was important. It was real important that wool was looked after properly. And so it used to be fadged up. The organisers of the wool would have to find a shed somewhere in Masterton, and they'd put would get a press from Donald's Wool Presses, who were the manufacturers and wool presses in the Wairarapa, and would take it into the shed, and the wool would be put on a vehicle outside the stadium, carted round to wherever the press was put, and there was 2 guys that'd be there pressing the wool for the whole week. And on Sunday, of course, you'd press all Saturday night's wool, and then that wool had to be trucked to Wellington. So you'd have to find some means. Norwoods had an old tractor with a bucket on it, and we'd go round to Norwoods and pinch their tractor and load the wool out. You'd load it out. You'd do a load on, at least a load Friday morning. Sometimes you had to do a load early and a second load to get rid of it, because in those days we were shearing over 5,000 sheep, which was a lot of sheep, a lot of wool. And so that wool all had to be kept separate, and it had to be consigned to the wool stores in Wellington. And so you had to have it, organise the trucks, get the wool, keep it all separate for each individual farmer, and then have it trucked out. So there was a lot of work involved, but now, of course, in recent years, we've managed to get a press into the stadium for a start.
I did a bit of work to get that organised, and we had a press at the back of the stadium, which meant we didn't have to drag these fadges and ship them out, which we could just ship the bales out. But now, of course, we've managed to get a press and get access out to the back of the stadium, so the wool comes off the stage, out to the backs, pressed up in the stadium, and there's wool stores in Masterton now where you just truck it up and put it in the local wool store. So from where the amount of labour and work that there was, it's certainly been reduced to where we are today. We started off, because young farmers, we always ran, we put a stage out in front of the board and had tables there, area we could put tables there for the young farmers, because young farmers ran the Friday night. And we used to do the young farmers wool handling, and that was always done. But that stage had to come down on Friday night because they needed more seats to go in. So there was no room to run a open wool handling competition like it is today. Some of us got together and decided we could run a wool handling competition for the open grade. So yeah, then it was accepted. We put it to the committee and they ummed and ahed and eventually accepted it. And we ran a competition in wool sheds. We started out at Jimmy Williams for a couple of years, and then we went up to Riverside and ran it there. And then we just brought the finals into the stadium. And then eventually we talked the committee into leaving the stage there so we could run the competition in the stadium. And I'll never forget the first year. After about the second year we held it at the stadium, we got 100 entries in the wool handling. And to me that was quite something, because at that stage some of the shearing entries were starting to drop off a little bit, and to have this wool handling, and that brought all those people back into the stadium, and they were all entrants then, and it really made, and since then it's grown from strength to strength, and the wool handling now is a pretty strong competition. And then that's when we went to Gavin and I actually went to Australia. I went to Australia twice to convince the Aussies to come over here and compete in an Aussie. We already had the shearing test with Australia, but we never had any wool handling. And we went to Armidale 2 years in a row, where they held their competition that year, and convinced them over there to send a team. And since then we've had an Australian New Zealand test in the wool handling, which is quite an achievement, I believe. When we had the Worlds, we ran Perindales for one of the Worlds, but that was back in 82, I think. And then other breeds of sheep, it's once they got what they call the national competition, which is where you have Merinos, Sean and Alexander, you've got Balclutha with the long wools, you've got Corridales at Christchurch, and then you've got lambs and second shear, so you've got all breeds, and we shear all breeds here at Golden Shears for the final, and that's where the final of that national event's held, is here at Golden Shears. And so, so we now bring Corridales down from Hawke's Bay, bring the Merinos, as has been said earlier, up from Alexander. We find lambs locally and second shear locally. So we have the mixed breeds in that national event, which is, to me, the ultimate shearer that can shear all those breeds and compete over 15 sheep of those breeds, which is good.
I'm here with Alan from Trust House at the Grill, Solway Park, one of the many venues owned by Trust House. Alan, tell us about some of the amazing other venues that contribute back to the community by being part of the Trust House family.
We have a number of businesses throughout the region. We have the Flax and Flaxmere up in Hawke's Bay. In Pahiatua, we have the Post Office Hotel. Here in Masterton, we have the Farriers Bar and Eatery. We also have Jackson Street Bar and Kurapuni Tavern and TAB, as well as, of course, the famous Apache Jack's restaurant. Here today we're in the very famous flagship of Trust House, the Copthorne Resort, Solway Park. In South Wairarapa we have the Pukimano Bar and Bottle O, and we also have the E10 restaurant in Martinborough. In Pururua, we have Legend Sports Bars, and we also have some gaming interests in the tower as well.
And it's not just venues and hospitality. What other community assets does Trust House own?
Yeah, we also own a renewable energy program over in Kururau and with the Wairarapa, and that's a Kururau hydro scheme.
I had no idea Trust House was behind that. So how does the community benefit?
In so many ways. We provide employment and training for over 200 staff. And of course, all the surplus profits that Trust House generates goes back to the communities in which we trade.
So when you're supporting a Trust House venue, you really are directly supporting your community. Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Masterton is so beautiful. We have a spring in the centre of town.
Cheers! People really care about keeping Masterton beautiful.
Let's test it out.
Masterton likes to make old places look like new. Check out our new village green in First Street. Masterton has the best recreation centre where you can swim, play
and stay fit.
Masterton has the best public toilets in our beautiful park.
To you. Sorry.
Masterton has the best recreation trails for riding your bike.
We're just enjoying the outdoors.
Sometimes after all that hard work, you just need to kick back and relax.
This is my favourite place in the whole world. So beautiful. Even the Epic Islands are beautiful.
Masterton is beautiful because we keep making gardens for people to enjoy. Masterton is beautiful because you don't have any traffic lights. And we like to make our roundabouts reach for the sky.
Did I mention that Masterton likes building new playgrounds?
Masterton must be beautiful, because everyone wants to come here.
Don't forget about Victoria Park!
Masterton has the best places for walking your dog.
Mr. Dog, why do you think Masterton is beautiful?
The Hendy Lake Trust really look after this beautiful place. Masterton, the mayor helps make our town beautiful.
This is Mia. I think over there would be a great place for a playground.
That's a great idea, Jamie. Let's see what we can do.
Check out these other cool projects all over Masterton. To ask some of our friends why they think Masterton is beautiful. There's a lot of cultural diversity in Masterton. It's a tight community and everyone knows each other.
There's everything that we need in Masterton.
They were surrounded by so much native bush and reserves.
We have a friendly and welcoming community. There's a lot of sports and education opportunities.
Masterton is beautiful
because this is our view every day.
I wonder where I have to see to get a playground up there.
Masterton is a beautiful place!
That's it, it's decided. Masterton is the most beautiful place in New Zealand.
It was so loud as we run around this empty town. And we get drowned, headed back to my house, feeling so wild. You got me calling for that real love, like a whirlwind. You got that hurricane love, the way you're taking me up. You got me hooked on your higher love, just like a beat in my heart. Oh, you're my hurricane love. Yeah, we just do what we want. like a wildfire deep within you. You tell me we're friends, but we just settle to pretend.
Down here the river meets the sea, and in the sticky heat
It's one of the most fiercely competitive markets in New Zealand. And that's why we at Bailey's continue to work to rise above the competition. We pride ourselves on being better, on doing our best to build on our hard-earned reputation every day. Since 1999, we've had a dedicated team of country experts whose skills and know-how have made us leaders in the field. We represent every sector of the rural landscape, from large-scale farms, stations, forestry, vineyards and specialty rural properties to lifestyle blocks and homes in the country. And we treat every single one with our legendary professionalism and integrity, whatever the scale. No one knows this market quite like us. We go above and beyond, time after time, day after day, year after year, to achieve the best possible results for our clients. That's why we're the nation's #1 rural real estate brand. Bailey's Country. We're altogether better.
Hi, I'm Brent Gear, and we're going to find out today a little bit more about what Trust House is and how much they contribute to the community. I'm here with Ellen from Trust House to find out a little bit more about what Trust House is.
Yeah, thanks Brent. Trust House Limited is a community-owned organisation. We own, operate and manage close to $100 million of community-owned assets. Masterton Community Trust is a major shareholder and we distribute over $4 million back to the communities in which we trade.
Tell us about the Trust House Foundation. How does that work?
The Trust House Foundation distributes annually close to $4 million back by the way of grants through its gaming operations. And we have gaming operations that spread as far as, Pururua, right up to Paitua in northern Wairarapa.
It sounds like everything Trust House does is about the community.
Yeah, Trust House's core purpose is to enhance community well-being. That's one of the fundamental cores of the organisation. And we're immensely proud of what we put back into this community. Last year, over $4.2 million was returned back to the communities in which we trade. And myself and all of the staff and stakeholders that are associated with Trust House are immensely proud of what we do.
There was a fear in town that a pretty bad element, shearers are rough people, we'll have to be very careful. So they were certainly covering the bases as far as that goes. Don't forget that it was all very fine for a young farmers club shearing competition where you probably had a maximum of 20 or 30 entries to do all the bits of paper and work out the score and everything. Somebody had to organise a system to do all of that for big numbers. And I don't think they had any idea how many numbers and things there'd be. It was pen and paper work. There were no computers. All of the little ticks on the cards had to be added up. They had to be put on another card, and then the scores worked out, multiplied by the number of sheep and whatever the method was used. Fairly heavily weighted at the time because of the way it was working, and I think we started off with 10 seconds.
Per shear. 10 seconds point.
Yeah, for a point. So time was pretty important. There was over where the TV cameras are now up there, TV screens are up there now, there was a platform up the top. And the idea was that the judges, the board judges, would be able to stand up there on the platform, look down at the shearers like that and judge them. I think that lasted about the first heat or a little bit later because they couldn't see once the shearer bent over and did on his long blow. But nevertheless, the referees and various people who shall be nameless used to be up on top of there, looking down. We reckon they were up there so they could see down the front of the girls' dresses from upstairs. We always worried it was only a plank of wood on the poles that held the whole lot together, and people up there, we reckoned at one stage that sooner or later somebody was going to get too keen. And remember that the early judges and things used to be allowed to have a beer in between heats and things, so that wasn't always quite as clear what they were actually judging or anything at the time on those first few sessions there. And we've thought if they lean too hard, we're going to have somebody on the stand. But fortunately never happened. And I spent umpteen hours, I was old enough at that stage to do a bit of arithmetic, working out the calculations on an enormous great spreadsheet on paper so that you could take the points on one side and the time on the top, go down the two, and in the middle there you had your result. And all of that, all of those points were thoroughly checked by two people at least in a little room upstairs after each event. So it we had a team of whiz kids at adding up numbers and things up in the top room, getting the results right. But we were dealing with McRae's Romneys, and they were beautiful sheep. They really were superb animals, but they literally had wool on every part of their body that you could imagine, right round the face, right down the legs. And in those days, you had to take all the socks and everything off. And there's a lot of extra work on those sheep, but they were a real test of a good shearer. We had little digital counters, which you may recall, and they were displaying the number of penalties that a shearer got on the board. Now, when we first started doing that, they only went to 99. And a lot of shearers were actually, not a lot, but enough shearers were actually making a tumble over to start on one again, because the machine only counted to 99 with 2 digits. Nowadays, if you actually look at the results there are shearers that are only losing 1 or 2 faults per sheep, and in some cases none. Now that's something I personally am very proud of, that we've not only built up the standard and the status of shearing, but the overall quality of our competitors is absolutely light years away from where we started. One of my fun times used to be when we had the models and things up here, and I remember thinking I was Christmas taking out a wool board model that was up there on the stage modelling clothes and things, and there was a party out on one of the sheds a bit further out there. So I won't say who the other person was because they might even be here later, but we took these models out to this party. Lovely girls, absolutely beautiful, but they both hit they couldn't handle the sort of young farmers' style of drinking and coping with that. We ended up taking them both home, much the worse for wear, being sick all the way. The Miss Golden Shears was something that we ran for quite a time until really the town people decided they didn't want it because they didn't want their girls to be up there with the sheep, which they considered were somewhat smelly. And I remember my moment of glory when one of the girls walking across the stage, and the lights, to be fair, were pretty bright, shining directly into their faces. And she walked round to the edge of the stage and to turn to come down the stairs. Thoughtfully, we had put somebody on the bottom of the stairs on both sides. I happened to be on the one where she came round. She just blithely kept on walking straight out into space where the stairs were. So I had armfuls of girl at the bottom. Yeah, that went for quite a number of years in various forms. We ended up with making model competitions once that died out. We had some pretty good entertainment.
Yeah.
I can remember Maria Dallas up there dancing around in high boots and a miniskirt, saying her boots are going to walk all over you, with Dave McPherson helping her out at the other end.
Well, where it's come from since about 1957 till now gives me a great deal of pleasure.
They're better than Olympic champions. They're absolutely amazing men and women that have come through and shown their skill and competed at world level. And I think that's something we can be proud of, that we've produced some athletic heroes.
Yeah, our bodies are the tool that make us our money. You know, like that's what's making me my money, is me going to work and shearing sheep. And if I can't look after my body and if I don't, go to the mechanics every now and then and get a tune-up and just look after things, and then it's not going to work for very long. You blow your wrist, you might be out for 3 weeks. you know, and that might be the busiest time of your year when you're out. So you spend half an hour watching these videos and doing a bit of research on it and doing the exercise and stuff. You know what, you might save yourself, 3 weeks off work or whatever, and make yourself a bit stronger in a weak point.
We have got a history of injuries and perhaps not looking after ourselves. There's now tools available, and tahi na tahi is one of them, where you can get that education without too much grief.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you've been in the game 5 minutes or 50 years, you're always learning, and tahi na tahi just reiterates that fact.
The tahi na tahi program, one of the great things about it is we get a little paranoid about maybe being in a group. And so, I mean, you can go online in your own time and sift through it and take what you want out of it or what you may need.
Well, tahi na tahi, from my point of view, is going to be pretty good for our younger shearers coming through the industry. They're looking after them, they're teaching them.
There's a lot of kids out there that they're not too sure what they want to do, but you can make good money, travel. Like, this is a pretty cool lifestyle if you can get up at 5 o'clock every morning and work hard. If you can do that, which a lot of kids out there can, I think we can definitely, there's a lot more people out there that would suit the industry.
Yeah, tahi na tahi will help with our staff recruitment, just letting people know that we are looking out for them. It is a safe place to work. The more we use it, the better it'll get.
For me, it was a good refresher. A lot of those things in those videos you actually forget about. Yeah, I fit it in on the days off. I'm a busy man myself. I like being out on the hill hunting and out on the beach diving. But I used it as a tool to remember things that I forgot throughout my career. It's actually real good to have, to be honest. Yeah.
It makes it easier. If you can share easier, you can share more, and nobody likes doing it hard. Tahi na tahi is really easy to use. It's all online and it's really simple. Everyone can understand it. It doesn't take too long.
I think it'll benefit rural communities by lifting the standard of work in the wool shed in terms of injury prevention, because there's a lot of anxiety and a lot of frustration when people get injured. So if you can remove all that and people can just get on with the job, which is what we all want to do, without having to get people to fill in and all that sort of thing. So I think it'll really lift productivity in the workplace in the rural communities. Get on board with tahi na tahi, sign up. It's as easy as knowing your name and your email address.
Shout out to tahi na tahi. Thank yous for what you guys are doing.
Get on tahi na tahi and check it out.
Head over to www.tahinatahi.co.nz and sign up for your free health and safety certificate.
was Bob Chamberlain when the Shears first started out, and he said the committee's going to have to raise, I think, £2,000 in order to run that competition, and that's what I understood they were requiring in those days, and that was a big sum of money back in 1960. But the team went out and got it in those days, which obviously Laurie was involved, Edwin O'Hara's father, Roy, amongst others. And once they raised that money, then they could start the competition. I think the other thing in those days too, which hasn't possibly been highlighted, but bringing the competition, which up until then there had been shearing competitions around the country, but they'd probably always been run in wool sheds. Now what this was bringing a shearing competition and building a specific board and putting it in a stadium in Masterton so that you could have 2,000 spectators. Now that was a new concept, to actually put shearing in a sports stadium. I was told later on that at one part of it in the latter 60s, there was actually a move to make it more sports orientated and to capitalise on that sport aspect of the shearing, which as far as shearers are concerned is very much it. But from a farming point of view, it was something that was felt would actually glamorise shearing perhaps a little too much and take away from the actual basic fact that we need a sheep shorn cleanly and the wool to come off nicely without any animal health problems, which just capitalising as a sport might not have happened so well. Of recent time, I think it has been accepted as a sport in a minor way, and certainly we've had one or two celebrities now. The likes of David Fagan is probably the one that springs to mind for everybody, and he actually took it to a new level as far as sporting goes. That Young Farmers Committee actually had an awful lot to do with the Shears moving on to another stage. They'd grown up helping at Golden Shears, and they moved on from that helping stage to actually take the senior executive positions in Golden Shears, and they brought new life into the shearing, into the competition. And the young farmers, as has been highlighted, you had an art competition, you had a make and model competition, you had a Miss Golden Shears competition, and it involved the townspeople probably more again within the Golden Shears itself. And in those days, when it was a four-day competition and 650 shearers all up, you started the shearing on the Wednesday. Wednesday night was a young farmers' night, and the young farmers took over that whole night, and they ran the Wednesday night totally. And in many ways, they possibly ran it better than the Golden Shears Committee did on Saturday night, because time tended to get away sometimes. Financially wise, it was Les Field and myself. The sponsorship was a most important part of Golden Shears, and always was. But the days of having three major sponsors suddenly started to fall by the wayside, and we had to get a sponsorship for every event at Golden Shears. And I know, working with Les Field through the early 90s, and by the time we'd got into the mid-90s, every competition within Golden Shears had an individual sponsor, and that boosted our sponsorship base, because without that, the job would have folded. In those early 90s, if we made $300, we thought we were doing well. And I remember coming to the 96 World Championships, and we'd just been breaking even or making a few $100s. That year, there was a sum of $70,000 in cash dropped in at the Secretary's office on Monday morning after Golden Shears. We'd never seen that money before. And our Secretary at the time was quite shocked too, because the Armour Guard people just dropped it off, and here she had $70,000 worth of cash sitting on her desk and no security. So it was quite a concerning time. We upped our game in that regard after that. The first Golden Shears I went to was when I left school and was probably about 16, and to get a ticket on the Saturday night, and I'd got in reasonably early, but I was at the back row of the show. I had help with tipping up earlier in the week, but and that's where a lot of us did start out, was tipping up sheep out the back, and that's something that possibly hasn't been highlighted, is the fact that tipping up out the back was on gravel in those first few years, just in the dust at the back of the stadium. It progressed from that to be under a marquee, and when I started tipping up sheep, we were doing it under the marquee, and then I think it was into the 80s when Golden Shears Committee raised the money to put the building to put the roof at the back of the stadium and have that area concreted. So we actually had a decent area to tip up the sheep and good pens. Before that, it was quite a major job. And now that the part of it's been streamlined again, that the sheep are tipped up as soon as they come down and judged individually straight away. And that through Kevin Applin and his expertise in actually building things. Kevin's done a great job there, and that has streamlined the outside judging at Golden Shears.
We charged each person to get into the ram ring 2 shillings, which was a florin in them days. And we collected £80, and you can work that out for yourself. It was so popular that the days after that, we went to Federated Farmers, or they did. Laurie and Ian Douglas went to Federated Farmers and said, we must get this bigger. And it just grew from that. Yeah, the popularity of competition shearing. It was always around in the earlier days, but never as fine-tuned as it was in the late 50s, early 60s. Young farmers then went to Federated Farmers, who are a bigger body, financially a little bit better off too, and the president of Federated Farmers, and Roy O'Hara, took over organising what they called Golden Shears. They had demonstrations in town of shearing competitions, and it grew from that. And all of a sudden, that Federated Farmers were, of course, 50% ownership of it, if you like, or members. So it went from strength to strength, and I think possibly it was nationwide. People came from far afield to it in them days. When you look back at the old numbers of people coming across from the South Island, huge. But I think possibly it was a new innovation to have a professional. And Golden Shears were really the first to start off, shall we say, a professional competition, doing things right to the book as such. And more or less today, it's right to the book at Golden Shears after 60 years. It moved in 61 to be in the stadium. Yeah, they had the shearing in front of the Queen and Prince Philip in the hut. That was a demonstration. And then after that, it was in the stadium when it was on TV, and people sat in the swimming baths and watched it on TV. Goodness me, yeah. And everyone was smoking. Not everyone, but a big number were smoking in there, and there was smoke everywhere, and the smell of sheep and that in the stadium. But they came back next year and the next year. But it just sort of revolutionised the shearing world. Godfrey was a big help. Godfrey did commentaries on the radio on the first few years, live commentaries of all the heats on radio. When you were out in the farm or wherever, you turned into 2ZB as it was, or 2XB, and I think in them days, you turned on to the radio, and you would say he was up to heat such and such, and he mentioned the ones in that heat, which it was great, really. The volunteers there put in, and they built, with the help of Rig Shoki, built the shearing board, and it was much bigger, the stadium, because we judged the sheep outside then, so there was more seating. I think the figures of 2,100 seating at the stadium in them days, whereas today it's a lot less. But the sheep was something that was provided voluntary by everyone, and it was a voluntary service. Many outfits in the town volunteered their services, but in them days there was 60 million sheep, 70 million. There's half that today, so there's half the competitors. I had a bit to do with quite a few things, and the sheep that were supplied by a farmer were prepared days or weeks before. They cleaned the crutch out and selected them, and they were kept separate. And this farmer had 2 lots of sheep, ones that weren't prepared, and some shearing gang went out there to shear some sheep that were sent out there, and actually shore the sheep that were supposed to come into Golden Shears, which caused a bit of a kerfuffle, but never mind, it all worked out in the end. There was a stage there where the door came open in a wool shed, and the sheep got out, and it was pouring with rain, and the sheep got wet outside. The show still went on, and I can recall when we had 4 inches of rain, we couldn't get sheep in from the Wongahu, Malcolm Brown's farm, and the river had come up, they couldn't get the trucks in there. We knew that night at 6 o'clock, John Ramson was the sheep officer, and we rang around, and Massey Riverside had 600 sheep for shearers to practice on, trade shearers. So I rang Smith, the manager, and at 6 at night, and said, any chance of using those sheep? We had to prepare them. So we crutched them at 5 in the morning, and at 8 in the morning they were being shorn in the stadium. And it was pouring with rain. That's when we had 6 or 7 inches of rain. So the show carried on, even if the numbers were dropped back a little bit. And it's all about people packing in to help one another. There has been characters there at the shearing. There has been characters, and I suppose tend to go back when they had bets on, and they had half a bottle of whiskey in the changing room, and they drank that before they got up there to see who was going to be first off, as such. They're much more stringent today, but in them days, it was, well, okay, people were getting up in bare feet. And today we've got the appropriate dress and what have you. Yeah, someone came into the station and said there's a sheep on the roundabout. That's only 15, 20 years back. Yeah, the door came open on the back of the truck and the sheep got out. And we've been bringing for years, bringing from the South Island, Alexandria, huge cost, just to put a special event on. And okay, they are the best and the finest wool from merinos in the world, merino sheep, so it's great having them on display as such. I think Blatchford was the show president, and he came in with a case of 6 flagons of beer. And we'd done such a good job, he came back with another 6. So we all slept in the sheep yards that night. But that was originally, to me, that was right at the beginning of the competition. There was such a change in the competition scene. Everyone who was there helping ended up being on Golden Shears. I wasn't on the committee until the mid-60s, but I was a volunteer as such. And I've been around now, and I've been in New Zealand for 67 years. And when you get back to the UK, they'll see you're a colonial, aren't you? Yeah. They were allowed alcohol if you had a keg of beer or whatever there for lunchtime, and they filled themselves up on a bit of a beer, and then they're expected to get back on the shearing board and judge at the competition. Doesn't happen today. It's more stringent today, which is good.
Property. It's one of the most fiercely competitive markets in New Zealand. And that's why we at Bailey's continue to work to rise above the competition. We pride ourselves on being better, on doing our best to build on our hard-earned reputation every day. We're New Zealand's largest full-service real estate brokerage. We work across residential, commercial, rural and business sales, property management, leasing, renting and more. So our ability to connect New Zealanders to each other, to opportunities, is second to none. Since 1999, we've had a dedicated team of country experts whose skills and know-how have made us leaders in the field. We represent every sector of the rural landscape, from large-scale farms, stations, forestry, vineyards and specialty rural properties to lifestyle blocks and homes in the country. And we treat every single one with our legendary professionalism and integrity, whatever the scale. Over time, our country team has formed strong links within rural communities, supporting many charitable organisations, schools, sports teams and events across the country. You'll find us in all major cities, provincial towns and regions, from the far north to the deep south. All of our agents have a passion and a knowledge for their local region. They collaborate with other agents and officers and support staff from the wider business to attract more sellers, to bring in more buyers and to close more deals for our clients. No one knows this market quite like us. We go above and beyond, time after time, day after day, year after year, to achieve the best possible result for our clients. Importantly, the team is also backed by comprehensive market research, a highly effective auctions team, and valuable marketing tools like Country Magazine. That's why we're the nation's #1 rural real estate brand. Bailey's Country. We're altogether better.
I'm here with Alan from Trust House at the Grill Solway Park, one of the many venues owned by Trust House. Alan, tell us about some of the amazing other venues that contribute back to the community by being part of the Trust House family.
We have a number of businesses throughout the region. We have the Flax and Flaxmere up in Hawke's Bay. In Pahiatua, we have the Post Office Hotel. Here in Masterton, we have the Farriers Bar and Eatery. We also have Jackson Street Bar and Kurapuni Tavern and TAB, as well as, of course, the famous Apache Jack's restaurant. Here today, we're in the very famous flagship of Trust House, the Copthorne Resort, Solway Park. In South Wairarapa, we have the Pukimano Bar and Bottle O, and we also have the E10 restaurant in Martinborough. In Purirua, we have Legend Sports Bars, and we also have some gaming interests in the tower as well.
And it's not just venues and hospitality. What other community assets does Trust House own?
Yeah, we also own a renewable energy program over in Kururau and with the Wairarapa, and that's a Kururau hydro scheme.
I had no idea Trust House was behind that. So how does the community benefit?
In so many ways. We provide employment and training for over 200 staff. And of course, all the surplus profits that Trust House generates goes back to the communities in which we trade.
So when you're supporting a Trust House venue, you really are directly supporting your community. Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
They wanted a bit more entertainment, so we had art competitions, maker models, all these sort of things. But that was only Wairarapa. In the Wairarapa, it wasn't getting out. And somebody said, there's a Miss Golden Shears, there's a Miss New Zealand thing. What would be the possibility of getting a girl in that? Because we didn't have a Miss Wairarapa and everybody else had these things. Anyway, at one young farmers meeting, I remember we discussed it. And Alan Williams and I put our hands up and said, we'll see what we can do about it. Well, who do you go to see about it? There was a lady that lived down the Te Parai Road that happened to know a little bit about Miss Golden Shears, about Miss New Zealand contest, because she'd been a Miss New Zealand. So we went down and saw Gay this night, Alan and I, and she looked at us and she said, I'm not too sure about this, she said. You're trying to chew a big one off here. And we knew ourselves that we couldn't do it. But she was pretty well in with the Browns and everything else. And she rang us up a couple of months later and said, yes, they're willing to give you a go. What we wanted, we didn't want a Miss Wairarapa, we wanted a Miss Golden Shears. And by this time, TV was the in thing. And I mean, if we could get a Miss Golden Shears, one of those 12 or 14 girls walking across the stage, where the hell's this Miss Golden Shears come from? That's what we looked at. And they said, oh, well, give it a go. So we had eliminations that first year. And I think Murray will agree with me here that Les Field had a big put into that first year. In fact, he landed up marrying one of the contestants that year, or a year or so later. That was number one, the luck we had. The second one was, because once it came up, everybody said, well, you know, what the hell are they going to get? You know, bloody some stupid woolhandling girls or something. Well, we put a line-up of about 12 girls there, and the winner of that competition went on to be runner-up for Miss New Zealand that particular year, and that was our big thing. I think if we hadn't have done well in that first couple of years, they'd have probably come to us and said, well, look, we're not too well. And that was 1971, and Janine Morales got runner-up. And I've heard from one or two since then that they believe that perhaps she should have won it, to be quite honest, that year. So that set us up for the next 19 years of Miss Golden Shears. Wool, believe it or not, in those days, wool was actually worth some money. And so you grew wool right down to, and if you could get it growing out their nostrils, well, you did that too. And we wonder why it perhaps took 21 minutes to shear those sheep. When I first got involved, really got involved, was in 65. I've been involved a little bit with young farmers. Was the wet year 65, but I can remember Alan Precious said that he came down to shear in the seniors in 1965, and there were 262, I think, senior shearers. In 1965, we had the perfect farmer's autumn. The Thursday before Golden Shears, it started to rain, beautiful drizzly rain, and it just kept raining and raining. And by Sunday night, I think the one or two of the people from the hierarchy were getting a little concerned. And on Wednesday morning, to my knowledge, and I'm sure Laurie will stop me if I'm wrong here, but it's the only time that we've shorn real wet sheep at Golden Shears. They were wet, and that's when I really perhaps got quite involved with Golden Shears. I went in on the Wednesday morning to see what was going on in there, to see how they were handling these wet sheep, and there was one of the committee members, a chap by the name of Brian Newton, said, "What are you doing in here?" And I said, "Well, I've just come to see how you're handling the situation." He said, "I've got a job for you." And I spent the next 3 days down at the showgrounds, and what they did was bring wet sheep in, and when I mean they were wet sheep in there, and we put them under the showgrounds. Unfortunately, it was an easterly, there was no wind, so they came in there saturated, and 6 hours later we put them on the truck to send them to the stadium, and they were still 80% wet, and all that wool went straight to Borthwick's. However, we were lucky enough on the Friday afternoon, it did clear. That was, 8 days after it had started, and I managed to get some of them out into the paddock. So for the open quarters, we didn't have top 30 in those days, the open quarters, that Friday night or whenever it was, they had, the wool was still, I think the outside was probably dryish, and by Saturday they were dry enough to thing, but those first Wednesday and Thursday and Friday morning, the sheep were very, very wet. I said, "What are you going to do with these?" So what I was doing was putting 3 in a pen, and it'd been all right if it'd been a lot of in the sheep pens, and it'd been all right if it'd been a good breeze, but there was no breeze or anything. So we're putting them in there, and 6 hours later I was taking them out. And on Thursday morning, they brought a grain dryer down from Palmerston North. And if any of you know, well, you all know the showgrounds reasonably well, and we blocked we shifted a small mob of about 100 and put them in between the cattle pens where they keep the cattle there, and blocked the end up and put them there and put the blower on them. And I don't know why somebody hadn't thought of this before, to be quite honest. Fantastic. They turned the blower off after 1 minute, and looked, and all these lovely white sheep had gone black. Well, I mean, all it did was just blow the dust into the... Well, that wasn't very successful. That afternoon they put some on a truck and took them down the aerodrome and back the aerodrome and behind an aeroplane, but that didn't really... I mean, you can imagine trying to get sheep dry, that didn't work either, really. So they did their best, but it was a pretty hopeless cause. The people, and I just like to reiterate what Edwin and Laurie said, the people that set that up initially had great forethought. I mean, the complex of the thing has changed a little bit, but I mean, very, very little. You tell me any other thing that's only changed 20%.
I'm here with Alan from Trust House, outside one of the newest houses that Trust House provides in the community. Alan, tell us about the Trust House affordable housing program.
Well, thanks, Brent. Trust House provides affordable rental accommodation for people in our community most in need. We provide rental accommodation in the Tararua and Wairarapa regions.
It sounds like something the government's been trying to do. How do you work with government agencies?
Interestingly, Trust House was the first fully registered community housing provider in New Zealand back in 2015. And we've been working very closely with the government around many of the community housing initiatives to make sure that the houses that we provide for the people in our community are warm, safe and dry.
And what are your future plans for community housing?
Yeah, we would like to expand the social housing portfolio that we currently have, but probably more importantly, what we would like to do is make sure that the houses that we currently have are fit for purpose for all of the members of our community, and that we're continually redeveloping and refurbishing the properties that we've got.
And how can people find out more information about community housing that Trust House provides?
People go onto the Trust House website, trusthouse.co.nz. All of the information on Trust House rental accommodation and the people to contact is readily available on there.
Good evening and welcome back. This is the Friday evening session of the 2020 Golden Shears right here in Masterton, New Zealand. Tēnā koutou everybody, welcome back. It's been a full-on day and I've got one of the commentators here to help fill us in on a debrief of the day. Toma, how's it been from you and the commentators team?
Well, from 7:45 this morning we cranked into it with the open Woolhandling. We had an amazing amount of entries. We've had a couple of finals. We've had the junior shearing final and the intermediate final. We've got our wool pressing. Our wool pressing has gone for 2 days. Usually it's a one-day thing and there's just been that many entries. It's been too, Mavis. And tonight we've got our top 30 and that's going to be amazing. We've got some wonderful shearers, some wonderful entertainment coming up this evening. You don't want to miss it.
That's right. So we're starting off though the evening tonight and this has turned into quite a big deal, hasn't it? The pressing final on stage at the front of the stadium.
It most certainly has. Usually the pressing is down the back of the pavilion, but tonight it's up on the board, up where the shearing and the wool handling is. It's really exciting. Everyone's just down there starting to take their seats now. Mavis, I'm so pumped about it. Let's go.
No, it's been a great day, and one of the things that I think has been really great is having all these past champions out here mixing and mingling with these young ones, you know, passing on words of wisdom, giving them the eyebrow salute and just really being part of the environment, part of the vibe. So you're quite right, it's going to be quite an evening tonight, but I do want to just emphasise that not only have we got the pressing and the top 30, which will be super duper hyped, but we've got the Australian, New Zealand, Trans-Tasman wool handling test.
Oh, I love beating the Aussies, but they've been very, very strong these last few years, so I'm not as cocky as I usually am, but I'm
that's
still
not
backing.
like you, Tom.
No, but I'm still backing our team. Come on, the Kiwis.
Yeah, that's right. And there's a great contingent of Australians here this evening. So tonight's shaping up to be a relatively cool night. There's going to be entertainment, as there always is. Friday night is our entertainment, our variety night. So we mix it up quite a bit with the shearing, the wool handling, the pressing, and just some sounds to get everybody rocking along.
Yeah, well, there's a few beverages going to be sunken in the next sort of 3 hours, Mavis, and I wish I was one of them, but I'll wait till later.
Yes, it's good to abstain, Toma. Not a bad thing, not a bad thing. But Masterton is full. There's people everywhere, competitors, family, friends, and just people coming along to have a look for the first time. So if this is your first time on the World Wide Web viewing the Golden Shears, please enjoy it, have a great time, provide us with some feedback, but most of all, just enjoy and appreciate the athletes that we have in this sector. So for that, let's let Tuma go. He's got to head off and do some work. We'll talk to you soon.
Kia ora. Beautiful.
Okay, well, I've shoveled Tuma out the door to go and prepare himself for the evening, and really pleased, Hugh McCarroll, to welcome you to the green room. I don't want to sort of overstate your contribution to shearing, but it certainly has been extensive. And then this afternoon to win the Evergreens title, Grade 3, and I want you to explain to everybody what that means, has been absolutely well-deserved. So, Hugh McCarroll, have a chat to our global audience.
Thank you, Mavis. Yeah, I was very fortunate enough to win the Evergreens Grade 3, did you call it, 76 years and over this morning. Huge thrill, and the lovely part about it for me was that my family all came down for the event.
Nice.
But that put a bit of pressure on.
No pressure, Hugh.
Just been just a wonderful event, really. After winning the event 10 years ago, this was the icing on the cake, really.
Oh, that's fantastic, Hugh. So, you've been coming to Golden Shears for quite some time, haven't you? How long have you been attending and competing?
Initially, I came in 1961.
Wow.
There was a carload, 4 of us came down. I was just a young fellow then, I suppose, maybe about 20 or something or other. And I didn't know much about what it was all about, but I was keen on shearing, and I didn't compete. None of us competed. We came down to have a look and see what it was all about, and it was fantastic having Snow Harrison in that competing tonight, because Snow Harrison competed in that 1961 final, and
he
came
did.
6th. So to have him at 86 years old still competing today was fantastic.
Yeah, both of you. Look, I have to explain to the audience, if you saw us trying to stifle a smile, Hugh's family all came, put their noses up to the window, the screen, and we're doing You didn't see them.
Oh, yeah, I saw, but I didn't see who it was.
That's all your lot, Hugh.
I see.
Yeah, they were so proud of you. So you've been here since the beginning, you and Snow. What a great legacy for Golden Shears to have you both here. But tell me, what's been the biggest shift that you've seen, or what are some of the real quantum shifts?
Well, I'm not sure that there's been any quantum shifts, really. I think it's been just a gradual evolvement and refinements made. I mean, those first few years, I mean, the stadium is still the same stadium, same size pretty much. The conformation of the stadium is still much the same, and it's just been the refinements and more professional, I think, probably. Competitors have become more professional, and some of the things that happened in those early days you probably don't see happen nowadays.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I'm not sure. Not altogether a bad thing, but some of it was quite funny, really, but yeah.
What's your funniest story, Hugh? I'm going to put you on the mat now.
Yeah. Well, I was just relating one this afternoon, telling our friends who brought us down, David and Carol Hodge, about... I first started judging in 1983, and in those days, wives and all came with the judges, and there was a heap of judges, and you had rest times. And you could, you had periods when you weren't judging, so you could go and have a rest if you wanted to, or go and do something else. And we were staying it was in the Empire Hotel in those days where they kept the judges, and we were staying in this, we were in this room, Biddy and I, my wife, and in this room in the Empire, and I came back to the Empire this afternoon. I thought I'll have a bit of a lie down, have a bit of a rest. It's been pretty strenuous, this judging. And,
yes.
And Biddy was up to town shopping, as she's well known for, and I didn't have the key, and I couldn't get into the room. But you could go out onto the fire escape, and they had those windows with the weights on the sides that you could lift up and get into your room. So I duly went out of the fire escape and lifted this window up and into the room, and it was the wrong room. It was Alistair Keown's, one of the other judges' room, and he was there having a rest as well. So we had a bit of a chat and passed the time of day, and then I came back out the window and back along to my room, which I knew was next door, and I went. So I lie down, and I must have gone to sleep, and. But anyway, later on when we get together afterwards, Alistair says to me, put me in a bit of a spot. He said he got a knock on the door shortly afterwards, and he said, "Who's there?" "Police." And so he said, he thought, "Oh no, this is some of these other judges having me on." So he just said, "Yeah, just go away." And they persisted, and finally he told them in his best French vernacular to leave. But they persevered, and finally he had to let them in, and it was the police. And behind the building, the fire escape, was a big car park, and across the other side of the car park, I think, were council buildings or something, and someone had seen this guy come along the fire escape in the window, and then come back out again and go along in the next window. And they thought this was suspicious, so...
that is a story, Hugh McCarroll.
Yeah,
Mr. Goody Good, totally you are, to be sharing that with us. All those team members that you've been the manager of over the years will take great delight in giving you a bit of stick about that, I'm sure. Hey Hugh, it's been lovely to have you here. So the 60th birthday though, let's just round it off. How do you feel this has all gone?
Oh, this is fantastic. It's a fantastic... I was very fortunate the other day, did a program with Project about Golden Shears, and I was able to tell them, you know, what a fantastic show. This is probably the greatest shearing show in the world, and I've been to plenty. To stand the test at the time like they have, you know, really is a fantastic achievement, and to catch up with, you know, a lot of these guys that are, you know, the camaraderie and everything's tremendous. And to have my family here for this event and to win it is, you know, just the icing on the cake.
Pretty special. And Hugh, you know, really, I can't let you finish off without some mention about Biddy.
Well, she's been an enormous support, and some of it, sometimes she's not that positive about something because she gets a bit sick of it all, but she has supported me tremendously over time. In fact, in the lead up to this shearing event today, I've been over to the farm. My son-in-law and daughter Gillian are their farm, and shorn a few sheep, and on a couple of occasions she's had to come and be the fleecer.
Oh, good for her. She would have loved that. Not. Oh, well,
but
you know.
Yeah, no, I can't say enough about that. But,
no.
And she tells me this is the last one, so...
oh, who's the boss round there?
Yeah.
Hey?
Yeah.
You or her?
No.
Come on, Biddy.
No, she's pretty assertive.
Gee, I can vouch for that. I can vouch for that. Hey, Hugh, again, congratulations on that win. It certainly wasn't an easy win. You had to work for that.
I sure did, yes.
You sure did. And you did it well. But again, on behalf of Golden Shears, on behalf of Sam and his team, you know, I just want to say to you, thank you so much for the support that you give to not just Golden Shears, but the industry as a whole. It's an outstanding record of service, Hugh, so we're very proud of you and we're very pleased to have you here. So thank you very much.
I appreciate that very much. Thanks, Moses.
No worries. Thank you.
Yep.
Testing 1, 2. If we could have our...
Hello. Can we have the pressing peers finalists down here to the commentators table, please. The pressing appears finalists. Thank you.
Vinny and Jeremy Goodyear. Vinny and Jeremy Goodyear. We need you guys to report in. Vinny and Jeremy Goodyear. Vinny and Jeremy Goodyear. Can you guys report to the commentator's desk, please? Vinny and Jeremy Goodyear.
in New Zealand.
I want you to sing out to me. Ready to go.
And that's why we at Bailey's continue to work to rise above the competition.
Let's hear you sing. Come on. Here we go. Shaking this thing, come on.
Okay, so countdown really is on, Doug. The lights are going down, the music's still raging out there, but people are starting to get ready for the start of the program proper. But I thought it'd be quite good to just have a recap of a few things of the day with you. You're our stats man.
Yeah, well, exactly. We've got a sort of underway with some of the bigger titles quite early. We actually had the junior and intermediate shearing finals today, as well as the junior Woolhandling. They're usually held on the Saturday.
Yeah.
Of course, in the junior one, we saw the two Welshmen there, first and second, Alice Rees and Sam Jones.
Yes.
I'm sure they'll be drinking that one back home pretty heavily for the next few days, and just whether they'll get another one here, I'm not too sure. And then, of course, it was Tiana Phillips with that very emotional win in the junior Woolhandling.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, and then we had guys like Hugh McCarroll,
Yeah,
Golden Shears title in the over 76s this year. That's 53 years or something like that since he won his intermediate title here. I don't think we'll ever see someone winning Golden Shears title with it.
Yeah, that's right. So look, Doug, I know that they're ready to move out there. Maybe we come back sometime soon, but let's go back to the stadium so that they can begin proper.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Everyone, my name is Kieran McAnulty and it is my absolute pleasure to be your MC this evening, the Friday night of the 60th Golden Shears. To all of you here tonight, to our sponsors and to the tens of thousands watching around the world, no mai haere mai ki te whakaoreore, welcome to Masterton. Are you ready for some shearing? Every single year in the last 60 years, the Golden Shears has improved in the entertainment that we give you. And tonight is no different. We have the team, the peers, the wool pressing, where they try and get 170 kgs into this fadge as quick as possible. It is not easy. Then we have the top 30, the 30 best shearers in the world vying for a place in tomorrow's semi-final, with an eye to going to tomorrow night's final. Then the Trans-Tasman Woolhandling Test, which New Zealand has won here at the Golden Shears every year since 2016. Can Australia do it tonight? There's one bloke down here that thinks they can. We'll have to wait and see. And then a very special treat. Some blade shearing. The way they used to do it back in the day. All of this is before you tonight. So before I hand over to our commentators, I just want to point out, please make note of the fire exits. In the event of an emergency, follow the instructions of the wardens. But now it's time to sit back, relax, and enjoy the Friday night of the 60th Golden Shears. And to take you through the night, our commentators for the evening, Tuma Mullins and Gerald Spain.
So just while Tuma and Gerald are getting themselves organised, please, just a couple of announcements. The competitors that will compete in the Women's Shearing Invitation are Emily Welsh, Laura Bradley, Sarah Higgins, Pagan Karodia, Emily Tekapa and Catherine Maluli. That'll take place tomorrow, so those competitors just need to be aware of that. And these other competitors need to be aware of other teams. Mary Pakeha team is Martini Mason, Ricky Stevens, Conan Tekini, Jacob Moore, Alex Smith, Tristan Mackay. So those competitors will compete in the Māori Pakeha team tomorrow. And the Tui Invitation team tomorrow is Tyson Hemmer, Darren Alexander, Tegwin Bradley, DJ Crawford, Robert Mudgeway and Dean Hurley. So all those competitors need to be aware that they're in those teams. That would be great. And just to be here on time, check your program. So Gerald Spain, Tuma Mullins, take it away, boys.
Well, kia ora, everybody. Welcome to Masterton. We're going to have a hell of a show tonight for you. My name is Tuma Mullins. This is my co-commentator, Gerald Spain.
Thanks very much, Tuma. Here I'm from the deep south, so it's an absolute pleasure to come up here once again to do the Golden Shears. We've had a mighty program, haven't we? It's, of course, the 60th year. You'll be aware of that. And by jolly, that's rattled some cages. We have had people arrive from all corners of New Zealand as well as the globe. It's been manageable and it's been good because that's what us volunteers want to see. We want to see these youngsters and all these competitors turn up to a great event like this. And we've got plenty coming up, Tuma, haven't we? We've got heaps of them.
We've got the top 30 coming up, Gerald. The top 30, I think we had 15 heats of shearers in the open class this year and we came down to the top 30. And these guys, they really want to get into their top 12, don't they? So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll bring these guys up, shall we, Gerald?
Yeah.
Let's get this show on the road.
Right, so we're going to move into this. Is just something a wee bit new, okay? Normally we have pressing up here, and the pressing is the individual means. This year, the committee's decided to lift the ante, okay? We're going to have some pressing, as you're well aware, but it's going to be the peers, okay? So it happens really quick. There's two of them going. Now, it just so happens, I'll welcome them up down the middle, and they'll take their press when they get up here, and they'll be aware, but let's bring them down. So, from Masterton, ladies and gentlemen, they have battled hard to get here. Joe Gordon and Adam Gordon, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a super round of applause. They make their way up. Well done, guys. They were in the final last year too, folks. And from Masterton, your defending champions, Jeremy Goodger and Vinny Goodger. Give it up for them, please, ladies and gentlemen, your defending champions. So they're just going to get themselves prepared and organised. I've noticed, okay, there's a very good reason, and this is new to me. See these wee things down here I'm just kicking? That's some brakes, okay? That's how fast and furious this gets, folks, okay? They have stapled those presses to the board. There could be like a little bit of rugby going on, okay? We haven't got a lot of room to move. And we're aiming for a 170 kg bale. That takes a fair bit of pressing. I can tell you that. I'd like to say a big welcome to Carl Cox and Peter Cox. You've upped it. 180 kgs, are we going to fit that in here? No wonder you've strapped these down. Right, let's just get that clear. 180, Gordon boys, 180. 180 kgs, that is the most we've done for the last 2 days. 180, fellas? No, didn't even flinch, did they? 180. Saying it 3-4 times because I'm a wee bit surprised myself. I've seen these presses bursting with 160, 170. Okay, are you ready? You want some action? You right, fellas? Presses. On your marks. Get set. Go. All right, here you go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be very, very difficult. 2 Masterton sets of teams, 2 brothers, okay, sets of teams. So instinctively, you'll see this. Instinctively, they know where each other are. They don't have to talk to each other. They're bloodline. Okay, you'll just naturally do this. I'll naturally know where you are. And that's how it's going to unfold. So these are some of the exciting things. Of course, Vinny goes for the wool. Why would he do that? Because look at the size of his arms. He has a massive big wingspan. And he starts loading that press up. These boys are really, really quick. Jeremy Goodger. He's putting in the capless pack there. One step for Vinny. Just smoke that. Those young fellas over there. Here we go. That was a super, super handful there by Joe. Oh, Jeremy says, I've been missing the limelight. He is back. One little hop and into the press he goes. How many armfuls did he put in there? Just the one, folks, okay? And he was already onto the tramp. There's Adam. There's Joseph. They're loading up both sides at the same time. Up goes Adam. Joe said, come on, young fella, get in there. You're my older brother. You heap some power in there. Get those legs going. They've got to squash the corners, okay? They've got to get those corners down because that bale has to sit on its own when it's pulled out later on. At 180 kgs, it's going to sit there, all right? It's not going to go far. And you're going to need 2 people to pull this baby down. No doubt about that. So here we go. Over there, it's still Adam in the press, and he is not just tramping it and stepping up and down on it. He is pouncing on it, okay? A big pouncer. See that? Up on the frame, down we go. Up on the frame, down we go. You got to drive it in there. Here we go. The crochet needles are out. The knitting needles are out. Start the big motor. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause. That's worth a round of applause. Look at that. There's lots of Ks there. Lots of Ks. What you can do, I can do the same, Jeremy. That's what Joe's thinking. Here goes the youngster. The power, the brute strength, and that's a super handful as well. The Gordon boys, the Gooches. A replay of last year's final. Now, what's happening time-wise? It's 1 point every 20 seconds, folks. So the person that's going to be off here first, they're going to save the time points. What are these judges that I welcomed up before, what are they doing? Well, they're looking for safety aspects of the pressing, okay? So these presses will have longevity in the industry, and technique, and lots of other little things that are happening around the place. And then we have the weight of the bale, okay? They've got to try to get to 170 kgs. How do they know that? They know it by under their feet, because they do this all the time, okay? They're pressing bales day in, day out. They get the feel of the bounce of the wool, and all wool is different on how much it will spring back to you. Does it suck much energy out of you? It sucks heaps out of you, okay? It's like running up a sand dune, that soft, runny sort of sand where it just keeps on falling away from you, and you're feeling like a little cartoon character, and it just sucks the life out of your legs. That's what happens when you're squashing all this wool in here. 180 kgs of it. That is smoking it. Obviously, you haven't had a lot of beer just yet or wine. This is not going to go that long, ladies and gentlemen. So you're from Masterton. We've got 2 teams from Masterton. This is just about as good as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. Hometown brothers, sets of brothers. Right, they spin that round. They decided there was enough in there. The other backup they have, or feather in their cap, is whoever winds that box up, plan B says, yes, I think we have got X amount of kgs in there. If not, you'll see them stuffing another couple of handfuls in, because they've got to be really close to this target, okay? If they think there's too much, they'll pull a little bit out. I said they won't talk to each other, but they are. He said, hey, bro, you're going pretty well. Right, what are the Gordon boys? They're going to do the big wind-up soon too. Joe says we need to get this pack down as far as we can. I'm going to jump on it. Clean up round the edges. Adam says we just need a wee bit more in there. It's 180. It took a lot of power and a lot of energy to get 170 during the semi-finals. It's 180. Just keep stamping on her, bro. That's what we want. They're on the wind-up. But hey, we've got the crank down now. Look at Vinny. Oh, she's 180 kgs, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased the wine and the tuies are starting to take effect. So they should. It's time to be noisy. This is when they're really strong, okay? They need to really fire up those muscles, those fast twitch muscles, the, the endurance. They've got to have a tremendous endurance to keep on doing this. There's the stuff that I was talking about earlier, folks. They've decided, the Gordon boys have decided there's not enough in there. They need more weight, so they're filling that gap. That's what I spoke of. The plan B is, what does it feel like when we wind that top box up? Plan C is, go as fast as you can, because the Goodyear boys have hit the front big time. Any time for encouragement for the Gordon brothers would be appreciated. That's what we like. The pins have got to come out. We can't press them. Running time. Won't be much. Right. Jeremy's got to get those pins in. There's little grooves on that cap there. They slide those pins through them. If you haven't done it correct at this stage, those pins don't go through too easy. It's too much wool around the place, okay? So you've got to push and shove and carry on like a mad thing trying to get them through. You'll see here. Here we go. The Gordon boys are into it. We've got the young, fired, full of adrenaline, full of testosterone, Joe and Adam. Hey, ho, ho. That's what we like. Stay with it. Stay with them. Stay with them. Stay with them. That's it. Stay with them. This is their hour in need, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Oh, he's talking. Don't be so greedy, brother. Slow it down. Get it down to one click. He's saying, no way. We've got 600 or 800 people in here. Time to show off. Time to do a wee bit of hot dogging. He's thinking, hey, we'll drive for glory and we'll putt for gold. Just the nice short ones will do. Meanwhile, over here, under the radar, the Goodyears, once again defending champions, clipping up, just doing what's required. The top box is saying, holy smoke, I can hardly get off there. There's only holding about 2 or 3 inches holding me down. There we go. Jeremy said, that's good. Vinny says, I'll tidy up these corners. Presentation is, you can lose points for that, and you don't want to be losing points. Nice, good square bow. Here we go. It's claybird shooting time. Boom. Boom. Holy, they are tight. That's the hardest I've seen. That's why they strapped it down, folks. Here. He says, make some room. They would improvise because they are very skilled. They have done this a lot. They never panic. Doesn't matter what's happening. Jeremy Goodyear, Vinny Goodyear have put their hands in the air, ladies and gentlemen, and they deserve that round of applause. Peter Cox has a bit of a look round, says, oh, good housekeeping, boys. Right, the youngsters over here. Come on. Joseph said, get out of my way, brother. You're starting to run out a bit of sting. Get on to light duties. Get the broom in your hand. This is where you've got to let the brakes off. They might take a shortcut here to catch up time. Are they going to do it? No, they're going to let a bit of pressure off. They're thinking, we're going to do a shortcut at 180 kgs. We're going to have a rope flying all over the outfit. They let her go now. It has a huge desire to come out of there. Great thing, the old Shearing and Woolhandling and pressing family. They're getting encouragement here, folks, from the Goodyears. Come on, boys. You can do it. Stay with it. Stay with it, boys. So what they've done here, because it's, see how they've swung those pins under the frame, okay? That is because that wool is screaming to get out of there. There's a lot of pressure, and wool packs are tough, okay? They are part of our sponsors. This is a Farmlands Wool Packs New Zealand sponsored event, and they have sponsored this for a lot of years. They are a long-serving sponsor here at the Golden Shears. And it tests the packs out, all right? And it can start ripping, so they lock it down, because 180 is a lot. And the other thing that Farmlands and Woolpacks New Zealand have done is we had the novice, started with last year, the inaugural year for that, novice pressing, to get these youngsters involved. And they just took that on, said, yeah, we'll do that as well. So they do all the pressing right through. Pairs, singles, novice, ladies, the whole shooting box. They're a major sponsor here and we appreciate it immensely. Right, back to the pressing now. He's locking her up with these staples. Once again, claybird shooting, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to have a go, now's a good time. Well, I think we'll go for a bit of a double rise. Boom, boom. Come on, we want a boom, boom, madam. It's Joe in there. They're starting to look like brothers now, all right? I'm getting them mixed up. Both getting a bit red and a bit sweaty. Tidying up the corners. Time points, 1 point every 20 seconds. Bale weights, I'll cover that in a wee minute. All right, you've had half more can, another half a glass of wine. Let it go. Let it go. Joe said, have you branded the bale? Oh yeah, oh yeah. He said, I've done that. They'll go and shake hands as they would. They've done battle. It's like a good game of rugby. It's over and done and finished. Now, some of the other aspects, before you do a bit of a way up, they've got to brand the bale, okay? It has to be nice and neat and tidy and has to be exactly the same as the brand itself. So this is Golden Shears A2/S 2020. If that's not correct, right down to the dot, they'll lose points. If they don't do it at all, of course, no one knows where the bale belongs when it turns up to the wool store. It can end up in my bank instead of someone else's. And that's okay, but not ideal for the farmer that's lost out. Right, we've got to get underway because Alan Pritchard's saying get these bales on here and see what's going on. I did a wee book on body language and I got a reading there. Did anyone else get that? Come on, Gerald. Stop telling stories and get on with it, please. We're looking for 180. Looking for 180, which is absolutely perfect. And Vinny Goodger and Jeremy Goodger, 181. $181. 1 out over 100 is 1%. That is probably 0.3% out. That is one handful of wool. I mean a handful, not an armful, a handful. Oh, the youth of it. Looking for 180, 187.5. They're strong, they're young, and they're fired up. Right, she's up to the judges now. There's more to it than that, of course. If the bale was heavier than it needs to be, you lose points, but less than if it's light, all right? Because there's less work to get a light bale than a heavier bale. So that's how it sort of rolls. Well done, Vinny. Well done, Jeremy. Well done, Adam. And well done, Joe. Good work. Give them a super round of applause as they go and towel off, ladies and gentlemen, and grab a cold shower. On that note, sit back.
Well, that was a pressing final to blink and scare the pants off you, Doug.
Indeed, these guys are the unsung heroes of the industry in many ways. I've worked in that job many, many years ago. I can only just remember it, of course, but yeah, no. Is the wool stacked up there?
Oh, my goodness. I mean, that 180 weight is probably a lot more closer to industry practice. And, you know, they've often had weights here of 150, 160, but to take it to 180 in that pairs, I thought was pretty fantastic. And how cool, two sets of brothers, the Goodger boys and then the Gordon boys. So we'll wait what those results are. But Doug, we were going to talk a little bit earlier about a bit of a recap of the day today.
Yeah, indeed. We didn't quite get to the veterans, of course. We had, as I did mention that Hugh McCarroll had won the
Yes.
over 76s, 53 years after he won the intermediate title here. So it's a pretty good span. We had Peter McCabe, another one from Bay of Plenty. Interesting. We had those two guys from Bay of Plenty where there's not a lot of sheep around Tauranga anymore. But Peter won the, was it 66 to 75 years. And Dave Brooker, who's the current manager of the New Zealand Trans-Tasman team. You'll see him up there tonight with the Woolhandling team after the test match. He won the 55 to 65 age group.
Yeah, no, so that was a pretty cool recap of the evergreens. We had Rose Puha, who won the Woolhandling, and then we were privileged enough to have Hugh come into the stadium, into the green room here, and give us a chat about, some of the memories he had and how wonderful it is to have his whole family here this evening. So it's kind of nice to be able to park that now, Doug. It's about heading into the oh, sorry.
Heading into the top 30 shootout. There's a big feature of the Friday night for the last, God knows how many years now. Well, 5 heats, 6 people in each heat. It's only decided on the points once they're all added up at the end, so it doesn't mean the winner of each heat, for example, goes through or anything like that. We see from the qualifiers today during the heats, there were 87 took part in the heats.
Wow.
During the day, excellent number, one of the best numbers for many years. And of course, man out in front, Rolly Smith, paying $1.16 at the TOB, and they appear to have that right on the button at the moment. 2 points clear at the top of the table from the heats, just almost in another class. That word has been used a few times today. It's interesting to note that out of the competitors to shore, there were, I think, 13 that have been to that final before. There was only a couple of them that have missed out qualifying in that top 30 at this stage. We've got all of the winners of the last decade back to when Cam Ferguson won it in 2010, but of course Cam isn't here. But basically there's 4 previous winners of the Golden Shears Open Championship out there giving it a crack at the moment.
Doug, is there any surprises or any surprise miss-outs? Because, I mean, sometimes that's where the biggest shock kind of comes from. Oh, my goodness, so-and-so missed out.
No, at the end of the day, there's some very good shearers that you might say are in the top 50 in the world. Some very good ones that have missed out, but basically all the current form guys. I guess there's one that's been in the final 2 or 3 times in just recent years, Murray Henderson, but then he hasn't been doing a lot of shearing at all.
No.
And he did make a final at the weekend, and it, without being too unkind, it did show that he hadn't done a lot of shearing lately. So, I mean, I guess on that basis it wasn't a surprise to see him not make it, but as we know, Murray's a very consistent shearer and one of those sort of guys that can pop up at any time. Like so many of these other characters, very few wins. Outside of the top 4 or 5 guys in the country, there are guys doing enormous miles every summer, knowing that really they're more looking for someone to miss out on the day than their own form. They can shear as well as they can, but there are times they're still not going to win.
Yeah, and I guess that's just a repeat of where we've been too. I mean, I remember when David Fagan kind of really, or Sir David, really dominated the circuit, and, you turned up hoping that he would make a mistake rather than anything else. So, it's interesting, isn't it, how it all works around again. Yeah,
indeed. I did a bit of a calculation the other day. Amongst the top 4 guys in terms of number of wins around the country at the moment, there's about 320-odd wins in open competition. If you think that these guys, top guys, do about 25 competitions in a summer, that's sort of 13 and a half years of wins in those top competitions between them. So it doesn't leave a lot of room for anybody else.
No, some great stats there, Doug. And did we have many women coming through these open grade at all?
No, we've had obviously Emily Welsh shearing today.
Yeah.
But I think she was the only one shearing in the open heats today. Mainly, there's a few good ones that are performing well in the lower grades as they usually do.
Yes.
That standard is coming up every year, and we are going to see a woman probably, I would say, in the next 4 years or so. We are going to see someone break out of that grade and start being really competitive in the open grade.
Yeah, because there was some talk very earlier on about this is one of the few sports where women and men compete in the same class, if you like. There's no differentiation because with gender.
Yeah, and indeed, and you're seeing people share records at the moment that are quite phenomenal. tallies that would never have been dreamed of years ago. So you had Pauline
Yes,
Belay doing that
amazing.
record back in around Waikato in December, and the 4-stand later on in late January there, just phenomenal. Megan Whitehead doing over 600.
Yeah, and now I see we've got Marie Preble from the UK also planning a record. So, you know, it's all starting to become a little bit more normalised, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's where if you've got the ability and the speed and everything else, and you're starting to get the motivation, well, really the world is ultimately your oyster. If you've got the whole package together, we say here to win a Golden Shears Open final, you've got to have the whole package, the top 2 inches, everything you like to win that title, and then more and more people are switching on to that sort of factor.
Yeah, right. So as we wait now to the top 30, it doesn't look like it's too far away. Just want to remind people we've also got the Trans-Tasman test coming up, and you know, Aussie's pretty competitive. We've got Aroha Garvin in there. She's been an outstanding competitor over the years, so looking forward to what that's going to bring as well. And then, of course, the blades. How wonderful to be able to have the blades on a Friday night here.
Exactly, and seeing the current world champion
Yes.
Alan Oldfield. We all know won that title in France, beat the Africans, which was a real big effort back in July.
Outstanding effort, yeah. Okay, Doug, thank you very much for giving us that bit of a rundown. I think let's join the stadium and see how it's all going to pan out down there.
Yeah, I'm sure the next hour or so will be really exciting.
Ka pai. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the KTs. Give them another hand.
Oh, yeah.
Some little tackers in there. Hey, Gerald, can you do those moves?
What do you think? I think Tuma can. I can do a bit of a duck walk. That's about as good as it gets, I think. The man from the deep south. I'm a bit conservative, a wee bit professional that way, really. A bit boring, probably, in a way, to be honest with you.
I reckon the Aussie team would be doing pretty good at that. The Aussie team. Then later on, they'll be coming on. We've got a Trans-Tasman test. You know how we hate losing to the Aussies, Gerald. But it's not going to happen, so we'll be fine.
Yeah. We like to be professional as commentators, but sometimes we have to lean a wee bit with our commentary to say, come on, you Kiwis, we're going to get these Aussies and give them a bit of a beating and send them home again. But plenty of action, of course. We've got the top 30 in a minute, ladies and gentlemen. And as Tuma said earlier today, we've got to cut that down to 12. So you've got to have your gear going well. You've got to have physically, mentally, you've got to be spot on, Tuma, eh?
I'm just looking at the food. Looks pretty good.
I think you dance well with some of those tinnies in you, mate, actually. I've got a strong feeling. I don't know you that well, but I reckon you'd be able to pull a couple of dabs off.
Okay, so we've got 5 heats for the Open Top 30. There's some huge names in there. There's a few names that didn't get through. But I tell you what, I think we're going to be in for a bit of a blinder, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you guys have got plenty to drink.
Yeah.
These tables here are usually the worst. These tables here, or the wool buyers, they're usually the worst.
Might be too. We've been explaining the positiveness about wool, haven't we, early during today? The understanding of this incredible fibre that has all these positive things going for it. It's a tremendous insulator, it's a natural fibre, it's all these sorts of things.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the shearer is going to be coming up through the centre here, so if we can make a little bit of room for them. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please make a bit of noise as we bring on these shearers, these competitors, these titans. On stand number 6, we have Tor Henderson. Kaiwaka, ladies and gentlemen. This man eats kumara and oysters for breakfast, and he is ready to rumble.
Put your hands together for Lockie Barnes from Hastings, ladies and gentlemen. He's made the top 30.
Stand number 5, a young fella up into the open class from Gore, Lionel Taumata.
From Napier, the legend of former world champion shearer, Johnny Kirkpatrick's in the house, ladies and gentlemen.
On stand number 4, from Tikawiti, Floyd Neal, ladies and gentlemen, who's ready to rumble.
Talking about rumbling, also from Napier, Paraki Puna.
Okay, we'd just like to bring in our commentators. Gerald, who's our commentators over there? These are our co-commentators, ladies and gentlemen, to keep you informed.
Our team, isn't it? We're a great team too, so we are. Kiri Irvine on my right. Kiri, you want to stick your hand up? Here's Kiri Irvine. Norm Haraway, John McBride. There we go. They'll be the ones that take you through the racing commentary and a few of the details that have been around a whole lot of shows, so they can keep you well informed of how things may be going up here.
Come on, Gerald, let's get out of here. I want to see some shearing.
Yeah, let's do some dance moves, mate.
Well, boys, set the stage. Thanks, Toma and Gerald. First heat of the 2020 Golden Shears up on the stage. This, folks, is the 60th anniversary celebrations. We've had huge number of entries across all events here in the last 3 days. Still tomorrow to come, so absolutely fantastic. These are the top 30. And a real interesting dynamic right now in heat number 1 already. We've got Lockie Baines, Paraki Puna, Floyd Neal, Lionel Taumata, Toy Henderson. Really, you could say, inexperienced in the open grade. And then we've got that very, very experienced hitter, Johnny Kirkpatrick, up there on stand number 2. So some real young shearers here in heat number 1, and it's great to see them compete here at the top 30, because getting into this top 30 You've got to be right on top of your game.
You certainly do, and the bit that I like about it